Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Roaring buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Leo went down. What happened? I have no idea. I'm already screwing up. All right. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, you're not on my screen anymore. Oh, well, okay. We could say that the wrong way. Okay. Well, no, when you left, it took down, I don't know, for some reason. I thought the trial was staying up. I've lost my marbles this morning. All right, let's do this. Okay. Share this screen. Here's StreamYard. We got it back up. Yay. Taking me a minute. Gotta rearrange things. Welcome. Hi, it's Robert Ramada. I've derailed True Crime Addicts chat already, and I haven't been here 5 minutes. All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to just get right into this. This is the Bathtub murder trial, Connecticut versus Jose Morales. We're going to start with day 1, and we are going to speed trial. So about 2 minutes in.
End of the trial before you begin your deliberations. Now, the instructions that I need to get through at this point in time are written, and I will be losing eye contact with you on occasion, so I do apologize in advance. So this is, as you know, a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Jose Morales as follows. In an amended information here in the Superior Court to the state of Connecticut for the Judicial District of Ansonia and docket ending 660T. Here at Part A on February 2025, Howard S. Stein, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney, accuses Jose Morales of murder and charges in the first count in the county of New Haven in the city of Ansonia on or about Sunday, December 1st, 2019, between approximately 1:57 a.m. and approximately 6 a.m. at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue within said city, the said Jose Morales, with intent to cause the death of Christine Holloway, did strike Christine Holloway multiple times in the head and torso with an instrument that created several round-shaped marks that measured approximately 1 inch in diameter, severely fracturing her skull and causing other blunt force injuries, which resulted in her death in violation of Section 53A-54A, subsection A of the Connecticut General Statutes. And said attorney for the state further accuses the said Jose Morales in the second count with the crime of tampering with physical evidence and charges that in the county of New Haven, in the city of Ansonia, on or about Sunday, December 1st, 2019, at approximately 2 a.m. until approximately 1:30 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue within said city. The said Jose Morales, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency is about to be instituted, the said Jose Morales did destroy and conceal and remove physical evidence of the crime of murder with the purpose to impair its availability in such criminal investigation in violation of Sections 53A-155 of the Connecticut General Statute. This amended information is dated at Milford, Connecticut, the 18th day of February 2025, and signed on behalf of the state by Howard S. Stein, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Ansonia Milford. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the information which I have just read is not evidence. It is merely the formal means of bringing a person forward to court for trial on crimes. You must not consider it as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and formally charged with committing crimes. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed to be innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until the state proves the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden of proof never shifts throughout the trial, unless you find at the conclusion of all the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense charged. You must find him not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find him guilty. The defendant may or may not testify in this case. An accused person has the option to testify or not to testify at trial. He is under no obligation to testify. He has a constitutional right to not testify. You must draw no unfavorable inferences from the defendant's choice to not testify. The procedure of the trial is as follows. After I finish this instruction, the state will present its evidence. Then the defendant may present evidence. The defendant, however, has no legal obligation to present evidence. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence if it so chooses. When all the evidence has been presented to you, the lawyers will make closing arguments to you. Bear in mind that arguments are not evidence. You may consider argument of counsel during your deliberations, but arguments are not evidence. Under our rules, the state argues first, then the defendant argues through counsel, and then the state argues a second time. But the defendant does not argue a second time. However, each counsel is given the same amount of time for argument. It's only the state that breaks that argument into two parts. When arguments are completed, I will then instruct you as to the laws that you must apply in this case. At the conclusion of those instructions, I will then send you to the jury room to begin your deliberations. That is the first time you will discuss this case with anyone. Up until that time, you will not discuss this case with anyone, including each other. Once deliberations start, all deliberations must be conducted in the jury room only when all jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the facts that you find to the law as I instruct, and in that way reach a verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. My responsibility as the judge is to conduct the trial of the case in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner, to rule on questions of law arising during the trial, and to instruct you as to the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I state it to you, whether you agree with it or not. My actions during the trial, in ruling on claims or objections by counsel, in comments to counsel, in questions to witnesses perhaps, or in setting forth the law in the instructions to you, are not to be taken by you as any indication of my opinion as to how you as jurors should decide the facts. If you come to believe during the trial that I have expressed any opinion as to those facts, you should disregard it. As I've told you, my job as judge is to ensure that there is a fair trial here so that you can decide the case. During the course of the trial, I may occasionally ask questions of a witness. Do not assume that I hold any opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember all times that you as jurors are at liberty to disregard all comments of the court in arriving at your own findings as to the facts in this case. You must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating what I think the evidence is or should be, or what your verdict is or should be. Your function as the jury is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts here, and you alone will determine the weight, the effect, and the value of the evidence, as well as the credibility of the witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness is to be believed. It is your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. In the course of evaluating the evidence, you are entitled to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence that will be presented in this courtroom. That evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other material admitted into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or that I may instruct you to accept. The following are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. Statements and arguments by the attorneys, questions and objections of the lawyers, and testimony that I instruct you to disregard. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, it is evidence from which you can infer another fact. As an example, if you wake up in the morning and see that the sidewalk is wet, you may infer that it rained during the night. The wet sidewalk is circumstantial evidence that it rained. Other evidence, however, may provide another explanation for the water on the sidewalk, such as a garden hose that was left on overnight. Therefore, before you decide that a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all the evidence in the light of reason, experience, and common sense. In deciding this case, you may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but again, it is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. Some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose. When I instruct you that a piece of evidence has been admitted for a limited purpose, you must consider it only for that purpose and none other. In deciding the facts of this case, you are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses. You will have to decide which witnesses to believe and which witnesses not to believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. However, every witness starts on an equal basis. You are to listen to all of them with an open mind and judge all of them by the same standards. Police will be testifying in this case. You must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall his or her demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh and balance it just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official just because he or she is a police official. Now, during the course of trial, counsel for either party may object to a question asked by the other lawyer. It is the responsibility of counsel to object to evidence which he or she believes is not properly admissible, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer who makes an objection. When that happens, I will rule on the objection. If I sustain the objection, you will not hear an answer to the question, and you should not wonder why it was asked or speculate as to what the answer would have been. If I overrule an objection, you will hear an answer to the question, and you may give it whatever consideration you feel it is entitled to. There may be times when counsel or the court may ask you to be excused during arguments or objections. Those arguments often include matters of evidence that the court may eventually exclude. The reason that I ask you to step out is to assure that you will not hear evidence that is not properly admissible and not to keep you from evidence that you should in fact hear. Now, a few moments ago, you took an oath that will govern your conduct as jurors between the time you took that oath and the time that you are discharged by me after you have reached a verdict in this case. That oath and the rules of court obligate you to do certain things and to avoid other things, and I want to review some of those obligations with you. First, you must decide this case based only on the evidence presented here in the court and on the law as I explain that law to you. Second, do not make up your minds about what your verdict will be until you have heard all the evidence, heard closing arguments of the attorneys, and my instructions on the law, and after that, you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until that time. There are some rules that flow from these obligations, and I will go over those. You may not perform any investigations or research or experiments of any kind, either on your own or individually as a group. Do not consult any dictionaries for the meaning of any words or any encyclopedias or the internet for general information on the subjects or issues arising out of this trial. Do not look up anything online concerning information about this case or any of the people involved in it or any of the locations that are discussed during the evidence. That includes the defendant, the witnesses, the lawyers, and of course myself as the judge. Do not get copies of any statutes that may be referred to in court or that you heard the court refer to while reading the amended information. Do not go to any scenes where any of the events that are the subject of this trial took place or use any device such as internet maps or Google Earth or any other program to search for or view any of the places discussed in this trial. You may ask yourself why? Because parties have a right to have the case decided based only on the evidence they know about and that which has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we don't know about, then your verdict may be influenced by information that has not been tested by the oath to tell the truth or by way of cross-examination. The same thing is true if any media reports you may come across about this case or anybody connected with the case. If you do come across any reports in newspapers, magazines, on TV, or any internet sites, you may not read it, watch it, or listen to it because it may refer to information not produced here in the courtroom and may contain inaccurate information. You may not discuss this case with anyone, including each other, until the case is over and you've been discharged by the court. Anyone else does include members of your family, your friends, your coworkers, etc. If you wish, you may tell them, obviously, that you are serving as a juror and the expected length of time that you are commanded to be here. But you may not tell them anything else about the case until it is over and I have discharged you. You may not talk to any court personnel, such as marshals or clerks, about this case. You may not ask any of your friends who are lawyers or law enforcement personnel for any advice or information about matters related to this case. Additionally, you may not communicate to anyone any information about this case. This includes communication by any means, such as text messages, email, internet, chat rooms, blogs, and of course, social media websites like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or TikTok, otherwise now known as X. I'm sorry, that's not otherwise known as X. It's TikTok and X, previously known as Twitter. Both the defendant and the state are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. Now, when you have rendered a verdict and you are dismissed by the court, you obviously at that time will be free to discuss the case with anyone you want, though remember, you're not required to do so. Until then, you must be focused solely on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and your obligations to the fairness of these proceedings. In addition, even as jurors, you may not talk to each other about the case until I tell you to do so, and that will not be until you've heard all the evidence, heard closing arguments, and my instructions as to the law on this case that you must apply to the facts that you find. Now, it seems only natural that as jurors sitting on a case together that you would talk about a case as it is going on. The problem with that is when people start discussing things, they do take positions on them and they express opinions, which are often hard for them to change later on. So if you were permitted to discuss the case while it was going on, you might reach conclusions or express opinions before you have heard all the evidence or heard the final arguments of counsel or the law that you must apply to this case. Your verdict in this case might then be improperly influenced by the conclusions or opinions you or your fellow jurors have reached before you knew all of the evidence or the law that will help you put that evidence in proper context for your verdict. Well, so what happens if these rules are violated? Well, in some cases, violation of the rules of juror conduct have resulted in hearings after trial in which the jurors have had to come testify about their conduct. In some cases, the verdict of the jury has been set aside and a new trial ordered because of jury misconduct. So it is very important that you abide by these rules. If someone should attempt to talk to you about this case, please report it to the clerk immediately. If you see or hear anything of a prejudicial nature or that you think might compromise the proper conduct of this trial, please report it to the clerk immediately. These communications to the clerk should be in writing, and please do not discuss any such matters with your fellow jurors. You may, if you wish, take notes during the trial. When you came in, you'll note that there is a notepad and a pen provided on your chair. You'll get more instructions about the notebooks, but during recess, you will be leaving the notebooks behind, and at night, the notebooks will be collected and they will be kept and maintained in a confidential place. You are not, of course, required to take notes, even if your fellow jurors are taking notes. Let me emphasize some ground rules for you regarding the note taking. So notes are a sound tool to help you refresh your recollection during deliberations. However, notes by themselves are not foolproof. If there is a conflict between your notes and your recollection, it is your recollection that must prevail. Additionally, if there is a conflict between your recollection and the notes of a fellow juror, again, it is your recollection that must prevail because your notes are not evidence. You will recall my earlier definition of what constitutes evidence. Your verdict must be based exclusively on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and the principles of law given to you in my final instructions. The note-taking process should not distract you from focusing on the witness because the credibility to ascribe to a witness is critical and that's one of your roles. It is essential that you do not allow note-taking to interfere with or impede your ability to view the witness, listen to him or her, and to size him or her up, and that is to properly evaluate the witness. You should not be so preoccupied with taking notes that you overlook what the witness is saying and how that witness is saying it. You may find that note-taking may distract you from giving full attention to a witness while he or she is testifying. You will be able to get testimony played back to you during your deliberations, so you do not need to make your own record of exactly what was said by any witness. There is no need to try to take down a lot of notes or to take down the testimony word for word. You may not make or modify any notes outside of court. As indicated earlier, those notepads will be collected at the end of the day and kept confidential by the marshal or the clerk of court. No one will look at them. Whatever notes that you do take are confidential. You are not to exchange or discuss your notes with your fellow jurors during the trial itself. You may discuss your notes if you so choose during the deliberations. Just as you cannot discuss or deliberate this case among yourself until the case has been completed, so too you cannot exchange or discuss your notes until the trial evidence has been completed. There is no requirement, of course, that you take notes. This is an option to be exercised by each of you individually. Those of you who elect not to take notes will be no less conscientious than jurors who take notes. The juror who takes few or no notes should not permit his or her individual recollection to be influenced by a juror whose notes may differ from that recollection. Notes are only a tool and not always accurate. Do not assume that a voluminous note taker is taking notes that are necessarily more accurate. I take notes because I may be asked to rule on issues during evidence. Your decision whether to take notes at any point should not be influenced by my note taking. Finally, notwithstanding note taking by you and your fellow jurors, do not hesitate to seek a reading of any portion of the testimony if you deem it essential during your deliberations. Now, in terms of the daily schedule, The lawyers have informed me that they expect the evidentiary portion of this trial to take a few weeks, but that is only an estimate. A trial may go a little longer, maybe a little bit shorter. I will do my best to try to keep you informed of any changes or adjustments in the trial schedule. Once evidence is presented and the case is given to you for deliberations, of course, the length of deliberations depends solely on you as the juror. As the jury. During the trial, any communication you wish to make with me must be in writing, dated and signed by the person making the communication. It will be read to the lawyers and the parties and made part of the record. So if you have a question, write it down, hand it to the marshal or the clerk, and that marshal or clerk will get it to me. And please do not share the substance or nature of that note with your fellow jurors. So with these comments, I do want to address one other thing. So after you were selected as jurors or alternates in this case, I did mention that the trial may generate some press interest, and I gave you some brief instructions about what to expect in that regard and how to conduct yourselves while the trial is underway, and I want to focus on that just for a moment. As you probably noticed, there are members of the press in the courtroom, in the hallways, and on the grounds outside and around the courthouse. They are here with the permission of the court because this is a trial, which is a public matter, and the public has a right to know what is happening here. On the other hand, the court is responsible for ensuring the comfort and privacy of persons who need to be here and for conducting these proceedings in an orderly and dignified way so that neither you nor the parties and their representatives, nor the witnesses, nor the court staff are distracted from their important business before the court. These interests must be accommodated and harmonized accordingly. The court and members of the press have agreed on certain restrictions and limits on the activities in which they may engage. First, members of the press may not approach jurors, alternates, witnesses, or attorneys in this case, or court staff for questioning or interviews prior to the conclusion of the proceedings here, in the courthouse, on its grounds, or elsewhere. Jurors and alternates shall not discuss any aspect of this case with anyone while it's pending. I've gone over that numerous times. Members of the press shall not take or make photographs or video of any jurors or alternates, either inside or outside this courthouse. There is a camera here in the courtroom, but neither that camera or any other camera which may or may not come into the courtroom will be allowed to capture images of the jury, so either as a group or individually. So I wanted to put you at ease relative to that. If jurors, alternates, or any court staff become aware of the violation of these rules, please report that to the marshal immediately so the court can address it. Finally, and I can't impress this upon you enough, I can't stop you from engaging in your usual activities when you leave court for the day and you go home. But I do want to remind jurors and alternate jurors that you should carefully avoid viewing press coverage of these proceedings while the trial is pending. As I have told you repeatedly, it is critical that all of you know about this case information that has only been presented here in the courtroom by both sides, because you need to deliberate based solely on that information. All right. So with that, I am going to ask counsel if they need to address the court outside the presence of the jury before we commence regarding the court's introduction to the jury.
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Well, is the state prepared to call its first witness?
State is, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Connecticut would call Rosie Jones Clark to the stand.
Just for the jury's understanding, the court has an order in effect that all witnesses are going to remain outside the courtroom until such time as they are called. Okay, so that you will see some delay when we call a witness. Please watch your step. Thank you. Thank you. If you could please remain standing, Madam Clerk is going to put you to oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or come guilty of perjury?
Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and please state your business address for the record, please.
Full name is Rosie Jones Clark. It's spelled J-O-N as in Nancy, E-S hyphen Clark, C-L-A-R-K-E. Business name, Get Smart Investors, but it used to be Bright Morning Star Daycare.
And your business address?
It is 1700 Broadbridge Avenue, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. You may be seated. I am going to instruct you to please keep your voice up. I'm also going to instruct you, if you could turn your chair, and I know this is a little bit awkward, just a little slanted so that you can face all members of the jury when you're responding to questions. That would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yep. Are all members of the jury able to see the witness? Thank you. All right, Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you. So, all right, if I call you Rosie?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The hyphenated names always, especially with this call I have. I love that. So as the judge just explained to you, that mic in front of you, it does a very poor job amplifying. It's more for the court reporter to pick up. So if you don't mind keeping your voice up, you really project down the voice. Sure. So you indicated you're currently involved in a business, but was there a point in time back in 2019 that you had a different business?
Yes, I did.
And what was the name of that business?
Bright Morning Star Daycare.
And can you tell me, first of all, what type of business was it?
It's a child care center.
And were you the owner, the operator of it?
Yes.
How long had you been involved in that business?
Well, I've been in business already for 15 years. Prior to Bright Morning Stars, I started in my home, and then I moved into a center, and I had been doing the center at that time, probably about 19. So probably about 7 years, I believe.
Okay. And just describe, so from your home and into a center, describe the business, if you will, for me.
So initially at home, it was a family daycare, so you can have up to 6 children full time. And I did that for about 15 years, and then I moved into a child care center, meaning I could have, well, depending on the space of the facility, I could have 25 at the daycare center, which was in the Black Rock area of Bridgeport.
And were these 25 children all in one classroom, or were there multiple classrooms?
Multiple classrooms.
How many classrooms were operating in December of 2019?
We had 3 classrooms.
And did you break them down by age range?
Yes.
Younger children in one classroom, and then as they progressively get older, you separate them?
Yes.
I want to ask you, in December of 2019, did you know a woman by the name of Christine Holloway?
Yes.
How did you know Christine Holloway?
She was my employee.
How long, do you recall when she started working for you?
I don't really recall right now when she actually started, but I think by the time of her death, maybe she had been there a little over 2 years.
And during that time, in what capacity was she employed by you?
She was a lead teacher, which means that she was in charge of the infant room, which went from children that were 6 weeks old up to about 14, 15 months old.
So as a lead teacher, tell us a little bit about what her responsibilities were as a lead teacher.
Sure. Her responsibilities were to make sure that all of the children were fed on time, that their nap times, kept them on schedule with their naps, of course, feeding, changing, making sure the classroom was clean. She also was in charge of other teachers that would be in the room, the assistant teacher, and then, of course, floaters that went in and out of the classroom.
And so, how was she as an employee in that capacity?
Christina was actually an excellent employee. She was always on time. She did all the things that she needed to do. She worked well with others. I never had any problems with her as far as being a team player, working with others, and just being able to do her job.
Did you know her at all in any type of a personal capacity?
Other than just, from time to time, I take all of the staff out, like for dinners, or we'd all just we have staff meetings that we do. Nothing personal outside of work, more than that. That's about it.
Could you just describe her generally, her temperament, her personality, if you will?
So she was, I don't know, I guess I'd probably say she was simply quiet. By that I mean she was pretty simplistic. She didn't require a whole lot. She was always the same Christine, very consistent, always on time. She sort of quiet, very quiet, but yet, she smiles, she'd joke a little. I'm one of those bosses that do jokes. I'm not the typical boss, I suppose, but I like to have fun. And we've always tried to create a happy environment, social sort of environment where, everyone can talk and laugh together and all of those things. And Christine was, she was quiet, but yet she very consistent, always.
Did there come a point in time while she was in your employ that she became pregnant?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when that was?
It was shortly after her working there. I can't give you any exact dates, but it was shortly after her working there. Maybe, I don't even think it was 6 months. I think it was less than 6 months.
And when she became pregnant, did she take time from work?
No. Other than she may have had to, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head now, I don't have any records to sort of prove it, the exact dates. But other than, I think, just having like doctor's appointments while she was pregnant, but she didn't take off from work. She'd either leave early, she'd try to leave early. She was always at work. She wasn't one to miss work.
How about when she gave birth? Was there any time off from work after giving birth?
She was out maybe 6 weeks, not long.
And do you know the child that she had, was it a boy or a girl?
A girl,
And do you know what she named it?
Vanessa. Yeah.
And did you know who Vanessa's father was?
Yes,
And do you know that person's name?
Jose.
And had you ever met Jose at all while Christine was working at the daycare?
Yes.
And if you don't mind looking around the room, do you see the person that you know as Jose currently sitting here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to where you see him seated and tell, so the record can capture it, what do you see him wearing?
We'll stipulate that it's Mr. Morales here at council table.
So this gentleman over here, is that the Jose you knew as the father of Vanessa Morales?
Yes, Vanessa looks just like him.
So court will just note the stipulation and also note the witness has identified Mr. Jose Morales. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as States 1 for identification. Mike Butcher,
Yes.
can you tell me whether you recognize who these people are?
Yes,
Who do you recognize these people today?
it's Christine and Vanessa.
I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, as Stage 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence states 1. Full exhibit.
Yep. Ms. Clark, showing you what's been marked States 1 now as a full exhibit. Obviously, the adult that's on the right side of the image is that Christine Holloway,
Yes,
and the child in the umbrella stroller is that Vanessa Morales.
that's baby Vanessa.
And is it fair to say there's pumpkins in the background, so this would be about Halloween time of approximately 2019?
Yes.
I want to call your attention to Thanksgiving. So maybe a few weeks after that photograph had been taken of 2019. Do you recall, I believe it was Wednesday, November 27th, just before Thanksgiving, was Christine at work that day?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The Wednesday just before Thanksgiving, was Christine at work that day?
Yes.
And after Vanessa was born and while Christine was at work, do you know what happened to Vanessa? Where would Vanessa be while Christine was working?
She was at the daycare as well.
So I just want to be sure that I'm understanding you. When Christine went back to work after Vanessa's birth, did Vanessa become a student or in care at the daycare center?
Yes.
So when Christine was at work, would Vanessa be with her at work?
Yes.
And was it always like that? Was baby Vanessa always with Christine?
Yeah. Baby Vanessa was in her mom's classroom in the infant room.
So shortly before Thanksgiving, do you recall on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving whether Christine worked and whether she left early that day?
She left early.
And was there a procedure in place at Bright Star if an employee wanted some time off? Was there a procedure that they had to apply or give you notice of their intent to take time off?
Yes. We required at least 10 days if possible. If they needed some time off, that they would fill out a request form.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may thank you.
Showing you what's been marked States 2, can you tell me whether you can identify generally what this is?
Yes, that's our Bright Morning Stars form for request time off.
And does it appear to be the form that Christina Holloway would have filled out?
Yes.
Just 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Of course.
No objection, Your Honor.
States too full, Your Honor. May I publish it?
Well, let me make the finding and then you may, yes, of course. Court will accept into evidence states too full by way of agreement. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could just inquire, is the number 68 on the form? I'm not sure what the relevance of that is.
And that'll come in through a subsequent page.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Clark, Rosie, are you able to see what's on the monitor here?
Yes.
And does it appear top of the form that it pertains to Christine H?
Yes.
And this top line does it appear that Ms. Holloway was requesting time off from November the 27th at 3:30, and she was going to be returning to work on December 2nd at 8:30 in the morning?
Correct. Yes.
And that was authorized by a member of your staff.
My assistant director. Yes.
And also contained on this form are other dates she had anticipated taking off around Christmas, December 24th through December 30th.
Correct.
So you last saw Christine Holloway when she left Bright Star on Wednesday, November 27th, sometime around 3:30 p.m. on that day. Would that be a fair and accurate statement?
She left Bright Morning Star. Yes. Yes.
I interposed the words.
That's okay.
With regard to, but that was the last time that you saw her.
Yes.
You didn't see her on Thursday or Friday or over that weekend. You wouldn't have seen her again until December the 2nd, which would have been the Monday following the Thanksgiving weekend.
Correct. Yes.
So now that sheet showed us that she was due at work Monday morning following that long weekend at 8:30. And was 8:30 her scheduled start time?
Yes.
Now, during the time that you knew Ms. Holloway, would she show up at 8:30 to begin her shift?
No. Christine pretty much always came early.
What time would Christine normally get to work when she was due into work by 8:30?
Around 8:10, 8:15.
And when she arrived, at least after Vanessa had been born, would Vanessa be with her?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time on Monday, December the 2nd of 2019, where you were expecting Ms. Holloway for work and she did not show up?
Yes.
And do you recall at what point did you sort of become aware that Christine had not shown up for work yet?
It was probably about 20 after 8 or so. And my assistant director said she was in the classroom and
Calls for hearsay.
I don't blame you, Your Honor, but with regard to, based upon what this person told you, what if anything did you do?
I'm so sorry. Repeat that for me.
Sure. Based upon what your assistant told you, and what did you do?
Well, we started making calls to Christine to see where she was. And
Let's take one step at a time. So,
Sure.
So did you or other people at Bright Morning start making phone calls?
yes,
Did you call Christine Holloway?
yes,
Did you? So you had a telephone number for her.
yes.
Were you able to reach her?
No.
Do you know if any other employees made similar attempts to reach her?
My assistant director, yes.
And was she able to reach her?
No.
Now, at what point in time, I mean, so now you have somebody, an employee who didn't show up for work, a team leader, I think, or head teacher, as you described. What steps did you take after that?
We began to call at some point family members that were listed on her paperwork.
Okay. Did you have to do things with regard to the activities in her room before you started to make those calls?
Well, my assistant director was in the classroom, had to take over for her.
So you put somebody in to start running Christine's classroom.
Correct.
Now, were you What was in your mind at this point in time with regard to the fact that it's after 9 now and Christine hasn't shown up? And what were you thinking?
Well, even before 9, I mean, I was concerned because it wasn't like her. She was always consistent, always on time or before time. And so I was just hoping nothing had happened to her.
Did it enter into your mind that shortly before Thanksgiving, she had asked for time to take Vanessa to the doctor? Do you recall that?
Objection, Your Honor. Now the state is testifying for this witness. Every one of these questions leading, and I've been sitting here trying to be complimentary.
I understand your objection is leading. I will sustain it.
With regard to just before the Thanksgiving break, did you make any observations with regard to Vanessa Morales?
Vanessa had been sick. I don't recall exactly what was wrong with her at the time now, but she had been sick prior to the holiday.
Christine asking for time off to take her to a doctor.
Objection to the following
I
question.
think it's a call for yes or no.
Well, that's why it's leading. It's sustained.
Did Christine take any time off with regard to a doctor's appointment for Vanessa?
Honestly, I can't recall now. She may have, but I don't recall.
So after you arranged coverage for Christine's classroom, what steps did you take to try to locate Christine Holloway?
Well, initially calling just the people that she had listed as emergency contacts to try and figure out what was, where she was, or making sure she was okay. And then after which I didn't get any callbacks from the people that we had called on her list. So I called the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay. So I just want to be sure I'm understanding. Did you have some kind of an employee when you hire somebody, they list emergency contacts?
Yes.
Are those the people that you tried to reach out to?
Yes.
Did you make contact with any of those people?
Just voicemail.
Did you hear back from any of those people?
No, not until, well, I shouldn't say no. Not during that time at all. It was probably a day or two later.
Okay. Did there come a point in time then in the day on now Monday, December 2nd, I think you told us that you reached out to the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes, I did.
Did you recall approximately what time that was?
I don't know, maybe close to afternoon. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry?
Close to afternoon time. I'm not sure of the time.
Okay. And when you called the Ansonia Police Department, what if anything, did you make a request with regard to their services?
I did. Yes. Should I?
What did you request?
I asked them if there was a way that they could do sort of a wellness check to see if she was home, because we had not heard from her and she didn't show up for work.
And did they indicate to you that they would perform this welfare check?
Yes, they did.
And did there come a point in time that you heard back from the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
And were they able to locate Christine Holloway?
No.
At that point in time, what were you thinking about at that point in time?
Objection, relevance.
Attorney Stein, her thoughts at that time, how is that relevant?
Well, with regard to the subsequent actions that she takes.
Well, why don't we get to the subsequent actions first, then sustain?
So after that return phone call from Ansonia Police, did you reach out to or attempt to reach out to Christine or to anybody else in any other way?
My assistant and I, we tried to contact. I'm sorry.
This could just testify to what she did and not what her assistant did, please.
Unless she has knowledge of it, if she was there.
Hold on a moment. Let's start again. The question was, did you reach out? That basically is a yes or no. So why don't we start there? I'm going to strike any answer and we'll get an answer to the question. So did you reach out to anyone else was the question?
Yes.
More information in the question. But, all right. So the answer is yes. Your follow-up, Attorney Stein?
And how did you reach out?
Facebook.
Did you message Christine Holloway?
I don't think I messaged Christine.
Who did you message?
Mr. Morales.
Did you ever receive a response to that message?
No.
Did there come a point in time that you found out what happened to Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
What is the relevance, Attorney Stein?
With regard to providing a statement to the police?
Well, at this point in time, what she found out would call for hearsay, I'm assuming. Why don't we move into the statement and get into that part first?
At some point in time, did you become aware that Christine Holloway had been found dead?
Yes.
And did the police ask you to give a statement, amongst other things, where Vanessa Morales could possibly be?
Yes.
And did you provide them with any information?
I mean, I didn't know where Vanessa could be, so I said no, I didn't know.
Did you indicate where Vanessa Morales normally is?
Yes,
And what was your answer?
she's normally with her mom.
I have nothing further here.
Okay, Attorney Gavin, any cross-examination?
Thank you.
Hi, Judge Clark. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for being here with us. My name's Ed Gavin. I just have a few questions for you
Sure.
as well, okay?
Mhm.
I'm not trying to confuse you. If you don't understand anything, just let me know.
I will.
all right? So is Morning Star Daycare still in existence now?
Bright Morning Star, no.
No, it's not in existence anymore.
Well, I still own the business name, but I do not run the business anymore.
Okay. And just, I know that Attorney Stein had asked you regarding Christine. How long had she worked there prior to Thanksgiving in 2019?
Again, I want to say maybe 2.5 years. I don't know exactly.
So we know that she was employed prior to her pregnancy. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then she became pregnant, correct?
yes,
Right, and had Vanessa.
yes,
Okay. And then she took some time off, as anybody would do after birth, and she came back to work.
yes,
And was it part and parcel of her compensation package that she could bring young Vanessa with her to work?
yes,
Right? That was not a temporary situation. That was a permanent situation. Is that correct?
yes,
And then I think you said that she was expected to be at work at about 8:30 on Monday morning. Is that correct?
yes,
Her practice and her habit was to get there early.
yes,
Right? She was a responsible person. Right?
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And the room that she was responsible for, the infant room, how many children were in the infant room? Approximately. I
Oh,
don't
yeah, I was going to say it varies because kids come and go sometimes, but I don't know exactly back then how many kids were there. But
It's okay.
yeah, I couldn't tell you exactly how many kids were there.
And sometimes kids get sick and don't show up.
That happens.
Right. Sometimes they're on vacation visiting grandma and grandpa. Right. So they don't show up.
Yes,
So, and if I understand you correctly, so in this room, no matter how many students were there, the youngsters, Vanessa would have been part and parcel of the population in the infant room.
so no, Vanessa had just been moved to our toddler room. So we go up to about once they turn about 14 months,
Okay.
Vanessa would have been in our toddler room at that time.
Okay. And so if I understand you correctly, back in the Thanksgiving timeframe in 2019, Vanessa wasn't in the infant room. She had gone to the toddler room.
Correct.
And some other employee would have been responsible for the toddler room.
Yes,
Is that correct?
correct.
Yeah. Okay. So Christine wasn't with Vanessa all the time because she was still in the infant room.
Yeah, kind of. So we have low-bearing walls that separated the rooms. However, so Christina could see her, she could see Christina. Still, yeah,
They were in close proximity to one.
very much so.
Okay, gotcha. Now, I want to take you to Monday, December 2nd. Okay, this is the operative day that Christine didn't show up for work.
Yes,
Okay, so we're just going to talk about that day. I have all the police reports and I have all the cell phone records as well. And I just want to see if it's consistent with your recollection in regard to what happened. The first thing is the police reports indicate that you had contacted the Ansonia Police Department for a wellness check at about 12:52 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection?
honestly, I don't remember exact time, but I did call them, yes.
Sure. Just so we're clear, so you didn't call the Ansonia Police Department when she was 15 minutes or a half hour,
Oh, no.
an hour late, right?
No.
You let some time go by. And the records indicate that there were a number of phone calls to Christine's cell phone. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Could you repeat that question for me?
Sure. The cell phone records show that there were a number of phone calls to Christine's cell phone on the morning of Monday, December 2nd.
I wouldn't know how many phone calls.
Or in general?
So you're seeking clarification?
Sure.
So I would call for speculation, Attorney Gavin,
No,
relative to
okay.
other phone calls coming
Sure.
in.
Sure. I believe you testified that you had called Christine's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the records indicate that there were a whole number of phone calls, and were some of them made by you and some of them perhaps made by your assistant?
possibly.
Okay. Well, I don't want to confuse you here. Let me go through what the phone records indicate.
Sure.
Would you tell me whether or not you recall whether or not you would have made a phone call to Christine's cell phone? Okay. All right.
Objection,
I could
Your
try.
Honor. This is a reading from document, not in evidence.
I'm not reading from a document. not
So
evidence.
look, to the extent that we're talking about a record that contains phone calls, Attorney Gavin, it would be a document, not in evidence. If you'd like to question her relevant to independent recollection or
Okay.
independent knowledge, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Do you recall if you called Christine's cell phone at 8:43 in the morning on Monday, December 2nd, which would have been about 15 minutes after school had started?
I can't recall exact time, but I would have called her earlier that morning, yes, when she didn't show up.
Well, let me do it the easy way. Okay, it's 5 years ago, and I know you don't know the exact times. Were there multiple phone calls to Christine's phone?
I'm sure we made several calls, yeah.
And just so the record's clear, you personally made calls, and when you say we, is that referring to your assistant?
Correct.
And what's your assistant's name?
Michelle Martin.
Michelle
Martin.
Martin, right?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Do you know whether or not you directed Michelle Martin to contact the Ansonia Police Department?
I don't recall.
That's fine. But you have a recollection of calling in the afternoon timeframe to the Ansonia Police Department,
Absolutely.
right? And
Well,
that was, sorry.
At some point in time, whether it was afternoon or late morning, I'm not, again, the time, it eludes me at this point.
That's totally fine. I appreciate your candor. But certainly you have a recollection at some point during the course of the day, and it wasn't late in the evening,
No.
you had contacted the Ansonia Police Department and requested a record check. Is that correct?
A wellness check, yes.
A wellness check, correct? And was that at her residence at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
And you asked them, could you please go? This is where our records indicate she resided.
Oh, I knew she resided there.
Okay.
Yes.
Had you been to 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes. Not inside, just driving by,
Just driving by.
right before she actually moved in.
Right before she moved in. Okay, well, that was nice of you to go ahead and do that. So you called the Ansonia Police Department, requested the wellness check, and did they contact you back after that?
Yes, I asked them if they could call me back.
And did they do that?
They did.
That's great. Okay. But you didn't go up to 6.5 Myrtle on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
No.
Thank you very much for your time. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Attorney Galvin. Attorney Stein, any redirect?
No further.
All right, thank you. You're all set. Thank you. Discharge from your witness oath. I think this is a good time to take the morning break for the jury. Let the jury stand. I'll give everyone a break. Court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Moving right along.
Available for testimony tomorrow, so I will be calling early in the morning. And to that extent, some of this information is obviously going to be dependent on his subsequent testimony.
Attorney Galvin, did you need to be heard on any of that?
I'm sure that Attorney Stein will tie it all together. I have no objection to the manner in which the witness.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take the witness out of order and we'll deal with any relevancy issues as they rise.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
State with Call Officer Paul Smith.
Well, we need to grab the jury first. Madam Clerk? Thank you. I'm just going to ask you to stop there for a moment. We're just going to bring the jury in, okay? Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, counsel, if you would stipulate, please, to the return of all jurors.
So stipulated.
All right, thank you so much. All right, if the state would call its next witness.
Officer Paul Smith.
Thank you. Come on up. So I am going to ask you to enter the witness box and please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to place you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record, please.
Officer Paul Smith, SMITH, badge number 39.
Okay, thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
2 minutes till good afternoon, but it's still morning. Yes. So good morning, Officer Smith. First of all, that microphone in front of you does a poor job amplifying. It's more for the recordings that are going on. So if I can ask you to remember to keep your voice up and to project down so that we can all hear you.
Absolutely.
So first of all, who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Ansonia Police Department.
How long have you been a member of the Ansonia Police Department?
Been a member of the Ansonia Police Department for 18 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, your training, and your experience as an Ansonia Police officer?
I was hired by the Ansonia Police Department in 2017. I completed and graduated from the Connecticut Police Academy in 2007. Sorry. I worked patrol for about 7.5 years, at which time I became the canine handler for Ansonia Police Department. I did that job from 2015 to the end of 2024. I am trained in patrol and narcotics and handling of the canine. I went to a 13-month training with the dog for that.
All right, so first of all, would you like some order?
Sure, please.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify. I believe you said you were a police officer for 17 or 18 years.
18 years, I'm sorry, yes.
And I'm not great at math, which is why I became a lawyer. But
I know.
you started to say you became a cop in 2017.
No, 2007. I'm sorry. I had the
So
2007.
2007.
Correct. I finished the academy in 2007, where I went on patrol, and then in 2015, I got the role as a canine handler.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever testified before in court?
I have not.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Of course.
Okay. All right. So, question by question with regard to, I'm going to ask you about Monday, December the 2nd of 2019. Were you employed by the Ansonia Police Department on that day?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall whether you were working as an Ansonia police officer on Monday, December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment on that day?
I was East Side Patrol that evening.
And can you explain just generally what does being on the East Side Patrol, what does that mean?
We have 4 different sectors in our city. We have North End Patrol, which covers the North End section. We have West Side Patrol, which is the West Side section, which is anything west of the Naugatuck River. We have East Side Patrol, which is opposite of North, and then we have a Hilltop section, which is the hill section of our city.
And as a patrol officer, can you tell us a little bit about what your responsibilities are as a patrol officer?
Our responsibilities are to service calls as they come in, so be proactive as much as we can, going out and seeing to stop any crimes that are happening or to interact with the public, or to be reactive if a complaint comes in, to service that complaint.
I want to call your attention, well, first of all, when you came on duty that day, what time did you come on duty approximately?
On that day, my patrol is from 4 o'clock, 4 p.m., so 1600.
Okay, so 4 p.m. Monday afternoon, and what time would you have concluded your shift?
2300, which would be 11 p.m.
Okay, so 4 to 11 Monday, December the 2nd of 2019.
Correct.
At approximately 7:36 in the evening, do you recall receiving some type of an assignment?
Yes, I do.
And what was the nature of that assignment?
It was to do a follow-up on a welfare check from an earlier call that we had in the day.
And when you received that assignment, where were you?
When I received that assignment, I was on the road, and I made my way into the police department to service that call.
I need you to keep your voice up, all right?
Yep.
So we can all hear you. So did you report back to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And did you familiarize yourself with any of the information regarding the earlier call that you talked about?
Yes, I did.
And how did you familiarize yourself?
I have the ability to go on our CAD system and look what the earlier call was to the same residence that my call was for.
And what were you able to determine about the earlier call?
I was able to determine that the earlier call was for a welfare check on a female and her infant daughter at a residence at 6.5 Myrtle Ave, and that the officer went there and was unable to make any contact with anybody at the residence.
And do you recall the name of the person that the earlier officer was checking for?
Yes,
And what's the person's name?
Christine Holloway.
So after familiarizing yourself with the earlier actions by the department, did you speak with anybody at the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Now, just not what they said, but can you tell me who you met with at the Ansonia Police Department?
I met with a Stephen Holloway and a Jody Chekabellis.
And did they generally indicate that they were family members?
Yes, they did.
Did you take an interview from them at that time?
Yes, I did.
And in the course of an interview, were you able to retrieve contact information for Christine Holloway?
Yes, I was.
Did you obtain any other contact information?
Yes, I did.
What other contact information did you obtain?
I obtained contact information for Jose Morales, which was Christine Holloway's boyfriend.
After obtaining those two telephone numbers, can you tell us approximately what time it was by the time you had those telephone numbers?
It was approximately 8:19 p.m.
And are you aware of approximately what time the earlier welfare check cleared 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Yes, I am.
Approximately what time had the earlier welfare check cleared?
12:45.
So this is it fair to say this is in excess of 8 hours after that earlier welfare check?
Yes.
Now that you had these telephone numbers, what steps, if any, did you take?
At first, I called the number that was provided to me for Christine Holloway's phone. And after one ring, it went straight to voicemail as if it were off or being ignored.
And when you placed that call, how did you place that call? Meaning, was it a cell phone call or some other type of phone?
It was on our department landline.
So is there a place that officers have an opportunity to use landline telephones?
Yes, there is.
Where is that?
In our patrol room.
And after you made the initial call to Ms. Holloway's phone, did you take any further action?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I dialed the number on a landline to Jose Morales' phone that was provided to me.
And when you made that call, was it again from that same patrol room area?
Yes, it was.
And was it on a landline phone?
Yes, it was.
When you made the call, was there anybody else present with you at the time that you made the call?
Yes, there was.
Who?
Sergeant Barrera.
Who was Sergeant Barrera?
Sergeant Barrera was my supervisor for the evening. My patrol supervisor.
I'm sorry?
Patrol supervisor.
Patrol supervisor.
Yep.
And for the record, is Barrera spelled B-A-R-R-E-I-R-A?
Yes, it is.
So now, when you made the call, were you able to, did someone answer that call?
Yes.
And do you recall when the person that answered the call, was it a male or a female?
The person that answered the call was a female.
And did you make a request to that person?
Yes, I did.
What did you request?
I requested to speak with Jose Morales.
And did there come a point in time that someone came on the phone?
Yes, there was.
And did you, what did you ask that person?
I asked that person if I addressed that person as Jose, and he stated yes.
Did you ask this person about the relationship that he may have had to Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor. This entire colloquy calls for hearsay responses from somebody on the other end of a phone call.
Okay, so I don't know if we've laid the proper foundation yet. I can just.
It's a statement of the accuser.
Okay, so Attorney Gavin, it's my understanding that the state is arguing that this is a statement from Jose Morales. These are statements made by Jose Morales. Do you have any?
Well, a few.
Okay. Do you wish to be heard outside the presence of the jury?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. There's not an admission against penal interest that would apply here as an exception to the hearsay rule. Number two, the best evidence is this was recorded from the Ansonia Police Department landline. It's contained within their records. So basically what we're asking this officer to do is to go ahead and recollect a conversation from 5 years ago when it's not the best evidence to go ahead and do so. It's rote hearsay. The fact that somebody on the other end of the phone says that he's Jose, he doesn't know that. There's no foundation whatsoever that he knew who Mr. Morales was. Thank you.
Okay, before I am going to hear from the state, I want to excuse the jury because I have a few comments that I'd like to make as well. So, Madam Clerk, I am going to ask the jury to step out. Okay, I did indicate to you that this would happen. If you would leave your notebooks behind, I would appreciate it. No. So I will hear from the state, but before I do that, and I'll just note for the record that the jury is not here. Attorney Gavin, I'm hearing from you sort of two separate things, hearsay and now foundation. Okay, it was my understanding that we weren't going to have many foundational issues. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Are you contesting the foundation of the phone call? Are you contesting that it was Jose Morales who was actually on the other end of the line? Or are you going with hearsay because that would be an admission by party opponent? So I'm just wondering where you stand in terms of your objection.
All of those. It's not an admission by a party opponent at that juncture. Certainly this officer, I believe, I don't know, I just met him, I believe, had no familiarity with who Jose Morales was. He was given a phone number and he made a phone call. And you heard from the testimony that a woman answered the phone as well. So I think that it's inappropriate for the state to go ahead and question this officer in regard to what the unidentified person on the other end of the phone says. I think that's worth hearsay. Thank you.
Okay, so again, you're claiming hearsay, but I also hear that you're claiming foundation. If your argument is that there is a lack of foundation, that the person on the other end of the phone was in fact the defendant, that's one thing.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so I will hear the state on that. As far as hearsay, I won't even get there until I get the foundation on the identification of the person on the other side. Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor. So far as foundation is concerned, the officers testified that the telephone numbers were provided to him by family members who had indicated that this number belonged to Christine Holloway's boyfriend, Jose Morales. To that extent, then the questions that the Officer Smith and then subsequently Sergeant Herrera, who participated in the telephone call, beyond asking him, is this Jose, where he answers in the affirmative, then there is a series of questions that are extremely detailed and personal to the relationship involving Christine Holloway, Vanessa Morales, Jose Morales, and all those matters where any reasonable inference can be drawn that this is Jose Morales, the boyfriend of Christine Holloway. So I would claim that the foundation is based in the call itself.
All right, so Attorney Gavin, I am going to ask for a proffer, in other words, a colloquy between the state and the witness to develop and lay that foundation outside of the jury's presence. If you continue with your objection, if you'd like to withdraw your objection, you can do that as well. I'm sure you're familiar with the contents of that alleged phone call. How do you wish to proceed?
How do
you wish to proceed? Are you sticking with your objection?
I'm sticking with the objection, but Judge, here's my issue. If this gentleman is going to be asked, what did the respondent on the phone call say? That is A, without foundation, B, hearsay, and certainly not the best evidence, not a recollection from 5 years ago. So if the intention is, I made a phone call, somebody identified themselves as Jose, and this is what I did as a consequence of that, I think that's completely permissible. But not to go ahead and go through a rote recitation of a conversation as he recalls it from 5 years ago.
I certainly appreciate Attorney Gavin trying to steer me towards the best evidence. And in time, I believe that paperwork will come in. But I do not believe that I included from asking preliminary questions to otherwise alert the triers of fact what they should be listening for in a conversation that takes several minutes. So I do not believe that I'm included for doing that.
All right, so I'll hear your exception to the hearsay after you lay the proper foundation outside of the jury with this witness, so as to not prejudice the witness. Why don't you go ahead, Attorney Stein?
Officer Smith, did in the course of the telephone call, did you ask the male speaker? Well, withdrawn. When the person that answered the phone was a female voice.
Correct.
Did you ask to speak with Jose?
Yes, I did.
In a short period of time, did a male voice come on the phone?
Yes.
Did you ask them if this was Jose?
Yes, I did.
And did the person respond?
Yes, they did.
And what did they say?
They said yes.
Did at some point in time in the conversation, did you bring up the names Stephen Holloway, Jody Jacobellis, and Christine Holloway?
Yes, I did.
And did the person on the other end of the phone indicate that he knew who those people were?
Yes.
During the course of the telephone conversation, did you bring up, or Sergeant Pereira bring up, a child by the name of Vanessa?
Yes.
And asking if he was the father of Vanessa?
Yes.
Did you ask this individual, and did the individual respond to those questions?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
His girlfriend and his daughter.
Did you ask him about his interactions with them, such as when he last saw them and where he last saw them?
Yes.
Did you ask him about locations such as Myrtle Avenue in the city of Ansonia?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he was familiar with Myrtle Avenue in Ansonia?
Yes.
At any point in time in the course of the conversation that you had with this individual, was there any indication that this individual did not seem to know what you were talking about?
No. Objection, closed for speculation.
All right, that's fine. I'll sustain the objection, but are you done, Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Gavin, did you want to ask any questions?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right, so relative to all the facts that this particular witness testified to in response to those questions, which appear to be personal in nature and allude to the knowledge of certain family members, including the daughter, in conjunction with the fact that this phone number was provided by a family member to the police department, and that this number was answered, and that the individual not only had facts indicative of knowledge of personal information concerning family matters, the person also identified himself as, yes, this is Jose. The court will go ahead and find that the proper foundation has been established regarding the person on the other phone as being that of the defendant. Additionally, this is a statement. These are statements that were made by a party opponent, and they fit within the hearsay exception. So I would be inclined to allow the continued questioning relative to this particular conversation. I did consider your best evidence rule argument, Attorney Gavin, but in weighing that this is an officer who was investigating a matter at that point in time, he's testifying based off of his own recollection as to statements made to him by the defendant, and any inconsistencies or et cetera with that recollection can be raised on cross-examination, and you in fact could perhaps utilize that recorded phone call at the appropriate time to do that. So, or raise those inconsistencies with that recorded phone call if and when it is entered into evidence. Is there anything further?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Nothing else? All right, we'll bring the jury back in.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, you heard an objection. I did ask you to leave for the reasons I indicated in my earlier instructions to you when we first started this trial. I will know that the objection's been overruled. However, I do want to remind you before we proceed that it is the attorney's job to make objections, and that you are not to hold it against any attorneys or either party when the attorneys do in fact make these objections. All right, so you will hear the answer to the question. Thank you.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court will note all jurors are here.
May I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Officer Smith, just before the short break there, I was asking you questions with regard to the telephone call. So backing up, you placed a telephone call to a number that had been provided to you. Is that where we left off?
Correct.
And who did you ask for?
Jose Morales.
And did a person come on the phone and a male voice come on the phone?
Yes.
And did that person, when you asked if this was Jose or Jose Morales, what was their response?
Objection to the form of the question. He's testified that he asked for Jose. There's been no evidence introduced that he asked for Jose Morales.
Okay, so I'll sustain the objection. I believe that that was a prior question, but perhaps we could just ask the question again and not characterize the question as prior testimony so that we can avoid a review of the record.
Who did you ask?
Jose.
And did there come a point in time that a male voice appeared on the phone?
Yes.
And is that the person you asked, or who did you? When the male voice came on the phone, what did you ask the male voice?
I addressed him as Jose, and he said yes.
And did you begin to ask him questions with regard to the investigation that you were conducting?
Yes.
And was Sergeant Pereira present while you were asking these questions?
Yes.
Did you ask him about Christine Holloway?
Yes.
And do you recall what his response was?
Same objection.
So noted.
Do you recall what his response was?
Yes.
What was his response?
That it was his girlfriend.
You need to keep your voice up, please.
Sorry.
We cannot hear the
All right, so I'm just going to ask
Yep,
you,
yep.
please keep your voice up. Yes, if you move a little closer to the microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it fair to say you asked him any questions during this interview?
Yes.
Did you ask him when he last saw Christine Holloway?
objection, Your Honor. Leaving.
Sustained.
What other questions did you ask Mr. Morales on the phone?
When's the last time you spoke to them? When's the last time you saw them?
Okay, and what was his response to that?
He stated that he saw them this morning prior to Christine Holloway going to work.
Okay. Now, when you say this morning, What day are we referring to?
The morning of December 2nd.
Did you ask anything about any automobiles?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask?
I asked what kind of automobile she had.
And what was his response?
He said that she had a 2002 Mazda Protege color gold.
And at that point in time, did you ask him about any other cars?
Yes, I did.
And why did you ask about another car?
Because I had a DMV collect printout of cars registered to Christine Holloway, and a gold 2002 Mazda Protege was not on there.
What did Christine Holloway have a car registered to her?
She did.
What kind of a car was it?
A 2017 black Ford Focus.
Did there come a point, did Sergeant Barrera ask any questions?
Yes, he did.
And again, was this while you were present?
Yes.
And based upon a question that Sergeant Barrera asked, did Mr. Morales, did anything happen with regard to Mr. Morales' answer?
Yes.
And what occurred?
He changed his answer from seeing her to only speaking with her on the phone.
So take us through that moment. What is it that you recall that happened, the question and the answer?
Sergeant Barrera asked what
Sustained.
Based upon what he asked, what was the response from Mr. Morales?
that he only spoke with her this morning, and that he stayed at his house in New Haven and she stayed at her house in Ansonia.
And did you ask any follow-up questions at that point?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him if it appeared odd that he hasn't spoken with her, that she has had no contact with him. I asked him, when's the last time you saw her, or when's the last time you spoke with her?
And let me ask you this. At the time of this telephone conversation, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes, I was.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a body camera is?
A body camera is a body-worn camera that we wear on patrol for any interaction that we have with the public, whether it be during a phone call or personal interaction. It's constantly buffering, so it's always recording until when we press the button on the middle of our chest is normally where we wear it. It starts to record the interaction that we're having with anybody we're speaking with.
And at the time that you engaged in this telephone conversation with the person who identified themselves as Jose, did you activate your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
Prior to coming into court today, had you had an opportunity to review the body-worn camera connected to that telephone conversation?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked States 3 for identification, can you tell me whether you recognize what this appears to be?
It's a DVD that has my name on it for my body cam, signed by me.
Okay. And on this DVD, do you see any markings that you made on it?
Yes, I do.
What do you see?
My initials and my badge number.
And when did you make those markings?
After I viewed this.
And when you viewed,
You can't hear?
After I viewed that.
After I
I viewed the video.
I'm just going to ask if you could,
Yep.
sir, if you could pretend that you're speaking to the exit sign back
Okay.
there. It's very difficult
Absolutely.
for other people to hear. There's
Okay.
a large fan in the ceiling, so I just want to make sure that everyone
Absolutely.
can hear your responses. Thank you.
and at the time that you viewed it and made your mark on this DVD, was it a fair and accurate representation of the telephone call that you had with the person known as Jose on 12/2/2019?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to offer it at this point, John.
I have no objection.
Okay, with no objection, state will accept into evidence state's exhibit. Is that 3? Right?
Yes,
Full?
please.
All right, 3 full. Thank you.
We're going to be stopping this about 30 seconds into it, Your Honor, just for further explanation.
Okay. Thank you.
And it should be playing on the monitors. So now there was approximately 30 seconds there, and we can see on the video that your hand went up and pushed the button. What did we just see there?
So our cameras are constantly buffering, so that they're always recording, no matter what, if we don't push the button or not. So what we do when we push the button, it still records the previous 30 seconds. So that's what you're seeing there. And then when I hit the button, that's when it actually comes on.
So there was no volume in that first 30 seconds.
There is no volume for the first 30 seconds when it's buffering, no.
So now, looking at this, first of all, just from this frame where we've stopped it, does this appear to be your body camera from December of 2019?
Yes.
I'm going to make my way around here without tripping over the wires. And just, can you sort of acclimate, first of all, to some of what we're seeing here? At the bottom, so at the bottom here, it says Axon Body 2. What does that mean?
That's the second generation of Axon's body-worn camera.
So is that the manufacturer?
Yes, it is.
And there's a series of numbers, it's letters and numbers, starts with an X and ends in a 4 here. Can you tell us what that is?
That's the imprinted serial number that's on the body-worn camera.
Is that specific to this body-worn camera?
Yes, it is.
So if a different officer has a body-worn camera, would that number be different assigned to that camera?
Yes, it would be.
Then up here, we have 2019-12-03. What is that?
That is the time and date in UTC time.
All right, so first of all, is it fair to say, is this December and does it say 2019?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you said something about UTC. I'll come back to that in a second. But then I see, is this T for time?
Yes.
And then it says 01:20:00. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, earlier you said that this was occurring on December the 2nd of 2019 at approximately 8:20. Are you able to explain sort of what the difference is? What are we talking about? Why does this not say December 2nd, 2019 at 8:20?
Because it's in UTC time.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about what UTC time means?
So UTC time is the standard time system that controls clocks. It's like the world clock, like Greenwich Mean Time. So in Connecticut, we're 5 hours behind. We're negative 5 hours. So, for example, would you like me to provide an example?
Please.
For example, it's used between military, law enforcement, and businesses that have to conduct business over multiple time zones. So it's easy to coordinate. It's a coordination. So let's say I had a conference call and I wanted to have it with colleagues in London and in China. All right. I would send an email that said, I want to have it 10 o'clock UTC time. So I would know that I'm 5 hours behind. So I would be at 5 a.m. London would know they're 1 hour ahead. So they would be at 11 a.m. And in China, they know that they're 8 hours ahead of UTC. So they would be at 6 p.m.
So, in other words, this UTC stamp here, based on your training and experience, what time is this effectively Eastern Standard Time?
It would be 8:20 p.m. the day prior. So it would be 12/2/2019.
So if this is effectively saying December the 3rd at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:20 in the morning, if you back out 5 hours, the date would have become December 2nd, and it would be 8:20.
Correct.
Are you aware that since this time frame in 2019, have they abandoned this methodology today?
Yes, they have.
Sounds like for good cause.
Yes.
So now, you indicated that this, can you acclimate us, first of all, what are we seeing here?
You're seeing my the landline phone that I was using to make the phone call, a computer screen and patrol, and the hands of myself.
So these are your hands here?
Yes, they are.
And where is your body-worn camera?
My body-worn camera is on my upper lapel or chest area.
And at any point in time, will anybody else be visible in this body-worn camera?
Yes, visible?
Visible.
I believe so.
Okay. And who else?
Yes.
Who else will be visible there?
Sergeant Barrera.
All right.
Hello, Jose. Yeah. How you doing? This is Officer Smith from Antonio Police. All right. Hey,
that too loud, Your Honor?
I'm fine
Or
with it.
Everyone good? Okay,
How's the court reporter with it?
Fine, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Well said.
thank you. Yes,
I have a girl here that's saying that she's the sister of Christina Holloway.
All right.
Is that Christina your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. She's saying that she couldn't contact her all day today. She said that she talked to you today and that you said you saw her leave this morning.
I might leave early in the morning to go to work. That's about it.
Who was she with when she left? Is that your baby as well?
Yeah.
Okay. What did she drive?
Mazda Protege 2002.
2002 Mazda Protege. What color is it? Gold?
Yeah.
Do you know who it's registered to?
It's registered to her.
Who has the Ford Fusion? Do you know? Or the Ford Focus?
No, I don't know.
Does she have another car, a black car?
No, not that I know.
Nothing you know of. Do you have a key to her house?
No, I don't.
Do you know who her landlord is?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Did you talk to them at all today?
To whom?
Your Christina or your daughter?
I did first thing in the morning, early before she went to work.
What time did you talk to them? Six or seven?
So this is Sergeant Guerrero. I have a couple questions myself. Is this seem odd to you that you haven't been able to talk to her all day today?
Yeah.
Because nobody can get a hold of her. She didn't show up at work, and she has your 1-year-old child with her.
Well, she usually goes to the. She comes to the
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we checked there too. She's not there.
No.
No text message at all between the two of you today.
I tried calling her a couple of times, but she hasn't answered. I tried calling her. Nobody will give her some answer. Let's check the voicemail.
Almost like the phone's off.
Yeah, it's a voicemail.
All right, so she left early this morning from your house. So what time did you guys show up at your house last night?
No, it's not my house. I live behind her.
Right. But she slept there last night, correct?
No, she left at her house.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you guys both left her house together this morning.
No, I talked to her.
Okay, so you talked to her this morning
Yes.
at 7 o'clock when she was leaving for work.
Yes.
When's the last time you saw her then?
Friday.
Where was she when you saw her?
At my house.
At your house, okay.
All right. So when you spoke to her at 7 o'clock this morning, what was the conversation in regards to?
How you doing? How the phone? I'm ready to get away. She said, yeah.
Nothing about what she had to do all day today?
No.
Okay. Do you know if your daughter had school today? Did your daughter go to school or like any kind of preschool or kindergarten or anything like that?
She's gonna take care of her.
Daycare? She goes to the daycare that she works at?
Yes.
Do you know if they were open today?
I believe so.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. So we're trying to find her because like everybody's concerned because they haven't talked to her. We're more concerned about your daughter. Your daughter. How old's your daughter?
she's 1 year old.
What's her birthday?
I don't know. I knew about it just in the way.
Okay. What's your birthday, Jose?
Mine?
Yeah.
So I might be
11/12/76.
September 7th.
Okay, September 7th. Okay. Do you know? Okay. All right. You don't know if like Christina has any like medical problems or any kind of substance abuse problems like alcohol or drugs or anything like that, right? Nothing you're aware of.
A little bit of text sometimes at night.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna try to find her. If we need to be in contact with you, can I reach you at this same number?
Yes. 467-5169.
Okay. Do you know of any friends that she would be hanging out with, or anybody else? Like I don't know, like somebody that she wouldn't want anybody to know she was with, or anything of that. You know what I mean? Like, is there anybody else like where she would go? I know she said the church, But we checked that place and she's not. Where's that church?
It's in Bridgeport somewhere. It's in Bridgeport. That's what I know.
Okay. And you don't know, does she have any friends?
She thought, but I'm not really, I don't really know them like that.
I know. Do you know their names at least? Maybe I can try and find out who they are.
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. All right. Hold on one second. Let me ask you.
I keep forgetting to look at that. She's driving a Mazda. If he wasn't with her, I was know she's driving a Mazda. Jose,
Yeah.
you said she was driving a Mazda, correct?
Yeah.
But if you didn't see her today, how do we know she's driving a Mazda?
I didn't see her. I know she has a Mazda.
Okay, what other car does she have?
I don't know about the car. I know she has a Mazda 2002 Prodigy.
Color gold.
All right, just do us a favor. If you hear from her, if you could try contacting her, if you get a hold of her, just call us back.
What number? The number? The ID number?
Yeah.
735-1885 would work.
Let me write that down. Is it 203?
Yep. Yes.
203?
735-1885.
Got you.
Yeah, try to get a hold of her too in any way that you can or any way that you know of.
What's the name of this number?
It's going to be Ansonia Police Department.
All right, I will.
Does she have? Do you know if she has a Facebook account?
She does.
Okay. And did you see if she posted anything today?
No, I haven't looked.
All right. All right. So do you normally talk to her at night, like around now?
Like 9:30.
Like 9:30 to say goodnight to your daughter?
Yeah.
All right.
Send it back down.
All right. Well, if she calls you at 9:30 for some reason, give us a call or tell her to give us a call or her sister a call so that we can, try to locate her, especially your daughter. We're really worried about your daughter.
Okay. Will do.
All right, sir?
All right.
All right. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Now, Officer Smith, when the phone call concluded, what, if anything, did you do next?
I went back out into our lobby to follow up with Stephen and Jody, who are still waiting there for me to give them some update. And I went out there and told them what I knew.
And were you aware, was Sergeant Barrera, did he stay with you?
He left and went to go to 6.5 Myrtle Ave to assist the officers that were going down there to try to make contact again.
And did there come a point in time that you finished whatever conversations you were having at Ansonia, and did you make your way to 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, I did. I finished the conversation when I updated them with what I had at that time, and then I made my way down to 6.5 Myrtle to assist.
Thanks. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Gavin, any calls?
Hi, officer. How you doing? So you went to work at about 3 o'clock, so you were on the midday shift from 3 to 11. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you told us that, were you out on patrol and called to the PD to go ahead and talk to Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you get called in and you didn't know these people at all, correct?
No, I did not.
Right, okay. And they basically filed a missing persons report. Is that fair?
At that point, yes.
Okay, great. And after you had received the missing persons report, did you contact Sergeant Barrera, or was he already there with you?
Usually when I take a call of that nature, I'll go inside. If he was already inside, I'll go into his office and give him an update of what is going on.
Okay, so Barrera was there.
Correct.
I know that you just finished testifying that Barrera had left at some point. I'll follow up.
Correct.
But when you were called in off the road, you went in, you talked to the people in the lobby, and then you went in, and was Barrera's position at that point, was he the patrol supervisor?
Correct.
Right, so he would have been your direct report.
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right. So you, when you went into the lobby and you spoke to them, and then you went inside and you reported to Barrera, is that when you made the phone call that was just reflected in the body cam?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And Barrera was with you at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then there came a point that after the phone call, you went back outside and you spoke to Jody Jacobellis, correct?
Yes.
And Stephen Holloway.
Correct.
And who is Jody Jacobellis?
At that time, I believe she was a family member is what she told me.
Okay,
My girlfriend of Stephen.
right.
I don't recall it like exactly her.
Let me see if I can help you out. Okay. Stephen Holloway
I
is
know.
Christine Holloway's brother.
Correct. I know that.
Okay, so we're good there. And Jody Jacobellis, what was Stephen's girlfriend? Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. So after you had the phone call that we just saw, right, that was recorded on your camera, is that when Barrera left and went to 6.5 Myrtle?
After the phone call was finished?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And did you then go back out to the lobby to talk to Jody Jacobellis and Stephen based on what you learned in that phone call?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. And then did you stay at the Ansonia PD at that point?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you go and ask Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway to wait at the lobby there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And eventually, I know that you testified that you went to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you go back into the lobby and tell them that you were going over to 6.5 Myrtle, or were they gone by then?
I never had contact with them after that.
After you asked them to wait, they left. You never had any contact with them.
I'm not sure if they left or if they stayed. I don't know. I never came back into the police department.
I just want to be clear here. I'm talking about before you went to 6.5 Myrtle, right? You asked them to stay.
Yes.
And you never had any contact with them.
Oh no! When after the phone call, I was able to. I made contact with them in the lobby.
Right.
Again.
Yep, that's the second
Yes.
time, right? And,
Yes.
and then you told us that before you left to go to 6.5 Myrtle, you asked them for them to stay in the lobby. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. And you never had contact with them after that at any point.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. And then you went over to 6.5 Myrtle,
Correct.
right? And Sergeant Barrera, I take it, would have made his way to 6.5 Myrtle before you got there.
Yes.
So when you arrived, he was already there.
Correct.
And he was there with another officer, correct?
Yes, he was.
And that's Officer Nelson, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you see them at that point?
I saw them on the exterior of the residence.
Okay, great. So you spoke to them. Did you do a neighborhood canvass late in the evening there on Monday, December 2nd, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just tell us, what did you do when you got there?
I arrived on scene. I spoke with Sergeant Barrera, who updated me on on things that he located, and he then told me to conduct a neighborhood canvass of the neighbors that are there, to speak with them to see if they had seen Christine, the baby, or Jose that day.
Okay. And can you tell us what the weather conditions were like when you got there?
It was snowing, and we had several inches of snow on the ground.
Okay. And then when you say neighborhood canvass, was that you going up and down the side streets and Myrtle Avenue to see if there were any neighbors that were there?
Yes, we'd go door to door, knock on the door, hope for someone to come to the door so that we could speak with them to see if they had seen, heard, or know anything about the people whom we are looking for.
Were you aware when you conducted the canvass that the body of Christine Holloway was found in the residence of 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, I was.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, officer.
Attorney Stein, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just one quick
You
question.
may proceed.
During this canvass, Officer Smith, in addition to asking the questions that you were asked, did you ask anything about cameras, ring cameras, or any other surveillance systems that people in the neighborhood might have had?
Yes, I did.
Is that part of the standard questions that you would be asking, or other officers would be asking when you're doing a canvass such as this?
Yes, it is.
And if the people have cameras, is that something that you would ultimately record in the report
Yes.
for follow-up by some other officer?
Yes.
No other questions. Thank you,
Oh,
Ron.
very good. Thank you. All right. Thank you, officer. You're all set. Please watch your step as you exit. Please watch your step also across the floor. There are some wires there.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point in time, I'll just note it is 7 minutes to 1. We do take our lunch break between 1 and 2. So I think it's a good time to go ahead and take that lunch recess. I do want to remind the jurors that you are not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other. I will let you know when the appropriate time is to do that. You are going to please leave your notebooks on your seat with a pen. Enjoy your lunch. Please avoid anyone who tries to speak with you, but you can certainly leave the building for your lunch so long as you're back here for 2 o'clock. We do intend to get back on the record at 2 o'clock, okay? Should anyone try to speak with you or have any discussion with you or make any comments to you or show you anything, please turn your attention away and alert a marshal immediately, okay? Thank you very much. Court stands in recess until 2 p.m.
All right, just a quick check-in, making sure everybody's good. All the sound's good. Well, the sound's not good. The underwater is not me. That is the court. But yeah, so yeah, I discovered Recovery Addict during Brooks' trial also. So he's the bomb. It's been a while. All right, back to trial.
You can be seated. Thank you. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors after lunch.
It's like we're missing one, Your Honor.
There she is. Let me do a count.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's good. Thank you so much. All right, is the state ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may.
Lieutenant Alexander Barrera.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If you would please step up into the witness box, remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record.
Alexander Barrera. It's Barreira. It's badge 43.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Again, I'll reiterate as well, if you can pull yourself a little bit closer to that mic, and remember to keep your voice up so that everyone can hear you. First of all, who are you employed by?
The state of Ansonia
In what capacity?
as a patrol lieutenant.
Can you tell us how long have you been working for the, is it the City of Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been working for them?
For 20 years.
And can you tell me a little bit about your background, your training, and your experience?
I was hired in 2004 by the Ansonia Police Department. In early 2005, I graduated the State Police Academy. I went on to do patrol work where I was responsible for handling and investigating day-to-day calls for service as well as proactive policing. While in the Ansonia Police Department, I was assigned to the DEA task force out of New Haven, and I was there for 3 years investigating narcotic cases, not only in Ansonia, but throughout the state. In 2015, I was promoted to patrol sergeant. My responsibilities there was to supervise and oversee the shifts. Last month, I was appointed to lieutenant.
Well, congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Referring back to now the timeframe of December of 2019, were you employed by the Ansonia Police Department in that timeframe?
Yes, I was.
And specifically on December the 2nd of 2019, were you working on that Monday, December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what was your rank?
Patrol sergeant.
And can you tell me what shift you were working and what your assignment was that day?
Yes, I was working our evening shift, which was 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., and I was assigned as the shift supervisor.
Shortly before 8 p.m., did you have reason to come into contact with Officer Paul Smith?
Yes, I did.
And where did that occur?
In the patrol room at the police department.
Were you Officer Smith's supervisor that evening?
Yes, I was.
And did he make you aware of a matter that he was working on?
Yes, he did.
And what was he working on?
He informed me that he was working a missing person complaint pertaining to Christine Holloway and Vanessa Morales of 6.5 Myrtle Ave. He explained to me that Christina did not go to.
Objection, Your Honor, unresponsive.
Sustained.
Did, with regard to that investigation, are you aware with what he was tasked to do?
Yes, he was tasked to investigate a missing person complaint. He advised me that the party.
Well, not with regard to what you were told, but in terms of, did he obtain information in an attempt to investigate this complaint?
Yes, he advised me that the police department was out earlier conducting a welfare check.
Right. So we have to be careful with what other people said. So we're providing hearsay responses. I understand the objection, and I understand you're not asking for that as an answer. So if you could correct your witness.
So Sergeant, with regard to getting past what he told you and getting into now, did you observe him taking steps with regard to his investigation?
Yes, Officer Smith was going to be attempting to.
Your Honor, it's a yes or no question, and he answered yes.
That is true. I will sustain the objection. I'll strike anything after yes. Thank
So
you.
you were aware of what he was going to do?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe him in his task?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe him do?
Officer Smith was placing a phone call via landline to Christine Holloway's boyfriend, who was Jose Morales, from a phone number that he retrieved from Christine Holloway's family.
And were you present when the phone call was being made?
Yes, I was.
At any point during the phone call that you were observing, did you interject or become involved in the conversation?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask questions?
I did.
Going to play for you part of States 3. It's a full exhibit starting at 3 minutes and 16 seconds to 4 minutes and 4 seconds, a short clip of that interaction.
She left early this morning from your house. So what time did you guys show up at your house last night?
No, it's not my house. I live in New Haven.
No, right. She slept there last night, correct?
No, she slept at her house.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you guys both left her house together this morning.
No, I talked to her.
Okay, so you talked to her this morning
Yes,
at 7 o'clock when she was leaving for work.
yes.
Okay. When's the last time you saw her then?
What is Friday?
Friday. Where was she when you saw her?
At my house.
At your house, okay.
All right. So when you
So now, when you asked Mr. Morales, she slept there last night. Why did you ask him that?
Because early in the conversation, he had stated that he last saw her leave that morning with Vanessa for work.
And did you make any assumptions based on that statement?
Yes, I assumed that they were together, and I was trying to ascertain what time they got to the house that evening prior.
And at some point in time, did Mr. Morales change that earlier statement?
Yes, he did.
And what did he indicate to you?
He now indicated that he didn't see them on Monday morning, that in fact that he only spoke to them, and that the last time he did see them was on Friday.
When the conversation ended, what, if anything, did you do next?
At this point, I advised Officer Smith that I was going to be heading to 6.5 Myrtle Ave with Officer Nelson there. I wanted to see the residence for myself.
When did you make your way to 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
I did.
And can you describe the conditions at the time once you left the Ansonia Police Department?
That night it was actively snowing. It had snowed for several hours. When I arrived on scene, there was some accumulation of snow already.
When you arrived on the scene there, what observations did you make?
On the front door, we observed a note left behind by Christine Holloway's family asking her to contact them when she returned home. We also noticed that that there was 2 locks on the door, a deadbolt and a knob.
Well, let me ask you this. When you got to the scene, did you meet with Officer Nelson?
I did.
And was Officer Nelson there before or after you arrived?
Officer Nelson was there prior.
And did Officer Nelson point anything out to you upon your arrival?
He did. He pointed out a skylight that was left open to the front of the house.
And is it at that point in time that you approached the doorway to 6.5 Myrtle?
It is.
Are these all separate or? Right, can I just have 1 second? I
Of
just want
course.
to make sure. Okay, 4, 6.5, 5, door 16. 6 rear 16. 7 front door from left side. And 8 kicked in door panel front door. I have no objection to any of these being admitted.
All right, so why don't we just please
So,
state what they are for purposes of the
States
record?
4 through 8, Your Honor. I'll have the witness identify them
Okay.
during his testimony.
So court will accept into, I'm assuming you're moving as full?
Yes,
There's
please.
no objection. Court will accept into evidence as full exhibits 4 through 8. Was that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll get a description of them as we move forward with testimony. Thank you. They are photographs.
Lieutenant Barrera. Showing you what has been marked as stage 4 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a photo of 6.5 Myrtle Ave taken from the street view.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of how 6.5 Myrtle Avenue appeared to you when you arrived on scene on December 2nd of 2019?
For the most part, yes. There's more snow now than when I first arrived on scene.
Okay. So can you tell me, I'm a reporter, you let me know if I'm off mic. First of all, what is this here in the foreground, the bottom part of the picture?
The street, Myrtle Ave?
Yes. That's Myrtle Ave?
Yes.
Okay. And this red building here, what building is that?
That is 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
And what is this seeming to be a wood structure in the front of the building?
It's a ramp leading up to the front porch, which would be the front door area.
All right. Would this be the front entrance of the building?
Yes, it is.
So now, when you got on scene, did you approach that front door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you states 5 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize that to be?
That is the front door of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate representation of how 6.5 Myrtle Ave looked on the evening that you arrived?
Yes, except the same caveat, there's more snow on the ground than when I first arrived, as well as the damage that I did to the door on the bottom right there.
So the damage, forgive me, I'm stepping in television camera cords with tape on it. You're referring to damage? Do you see the damage now that I've zoomed in on the shot?
Yes.
And can you describe with your words what you're talking about?
Yeah, the bottom right panel of that door was kicked out. That's the damage I'm referring to.
And who did that damage?
I did.
Am I correctly identifying with this pointer what you're referencing?
Yes, you are.
Just let the record reflect that the prosecutor did point out the lower right.
Inside the screen door, Your Honor.
Inside the screen door. Thank you.
All right, so you indicated that you arrived on the scene. You mentioned something about a note. Where was the note that you found?
The note was on the front door.
And did you take the note down? Did you read the note?
The note was from the family. It was not read by myself. It was read by another officer.
Okay. Did you, with regard to the screen door that's present, did you attempt to open either one of those doors?
Yes, the screen door was open. It was unlocked, and I attempted to open the next door, which is the front door, but that handle was, correction, that doorknob was locked.
How many locks did you say that you observed?
I observed 2. I observed a doorknob with a key entry and a deadbolt with a key entry.
And after you tried the lock, the front door, and found it locked, what, if anything, did you do next?
I knocked on the door, yelled police department, and rang the doorbell, but no response.
And who were you with at that point in time?
Officer Nelson.
And did you instruct Officer Nelson to do anything?
Yes, at this point, I instructed him to begin a neighborhood canvass to try to speak to neighbors.
And did he depart from you?
He did.
And when he departed, what, if anything, did you do next?
At this point, I walked the perimeter of the residence, trying to see if I could see inside any of the windows. I made my way down toward the back of the residence, where I located that there's a 3-car garage underneath that residence.
Well, let's start with State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize generally what this is?
Yes,
And what is this?
it's the right side of 6.5 Merle Ave, taken from the street view.
So again, using the pointer, is this that same wooden walkway that was depicted in one of the earlier photos?
Yes, it is.
Is this the front door where?
Attorney Stein, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we need to make an accurate record. If you
I will
could
do
just try to narrate the area of the photograph to which you are referring. Thank you.
I'm pointing to the upper left corner. There's a wooden railing type of structure. Is that the front porch area?
Yes, it is.
And again, just behind the wooden railing, again, in the same upper left-hand portion of this photograph, is that the front door area that you had tried moments earlier?
Yes, it is.
Now, it appears from the photograph, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the property seems to slope away from the house.
Yes, it does.
So in order to get down here, did you have to go down some type of an incline?
Yes, some kind of embankment I had to walk down.
And when you went down this embankment, you are now what appears to be in the bottom right-hand corner. I see at least a door, 2 doors and a window and a brick structure. Did you determine what that is?
Yes, that was the 3-car garage portion of that building.
Picture of the garage. Where's the photos of today? Pack the photos of today's packet. Just gonna get that. Just. Showing you what has been marked as State 7. Full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
Yes, that's the left side of 6.5 Merle Ave, taken from the street.
All right, so are you, as the person who took the photograph, standing effectively out on the front on Myrtle Ave?
Yes, sir.
And would this be looking down the left side of the property from the street?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to this photograph, I believe you said that Officer Nelson made an observation with regard to a skylight?
He did.
And does this picture depict the area of the skylight?
It does.
If I zoom in, grainy.
Mhm.
Are you able to see the skylight right in here?
Yes.
Could you just identify for
Yes,
the
I will.
record?
So I have zoomed in on State's Exhibit number 7, and in the sort of center of the left side of the photograph, there is a hatchway open with light coming out from inside that the officers identified as an open skylight into the 6.5 room.
Counsel, could you do me a favor, please hand the exhibit to the witness, as the court can't clearly see that. I'd like to have the witness pointed out to the court. Thank you.
That's right there.
If you could just hold that up.
Oh, sorry. That's right there.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, counsel. I'll take that exhibit.
You're welcome.
Turning the exhibit to the clerk. Madam Clerk.
Your Honor, I've just asked the clerk to mark State's 10. I don't believe there's an objection from the defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, could I just have some sort of an identification on 10?
Showing you,
Excuse me, that was 10, Miss 8, 9?
That's, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So State's Exhibit 10, there was no objection to that,
No
Attorney Gannon?
objection.
It's a photograph as well?
it is, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence, no objection, State's 10 photograph,
Just
thank
leave
you.
the space.
So now, Officer Sergeant Barrera, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Barrera, are you able to identify what this is?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this to be?
Those are the 3-car garage that are located beneath 6.5 Myrtle Ave toward the rear of the property.
And so when you came down that, from the front of Myrtle Ave, down the slope, past the right side of the building, is this the, when you came around the back, would this be the back side of the property?
Yes, sir.
And then ultimately, if you continued around to the left side, would bring you back up to the area where the skylight picture was?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to how this property sits on Myrtle Avenue, the residential entryway faces Myrtle Ave. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
If I'm standing and looking at the front of the house here on Myrtle Avenue, is there a street off to my right?
Yes.
What street is that?
Judson Place.
And looking at the front of Myrtle Ave and off to my left, is there a street over there?
Yes.
And what street is that?
West Street.
And now, if I were looking through the house back to this garage door area, is there a driveway associated with this garage door?
Yes, there is.
Where does that driveway exit onto?
Onto Cottage Ave.
So the house is addressed as Myrtle Ave, but you enter into the driveway off of Cottage?
Yes.
Now, with regard to when you walked around, did you make an observation with regard to this window that is above the center bay there?
I did.
And what observation did you make?
I observed that window to be open, and it appeared to be a bay window to the residence above the garage.
So is it fair to say that the residential unit sits above the 3-car garage below?
Yes.
And during your walk around the property, first of all, as you're coming down the right-hand side, there were several doors on that right-hand side, as well as a window. Did you try those doors?
Yes.
Were you able to gain entry through any of those doors?
I was not.
Were they all locked and secure?
Yes, they were.
When you made your way around to the back side, all 3 of these garage doors, did you make any attempt? First of all, did you look into the garage?
I attempted to.
And were you able to?
I was not.
Why?
They were all blacked out.
So there was glass, but was it painted over?
It seemed like painted over.
And with regard to these garage doors, did you try to lift or try to open any of these doors?
I did.
And were they all secure?
They were.
And as you made your way then around the opposite side, were there any other doorways on the opposite side?
Not that I remember.
And did you discover, was there any way into 6.5 other than that front doorway that seemed to lead into this residential unit?
No.
Now, after you did this walk around, what happened next?
Officer Nelson returned from his neighborhood canvas and advised me he had just spoken to a neighbor who stated they saw.
Sustain.
When Officer Nelson came back, did he make you aware that he spoke to the neighbor?
He did.
Not what the neighbor said, but based upon what the neighbor said, what decision, if any, did you make?
Well, due to the conflicting information we received, we determined that we were going to have to force entry into that residence.
And did there come a point in time that you then forced entry into the premises?
I did.
Before doing forcing entry, did you advise Ansonia PD what you were going to be doing?
Yes, I radioed in and I advised them that I was going to be attempting to force entry.
Showing you what has been marked States 8 as a full exhibit. Do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
That's the panel that I kicked out in the front door.
All right. So now, depicted in this photograph, which has a red door, there's a hole here in the bottom right-hand panel on the center portion of the screen. Is that what you referred to when you kicked out this panel?
Yes, it is.
And likewise, we see two brass-colored locks along the border of the red door, a doorknob type and a deadbolt type. Did you try? Were those the locks that you had indicated you tried to open earlier on?
Yes, they are.
Now, when you kicked out this panel, why did you kick out that panel?
To try to conduct the least amount of damage to that door. This way I could have reached in and unlocked both those locks.
Okay. Before you kicked in the panel, did you do anything with alerting to people inside?
Yes, again, we yelled police department prior to doing that.
And did you receive any type of a response from the inside?
No, we did not.
After you kicked in this panel, what happened next?
I reached my arm in to attempt to unlock both locks. As I got to the deadbolt, I then realized it was a double-sided key lock, and unfortunately, there was no key on the other side.
All right, so when you say a double-sided key lock, what does that mean?
The interior lock portion of the deadbolt looks just like that. Instead of having a bolt action to unlock it or to lock it, it's a key that is needed to be inside that keyhole.
So first of all, referring to what would be the top of the two locks, is this the deadbolt that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And it appears that a key would fit into the front of that lock, does it not?
It does.
Is it your testimony that the inside of the lock looks substantially the same way, where a key would have to be fit into the top?
Yes.
Was there a key present there when you tried to unlock it?
There was not.
And after discovering that, what, if anything, happened next?
At this point, I could see that there was lights on inside that residence. Again, I yelled out police department and then began to kick the door until entry was made.
And were you able to make entry?
Yes, I was.
Prior to actually forcing that lock, did you and Officer Nelson take any action with regard to any protective gear?
Yes, we both put on rubber gloves prior to doing so.
And did you have the rubber gloves on when you ended up kicking the door?
Yes, we did.
Once you were inside, tell us what happened next.
Well, once we were inside, we realized it was a studio-style apartment with a open floor plan. It wasn't very big. It was essentially the same size as the three-car garage beneath. I proceeded to go in first. Officer Nelson followed behind. When I proceeded straight through, Officer Nelson went to my left. Directly on my right-hand side, I observed a crib and a rocking chair. When I shined my light inside that crib, I noticed there was no sheets or bedding on that crib. I proceeded to go into the living room, where I noticed the ceiling fan was left on and it was set at high. I continued into the bedroom of that residence and noticed again that bed had no sheets or blankets on it. At this point, Officer Nelson, I could hear yell something to the effect of, "Oh shit, oh fuck," and it was coming from the bathroom area. At this point, I immediately proceeded to the bathroom. When I walked into the bathroom, I noticed in the tub a pale, naked female body laying in there. Next to her was what appeared to be a human internal organ, now laying outside her body next to her in the tub. Her hands were also covered with what appeared to be dry blood.
Once you made that observation, did you give any instructions to Officer Nelson?
Officer Nelson and I both backed out of the bathroom. I advised him to continue to clear that residence and to look for the baby.
And did you and Officer Nelson continue to try to clear this apartment?
We did. We continued.
And did you make any observations while you were there?
Yes. In the living room on the carpet next to the crib was a large dry blood stain. It was very faint, almost like it appeared to have been recently washed.
Had you noticed it when you came in?
I did not.
Did you continue to look around the apartment for the child?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to find the child?
No, I was not.
When you ended up clearing the apartment, what further steps did you take after that?
Once we cleared it, I had Officer Nelson and I retreat from the residence to secure that that crime scene.
And during this entry, were you wearing your department issued body worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Did you review it prior to coming in today?
Yes, I did.
Do you have this? I thought again. You have it. May I first witness, John?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked states 9 for identification. Can you tell me whether you recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a DVD copy of the body camera.
And prior to coming into court today, did you review this DVD body camera?
Yes, I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the events that you just recently described?
Yes, it is.
And did you record any identifying information on this DVD to ensure that this is the DVD that you saw?
Yes, I did.
And what identifying information did you place on it?
I initialed it and placed my badge number on it.
Do you see your initials and your badge number on this desk?
Yes, I do.
I will offer this, Your Honor, statement.
No objection.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence as false state 9. Thank you.
See, I'm gonna give you a quick breakdown, okay? Earlier today, we had a missing person technically just trying to make contact with at number 6.5 Myrtle Ave. They came out,
Sergeant, I feel compelled to ask you about this painful marking here. Right here. December 3rd, 2019 at 1:47. Your testimony earlier was that this occurred on December the 2nd at approximately 8:40 p.m. This seems to say December 3rd at 1:47 a.m. Are you able to account for that?
Yes.
And what's the reason that is like that?
Because the body cameras that we have there, they run on UTC time, so it's 5 hours ahead. So we would have to minus this 5 hours.
All right. So if we back this off 5 hours, this would be about 8:47 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019?
Correct.
I'm sorry. We would do that.
see, I'm gonna give you a quick breakdown, okay? Earlier today, we had a person technically just trying to make contact with that number 6.5 Myrtle Ave. They came out, they said no car was in the driveway, no car was here. And then, yeah, but there's no mailbox, I don't think. There's no mail in her bed. Yep, nobody's home, but we can't find, they're back here like, listen, she's a mother of a 1-year-old, she's always shows up at work, she always contacts us. We haven't heard from her, this is really, really bad. We have a bad feeling. Talked to boyfriend says, I haven't seen her, I haven't talked to her, I talked to her in the morning, but I haven't seen her. We just get to the house now, there's a couple windows open on the second floor, which is really odd, because obviously it's freezing out. I had him do a neighborhood canvas, one neighbor said, hey, I saw him drive her car out of here this afternoon. I can't get into the house. I'm gonna kick in the door in a minute. But I call Steve out just to let you know. All right. Okay, goodbye. Okay, my camera's been on. All right, do you want to? What do you want to do? I mean, we can try to knock it one more time and then move it. No, hold it. 4-3. Guys, off this. We're gonna attempt to make entry. Please find it. I'm sure. I'll be with it. There's no key, Nelly. There's no key. We gotta kick it out. Kick it in. Watch out. Which one? Which one? Oh shit! What? Holy shit! You have to be here. Holy fuck. Okay. detail of an nature here. Roger. Okay. Nelly, clear. I need the bed searched, please, under the bed. Fuck, no kid. No kid. Got it. Exit. Exit. Yeah. Okay, exit. Do me a favor. Go talk to that neighbor. Give me all the information you can get. Just no information. No information. Just you. Just want to try to confirm. Smitty, go do a neighborhood canvas, please. Yep, neighborhood canvas. Names, times, cameras, anything we can get. Turn off my camera and have a conversation.
Lieutenant, just as that clip ended, you were pacing on that deck and you were walking towards, there was a window on your right.
Yes.
First of all, with regard to the position of the skylight, after you made entry, did you become aware of what the what room the skylight was in?
Yes, it was in the bathroom.
Was that window that you were just standing by when the camera went off, would that be the exterior bathroom window?
Correct, it was.
When you first entered in to the property, into the actual apartment itself, you mentioned that you were aware that the ceiling fan was on and was on hot.
Yes,
I'm sure you noted that. Well, why did you note that in your report?
because it was extremely cold out. Windows were open and no need to have a fan on in the residence when it was that cold.
When you reviewed your body camera, did you notice candles around the apartment?
I did.
Did you point out that there were candles burning in the apartment when you made entry?
I did not.
Well, you didn't put it in your report.
Correct.
Did you see it on your body camera when you were reviewing your body camera?
Yes,
When you backed out, you made a reference to D2.
yes.
Who is D2?
Detective Adcox.
Was he working at that time?
He was.
Was he the only detective working that evening?
He was.
And did you request him to come to this?
I did.
And you were having a phone call both before and after this video started. Who were you speaking with?
Lieutenant Lynch.
Who was Lieutenant Lynch to you at that time?
He was the supervisor of patrol.
And then, as the clip ended, where you were giving instructions to Officer Nelson, and you referred to the other officer as Smitty. Who is Smitty?
Officer Smith.
Would that be Officer Paul Smith?
Yes.
Was that the officer you were involved with on the telephone call shortly before going out to the scene?
Yes, it was.
And so had he just arrived at the scene as you were exiting?
Yes.
I have nothing further, thanks.
Thank you. Attorney.
Hi, Lieutenant, how are you?
Good.
Good. Lieutenant, so I just want to make sure I follow what Attorney Stein just said. So when you referred to Smitty, that was Officer Paul Smith.
Correct.
You saw him here today.
I did.
Yeah, he just testified previously. And when you said Nelly, was that Brendan Nelson that you were referring to?
Yes, Officer Nelson.
Okay, so he went into 6.5 with you, correct?
Correct, he did.
Okay, so you're the patrol supervisor back on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and would Officer Smith report to you, sir, back on December 2nd? Were you his immediate supervisor?
Yes, I was
And how about Officer Nelson?
as well.
Okay, great. So was you chartered to go ahead and stay at the police department on the afternoon shift from 3 to 11, or were you out on patrol yourself?
We do both.
You did both. Okay, were you out on patrol that day?
At some point that day I was.
Okay, all right. What was it that brought you back to the police station for the phone call that Officer Smith made?
When Officer Smith came in for that phone call, I was already present at the police department.
Okay, so I just want to go slow. So you came in 3 to 11 shift, you were out on patrol, you had come back to the police station when Officer Smith was there.
Correct. When Officer Smith came in, I was already present.
Okay, great. Do you know who Jody Jacobellis is?
I know the name, but I know the name.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one other name. Stephen Holloway. Do you know who that is?
I know the name.
Okay. Did you interview Jody Jacobellis or Stephen Holloway prior to the phone call that was made to New Haven, Connecticut between you and Officer Smith?
I did not.
Okay, so you had no contact with them?
Correct. I did not.
Okay, so Officer Smith indicated to you that he was going to make this phone call and you joined in the call, correct?
Correct. I did.
Yeah, we have the body cam. It's a full exhibit here. And I take it that you were at the police station and you used the landline and put the conversation on speakerphone so you could hear it.
Correct. We did.
Is that correct? And then during the course of that conversation, you started to interact with the person on the other end of the phone.
Correct. I did.
Right? And you believe that that was Jose Morales.
Correct. I did.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then when Officer Nelson first showed up at 6.5 Myrtle, were you there, sir?
Officer Nelson was present prior.
Prior to you arriving?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And so we saw it was snowing out when you got to 6.5.
Yes, it was.
Correct? Okay. And had he done any work to your knowledge prior to you arriving there?
Yes.
Okay. And just in your own words, just tell me what your understanding is what he did.
He attempted to make contact with anybody in that residence there, and he walked the perimeter of that residence.
Okay. So Officer Nelson's there, was he, I think you answered this, he was a direct report, he was the patrol supervisor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So he gets there first, you make the phone call, you go over there, Officer Smith is not with you when you arrive at 6.5 Myrtle.
Correct. He was not.
Right, okay. And then was that the first time that day that you were at 6.5 Myrtle?
It was.
Had you ever been there before?
I was not.
Okay, great. So you get there, it's snowing out, you talk to your subordinate, Officer Nelson, what did he see, what did he do? And then you approach the ramp that went up to the front door.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, great. And then when you got to the front door, you weren't able to initially gain access to the apartment. Is that correct?
Correct. I was not.
Okay. And did you ask Officer Nelson to leave at that point?
I asked him to do a neighborhood canvas. Yes.
Okay. So just tell us when you were unable to get into the apartment, the door was locked. I think you said the screen door was open. Correct. I don't want to mislead you. Okay. So the screen door is open. You're unable to get in. You said Nelson, continue the canvas of the neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. And is that when you went ahead and you walked around down the embankment to the back of the property where the 3-car garage was?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And just and we'll do this as we go along. But would you agree with me that the back of the residence at 6.5 has that, and I can put the picture up if you want, I will, the 3-car garage, correct?
Correct. It does.
Right. And the driveway to 6.5 Myrtle is in the back of 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And you walked down and you looked in the 3-car garage, but I think you said that the glass panels were painted over. Is that correct?
Yeah, they appeared blacked out.
Okay. And so you couldn't see in there,
Correct.
right? Plus it's snowing now.
Correct.
And now it's 8:30, 9 o'clock?
Roughly.
Yeah, okay. You know, I'm not trying to confuse you, all in that general time frame. When you went down and you did the perimeter of 6.5 Myrtle, were you with anyone else, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay. And Officer Nelson's off doing what you instructed him to do,
Correct.
right? And Officer Smith hadn't shown up yet.
Correct.
Is that okay? So now, after you're around the back, you had checked the doors, I take it?
Yes.
Probably identified yourself as a police officer?
Earlier on.
Yeah, okay. When you were in the back of the residence, when you're knocking on the door, did you say something like Ansonia Police? Or
I don't
anything?
recall.
Okay, all right. But it would be your practice to go ahead and identify yourself as law enforcement.
Correct.
Correct?
Mhm.
And that's standard procedure for you.
Correct.
right? Okay. So you go ahead and do that. And you reached a point, I believe, that you're in the back where the 3-car garage was, and you decided to return back to Myrtle Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, so you came up the embankment, you went to Myrtle Avenue. Where was Nelson then?
Nelson was still conducting neighborhood canvas.
Okay, and then did you return back up that ramp up to the front door of 6.5 Myrtle by yourself?
I don't recall if I was by myself at that point.
Okay. Make sure it's okay. All right. So you, but eventually you went back to the front door.
Yes.
Okay. And then did Officer Nelson join you at that point, sir?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you decided to make, I think the term was forced entry. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just tell me what forced entry means.
That means you have to use some kind of force to open that door.
Okay. Because you didn't have the key for the doorknob, correct?
Correct. And it was locked.
And you didn't have the deadbolt key.
Correct.
Okay. And did you advise back to Ansonia PD that you were going to make this forced entry?
I did.
Okay. All right, and that's standard procedure, right?
It is.
Okay, because we don't know what's behind the door, and you want the Ansonia Police Department to know what you're doing next.
Correct.
Were you reporting to a supervisor at that point?
Over the radio?
Yeah.
I was not.
No, okay. I think I'm jumping around a little bit, but I think you told me Detective Adcox was the only detective that was on call that night,
Correct.
right? And was he back at the Ansonia Police Department, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay, but he was on duty that night.
Correct.
Okay, great. He was not directing you at that point or giving you any instructions in regard to how to act.
He was not.
Okay, gotcha. Because at that point, it was just a missing persons complaint,
Correct.
right? Okay, all right. So now, when you went up to the door, we saw you kick in that panel in the lower right quadrant of the door.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And then did you take your arm and try to unlock the door from the inside?
I did.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful because it was locked. It was locked from the inside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you made your determination that you were going to actually not kick in the panel, but actually kick in the door.
Correct.
Right. And that wasn't easy because it was snowing out, right?
Correct.
Right. And you had to give it a few whacks with your foot to try to get that door, right?
I did.
And it splintered off of the frame at that point.
It did.
Okay. And then I understand that you went inside, and Officer Nelson went inside as well,
He did.
right? Okay. And you wanted to clear the apartment to see if anyone was in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you heard whatever he said, oh shit, oh fuck, or something like that, when he had gone into the bathroom,
I did.
right? And he at that point had observed Christine Holloway's body, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you followed him in there at that point,
Correct.
right? And did you see Christine Holloway's body at that point?
At that point, I saw a white, pale female lying there.
Okay, because it seemed from the video that you were only in there momentarily. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then after you had observed the body, then you wanted to clear the apartment to make sure there was nobody else there,
Correct.
right? And you did that, and Officer Nelson did that pretty quick, right?
Correct.
And you directed him, hey, look under the bed, for example, correct?
Correct.
And did you look in the other closets or other doorways or anything else in the apartment there?
The closets we did.
Yeah, okay. And you were only in the apartment for maybe a minute or so after you had observed the body?
Roughly.
Yeah, right, okay. And then just tell me in your own words, you both went outside, correct?
Correct.
And what steps did you take next, sir?
Once we exited the apartment, we secured the front door or closed the front door to secure that residence. I advised Officer Nelson to continue his neighborhood canvass, beginning with the individual that he had just spoken to.
Okay. And do you know the individual's name?
I don't off the top of my head.
George O'Meara, does that
Yes, that rings a bell.
ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, right. And he's, the address that you were at was 6.5 Myrtle, and Mr. O'Meara is 6 Myrtle right next door.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So then it looked to me like what happened was you had exited the apartment, Nelson's outside, and then Officer Paul Smith shows up.
Yes,
correct?
it was on scene. Yes.
Okay. And then Officer Smith, you direct him, Smitty, go ahead and conduct a canvass, correct?
Correct. I did.
Right. And you wanted to see if there was external cameras around
I did.
the area, maybe Cottage Street, correct?
At that point, it was focused on Myrtle.
Well, focus on Myrtle, sure. And that's standard protocol to go ahead and see if there's any cameras that picked up anything. Correct. Okay. And after that incident happened, that really wasn't the end of your day, though, wasn't it?
It was not.
No. Okay. So I'll ask it to you this way, and you tell me if I'm correct. After you were at 6.5 Myrtle, then did you go to 105 First Avenue in New Haven?
Later on that would be the next morning.
Okay. So just so we're okay, it was Monday that you went on shift, 3 to
Yes.
11,
Yes.
right? And now we hit midnight. Now we go into Tuesday.
Correct.
Okay. And so now we're going to talk to you about Tuesday. Did you go over to 105 First Avenue in New Haven at that point?
I did.
And did you go with anybody else?
I did.
Who was that?
Present was Detective Sergeant Froelich.
Yeah.
Detective Adcox. And off memory, that's who I have.
Do you know who Michael Castillo is?
Yes, he was a detective.
He was a detective.
Mhm.
Did he go with you over there?
I don't recall if he was there.
It's okay. It's all right. What was your responsibility when you got to 105 First Avenue in New Haven, Connecticut, sir?
My responsibility was to stand in the living room.
Stand
In the living room?
in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you had never been there before?
Never.
Right? Correct. Okay. So you and other brother officers go to 105 First Avenue, and you were required to stand in the living room.
Correct.
Okay. And did you secure that location?
I did not secure that location.
Your Honor, I'm going to start to object at this point. It is beyond the scope. I allowed some latitude, but I only offered this witness with regard to the activities that he conducted at 6.5 Myrtle. And he is now at a completely different time and place today. As a matter of fact.
Okay, so have him come back.
Well, by having him come back as a defense witness changes the dynamic of the scope of the examination.
All right, so you were questioning this witness relevant to his investigation into this particular missing persons call. So, Attorney Gavin, if you want to just ask a question as to whether or not there was any additional investigation into that missing call, then it's within the scope of the cross-examination. If it's a completely different basis, then I'll sustain the objection, but why don't you ask the question before I do that?
Thank you. Sir, when you wound up going to New Haven, was that part and parcel of the investigation that was being conducted with the other brother officers?
Again, I think it needs to be clarified whether he was conducting an investigation or if he was standing by as a fly on the wall or just a support officer.
Well, Attorney Stein, if this is part of his investigation while he's on the job and it was a continuation of his investigation at Myrtle, then I'm going to allow the continued cross-examination, unless it was something that was succinct and it was different and apart from the investigation that was conducted at Myrtle.
I think his testimony to this point has been, Your Honor, that he was a patrol supervisor. He has now mentioned that the detective division is on site. They are conducting an investigation. He said he was standing in the living room. So the investigation is being conducted by other people. So in terms of when it's happening, for what reasons, or any of those, it is now we are into a different part of the investigation.
Okay, Attorney Stein, it sounds to me like he had a role. His role was to stand in the living room. So as far as I can tell, this is a continuation of his investigation. Before you ask additional questions regarding what happened at the First Avenue address, is that what you're asking? Why don't you ask him what happened immediately following his duties at Myrtle Beach, so I can make sure it's connected. If it's not connected, then I'll make a determination.
We're going to go slow, okay?
Okay.
All right. You're at 6.5 Myrtle, right? Christine Holloway is found in the bathroom at 6.5 Myrtle.
Correct.
Did an investigation by the Ansonia Police Department continue at that point?
With the Detective Bureau, yes.
Okay. Were you in the Detective Bureau?
I was not.
Okay. Tell me what you did in regard to the continued investigation.
I stood by at the Myrtle Lab until at some point they needed officers to go to 105 to assist with transporting Jose Morales up there. So my job was to assist the Detective Bureau.
Okay, so you were assisting as part of the ongoing investigation at that point. You had just recovered, correct, a decedent in the bathroom.
Correct.
And the investigation was continuing.
They were conducting their investigation.
And you participated, and we'll go through what you did, but you participated in that investigation. You didn't go off shift after being at 6.5 Myrtle. Is that fair?
I did not go off shift, correct.
Right? You continued, and I don't know.
The court's going to find it's within the scope of cross-examination. It regards continuing investigation of the body and the disappearance, I believe, of the child at this point in time. He did indicate he was assisting, and he did have a role. I'll allow you to continue, Attorney Gavin.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Lieutenant, I'm going to take you now away from 6.5 Myrtle, and you traveled, I think you told us, to 105 First Avenue in New Haven, correct?
I did.
Okay. And did you go there with anyone?
I do, but I do not recall who.
Okay. All right. When you got there, were other Ansonia police officers present, sir?
They were.
Okay. And who was that?
From my recollection was Detective Sergeant Frolish, Detective Adcox,
Yep.
and Detective Castillo.
And Detective
Castillo.
Castillo. Okay. So you got there. Was Jose Morales located at 105 First Avenue in New Haven that evening? It would have been Tuesday morning now, the 3rd. Was he there?
I don't know if he. I was not. I don't know if he was there when I got there.
Okay. Why don't you explain to us what you did when you got to 105 First Avenue?
So when I was dispatched to go there, it was to actually transport Jose Morales back there. It wasn't the initial call.
All right.
If that makes any sense.
Okay, let's go slow.
Yep.
So someone directed you to go to New Haven rather than go back to the Ansonia Police Department, correct?
No, from 6 Myrtle Lab, I went back to the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay, and how long were you there at the police department?
Probably a few hours.
2 hours. Okay.
A few hours. Yeah.
A few hours. Okay. I'm not trying to mention the exact minute. All right. So you're at the Ansonia Police Department. What caused you to travel to New Haven?
They needed the DB needed assistance, which is the Detective Bureau, to transport Jose Morales back home.
Okay. Transport him back home from where to where?
From the Ansonia Police Department back to his residence.
Okay. And when you were at the Ansonia Police Department for 2 hours, was that the time frame that Mr. Morales had voluntarily gone to the police department and given a statement to the detectives?
That I don't know.
You don't know if he was there?
I don't know if he went, how he got there, or if he was there voluntarily.
Okay. Did you participate in the interview at all?
I did not.
And as you sit here right now, you have no idea how he got to the Ansonia Police Department?
I do not.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So now you're at the Ansonia Police Department and somebody asked you to transport him?
Correct. To assist the detectives to transport him back to his residence.
All right. Well, you tell us, what does it mean to assist the detectives to transport him back to New Haven?
They needed additional bodies to go there.
Was he in your patrol car, sir?
He was in a detective's car.
Okay. This is getting a little confusing for me, so bear with me.
Mhm.
You're at the Ansonia Police Department and Morales is at the Ansonia Police Department.
Correct.
And somebody made the decision to return him to his home in New Haven, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to assist in that endeavor.
Correct.
But you were not asked to go ahead and take him in your car, your patrol car. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you leave in your patrol car. Do you have anyone with you?
I didn't leave in my patrol car. I was in the detective's vehicle.
Okay. All right. You're in the detective vehicle. Which detective's vehicle were you in?
I don't recall.
All right. Okay. Was Morales with you?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So
We took two cars.
two cars. Okay. So there were multiple detectives involved at this point. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So now it's Tuesday, early in the morning, and you leave the Ansonia Police Department in one vehicle, detectives leave in another vehicle, and you head to New Haven. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you get to New Haven, were you aware of the fact that that's Morales's parents' house?
I was.
Okay. All right. Now let's go slow. You get out of the vehicle in New Haven. As part of the investigation, what was your responsibility?
Besides being there, I didn't have a direct responsibility to do anything in particular.
Just stay with me for a second. DB, Detective Bureau,
Yes.
individuals asked you to go to New Haven.
Correct.
You're over your shift. Your shift would have ended at 11 o'clock at night.
Correct.
Now it's all the way Tuesday morning,
At some
5
point.
o'clock in the morning, something like that?
Something
So around that time.
around that time.
Okay. So now you go there and you don't have any responsibility?
Correct. I don't have a direct responsibility to do a certain thing for the investigation, except to be present.
To be present. Okay. Did you go into the house?
I did.
What did you do in the house?
I stood in the living room.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody?
At some point while I was there, I spoke to somebody.
Who did you talk to?
I spoke to Jose Morales.
Okay. The defendant?
Yes.
Okay. You spoke to him?
Yes.
Your body cam on?
I believe it was.
Okay. And how long did you speak to him?
I don't recall how long it was.
Okay. Did you speak to anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Did you speak to his mom, Lydia De Jesus?
Again, not that I can recall.
Do you recall speaking to his stepfather, Marcos Garcia?
Not that I recall.
He was not under arrest at that point.
Correct. He was not.
Absolutely, right? They voluntarily allowed you to come into the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, being cooperative with you, correct?
Correct.
How long were you at the house?
Several hours.
Okay. Did you just stand against the wall for several hours? I mean, it sounds,
At one point, I sat at the kitchen table.
okay. You sat at the kitchen table. Okay. And then you left and you went where? Back to Ansonia PD?
I'm assuming back to the Ansonia Police Department.
If you don't recall.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. But at some point, it would be fair to say that you left New Haven.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then on about 11 o'clock on Tuesday, you left.
Okay.
Right? You had left, right? Around 11 o'clock on Tuesday, Judge Pearson had signed a search and seizure warrant for 105 First Avenue.
I'm going to object now. Again, it's way out. In fact, it's not in evidence.
I withdraw.
It's withdrawn. So you're going to withdraw the question, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Just cross that question out if you wrote it down. Some of you are taking notes. The question's been withdrawn.
After you left on the morning of Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019, did you ever return to 105 First Avenue, sir?
No.
You never went back there?
From the time I left, I did not make my way back there. No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this so we're on the same page. Do you remember what time it was that you left?
I don't recall the time I left.
Okay. Was it the afternoon? Was it late in the evening?
I would say later in the afternoon.
Later in the afternoon. Did you assist in the execution of a search and seizure warrant?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow the answer.
I'm sorry. You can answer.
I did.
You did. Okay. And what was your responsibility in the execution of the search and seizure warrant?
To assist with the search.
Okay. And tell us in your own words. What did you do?
I searched, from my recollection, the basement bedroom.
Okay. In the basement of 105 First Avenue.
Correct.
Okay. And anybody assist you in that endeavor?
There were other detectives there. Yes.
Okay. And they were searching that area as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you recover any evidence at that point?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there an evidence officer there in case somebody recovered something that it would be turned over to the evidence officer?
That would have been the detectives.
That would have been the detectives. Okay. And your recollection as you sit here is you didn't find anything that you turned over to those
Correct.
detectives?
I don't recall that.
Thanks. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect? All right, you're all set. You may have- Thank you. All right, why don't we take our afternoon break? All right, so I'm going to allow the jury and staff a 15-minute recess, and we will be in recess for 15 minutes. Please remember your ongoing obligation and instructions that I gave you.
Moving right along. All righty. No sound right here, so give it just a second. Sound will pick up, I'm sure. Is everybody good today? My coffee's running low. I may have to turn my camera off so I can run to the kitchen to get some more coffee. Let's fast forward this just a little bit further. Let's get this guy in here.
Good afternoon, sir. If you please watch your step. Thank you. Just come on up here to the witness box and please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or not penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record, please.
George O'Mara, O''Mara, 6 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, Connecticut, 06401.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Mara.
Good afternoon.
A couple of things. Can you put yourself in as tight as you can get? That mic does not really amplify. It's more for recording.
Okay.
All right. So if you can keep your voice up, that would be great. So I want to start off with, can you tell us where you live?
6 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, first floor.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
About 18 years.
And are you currently employed?
I'm retired.
From where?
United States Postal Service.
I'd like to call your attention to December of 2019. Were you living at 6 Myrtle Avenue in December of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, I would like to call your attention to Monday, December 2nd of 2019. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And what is it about that day that causes you to remember that day?
The police activity next door, which ended up being that someone was murdered, makes it stick out in my mind.
Objection. Your Honor, can I be heard outside the presence of the jury?
Yes. So I am going to ask Madam Clerk to please take the jury outside. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to ask that you exit the courtroom. Please leave your notebooks behind right on your chair. Thank you. All right, Attorney Gavin, the jury has exited. I'll hear your objection.
May
at
the
this
witness be excused, please?
Because we may be discussing some of the substance of the proposed or proffered testimony, I would ask the witness to please be removed from the courtroom. So, sir, if you wouldn't mind exiting the witness box, standing outside the courtroom doors there, we'll be right with you. Thank you. All right, witness has been excused from the courtroom. Attorney Gavin?
Yes, thank you. That was egregious misconduct, Your Honor. For that witness not to be prepared and not told, not to offer an opinion in regard to a crime, he just testified in the first minute he was on the stand that he was aware of what happened because of murder. The state has an obligation to advise their witnesses that they cannot go ahead and offer an opinion in regard to the ultimate issue. That was mind-boggling at this point in the proceedings after.
I take extreme umbrage to even the categorization that somehow Mr. O'Mara was coached in some way by the state. It's insulting by Attorney Gavin, who knows me better than that. To that extent, in any discussion that I had with Mr. O'Mara, killed next door. Those were his words to me. The fact that he is using different words on the stand certainly were not at the request of the state. And to the extent that Attorney Gavin has called more attention to it than anything further, I think strictly the request should have been to strike the witness's answer, and I would have re-asked the question that led away from the offending statement. But so far as anything from the defense to suggest that the state solicited that answer is unfortunate.
Your Honor, I'm not suggesting that they solicited. What I'm suggesting is that's their witness and they have responsibility for the witness's testimony. And they should have cautioned this gentleman, who obviously has an agenda here. He's been on the stand for less than a minute claiming that a murder was committed. I am not suggesting that Attorney Stein or anybody in the state's attorney's office coached him to go ahead and say that. I want to make sure that that's clear. But we can't unring the bell at this point, that's for sure. Thank you.
All right, so I do not believe that there was any deliberate conduct. So what we're dealing with here is a witness who made a statement that he recalled that date in question because that was the date that a woman next door, I believe he stated, was murdered. Okay, so that's the statement that we're dealing with. And I understand that you believe that is an opinion on the ultimate issue, and on its face, of course, it is an opinion on the ultimate issue. However, at this stage of the game and with this particular witness, I believe that a cautionary instruction is sufficient. I believe cautioning this witness not to answer any question more indirectly than the direct response required. I would also ask the state to pose any additional future questions so as to avoid any problems such as the one that we just encountered. Obviously, the jury is going to be instructed that they're the ones to decide the ultimate issue in this case. The court has and will continue to when it applies in this case. Relevant to those instructions will obviously be the fact that anything that the court has stricken is to not be considered evidence in this case, and that they are the ultimate trier of facts in this particular lawsuit. Now, relative to the witness, I know it's difficult to reach into someone's mind, but the court, in assessing the witness here, with the understanding that this witness is going to testify about a neighbor and the death of the neighbor as a murder, as opposed to something other, such as the death of a neighbor. So I can't sit here and state with any certainty that that statement was intentional and that that statement was to prejudice the defense. And that the witness came in taking a look at the witness's testimony, and I will be keeping a close eye on the witness's testimony to uncover any such intention relative to the continued responses of this particular witness, the witness's demeanor, and I will be putting some of the onus on the state to make sure that the questions are appropriately phrased so as to avoid any additional ultimate conclusions stated here as a response to any of the state's questions regarding this particular witness. So we're going to, do you wish to be heard any more? Attorney
No, Your Honor.
All right. So it was one statement. It is something that I believe the court can cure. I don't find any intentional misconduct on behalf of the prosecution. I've weighed the remedies, and you know, we only render a mistrial usually in the most extreme cases. In this particular instance, I will make sure that I adequately instruct the jury. I'll instruct the jury right now. I'll instruct the jury following the testimony. If you want me to remind the jury, Attorney Gavin, I'll leave that up to you. And I will also provide an instruction in my final charge to the jury. Okay. All right. So your request for a mistrial is denied. Your objection is sustained. I will strike the portion of the response that the witness gave regarding the question that was asked. In fact, I will strike the question in its entirety, can fashion a question that will elicit an appropriate response.
Well, I will report to the court. The note that I have that I read from was the woman next door was found dead. That was the response that I was expecting from the person.
Attorney Gavin, would you have any objection to the state just leading the witness through one or two questions to get us to where the state needs to be without any additional prejudicial statement being placed on the record by.
Really with what he did or what he saw is appropriate. I think anything far afield. I am just so flustered by the fact that this gentleman comes on the stand within a minute of coming into Your Honor's courtroom, which we've been conducting this trial fairly, and makes that opinion is just egregious misconduct on his part.
All right, so,
Again, not Attorney Sullivan.
so I am happy to provide a cautionary instruction to the witness on the witness stand before we continue on with the questioning again. Thank you.
Will it be appropriate for me to pick up my examination that his basis for remembering December 2nd, 2019, that was the day that the woman next door was found dead?
I think we're going to revisit that entire section of questioning, because if I strike, I'm going to have to be asked how he remembers that day if in fact you want to continue to ask it, which is why I would like to caution him relative to using the term murder, for instance.
Judge, all the police reports that I have, there's not one police that Christine Holloway was found deceased. There is nothing in there. There's no reference point for that. So there's no reason to turn around and use that when he knows what the day is. Was there police activity? Sure, that's all fine. But to go far afield to turn around and he didn't even advise him that there was a fatality.
But that is now, that is
that advise him, didn't even advise him that there was a fatality.
But that is now, that is falsely censoring the man's memory. When I asked him 6 years after the fact, do you remember this day? And his response was, that was the day that my neighbor was found dead. That's what I was expecting. It is a point in reference together in time 6 years later. And I do believe that is fair game. The fact that it's not mentioned in the police report is not a basis for not allowing the question. The question is being asked 6 years later, what is the basis of you remembering a specific date?
I understand that, Attorney Stein. The problem that the court has here is the word murder was used. That's an ultimate conclusion. It's an issue to be decided by the jury. I will give a curative instruction on that. I will make sure the jury understands that this witness is not in a position to reach any conclusions that are ultimate issues in this case and that are left for the jury to decide. And we will strike all of the evidence. I just need to make sure to the term murder or reach any conclusions or opinions in this particular case.
Agreed.
All right, so bring
Insofar as he remembers the day that the neighbor was dead, that is a different and unobtrusive fact.
If he remembers this day because it's his truth that that is the day that his neighbor was found dead, then that's fine. That is not what the gentleman said on the stand.
I understand.
He can testify it was the day that the police questioned him. I'm sure they probably don't go out and question him every day. He didn't even know that Christine Holloway was dead. He was never advised of that fact. To use that as a reference point is clearly prejudicial.
Well, Attorney Gavin, we're in a position to sit here how or why he remembers that particular day. But I am here to advise the witness that he cannot use terms that relate to the ultimate issue in this case that the juries need to decide.
And I'm in full agreement with that.
Okay.
But all I'm just saying, all he's got to ask him is, do you remember that day? You don't have to preface it with, do you remember the day, and try to invoke a response that there was a fatality or a homicide, or in this guy's opinion, a murder. We don't have to do that.
We're all here because there was a dead body found. So I'm not sure really what we're censoring other than the offensive terminology.
It is terminology. I'm not sensitive to the fact that there was a body that was found, that a neighbor was found dead. That's already in evidence. My understanding is there will be witness, including a medical examiner. So this is evidence that will be before the jury. The problem that I have with the response is that it is an opinion that the cause of death was murder. It's an opinion that this gentleman is not allowed to provide on the stand. However, I don't believe that that is an opinion from a layperson that is that prejudicial to the defense This is not an expert witness drawing an expert opinion on the cause of death or who killed this woman. He did not say the murder of my neighbor by the defendant. I think he inappropriately used a term that probably many people use in everyday situations when they discuss someone who was found dead in a house and they know there is a police, and he inappropriately used it. I don't know if, as I stand here, whether or not it was intentional, but he did not identify any opinion as to who committed the murder. He will not be asked any opinion as to who committed the murder, I'm assuming, correct, Attorney Stein?
I'm sorry, Mr.
He will not be asked any questions as to any opinion as to who caused the death of the neighbor.
Certainly not by the state, Your Honor.
All right.
I can't speak for Attorney Gavin.
All right. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear. So basically what the court has in front of it is inaccurate terminology, cannot be used by a layperson on the stand. I am going to correct that, but I am going to caution the witness first, and then I am going to speak to the jury. Okay. So the objection is sustained. The motion for mistrial is denied, and we'll bring the witness back in. All right, Mr. Romero, if you could please take the stand again. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, so Mr. Romero, I just first want to remind you that you remain under the obligation of your oath. The response that you provided, which included the murder, so the persons are not allowed to testify as to the ultimate issues that the jury needs to decide. And although the defendant was charged in this case, and the information in this case charges the defendant with murder, that is not something that you can conclude during your testimony on the stand. Do you understand that? Okay. So I am going to be bringing the jury back from testifying relative to any ultimate issues in this case, which include something such as the term of murder. Okay, do you understand?
I understand. I thought not saying anyone in particular.
Right, and we're not going to do that either, and I'm
Right,
glad
that's what
that you
we-
didn't do that, or else I'd be dealing with more of an, I'm going to be striking the question and your response and telling the jury not to consider it, and then Attorney Stein is going to continue his examination, all right?
All right, thank you.
But please keep that in mind,
Yep,
it's very
I will, I
important,
will.
okay? All right,
Yes.
thank you so much. Anything further from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so if we could please bring Madam Clerk, please bring the jury back in. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, first, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
So
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, question that was asked by the prosecution and the entire response from this particular witness. And what that means is that that information, that answer is now stricken from the evidence. It's not part of this case, and you should banish it completely from your minds. You may not consider it in deciding the issues in this case. You, the jury, at the end case upon instruction from the court. So that is the reason why I'm striking that entire response from the evidence. So you are to banish it from your minds. You are not to consider it. If you wrote down a note regarding that question or that answer, please open your notebook right now and banish it from your notes as well, so that you no longer can reflect upon it.
Before the recess, we were talking about Monday, December the 2nd of 2019. When I asked you if you remembered the day, is it fair to say your next door neighbor was found deceased that day and there was police activity connected to that incident?
Yes, it is.
Form of question, may I be heard outside the presence of the jury?
I'll allow you to be heard outside the presence of the jury, Attorney Gavin. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this could happen a lot, but you were informed that this would happen. So I am going to ask Madam Clerk to please remove the jury from the courtroom. Attorney
I
Gavin.
thought the court was very clear that we weren't going to go ahead and question this witness and use a homicide as a reference point. Yes.
Okay. So Attorney Gavin, it was terminology. So it was murder as opposed to that was the day that my neighbor was found deceased. Now, if you want to object to the form of the question, okay, all right. So it is a leading question. But I'm not going to sustain an objection to the question being asked. If in fact the jury has to assess this witness's plea, there has been quite some time that has passed since this particular incident and the day that this witness is taking the stand. If there is something that is specific that reminds him of that day, he cannot sit here and falsify on the stand. If the question is asked, he needs to murder, my neighbor was murdered, which draws an ultimate conclusion, and my neighbor was found deceased that day. I mean, a neighbor can be found deceased for many reasons. If that's why he remembers that day and that aids in the jury's assessment of his credibility, I have to let the state ask the question. It's just the response that was provided sparked an issue. So that's where I stand on the being able to ask the question. It is leading. If you prefer the state go back to an open-ended question, a non-leading question, then I'm sure the state will comply with that. And I believe the witness now understands what it is the witness cannot state on the record. And that is anything having to do with an ultimate conclusion on the issues presented to this jury.
Judge, the inherent problem I have is that this witness is being questioned in regard to his discussions with the police department as part of their investigation, which is fine. They're absolutely allowed to do that. This gentleman had no knowledge whatsoever that there was a decedent found in the adjoining property. So to use this to turn around to him and say on Monday, December 2nd, when he was unaware of what the scope of the investigation or the results of the investigation was, has to do with the deceased body is not only leading, but there's no foundation to it, and I believe that it is. I appreciate the court cleared up the whole issue with the murder. This is separate and distinct from that.
I understand that, Attorney Gavin. I will sustain your objection to the extent that it is a leading question. I will tell the state that any questions they need to ask, obviously, their direct witness cannot be leading. That's for cross-examination. You've made it clear you're not going to allow leading questions relative to this issue. You don't want this issue addressed at all. But what I am telling you, Attorney Gavin, is that is more of a subject matter issue for cross-examination of this particular witness. If in fact you wish to cross him on that fact, that he was unaware at the time that he provided his answers. The question was, why does he remember that situation as he sits here today? So he has to answer that honestly. He now knows that he cannot use the term murder. So I sustain your objection as to not the substance of the question, but the fact that the question was leading.
And while the jury's out, then my second objection is the relevancy of this, because it's not relevant.
It's relevant to the assessment of credibility, because again, Attorney Gavin, and I understand what your concerns are here. The problem is I have a jury who's assessing the credibility of a witness almost 6 years after the fact. This incident occurred in 2019. The state has to be afforded an opportunity to establish the accuracy of the witness's memory of that particular date. So if there is some reason why this witness is holding on to his memory from that particular date, then it is relevant towards establishing the credibility of this particular witness. So
Memory have to come into question. Thank you.
All right, so the objection to the form of the question is sustained. We're going to bring the jury back in. I will strike that question.
Can I pose the next question to outside the presence of the jury?
That's fine. Why don't we do that, and then we're getting over this question. Are we over this issue once you do this?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Mr. O'Mara, with regard to Monday, December the 2nd of 2019, do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Why do you remember that day?
The amount of police activity in the neighborhood was extremely high and unusual.
Okay.
That's fine.
And was there any other reason?
Just the unusual circumstances in the neighborhood. And like I said, the police presence.
That's fine.
All right, I want this witness to testify accurately and truthfully. I'm not trying to.
Are you referencing this time frame due to the fact that something happened?
Okay, guys, give me 1 minute. I'm going to refresh the StreamYard because I think that might be, it keeps popping up and circling. So just 1 second. 1 second. Bear with me.
And that was associated with the police activity.
Correct.
Is that why you remember this event?
Yes.
That's what I would claim, Your Honor.
Attorney Gavin.
I think it's inappropriate. I think it's poorly phrased. And the gentleman can answer. You don't have to go into anything other than that.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to instruct the state, just ask that one question. Don't follow up with any leading questions. This witness will respond the way that this witness wants to truthfully respond under his oath here on the stand. And we're going to move on from there. Okay. All right. So we'll bring the jury back in. Thank you. All right, counsel, please stipulate to the return of AF. There was a question pending. There was an objection to that question. That objection was sustained. So you will not hear a response to that question and the state will proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Romero, I asked you earlier about Monday, May 2nd of 2019, and I asked you if you remembered that day. Can you tell me why you remember that day? Why is it?
The heavy amount of police activity in our neighborhood.
And with regard to that police activity, did you that activity was occurring?
It was centered at
Your Honor, relevancy.
I'll allow it. Where the activity was?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Overruled.
It was centered at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
And where was 6.5 Myrtle Avenue with regard to your home?
If you're standing in front of my home, it's the house directly to our left.
11 is a full exhibit. 11 as a full exhibit. Put it up on the screen. I think you have a screen right there.
Court will accept. Hold on. Court will accept into evidence.
Mr. Romero, are you able to see this on your monitor?
Yes, I am. The White House, 6 Myrtle Avenue, first floor, window of our living room.
So where my finger is. Is this your home here? Are you able to tell what was taken from?
It's the front porch railing of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue. It was what appears
To be the front. And so now I want to, I'll leave that up there for a moment. So you mentioned the police activity at that location. Let's start with, first of all, did you know the people who lived at 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
I knew them casually. I knew their names and, to say hello or goodbye as we passed.
Well, can you tell us the names of the people that lived there?
Christine Holloway and Jose Morales, I believe.
With them.
I spoke with them a couple of times, especially Jose, like from the front porch.
And to Christine Holloway, what kind of interactions did you ever have with her?
Very few times. Like I said, coming and going, she'd be leaving.
That there was some police activity that occurred on that date. I want to call you to the to see an answer in your neighborhood.
Yes, they actually parked basically in front of our house, and then they walked over to 6.5 Myrtle.
Showing you this photo, which is still up on number 11. Again, does this appear to be in front of your home?
Yes, it does.
And at the time, what observations, if any, did you make?
Just curiosity of what was going on, if it was the problem with the winter parking regulations that just started, or just what was going on.
Okay. So you noticed the officer, and at the time that you saw the officer walk up to 6.5 Myrtle, did you make any observations about any other cars on the street?
Well, across the street, I saw the car at Noah's Jose's, and there was a black car behind it, parked in front of the house directly across from there.
So depicted in the right-hand side of this photo, which is, I believe, exhibit 11, I'm sorry, there is a gold-colored car. Do you recognize that car?
I recognize that's Jose's car. I seen him come and going.
So at least with regard to this photograph, your house, the Ansonia car, the police car, and Jose's car are all visible in this shot. Is that right?
Correct.
When the officer went over to 6.5, what did you notice?
Just they went up and knocked on the door. He was there for a few minutes knocking, and then I saw him get in his car and leave.
Okay. And how long was the officer there?
Probably 10, 15 minutes, I guess, at the door.
Okay. And do you were you looking at any clocks at that point in time?
No.
Okay. So do you have any idea what time of the day it was?
I believe it's around 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Now, at some point in time, make any observations with regard to 6.5 Myrtle after you saw the officer leave?
About 20 minutes or so after he left, I saw Jose come down the ramp, head across the street. I was inside, but I was getting ready to go out because it snowed lightly, and I was going out to clear the steps. And while I was out there, Jose came back up, and he was heading back into 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
All right. So I'm just making sure I have this right. So when you see the officer leave and you see Jose leave, how long after the officer left?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Okay. When you first see Jose come out, is that what you're saying?
Yep, coming down, heading down the ramp towards the street.
Where are you when you make that observation?
I was in my living room.
Okay. And would that be, there's a window that faces there?
Correct. That's the window I saw him through.
And going step by step, at that time that you saw him, did you notice anything about him?
I couldn't really see a lot. I recognized him, and he was heading down the ramp. It looked like he was carrying something, but it was down in his hand, so I didn't know for sure if he was. And I wasn't really that interested because, it's Jose. He lives there, and he's just, leaving his house.
Okay. And did you see anybody else with him as he was walking down the ramp?
No, I did not.
Did you see Christine Holloway?
No, I did not.
Are you aware of whether Christine Holloway has a child?
Yes.
Did you see the child?
No, I did not.
Now, with regard to in this moment in time, he's walking down the ramp, possibly carrying something. What do you observe him do?
And he just went across the street to his car.
Okay. And when he got to his car, what did he do?
Well, the actual moments he was at his car is when I was putting on my jacket to go outside to sweep, so I didn't see if he put something in the car, what he would have put in the car. If he did,
and then he was heading back up towards the house.
Now, when you refer to a car, again, still on photograph 11, is this the car that you saw him walk in?
Yes, it is.
And when you went outside to start clearing the snow, where was Mr. Morales?
He was heading back up the ramp, and actually, I think on the porch itself. And I said to him, like I said, it was free casual. I said, I'm already tired of this winter shit with the snow. And he said, well, it's just beginning. And then he went inside.
Okay. And so there was at least a brief exchange between the two of you at that point in time?
Yes, there was.
Now, at some point in time, did you make any further observations about Mr. Morales?
A little while later, he came out again, went into his car, and left.
And where were you when you saw that?
I was back in the house, and I saw him through the window again.
Okay. And which car did he leave in?
That gold-colored car you described, that one right in the corner of the picture.
Okay. And with regard to, was there any other cars that you had observed parked on the street at that point in time?
There was a dark color or black car parked right behind his.
Okay. Now, with regard to his car, did you make any observations as Mr. Morales was departing in that car?
And I heard the car start because the muffler was kind of loud, and seemed like he pulled up maybe 10 feet or so. I don't know if it stalled or if he stopped to look at something, and then he drove away.
And when he drove away, well, first of all, let's go back to the muffler for a second. Have you made or either observations or heard things with regard to how loud this car is or isn't over the last?
Yeah, I've noticed how loud, it was louder than normal. Like it was a problem with the muffler or whatever, but.
Now, when he started to go, you indicated it looked like the car either stalled or there was a hesitation of some sort. What direction was the vehicle heading?
Towards Judson Place, which would be past the front of my house up to the corner to the stop sign.
So back on the photograph, so the vehicle traveled past your home this way?
Correct.
And is there a street at the end of that street?
Yeah, Judson Place.
And did you see which way the vehicle turned?
He turned left because Judson Place is a dead end to the right.
Okay. Down the street, made a left. And if he takes Judson, what would be the next intersection?
Cottage.
Were you able to see the car once it made the left turn?
No, he was out of sight then.
Did there come a point in time on this date where anything else that you noticed, anything else happening on Myrtle Ave?
Yeah, so as I said, heavy police presence. A police officer from Ansonia came over and talked to us again later that evening, asked if we had seen anything.
And did you speak to the officer?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the officer in sum and substance what you have just told this jury?
Yes, I did.
And did you make any observations at that point once you spoke to the officer about where he or she went?
He went back over to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, where I believe there was another officer there too. He went back over there.
All right. And did you make any other further observations with regard to any police activity following that first contact that you had?
After the first contact, no. After this contact, though, several more police cars showed up.
And did there come a point in time where officers came back to your house?
Yes, there did.
And when did that occur?
Later that evening.
And did you again answer questions posed to you by the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And did you give them again the information in some substance as to what you've told us here in court today?
Yes, I did.
Did there come a point in time that you were asked to respond to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall when that was?
Later in the evening, I met with Detective Esposito.
And do you know why you were asked to come to the police department?
So go over my statement with him again, and then he showed me photographs for identification purposes.
Showing you what has been marked States 12. States 12, Your Honor, is a single exhibit consisting of 3 pages. One typepage, 1 page with handwriting, and 1 page is a photograph.
Attorney Gavin.
I'm sorry.
It's
I was
okay.
looking at another
States 12, Your
Oh,
Honor.
I have no objection.
Okay, so court will enter into evidence as a full exhibit, states 12, no objection, thank you.
Mr. Romero, up on the screen here, first of all, do you recognize, have you seen this document generally before?
Yes, I have.
And was this a document that the Ansonia Police Department put in front of you and asked you if you would read this document with regard to the instructions and procedures for witness identification?
Yes, they did.
And did they read all of these instructions to you before showing you any photographs?
Yes, they did.
Page 2. Did they indicate at the top of page 2 that you acknowledge the above instructions have been read to you by Detective Esposito and you fully understand the instructions?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that they showed you 8 separate photos, one at a time, and asked you if you were able to identify the person that you knew was Jose, who lived next door to you at 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, he did ask that.
And did you look through each of the photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did there come a point in time where you stopped and identified a photograph of a person that you know as Jose Morales?
Yes, I did.
Showing you page 3. Page 3 of this exhibit, does this appear to be the photograph that you recall?
Yes, it does.
And did they ask you at the bottom to verify that this is the photograph that you have selected? If I can get a focus for you.
Yes, they did. They explained that to me, and that's my signature.
There are 2 signatures here. Can you indicate which one is yours?
The one to the right where it says witness signature.
Okay. And that the box is checked. Here, this photo contains suspect, and they ask you to, use in your own words, how certain you are.
Right.
And then showing you back on page 2 of this exhibit. Did you write this in your own words?
Yes, I did.
That you identified photo number 7 of the 8, and that you were 100% certain that photo 7 is the person I saw and knew as Jose at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
Right. I did write that, and that's my signature on the bottom.
Mr. Romero, if you don't mind looking around the courtroom, the person who was your next door neighbor at 6.5 Myrtle, who you identified in that photo array, do you see that person presently here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And would you please point to where you see him seated and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the record what kind of clothes you see him wearing?
He's at that table, the far end, wearing the white colored shirt.
May the record reflect, Your Honor, that Mr. Romero has identified the defendant both by pointing at him and identifying the white shirt at the end of the table that Mr. Morales is seen wearing in court.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Record shall so reflect. Thank you. Attorney Stein, proceed. Thank you.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Attorney Gannon.
Thank you. I'm Mr. O'Mara. Just a couple of questions for you, sir.
All right.
So you've been at 6 Myrtle for 18 years?
Approximately. Yeah.
About 18. Are you
Yeah.
the homeowner?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Who's the homeowner?
Denise Hunt.
Denise Hunt. Now, is Denise Hunt the woman that lives on the 2nd floor?
Yes, it is.
It's a 2-family house,
Yes.
correct?
Right.
So you've been renting from Denise Hunt?
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that I understand. I know you're a retired postal worker. I'm going to take it out to Monday, okay? Monday, 12/2.
Yeah.
Right? That's the day it started to snow, right? You just
Right,
testified.
right.
And I think you testified that you saw a police officer come up, park their car on Myrtle Avenue, and then go next door to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the officer was there for how long?
10, 15 minutes, whatever.
And at that point, did you go outside and talk to the police officer?
No, not at that point.
How did you observe the police officer from inside
From,
the house?
yeah, inside the house. He parked in front of our house. He walked over there and went up the ramp.
Okay. And when you say our house, do you
Well,
reside with anybody?
Yes, my girlfriend lives with me.
Your girlfriend. And what's her name?
Denise Keller.
Denise Keller. Okay. So was she home on that Monday?
Yes, she was.
Okay. She was with you.
Yeah.
All right. I got you. So the police officer comes in the middle of the day and goes up to 6.5 Myrtle, and you observe this, but you don't say anything to him.
To the officer, no.
Right. Okay. And then I think what you told us was that after that you had an opportunity to see the man you just identified as Mr. Morales.
Right.
Right. And your testimony is that he left the house after the police officer left.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yep.
And what time about that was that?
1:30, I don't know.
In the gym, right? It wasn't nighttime. It was still light out, correct?
Right.
Had it started snowing yet?
Yes, it had, because I went out to clear the snow off the steps.
Okay, had it just started snowing, you were gonna clear off the
Yeah.
walkway?
Yeah, I'm a little nuts about that, that I clear off
Okay,
several times during the storm.
sure, yeah. Hopefully not anymore this year. We never know. All right, Mr. O'Mara. So you testified that you saw Mr. Morales leave 6.5 and go over to his car, correct?
Right,
Okay, and I thought I heard you say that you thought he was carrying something.
right.
Okay, what was he carrying?
Like I said, I could not see it. The railing is fairly high. It just, the way he was moving, it looked like he had something in his hand.
Was it a big object like this?
I couldn't really see, the details. Once I saw it was Jose, like in my mind, it's, it's his house. He can come and go as he pleases. So I didn't really pay a lot of attention to what he was carrying because, that's
Because you knew him and you had had conversations with him, correct?
in the past, yeah, casual conversations.
Like you told us, how the Yankees do today, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so the fact that you saw him walking out of the house at that point was nothing significant to you
Right,
because he resided there,
right.
right? Okay. And I think you told us that you didn't really have much of a relationship with Christine Holloway other than to wave or say hello. Is that
Correct. Yeah.
You had more of a relationship with Mr. Morales.
Right,
Shoot the breeze as neighbors. Is that fair?
right.
Okay, great. So he leaves, he goes to the car, and then did he go back into 6.5
When he
Myrtle?
went back is when I spoke to him about the weather.
Okay, so let me just go slow. You were getting your jacket on because you were going outside. You saw him walk towards the car,
Right.
correct? You put your jacket on, you went outside, and did you talk to him on the way back into the,
Yes, he was heading back into the house at that time.
okay, and that's when you talked to him?
Right.
Okay, and then he went into the house?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then you stayed outside?
No, I was just, it was a light snow at that point, so I swept up quick. And like I said, I was probably out there 4 or 5 more times. So
Okay, waiting as the snow accumulated. Yeah, all right, that's fine. So you went back inside, and did you converse with Mr. Morales when he left the house the second time, sir?
no,
No, okay. And that's when you said you heard the car with
heard the car start. Yep. And
It was a little louder
Yeah.
because of the muffler?
Yep.
Okay, and when he went and left the apartment, did you see him carrying anything the second time?
I didn't notice him carrying anything the second time. No.
Okay. And then you told us, I think you told us, I want to make sure, that evening, Detective Richard Esposito came to talk to you, correct?
He came, I did speak with him, but I spoke to another officer. I spoke to several people. So
Okay,
Yep.
let's go through it real slow, okay?
Yeah.
So now I'm going to take you towards the evening hours. It's dark outside, okay? It's still snowing, all right? It's still Monday. Did a police officer come and knock on your door by the name of Officer Nelson and ask you if you had seen anything that day in the neighborhood?
yes, I believe, I'm not sure about the officer's name, but they did come back and ask me actually if I had seen anybody leave that 6.5 address.
And you talked to that officer?
Yeah.
correct? Okay. And then the snow continued. And am I not correct that that night on Monday the 2nd, the officer came back a second time to talk to you?
Right. Like I said, they came several times. Once I had spoken to him and said I saw someone leave I saw him leave the house.
Okay. I want to just go through that so that I understand. Is it your testimony that multiple officers during the course of the night came to you?
To be honest with you, I couldn't tell you how many officers came to me. I spoke to the police, and then eventually I talked to Detective Esposito, their names, and in between, the timing.
I know it was 5 years ago. I understand that. You testified that evening you went to the Ansonia Police Department and you looked at the photo array that was just marked as Exhibit 11.
I believe that was the next evening when I finally met with Detective Esposito down at the station.
Okay.
I have to look at the form and check the date, but I believe that was the next night when I actually got to that point.
You had told us that it was the evening of the 2nd. Now you're saying it's
Oh,
the evening of
then I
the 3rd.
misspoke. It was the evening of the 3rd, I believe, that we actually got, that I was down at the police station.
Oh, okay. So let's just go slow so we don't confuse it. So the police officers came on Monday the 2nd and you talked to them,
Right.
right? And there was a police officer that came at least 2 occasions, correct?
Right.
You don't know his
I'm
name
not sure if it was the same officer both times. Just like, no, I saw the first officer come when he came over and spoke to me. When it was the second time they came back, so I said I saw him leave the apartment. And then after that, there could have been several officers that came because, like I said, it got crazy then with all the police and.
But you weren't involved in the craziness with all the additional police coming, correct?
No.
No. And do you know a fellow named Jose Bourdet?
I know other Jose's. The last name I'm not sure about.
The neighbor across the street?
Okay, there is a Jose that lives directly across the street from me.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure of his last name.
That's okay, right? And his wife, Hannah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So when you were talking to the police officers the second time, when they came back to you, Isn't it correct that Mr. Bourdet came over and joined the conversation with you?
I don't remember him coming over at that time, but
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. The homeowner, Denise Hunt,
right.
Did she come down? Was she interviewed by the police officers? Do you know?
I have no idea.
My recollection is, you tell me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that you were talking to the police officers and Miss Hunt was standing right next to you.
Okay, if that's what you say, but like I said, when I talked to the police officer, I was speaking to the police officer, told him what that I saw him leave. And if Denise was down at the time, then she was there, but
That's all I'm trying to confirm with you. When you were talking to the police officer the second time, Miss Hunt came from the second floor and she joined in that conversation. Is that correct?
not that I remember, but I was talking to the police officers. That was what I was focused on.
I respect that. I understand you were talking to a police officer and they were doing an investigation and you wanted to be cooperative with the police, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a retired postal worker, right? Okay. Do you recall ever seeing Denise Hunt down?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's been asked 3 times. His recollection is he does not
Overruled, you
recall.
can ask the question. Thank you.
Do you recall Denise Hunt being down there with you when you were talking to the police officer?
No, I don't, but that doesn't mean she wasn't there, but she could have been standing on the porch the whole time. It's her porch.
Sure. Sure. She owns the house.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So now you testified that Detective Richard Esposito made contact with you, correct?
Correct.
Did you know him prior to that evening?
No, I did not.
Okay. And is it your recollection that that was the following day, Tuesday, that Detective Esposito came? and
I
spoke?
believe the day I went down and signed the identification was Tuesday the 3rd.
Tuesday.
If I had spoken to Detective Esposito that night, like I said, several officers were in and out, and then maybe said, tomorrow we'll get together and go over your statement. But
Terrific. So would you agree with me that what happened was the following day on Tuesday, you went down to the Ansonia Police Department. I can show you the exhibit. I will if you want. But that was December 3rd that you went.
I
down
believe
there.
that they assigned this, identified the picture and signed, I believe it was the 3rd.
Right. And there was no doubt that that was Jose Morales.
Not in my mind.
No, you've known him for a couple of years, correct?
Right.
Okay. And when Mr. Morales came out of the apartment, he wasn't trying to hide from you. He had a conversation with you, correct?
Well, he had the conversation as he was heading into it, but no, he wasn't appeared to be hiding from anybody.
You didn't see him run back into the apartment or something like that.
No, he walked up to.
Had you ever had occasion to call the police regarding your neighbors, Christine Holloway and Jose Morales, at
No.
any time?
No, I did not.
I have no other questions. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Any,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
all right. So, Mr. O'Meara, you're all set. Please watch your step as you exit the witness stand, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so that ended day 1. Let's move to day 2. We don't need to hear all the admonishments and all that. I'm sure everybody has heard admonishments. We all know. All right, day 2. Let's do this.
They must keep in mind that any and all communications should be to the court through a note, and that they should not be attempting to speak to the clerk. So I will put on the record, there was a conversation disclosed that one of the jurors thought she had a concern, but it was misinterpreted that her name had been mentioned in the news. However, upon further clarification by the clerk's office, that was not a concern. It was a concern of a family member, not her. She has no issue with it. Does anyone seek additional voir dire of that particular juror by any chance?
None from the defense. Your Honor.
Not from the
All
state.
right, and I just don't want them to bring these items up again in the future with the clerk's office. I want everything to be put in a note. Okay, so I will be instructing the jury of that as well. So, Madam Clerk, we'll bring the jury in. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back. All right, welcome back, members of our jury. Today, we start day 2 of evidence. I would ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors here today.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
State as well, Your Honor.
All right, so I just do wish to remind the jurors of one of the instructions that I provided at the beginning of the trial. And that instruction is that you should not be having any communication with court staff, and any communications you wish to make with the court must be in writing, dated and signed by you as the juror, again, without disclosing the substance or nature of your concern to your fellow jurors. And that note should be submitted to the marshal or a clerk. Just submit the note, and then the court will open the note and find out the nature of any concern, and it will be addressed appropriately, okay? And the parties will also be made aware of the contents of the note, and we will have a discussion and find out what steps we need to take moving forward, okay? So I just wanted to put that out there. Just in case anyone has any type of concern, please just put it in writing and submit it to the clerk or the marshal without telling any of your fellow jurors, and it will make its way to me, okay? Thank you so much. With that, is the state ready to call its next witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Officer Christopher Kelly.
Okay. Good morning. Please step up into the witness stand. Madam Clerk will put you under oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record, please.
My first name is Christopher. The last name is Kelly, Kelley, and my badge number is 5858.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Morning, Officer Kelly.
Morning.
First, I'm going to just ask you to pull yourself up as close as you can to that mic. It does not amplify very well. It's more for recording your testimony. If you can keep your voice up for us, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you tell us, first of all, who are you employed by?
The Ansonia Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a patrolman with the Ansonia Police Department.
How long have you been employed by the Ansonia Police Department?
I've been with the Ansonia Police Department for 12 years.
Do you have any other law enforcement background before joining the Ansonia Police Department?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, your training, and experience as becoming a police officer and what you've done over the 12 years as a police officer?
Yes. I spent 33 weeks at the police academy, graduated the police academy, worked on the road here with the Ansonia Police Department. And during my time since, I've held positions with the department, field training officer, which is a position that's awarded to an officer that's in a position to train new officers coming into the department. I've been a shift supervisor, which is called an officer in charge. In the absence of a supervisor, you would run a shift. In addition to that, I currently instruct 10 different categories for our department and throughout the state.
I want to call your attention to December of 2019. Were you employed by the City of Ansonia Police Department in December of 2019?
Yes.
Specifically, I want to bring you to December the 2nd of 2019, Monday. Do you recall whether you were working on that date?
I do.
And do you recall what your shift assignment was that day?
I covered the east side sector of the city.
Would that include the area of Myrtle Avenue between Judson, West, and Cottage?
Yes, it would.
And what shift hours were you working that day?
That day I worked a B shift patrol, which for our department is from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Sometime at around just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, did you, well, withdrawn. As a patrol officer, can you describe the nature of what you do? Is it road work? Are you in the station? How does that work?
Typically, we're on the road responding to calls for service and proactively deterring crime, protecting citizens, specifically life and property.
Somewhere before 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, December the 2nd of 2019, do you recall where you were?
At that time, I was patrolling the east side sector and responded to a call for service at 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
And do you recall approximately what time that was?
Approximately about 10 minutes of 1.
And the call that you were dispatched to, do you know the nature of what the dispatch was?
Yes, the call had come in at a request for a welfare check to make contact with a female resident at 6.5 Myrtle Ave, identified as a Christine Holloway. And the caller was seeking that we make contact with her because she had not reported for work.
And did you make your way to 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, I did.
And did you arrive ultimately at 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what the weather conditions were like at that time when you arrived at 6.5 Myrtle?
The weather conditions at that time, it was pretty cold out. It had started to snow earlier in the day. There was some accumulation of fresh snow on the sidewalks and in the grass, as well as the front of the residence, the walkway leading up to the residence.
When you arrived on Myrtle Ave, do you recall where you parked?
I do.
And where did you park?
I parked in front of number 6, which is the property that would be directly to the right of 6.5 Myrtle if you were looking at the front door of the residence.
And what action did you take upon your arrival?
Upon arriving to the residence, it's normal protocol. I call out to dispatch that you've arrived on scene. I notified them of my arrival, exited my patrol vehicle. I walked up the sidewalk to 6.5 Myrtle and attempted contact at the front of the residence.
Did you make any observations as you were walking towards the front door area with regard to any snow coverage or anything that could be in the snow?
Yes, as I approached the residence, it stood out to me that there were no footprints in the snow, either coming from or leading to the residence. It didn't appear that anyone had either come or gone at that time.
And when you approached the door, what, if anything, happened?
As I approached the front of the residence, I attempted contact. I noticed that there was a window to the left of the front door. I had knocked at that window, as well as giving a good firm knock at the front door to try to make contact with anyone inside.
All right, so breaking this down, first of all, step by step. At the time of this incident, where you issued an Ansonia Police Department body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
And when you exited your patrol car, did you activate your body-worn camera?
I did not activate the camera immediately, no.
Okay. Did Ansonia, how new were body cameras at that time to the Ansonia Police Department?
The body-worn cameras were fairly new. They were issued to us in connection with a grant from the state through the Police Accountability Bill.
Now, with regard to the protocols that were in place at that time, was there a policy with regard to body cam usage?
Yes, the policy at that time dictated that officers involved in a public interaction would activate their body-worn cameras upon that interaction beginning.
So when you first approached the door, was your body camera activated at that time?
Not at the initial response to the front door, no.
So was it your testimony that you knocked at the front door?
Yes.
Did you make any observations at that time with regard to the presence or absence of any mailboxes?
There were 2 mailboxes at the front of the residence. One was labeled with the name Holloway, and the other, I don't recall if it had a name on it, but it was not Holloway. And there appeared to be mail in the mailbox that was not labeled. And the mail, I did check it, and it did say Christine Holloway on it.
And after you checked that mailbox, where did you go to next?
After I checked the mailbox, I believe I knocked at the front door to try to make contact with anyone inside.
And after knocking at the front door, where did you go to next?
I activated my body-worn camera, anticipating an interaction with anyone that may be home. After a brief period of time, no one came to the door, and I walked back out to the street and back to my patrol vehicle.
I'm just, for point of clarification, you mentioned earlier that you knocked at a window. When in the steps did you knock on a window?
As I initially approached and I realized that the window was there, I knocked at the window, and then I knocked at the front door.
Okay. How many times did you knock at the front door?
Once.
Okay. So when approaching the property, the first place you went to was a window?
Yes.
Okay. And then you came to the front door?
Yes.
And when you knocked at the front door, what did you do at that point with regard to your body-worn camera?
Upon knocking on the front doors, when I activated my body-worn camera.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Showing you, Officer Kelly, what has been marked States 13. Have you previously seen what this item is before?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize any of the writing on it?
I do. My initials and badge number.
Is this a copy of the body-worn camera together with a still image from the body-worn camera from December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, that's how it's labeled.
And did you see this item prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
And is that when you placed your initials and your badge number on this DVD?
Yes, it is.
And was it a fair and accurate representation of your body-worn camera together with the still image that was captured from it?
Yes, it was.
I'll offer this, Your Honor, States 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. Court will accept into evidence States 13 as well.
So now, stop it with it, right? Now, Officer Kelly, there was a period of time after the video started that there was no audio, no volume. Are you able to explain why that is for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, the way the body-worn camera operates, from the time that you activate it, there's a buffer period. The recording system will capture approximately 30 seconds of video prior to activation, and there's no sound during that time period. Once the camera is activated by the officer, you will get video as well as sound.
So, and also, I just wanted to call the So now there's some information here. I see the date, or is this the date in this upper portion of the printed information?
Yes, it is.
And does it appear to be December the 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it does.
Now, there's a timestamp up here. It seems to indicate time of 18:02:12. Excuse me. Are you familiar? Is this according to a military clock 6:02:12?
Yes, it is.
Now, were you there at 6 o'clock? I thought your testimony was you were there earlier in the day.
I was there earlier in the day.
So how do we count for the time difference?
At the time of this version of body camera, the cameras were in what's called UTC time, and UTC time is a standard time. It's basically the synchronized time essentially around the world. There's a 5-hour time difference here in Ansonia, so it would be 5 hours ahead of the actual time in question.
So what time then would this be? 1300 in Connecticut?
Yes, that would be 1302 in military time. Standard time would be 1:02 p.m.
So is it fair to say that this recording is happening on 1:02 p.m. on December the 2nd of 2019?
Yes, that's true and accurate.
Okay. So now I'm going to ask that we recue the body camera back to the beginning. Are you able to see, before the audio comes on, excuse me, anything with regard to the door, the screen door itself, and your body camera? Are you able to identify the point in time that you activated your body camera?
Yes.
And I'll ask to start it up, please. So what observations were you able to make from the video regarding on the door and to your body camera?
First at the door, you'll notice, you'll see the glass or the top pane of the front door there. You'll see a vibration in the door. That is the time when I'm actually knocking on the door. So the camera is capturing what it can see, but I'm actually knocking on the door with my left hand. You'll see the vibration in the top pane. With regard to the second part of the question about when the camera is activated, you'll hear an audible tone, and that's to alert the officer that the camera is actually recording audio and video. It makes an audible beep, which you heard as soon as the sound started.
And did it appear that your hand went up to your chest just immediately before that audio beep came on?
Yes, it did.
All right, so now I'm going to ask the rest of the tape to play. Stop it, please. Now, with regard to you were walking down the ramp, there are several cars on the street, car here, car here, car here. At the time, did you take particular attention as to any of these vehicles?
No, at the time I did not pay particular attention to any of the vehicles, as they appeared to be legally parked in conjunction with our winter parking ban.
When you say legally parked and the winter parking ban, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by that?
Yes, in the city of Ansonia, from December 1st of every year to March 31st of every year, we institute a winter parking ban. The purpose of the ban is to assist with plowing the roadways during inclement weather, and also to provide easy access for first responders, specifically the fire trucks and the city plows to get through in the event of an emergency. This particular year is an odd year, 2019. That's when the winter starts, so all vehicles will be parked on the odd side of the street. Today's date, at least the date that we're speaking of, would be December 2nd. The winter parking ban would have started the day before, on December 1st. So to me, none of this really stood out because all those vehicles appear to be parked legally.
So now, with regard, I'm sorry. Can you bring up the, let it. And bring up the photograph on there. Now, with regard to that white house that you were parked in front of, was that 6 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes, it was.
This is a screenshot from your body-worn camera. Have you seen this prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I have.
And again, is this a fair and accurate representation of the vehicles as they were captured on your body camera on December the 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And did you know When you went out there, were you aware of the significance of either one of these cars?
No, at that time I was not.
Had you been provided any information by dispatch to any vehicles that may have been registered to Christine Holloway?
No, I was not.
Now, when you got back into your patrol car and what did you do once you got back to your patrol car?
Once I got back into my patrol vehicle, I proceeded down Myrtle Ave to Judson. And it's an intersecting street. I made a left-hand turn onto Judson and then another left-hand turn onto Cottage. And I attempted to make contact at the rear of the residence. This residence is unique in nature. The front door actually sits on Myrtle Ave, but the rear of the property is actually accessed by Cottage Ave. There's a long driveway that comes up from Cottage to the back of that residence. I proceeded through that route, and then I pulled up the driveway at the back of the residence.
And when you got to the back of the driveway, what, if anything, did you do?
When I got to the back of the residence, I parked my cruiser in the driveway. And the first thing that stood out to me was there was a bay-style window that sits above the garage level. And the window was open. I thought it was a little odd that it was so cold out and that window was open.
No objection.
May I publish this, Your Honor, States 14, no objection to the defense.
All right, so the court will go ahead with no objection and enter and accept into evidence States 14 full. And yes, you may go ahead and publish. Thank you.
Showing you what has been marked States 14, do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
Or what do you recognize this to be?
This is a view of the rear of the residence from the driveway.
And you just told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you made an observation with regard to a window and a pumpkin having enhanced towards the top part of the picture of the bay window area. Is this generally what you saw when you appeared on December the 2nd, 2019 at the rear of 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, did you make any observations at that time, whether beyond the open window and the pumpkin, whether you were able to see inside deeper into the residence?
No, the window coverings that you see there were closed completely, and I was not able to see inside.
After making that initial observation, Officer Kelly, what, if anything, did you do next?
Next, I tried to make contact at the backside of the residence there. The first thing I attempted to do was see if I could see into the garage area to see if there was a vehicle parked there. I was unsuccessful in doing that because there was appeared to be either a tint on the windows to the garage, or they had been painted over with a dark colored paint. I couldn't see inside. Next, I proceeded to the left side. I did notice that there were two doors on the left side of the residence there at the garage level. The first one appeared to go into the garage. That one also had a dark tint or some type of paint on it where I could not see inside. And then as I proceeded closer to the front of the residence, there was also a second door there. I was able to see inside that door. It appeared to just be storage, like a storage area. And both of those side doors were locked at that time. I did check them and they were locked.
Showing you State 6 as a full exhibit, does this appear to be the doors that you are referencing?
Yes, it does.
So this door, were you able to see in through that door?
No, that is the door closest to the garage. And as you can see from the picture, the window coverings are very dark. I'm not sure if it's a tint or a paint, but you're not able to see inside.
And this window, were you able to see through that window?
No.
And did you try this door?
I did, and the door was locked at that time.
And what observations were you able to see inside that door?
That appeared to be like a storage area. There was like miscellaneous items, like lawn care items and stuff like that, tools.
All right, just let the record reflect that the state's attorney was pointing to the door to the left in the photo. Thank you.
So after conducting that walk around, what, if anything, did you do next?
After conducting the walk around, I returned to my patrol vehicle and cleared the scene, notifying dispatch that I was unable to make contact with anyone at the residence.
And do you know approximately what time you cleared the scene?
The approximate time of me clearing the scene was 13:04 in military time. Standard time is going to be 1:04 p.m.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Attorney Gavin, Ross, thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Officer Kelly. How are you?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Very good. Thanks. Thanks for being here. Just a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said that you were out on patrol and you received a dispatch for the welfare check, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So did you have any interaction with the individual that requested the welfare check?
No, I did not speak to that person.
All right. They would have called into Ansonia PD, and then if I understand you correctly, then dispatch contacted you because you were out on patrol in that sector.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Had you ever been to 6.5 Myrtle before?
I've been past the residence. I don't believe I ever had a call for service at that residence before.
Okay. So, and we can pull up the pictures, but just see if we can reach an agreement. You parked on Myrtle right in front of the residence number 6. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, and that was your patrol car in the picture.
That was, yes.
The still photo, right? Okay. So you parked there. Did you go over and talk to anybody at 6 Myrtle when you arrived, sir?
No.
No. Okay. So you hadn't been there before. You got out of your patrol vehicle. There was a welfare check request, and you said that you went up the ramp towards the front door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't engage your body-worn camera at that point as you proceeded up to the house.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So you go up the walkway, and you can see that some areas of the walkway have snow on it, some doesn't. The street doesn't have any accumulated snow. The sidewalks don't at that point, correct?
That is correct.
Right. It seems that there were flurries that were coming down at that point. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And you and I can agree, if you recall, that it continued to snow during the course of the day and into the evening time.
Yes, I believe it continued to snow.
Okay. If you don't recall, it's okay. It's right. But at that point, there was no snow on the roads, for example.
No, the roads were clear.
Yeah. Okay, great. So now you walk up, you go up the ramp, right? There's a wooden ramp that goes from the street area up to the front door at 6 1/2 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I believe you testified the first thing you did was you knocked on the window to the left of the front door.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And were you able to look into the window at that point?
No, there was a window covering that was closed. I could not see into the residence.
Okay. And when you knocked, did anybody respond?
No, there was no response.
There was no response. Okay. So you weren't able, there was a covering, you weren't able to go ahead and see. So you then proceeded over to the door. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay. And then is that when you would have activated your body-worn camera at that point?
Yes.
Right. Because you told us that the policy was if you're going to interact with the public, you want to make sure that it was recorded.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And that's the policy through today, of course.
Yes, that's also correct.
Right. The body-worn camera protects the officers from false claims, and it also memorializes exactly what happens, correct?
Yes.
So if you're in a courtroom 5 years later after the event, we can actually see your honor. Withdrawn. Withdrawn. Okay. So now you go to the door and you knock on the door.
Yes.
And you testify that you saw the screen door vibrate at that point, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And did you open the screen door?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you never made contact with the wooden door?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you only knocked on the screen door?
Yes, sir. That's
And
correct.
Did you identify yourself, officer?
No.
Okay. So you just knocked and you didn't indicate anything?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then there's no response, correct?
That is correct.
Right. And then you walk back down the walkway. towards
Yes,
the street,
yes, that's correct.
Right, towards your cruiser. Okay.
Yes.
And then you went over to your cruiser, which is over in front of the O'Meara house at 6 Myrtle Avenue. I don't know if you know that or not.
I don't know that, but it was 6 Myrtle Avenue.
Yeah, you forget the residence, but you know it was 6 Myrtle where your cruiser was parked. Okay. And then you got into the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you circled back around and you went to the back side of the building located at 6 1/2 Myrtle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's when you saw the driveway came up and then there were 3 garage bays, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And when you got out of the cruiser back there, did you see anyone around?
No, there did not appear to be anyone around.
Okay. And when you went to the back, would it be fair to say that the apartment at 6 1/2 Myrtle was located above the 3-bay garage?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. So now you go there, you said that the windows were either tinted or blacked out and you tried to look in and you weren't able to see anything in the bay garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went around to the side of the house and there were 2 doors there.
Yes, on the left side.
Yeah, on the left side, and you checked those.
Yes, I did.
And they were locked.
Yes, they were.
Okay, and one of them you couldn't look in.
Yes, the front one, closest to the garage, you cannot see in.
Right, couldn't see through, but the second one you could see in, and you said you saw some storage stuff at that point.
Yes.
Okay, and then did you go back to where the garage was and go around the other side of the building?
No, there. So on the other side of the building, it did not look like there were any doors or anything, just a foundation. I did not go to the other side.
Okay, and it was described that there was an embankment that went back up to the Myrtle Avenue street level. Is that correct?
Yes, the front of the property on Myrtle Ave sits up significantly higher than the rear on Cottage Ave.
Yeah. Okay. And sir, how long were you totally at the scene?
Approximately 5 minutes, maybe.
Okay. And then after you did your investigation in the rear of the building, you got back in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you would have notified dispatch at that point that the call was clear.
Yes, you would notify dispatch that you're clear from the call. And I believe I also requested that dispatch make contact with the complainant to advise we had no contact at the time.
Okay. And just tell the jury, what is clear? The call is clear.
So our code would be, all departments have call codes. Our code for clearing would, you would call out your badge number, dispatch would respond to you. You'd indicate that you're 34, meaning you're clear from the call and available to take another call for service. And then if there's any other information that needed to be provided, you would do it at that time. But you would call out that you are 34 from the scene. In this circumstance, I believe I said that there's negative contact at the residence. Can you advise a complainant or something to that effect?
Okay. So, and that meant that you were available to go back on patrol, and if there was a car accident or some incident, you would be able to be dispatched to the subsequent call.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for your time. I have no other questions.
Thank you, sir.
Anything on redirect?
No,
All right, thank you. All right, so you're all set.
Thank you.
Can answer to Thank you. Attorney Stein, is the state ready for its next witness?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Your
may
license,
proceed.
please.
Thank you. Good morning. Please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record, please.
Mira Watkins, Watkins. My address is 31 Rose Station Road, New Gloucester, Maine, 04260.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you.
Hi, Mira.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
You a little nervous?
Yeah.
All right. You need some water?
No, I'm good.
Okay. A couple of things. First of all, can you pull yourself in a little bit closer to that mic? The mic does not amplify very well, and I need you to really keep your voice up so everyone here can hear from you. All right. All right. So your name is Mira Watkins?
Yes.
And did I hear you put an address on the record that you're from Maine?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been living in Maine?
About 3 years.
And I want to call you back to 2019. Were you living in the state of Connecticut in 2019?
Yes.
And specifically, I want to call you to December of 2019. Were you living in Connecticut at that time?
Yes.
And were you employed?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Community Crusade for Children
Okay. And where was that located out of?
in Hamden.
And can you tell us a little bit about what Community Crusade for Children, also known as Education, is that right?
Yes.
What business is that? What do they do?
It's a closed donation company.
Just kind of give us a little bit of closed donation company. So how does it work?
We have bins in parking lots and store parking lots where people can go and donate clothes and other goods.
Okay. And then, someone goes and donates something in a bin, one of your bins. Then what happens to it?
We have a couple trucks and routes that go and pick up the stuff from the bins different days.
Okay. And then when you do that, once the trucks pick them up, what happens to it?
We bring them back to the warehouse to be sorted
And where's that warehouse?
in Hamden.
And were you working for the company at that time?
Yes.
How long had you been working for them?
About a year and 3 months.
I want to call your attention specifically to December the 4th of 2019. Do you recall December 4th, 2019?
Yes.
And do you recall that would have been a Wednesday in December?
Yes.
So now, were you scheduled to work at Education on that day?
Yes.
And what time did you report to work that day at Education?
Between 7:30 and 8.
Was that your normal starting time?
Yes.
And when you got to work that day, did you become aware of what your assignment was on that day?
Yes.
And how would you become aware of what your assignment was?
We had a dispatch office, and I would get my run sheet with who my helper was and what our route was for that day.
No objection. States 15, Your Honor. No objection from the defense. It's identified as a run sheet.
All right, thank you so much. With no objection, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states 15 as a full exhibit.
And I would further note it is a 2-page stapled document.
Thank you. 2 pages.
Showing you what's been marked as states 15, Mira. Do you generally recognize what this document is?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
Just a normal run sheet.
Okay. And then specifically looking at, do you recognize any of the handwriting here?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is this? Do you recognize it?
Yes, the former employees.
Okay. And do you recognize that this appears to be the run sheet of Wednesday, December 4th of 2019?
Yes.
And do you further recognize that information?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That it's my route, mine and Fredo's route.
So were you working with somebody on that day?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Wilfredo Fuentes.
And now looking down the side of the column here, do you recognize what this information generally appears to be?
Yes, each stop on the route.
So when you come to work, on any particular day, do your stops, are they all the same every day or do they change?
No, they change.
And do you become aware of what stops you're going to make based upon this run sheet?
Yes.
And when you came to work this day, now were these the stops that you were going to have to make during your shift?
Yes.
There's a column over here where my finger is marking at the left side of the image. What is depicted in this column?
That's what time we got there.
And then there are columns here which have fractional numbers. What do you recognize those to be?
Those are just marking how full the bins were.
Okay. Then if I slide the document over, a column here, what do you recognize this column to be?
That's what time we finished at the stop.
Okay. And with regard to these columns here, where there appear to be slashes, can you explain the significance of those columns?
Yes. So each one of those columns has a title, and then I just filled in like roughly how much was Trash inside the bin, loose inside the bin, and then stuff that was outside.
So this would be trash, this would be in the bin, and this would be outside the bin?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this particular date, Wednesday, December the 4th of 2019, where do you pick up the truck?
In Hamden.
And when you leave Hamden, do you know, I know you have your sheet, but do you know where you're going physically? Do you know how to get to each and every one of these stops?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Do you use any other form of assistance?
I'd use a GPS.
And so with regard to your first stop, do you know where your first stop was that day?
Yes.
And where was that first stop?
At Krauser's.
And in what town?
West Haven.
And do you know what time you arrived?
9:23.
So with regard to, and again, at least in this copy, is that a 9 and not a 7? It looks like part of the loop there is.
Yeah, it's a 9.
And after you cleared that, where was your next stop?
At Verizon.
And where was the Verizon?
West Haven or?
Let me back it out for you.
Oh, Derby.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
9:35.
And after the Verizon store, where would you have gone to next?
Big Lots in Derby.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
9:48.
And then what would be your next stop after that?
St. Michael's in Derby.
St. Michael's. Do you know the street address for St. Michael's?
75 Derby Ave, Derby.
Okay. And what time did you arrive?
10:19.
Does this sheet also then tell us, with regard to that stop, does it tell you how many bins, or do you recall how many bins are at that location?
There's 2 there.
And do you have a notification as to how much material were in those containers?
Yes, by circling, but we don't specify which one is on which side.
Okay. So is it fair to say, looking at your sheet, that one container was 5/8 full?
Yes.
And another one was completely full?
Yes.
And does the sheet tell us, with regard to that particular stop, what time you cleared the stop?
At 11:26.
So arrived at 10:19 and took you about an hour to clear that hole at 11:26?
Yes.
And again, using the chart, can you describe the nature of the materials, just generally, what was there?
Mostly loose, but enough bagged too.
Okay. Now, you indicated that St. Michael's in Derby was at 75 Derby Avenue. Showing you state 16, Your Honor, is a map. No objection from the defense.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence as full state 16.
So showing you, so I can state 16? 16 is a full exhibit. Do you generally recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And I've zoomed in a little bit. Let me back it out a little bit just to some more detail. Do you recognize where St. Michael's Church is?
Yes.
And where I'm pointing with my pointer, does that appear to be St. Michael's Church?
Yes. Sorry, I'm sorry. Attorney Stein, could you please add a description to that for the record?
I was getting there. Thank you. And where I'm pointing is about the middle of the picture, towards the bottom part, in the center part of the picture. Is that St. Michael's Church?
Yes.
And do you recognize this roadway that seems to run from the bottom of the photo up to the top of the photo in the same general area?
Yes.
What roadway is that?
Derby Ave.
Does Derby Ave have any other numbers or markings in this area, if you're familiar?
Like on our run?
Well, is it also known as Route 34?
Yes.
And do you recognize what this roadway is here?
Yes.
And what roadway is that?
I'm sorry, again,
I'm
Attorney
sorry.
Stein, you are pointing, and we need to reflect that in the record.
Is pointing from off of Derby Ave, running to the left edge of the photograph. Do you recognize what that is there?
Main Street.
All right. And what would be does that appear to be Main Street crossing Route 8 there?
Yes.
And do you know just what's on the other side of Route 8 there?
Home Depot.
So now with regard to, I've zoomed in so that the picture, Your Honor, is depicting St. Michael's Church zoomed in with the words Derby Avenue imprinted. Do you see where the containers would have been located in this photograph?
Yes.
And are you able to generally describe with your words?
The parking lot, looking at the photo on the bottom left.
So I'm now pointing with what appears to be a parking lot, Your Honor, which is at the top of the picture, just adjacent to the words Derby Avenue. where the point is now, is that the general location of where your containers were?
Yes.
And is that where you would have went to collect the containers on that day?
Yes.
No objection.
State 17, Your Honor, no objection from the defense, education defense.
All right, court will accept into evidence as full. No objection. State 17. Thank you.
Showing you what has been marked State 17, Ms. Watkins, do you generally recognize what this photograph is?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as the bin?
The bins at St. Michael's.
And does this appear to be the containers as they existed in December of 2019?
Yes.
So now with regard to these two containers, when you arrived with Wilfredo at this location, tell us about the activities that you would have engaged in. Tell me about the activities that you did engage with Wilfredo on December the 4th of 2019.
We would have gotten there and I would have unlocked the bins and opened the first one, which was on the left.
So looking at the exhibit that's still on the screen, there are two containers. There's one on the left, one on the right. You worked in the left one first?
Yes.
And tell us what happened next.
Fredo would start, I would stand in the back of the truck and Fredo would start emptying the bin.
So now let's describe the truck. Can you tell us a little bit about the size of the truck?
I think it's a 20-ish foot box truck.
Okay. And is it low to the ground, high to the ground? How does it sit on the ground?
It's kind of high, the back of the truck, and there's like a step to get up there.
Okay. So now where were you on December the 4th of 2019?
I would stand in the back of the truck.
Okay. So you were up high?
Yes.
And where was Wilfredo?
On the ground, starting to do the bin.
Okay. And what observations did you make with regard to the containers?
That they were decently, like, pretty full.
Okay. And did there come a point in time where Wilfredo started to unload the containers?
Yes.
And what observations did you make?
That he would start throwing the bagged clothes to me.
And when he started to throw the bag close to you, what would you do with them?
I would throw them further back into the truck.
Okay. And did there come a point in time where he threw anything out to you that you took notice of?
Yes.
And what was that?
We first saw a diaper genie.
Okay. And what did you notice about it?
That it was covered in a red substance.
And what did you think that red substance was?
Blood.
Okay. And when you saw this, what did you do?
I took a picture and sent it to my boss.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Just to know how to proceed and what we should do.
Okay.
That's from kid education or on the scene? On the scene that day?
Yeah.
Oh, that's her picture. Okay, no objection. Thank you.
States 18, Your Honor, no objection for the defense. Single picture of Tiger Genie on the ground with blood.
Thank you. Court will accept into evidence. States 18 is full. No objection.
I would indicate to the court at this time that this may be considered sensitive information for some.
All right. So if anyone is either viewing or you're here as a member of the audience, please note that there will be posted a photograph which may contain some sensitive information. So this is your opportunity to possibly look away if sensitive information depicted would somehow bother you.
May I publish, Your Honor?
We'll give it a second. I know there's some sort of a delay. And Attorney Stein, you may go ahead and publish. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, showing you what has been marked as States 18 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
The diaper genie.
And is this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
And showing you there, where my finger is pointing, bottom left-hand side of the picture, Your Honor, it's some type of a metallic part of the picture. What is that?
That's the back of the truck that I would step on to get into the box part.
So does it appear that you took this photograph, you were standing up in the truck?
Yes.
And with regard to this photograph, what did you say that you did with this photograph?
I sent it to my boss.
And what was her name?
Marianne.
That person's name.
Marianne Tettelbach.
And why did you send it to her?
To know how to proceed.
And not what Ms. Tettelbach told you, but based upon what she told you, what, if anything, did you do with this item?
To continue, but just to bag all the stuff with blood on it separately.
Okay. So now your answer seems to presuppose were there other items now that you were discovering that beyond this that had blood on them?
Yes.
Actually, to the former question. She's described it as a red substance. She's not a phlebotomist. Has no ability to testify what that substance is. So I have to object to the form of the question because it presupposes that it is blood.
All right. So it's sustained for that reason. She did indicate that she thought it was blood. That's why she made the phone call. But moving forward, we will strike any indication to the jury that this witness could confirm it was blood. So I will go ahead and strike the question. I'll strike the answer. And Attorney Stein, if you could re-ask the question, we'll hear the answer without,
Yes, Your Honor.
without the conclusion. Thank you.
So now, Mira, with regard to this blood-like substance, did other items come out of the bin that had similar blood-like substances?
Objection to the former question. Now Attorney Stein is testifying in regard to what his observations are. If he wants to describe it as a red substance, But there's no indication that there's any basis for blood.
All right, Attorney Stein, I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm going to strike the question. So ladies and gentlemen, the last two questions are stricken. The answer to the first question is stricken. Again, it's not evidence. I've instructed you about that previously. You will receive additional instructions about that in the charge. Also, if you did include it in your notes, please scratch it out so that you don't consider it. Attorney Stein, please find a way to work around that in terms of your questioning of this witness as to why she bagged separate items. Thank you.
Your Honor, just for clarification, in all reports, it is referred to as DLS.
Sir, counsel, that is a term that is used by people who work at labs and police reports. And when they use it, they'll describe that term and explain that term, I'm assuming, to our jury. Right now, we're dealing with a lay witness. Why don't you just ask the lay witness a question in lay witness terms?
So, Amira, with regard to this red stuff here on this container, what do you think it was?
Relevancy calls for speculation.
The court's instructions
All right.
were to understand why she separated it from the other items.
I think that the prosecutor can move past this and get forward with this by saying red material on the items. Let's move forward, counsel. So I'm going to go ahead and sustain the objection. Asking her what she thought it was at this point in time would be speculative. It's already in evidence. Counsel, please move on.
The red stuff on this thing, what were your instructions with regard to the red stuff?
Just to bag it separately.
Okay. And did other things come out of the bin with red stuff on it?
Yes.
And were you able to separate it out into separate bags containing items only with the red stuff on it?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time that something other than red stuff came out on any of the items?
Yes.
Okay. No, Judge. Page 19, Your Honor. As a photograph, again, sensitive information, and it is a towel with a tissue-like substance.
Objection to the description. It's a towel. It's a towel. There's no evidence whatsoever that it's.
All right. So with respect to the item, at this point in time, it's just an item, and the attorney's comments and descriptions are not evidence. So I will go ahead and accept into evidence State's Exhibit number 19, and I'll allow the witness to testify regarding the photo. It's full by agreement. Thank you.
We were showing you this exhibit. Did there come a point in time that you saw this?
Yes.
And not what you thought it was, but it clearly has a red substance on it, right?
Yes.
And again, not what you thought it was, but is it fair to say that there's some type of a material on this towel?
Yes.
And do you recall when you saw this material, what you thought about it?
Objection, relevancy. This is prejudicial.
All right, counsel, we have a towel here. It's got red substance on it. What this, she separated the towel. We don't need to know what a layperson thought of the red substance. It calls for speculation, and it's not relevant with respect to this particular piece of evidence. What she thought of it, what is that going towards? What's the relevancy of that?
Your Honor, we put information in terms of what people think, what people do. That is a step in the process of chain of evidence for people who will analyze and tell us what that is. So it is a foundation of a step and chain of events that I think that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can clearly reach their own conclusions with regard to what we are looking at.
Okay, well, what she thought of it is speculative. It calls for speculation. It's irrelevant at this point in time. She indicated she was separating items that had red material on it. The item was separated. She indicated it had additional material on it. The item was separated. If you want to get information in front of the jury regarding what that substance is, I'm sure you'll call someone to do that. Sustained.
With regard to this item, did you take any special response with regard to this?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
I found a little Ziploc bag to put it in.
And did you put it in the Ziploc bag?
Yes.
And after it was in the Ziploc bag, what did you do with it?
Put it in the bag with the other red stuff.
Now, after you processed all of the red stuff that you found at this location, what, if anything, did you do after that?
Just continued on our day.
Did you have other stops to make?
Yes.
And did you make all of your other stops?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time where you completed all of your stops?
Yes.
And when you completed your stops, what did you do at the end of your run?
I dropped Fredo off near his house, and then I continued to the warehouse.
And when you got to the warehouse, what, if anything, did you do?
I locked the back of the truck and then handed my keys in.
And did you leave Kitchecation then for the day?
Yes.
And that was Wednesday, December the 4th?
Yes.
Do you recall reporting to work the next day?
Yes.
And was that December the 5th?
Yes.
And at that point in time, had you had an opportunity to speak with your boss, Marianne Tittlebach?
Yes.
And were you present when the truck that you had loaded the previous day was subsequently then unloaded?
Yes.
And do you know, when you loaded the materials that you bagged, step back, withdrawn, the red stuff material, when you put it into your truck, how was it packaged?
In a big clear plastic bag.
And was it one bag, more than one bag?
few bags.
And then the red stuff with some other material in it that you put in the Ziploc bag, was that in a separate bag, or did you throw it into just with the other?
With the other stuff.
Okay. And then once you had those bags in your truck, where did you place them in your truck?
In the truck, we have separate bins for stuff that's not closed, so I put it in there.
Okay. And now back on December the 5th, do you know where those bins removed from the truck?
Yes.
And do you know where they were placed?
They were taken out of the truck and put in the middle of the warehouse.
Okay. And did you see them at that location?
Yes.
And were they the same items that you had collected and bagged the day before?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Attorney Gavin Cross.
Hi, Ms. Walker. How you doing?
Good.
Thanks for being here. Came all the way down from Maine for us.
Yeah.
Can I have exhibit 15? Ms. Watkins, I'm going to approach you. I'm going to give you what's exhibit 15, which is you described as the run sheet, so you have it in front of you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. So when you were working for Education back in 2019, you were actually the driver?
Yes.
Okay, and how long had you been the driver?
Probably about a year.
About a year. And prior to that, had you worked in the warehouse?
I was a helper, so I was in the truck, but not the driver.
Okay, like Wilfredo?
Yes.
I got you. Okay. I just want to go through the run sheet with you, okay?
Mhm.
So you feel free to go ahead and take a look at that, all right? So the top left-hand quadrant, I believe it says Mira,
Yeah.
MIRA, and then there's some scribble over.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is?
The scribble or the word?
The scribble and the words.
This looks like it was supposed to be on Tuesday, the 3rd, the run, but we might have not had enough workers, so it got pushed to the next day.
Okay. So depending on the amount of workers that are available, would that dictate what run you go on?
Yes.
Had you gone on this run, it looks like 77 or something. Had you gone on this run previously?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, and then it looks like the day had been crossed out.
Mhm.
Is that your handwriting?
No.
Is anything on here your handwriting?
Where we start to get to the stops, that's my handwriting.
Can you just tell me where you time in that your
Yeah,
handwriting?
all of that down there is my handwriting.
Well, except the
Yeah.
top portion all the way.
Yes.
All that stuff that's in there when you come in, when you leave.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And how about the boxes where you indicate whether or not it's trash bin?
Yeah.
Or bags? Is that your handwriting
Yes.
too? Okay. And you would do that every day on the run?
Yes.
Okay, great. So it looks like what happened was you went to work that morning and you were assigned this specific run. And was Mary Ann Tettleback there?
Yes.
Okay. And she's the one, was she the dispatcher that would assign you, or was she the director of the operations?
There was 3 people that could assign runs.
Okay. And who were they?
Marianne, her husband Ron, and then another employee, Chick.
Okay, great. So do you recall who assigned you to this run on December 4th?
I don't recall.
That's okay. That's fine. And then I see that there's an entry, time truck left yard.
Yes.
Okay. Did you fill that in?
Yes.
Okay. So that's when you would have pulled out of the yard in Hamden?
Yep.
Okay. And you went about, and I think it's sort of self-explanatory here. I just want to make sure for the record we go through this. Okay.
Mhm.
And you can follow along here. So you went to Krauser's in West Haven.
Yes.
That was the first stop. Then Verizon.
Mhm.
Then the Big Lots.
Yep.
And then you see St. Michael's and Derby.
Yeah.
First, Fuel First and Ansonia.
Mhm.
Duchess and Ansonia.
Yes.
BJ/McDonald's and Derby.
Mhm.
Right. Mobile Derby.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
ShopRite in Ansonia.
Mhm.
Okay. Commuter Lot in Shelton.
Yes.
And that was at the corner of Howe and Cornell.
Mhm.
And then you went to Walmart
Yes.
in Shelton. Yeah. Okay. Stop and Shop in Shelton.
Yes.
ShopRite in Shelton.
Yes.
And then Scooby-Doo Warehouse.
Yes.
What's Scooby-Doo Warehouse?
It was just a warehouse in Trumbull. I don't really know why it was called that.
Okay. That sounds good. And then you went back to Stratford over to the CVS. correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us when you left in the morning, what time was it that you went back to the yard?
2:49.
Okay, so let me see if I can understand if you refer this. So you went to Krauser's, you got there at 9:23, and you were out at 9:24.
Yes.
Okay, and then there is an indication there's a 0 circle there.
Yes.
That means that there were no bins or anything to pick up.
There was nothing in the bin.
Nothing in the bin.
Yeah.
So there was nothing for you to and Wilfredo to load into the truck.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And then you went over to Verizon on Derby Avenue. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's a circle on 3/8.
Mhm.
That means 3/8 of the bin was full.
Yes.
That's a weird fraction, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Okay. So you got there at 9:35 and 9:46. You left.
Yes.
So can you just tell us when you pull up in front of a bin, the bins are locked?
Yes.
Okay. And do people just open up the lid and put stuff and bags and?
There's a couple different types of bins. Some of them have the pull thing
Uh-huh.
where you put the bag and then you push it. And then other ones just have the chute on the front.
Have a chute?
Yeah, like you just push the bag in.
You push it and it slides into
Yeah.
the bin?
Mhm.
Okay, great. How about the one at St. Michael's over there? What kind of bins were they?
Those are just 2 of the chute ones.
Okay. So I take it's a donation bin, correct?
Yes.
And the theory is that people that have excess clothes or
Objection to the theory, Your Honor.
which
Sustained.
people donate and put stuff in the bins for
Yes.
you to collect. Is that fair?
Yes.
What happens to the stuff after it's collected?
We take it to the warehouse to be sorted.
Okay. And then what happens to it?
I can't speak to what that is.
That's fine. That's okay. It goes back to Hamden. It
Yes.
gets sorted. Okay, great. So let's talk about St. Michael's if you wouldn't mind. Okay. So it looks to me like you arrived there at about 10:19.
Yes.
And then it looks like timeout. It looks to me like 11:26.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. So you were there about an hour with Wilfredo?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had to unlock both the bins.
Mhm.
Okay. And you found material in both of them, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was anything in.
I don't know if it was in both or just one.
Okay. Which one do you recall stuff being in? The left?
The
bin?
left one.
Yeah. Okay. You testified. To
Yeah.
that. And your testimony is you don't recall if there was stuff in the right side.
Yes.
Okay. But if there was stuff in the right side bin, you would have collected it and put it in the truck.
Yes.
So it seems like what happens is you drive over,
Mhm.
You're the driver, you back the truck up, you get back up on the bed of the truck.
Yeah.
And then Wilfredo is down there, you unlock the bins, and then he hands stuff up to you.
Yes.
And it's sorted within the truck.
Well, kind of, yeah.
Okay, tell me what I'm missing.
Well, he would give me the bag to close, and then I would kind of feel if there was like books in or something. I would take the books out and then just throw the bag further in the truck.
Okay, so you're actually touching what's in the bags.
If I can feel that there's hard stuff in there, yeah.
Okay. Are some of the donations not in bags?
Yes.
Okay, so it could be loose items?
Yes.
Okay, and Wilfredo would take that loose item out and pass it up to you?
He would bag that in the bin.
Okay.
With our bags.
Just tell me, let's go slow here. So if there were loose items in the bin, you had bags with you on the truck?
Yes.
Okay, and he would take the loose items and put them in a bag and then pass it up?
Yes.
And then what would you do with them?
Just throw them back into the truck.
Okay, so at the end of the day, there's a truckload full of various bags?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, so can you tell me, based on these lines that are over here at St. Michael's, can you interpret that for me?
Just looks like there was not a crazy amount of trash in the bins, but there was enough. And then there was quite a bit of loose clothes and then a little bit of stuff outside, which is not unusual for St. Michael's.
Okay, when you say unusual,
Not unusual.
Not unusual. People would come up and leave stuff outside.
Yes.
Okay, so just so we're clear, you had indicated on the run sheet that there was trash contained in the bins.
Yes.
And that there were loose clothes inside the bins.
Yes.
And there were loose or bags outside the bins.
Yes.
And all of this stuff eventually winds up in the bed of the truck.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And then after you left St. Michael's, then you went, and we're not going to go through each and every one, but you did what you did on your normal route. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And as you were progressing through, you were going to different stops, and that truck was getting loaded up, and the stuff that you had obtained from St. Michael's was contained in the truck while the new stuff was being loaded into it.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And then I noticed that there were some individuals. One was by the name of George Casanova. Do you know who George Casanova is?
Yes.
Who's George Casanova?
Another employee.
Okay, and was he on the truck with you, or was he back in the warehouse?
He was another driver.
He's another driver. Okay. Did Mr. Casanova assist you at all on Wednesday, December 4th, 2019?
No.
Okay, separate and distinct.
Yes.
Gotcha. And how about Chuck Haddad? Do you know that name?
Yes.
Okay, who was Mr. Haddad?
He was one of the dispatchers.
He was one of the dispatchers. Did he dispatch you that day?
I don't remember.
That's fine. And how about Sam Perkins?
He was our tractor trailer driver.
Okay, and tell me how tractor trailer driver.
Once we have enough nations to fill the tractor trailer, he would drive that to wherever we bring it.
And that has nothing to do
Yeah.
with you, right? You're not driving the tractor trailer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you being here. And I have no other questions.
Can Gavin try to sign any redraft?
Might just have 1 second. Your Honor.
Certainly.
Ms. Watkins, when you first saw the items with the red stuff on it, did you and or Wilfredo take steps with regard to your own personal safety?
Yes.
What did you do?
We put gloves on.
You had gloves available in the truck?
Yes.
All right. So as you began to handle the red stuffed items, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
As you were collecting the red stuffed items, were they when they came out of the bin, were they pre-bagged?
No.
So were the red stuffed items all loose items?
Yes, I didn't go into any bags to take anything out.
Okay. As Wilfredo was presenting the red stuffed items to you, what were you doing with them?
Putting them in one of our bags separately.
Okay. And can you just describe sort of the general dimensions of the bags that we're talking about?
Wider than a trash bag, but not huge.
And when you were putting the red stuffed items into your bags, did you take any other items that didn't have red stuff on them and put them in your bags?
No.
And once a bag containing red stuffed item was full or to your satisfaction, what did you do with that bag?
Tied it.
And then did what with it?
Put it in one of the bins or left it on the floor of the truck.
Did any of the other stops that you made along the way, any items that you collected, did any of those items come into contact with any of the contents, the red stuff items inside the bags that you tied?
Objection, Your Honor. Close to speculation. She's the driver. She's not in the back of the truck. She wouldn't know that.
Well, let's lay the foundation then. Sustained as to the form at this point.
So with regard to the bags, were they securely tied?
Yes.
Did you securely tie them?
Yes.
The way that they were tied, and these are plastic bags?
Yes.
As you were unloading any of the items from the truck, did there appear to be any loss of integrity of any of the bags that you had tied the red stuff items in?
No.
Did you see any red stuff on any bags from any other stop that looks like maybe escaped from the bag?
No.
Did they appear to be structurally intact?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that any of the other items came into contact with each other?
No.
Now, with regard to any of those people that Attorney Gavin just listed, do you have any direct recollection one way or the other as to what any of those people may have done on December the 5th?
No.
In terms of the last time that you saw the bags, did they appear to be still in the bins that you placed them in?
Yes.
And did you see anybody physically touching the bags themselves?
To unload them.
Okay. Unload them when?
When the truck got pulled in the morning.
Were they taken out and put in different bins, or were the bins rolled out of the truck?
Yeah, the bins were rolled out.
So it's not like the bags were picked up by anybody.
No.
So the bins themselves, they have wheels on them?
Yes.
They were pushed out and into the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay. So did you see anybody violate any of the physical integrities of the bag?
No.
I have nothing.
Anything further?
Just a follow-up question.
Okay.
I want to take you to the Thursday, the following day, okay? Because you told us you went back to the warehouse and you locked up the truck and you dropped Wilfredo off. So the next day, you told us that the truck was unloaded before it would go out on its run the following day. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. And you told us that when you had gone to the donation bins at St. Michael's, that some of the bags wound up on the floor, correct? Okay. Who unloaded the truck?
Marianne.
Marianne, not you.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further?
Were you present when Marianne unloaded the truck?
Yes.
Did you see her roll the bins where you had placed the bags?
Did I see? Can you repeat that?
Sure. The bins where you had placed the bags in the truck. Did you see them wheeled off the truck?
Yes.
And in terms of, at least with regard to these items, is that how these items were removed from the truck?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
And some of those bags that you placed on the floor were then put into the bins?
Yes, I would have at the end of the day before locking, like at our last stop, I would have put them in the bins in our truck.
But your responsibility as a driver, you weren't unloading the truck with the bins.
No.
You had nothing to do with that.
That's correct.
That was Marianne's
Yes.
Thanks so much.
When you, whatever had been on the floor and put them in the bins, were the structural integrity of the bags still in the same way as when you wrapped them up?
Yes.
I have nothing.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so you're all set. Thank you so much. You may exit the witness box, and we are going to take our morning recess. So we will stand in recess for 15 minutes. Court is in recess for 15. Thank you.
Okay, let's zoom 15 minutes. And we got red stuff. Red stuff. Okay. Red stuff.
Thank you. Please watch your step. Good afternoon. I'm going to ask you to please remain standing. Sorry, thank you so much. Madam Clerk is going to put you down.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or come close to perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record, please.
Mary Ann.
May I proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nadabak. How are you? Okay, a couple of things. First of all, I need you to pull in as close to that mic as you can because it does not amplify very well. It's a recording device for the most part, and you're very soft-spoken, so I need you to sort of project out for us.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you. All right, so first of all, your name is Marianne Tadabak, right?
Yes.
And do you have a business or are you related with a company?
Yes.
And what is the name of your company?
Community Crusade for Children, also education.
So the legal name is Community Crusades for Children?
Yes.
But it's also
We have a trademark.
a trademark, education? And what is the business of the company?
We're a charity. We collect clothes and shoes and things people donate, and we sort it for charity
Okay. And where do people donate these things?
all over the state
Okay. And by what mechanism? How
in
is-
clothing bins.
Okay. What's the number on that? Showing you state 17 is a full exhibit. Does this appear to be education type bins?
Yes.
And are these the types of bins that you put out at various locations around the state?
Yes.
And how do you get the whatever is donated into these bins? How does it come back to your company?
We put it in a truck and we bring it back to the facility.
Okay. And so do employees, does the company have employees?
Yes.
And are they tasked with going and making collections at these bins?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a person by the name of Mira Watkins. Do you recognize that name?
Yes.
And was she an employee of the company back in December of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to call your attention to specifically Wednesday, December the 4th of 2019. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall, first of all, whether Mira Watkins was working that day?
Yes.
And was she working that day?
Yes.
And at some point in time, when your employees are out and about, what are you doing? Do you base out of some place, or do you have other responsibilities?
I could be working at the warehouse, or I could be out.
Okay. On December 4th of 2019, do you recall being contacted by Mira Watkins?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, was she out doing her collections job that day?
Yes.
And did she make you aware of something with regard to one of the stops?
Yes.
And not what she told you, but as a result of what she told you, did she send you anything?
Yes.
And what did she send you?
A picture with like a white diaper pail and some matter on it, or substance.
Can you describe the color or the matter that you saw on it?
It was red.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked States 18 as a full exhibit. Does that appear to be the photograph that you received?
Yes.
And do you recall what it is that you instructed Mira to do regarding this item and any other items that may have had a similar substance on it?
I told her to bag it up and to bring it back to the warehouse.
Okay. How long had you been with Kiducation or Community Crusade for Children up to that point in time?
Since 2001.
Okay, so about 18 years?
Yes.
There have been times in the past where items had a red substance on it in the past.
Yes.
And are you aware, were there times in the past that animals, for instance, may have been dumped in these bins?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to at least this particular item and other items, did you instruct Mira Watkins to bag them, as you said, and bring them back in?
Yes.
Now, did there come a point in time, did you become aware that the truck that Mira Watkins had been utilizing that day, in fact, returned to the Hamden location?
Yes.
And was it unloaded at that time when it first returned?
No.
Do you recall when it was unloaded?
The next morning.
Okay. So we're now talking about December the 5th. That would be a Thursday?
Yes.
All right. And when the truck was unloaded, did you participate in the process at all?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do?
I pushed the rolling hoppers out of the truck.
Okay. And why did you push the rolling hoppers out of the truck?
I wanted to make sure there wasn't a problem.
Okay.
So I did it.
So, and had you been made aware that the items that were the subject of the picture that you were sent were contained within the rolling hoppers?
Yes.
Showing you, Your Honor, I have 3 pictures, States 20, States 21, and States 22. States 20 can be described as bins with crime scene tape. States 21 can be described as plastic bag with envelope on top. And States 22, I'm sorry, can be described as close-up of envelope.
All right, so the court will accept into evidence as full, no objection?
Yes, no objection.
All right, thank you. States 20, 21, 22, 3 photos. You may proceed.
Publishing, Ms. Heilbach, States 20 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The bins that I pushed out.
Okay. So does it, first of all, do you recognize the structure that's depicted in the photographs? The building?
Yeah, sorry. I can't see so good. That's why.
Yeah. Well, there's a monitor right in front of you.
It's off.
Oh.
It's okay.
Well, are you able to see?
Yeah, I just thought you wanted real specific, but yes, I see a building.
Okay. Do you recognize what building this is?
Yes, our building that we were working at.
And what is the location of this building? Where is this building located?
2135 State Street in Hamden, Connecticut.
Okay. So is this the Kiducation
Warehouse, yes.
warehouse? And these bins, did you roll some or all of these bins off the truck?
All.
Okay. And did you leave them where they're depicted in the photograph?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you now take a closer look at some of the contents of the bins?
Yes.
Showing you States 21 as a full exhibit. And if you have any problem seeing, please, I will get that monitor turned on for you.
I can see.
You can see it? All right. Do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The stuff that I took off the truck and the letter that was on top of the stuff.
Okay. So center in this photograph, there appears to be some type of a letter. Is this what you are, piece of mail, what you're referring to?
Yes.
And were you able to take a closer look at that item?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked States 22 as a full exhibit. Zooming out, does this, what do you recognize this to be?
That's the letter.
And as you looked at it, did it appear, as it looks right now?
Yes.
And is a name visible through the letter?
Yes.
And specifically, is there a fair and accurate representation that the letter is addressed to Christine M. Holloway of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in Ansonia, Connecticut, at zip code 06401-3122?
Yes.
And with regard to this letter, when you saw it, did you also happen to notice other items that were in this bin?
Yes.
And were you able to make any observations with regard to, let's say, the bottom right-hand corner of this
Yes.
photograph?
Yes.
Were you able to make other observations?
There was more substance.
What color substance?
Red.
Okay. And when you saw, and were there, beyond what I'm showing you in this photograph, were you able to see through the plastic bags to other items that contained a red type substance?
Yes.
Based upon all of this information that you were now receiving on Thursday, December the 5th of 2019, what steps, if any, did you take at that point?
I Googled the name.
Okay. And why did you
It seemed odd.
Okay. So you Googled what name?
Christine Holloway.
Okay. And when you Googled the name Christine Holloway on now Thursday, December the 5th, what did you find?
I found there was an investigation going on.
Okay. And how was this through a news source or something along those
Yeah.
lines?
Yeah.
Okay. And did the whatever you read, did it identify an agency that was involved in the investigation?
Yeah. Ansonia.
Okay. And what did you do based on that information?
I called the police in Ansonia.
So you called the Ansonia Police Department?
Yep.
And did you? What did you tell them?
I told them that I had a letter on top of some stuff that we had collected at a clothing bin, and it had matter on it, and I was very concerned.
And were you given instructions by the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
All right. And based on those instructions, what, if anything, did you do?
I didn't touch anything, and I didn't let anyone else touch anything.
And did there come a point in time after that phone call that anyone arrived at Kitchen?
The Hamden police.
Do you recall approximately how long after your phone call Hamden police arrived?
I want to say within 5 minutes. It was quick.
Back on States 20, there is what appears to be crime scene tape in this photograph. Do you know who placed that there?
The Hamden police.
And did there come a point in time after Hamden police arrived that additional police officers arrived?
Yes.
And were you aware of what agency they were?
Ansonia.
And at some point in time, did you and the people within your company provide statements to the Ansonia Police?
Yes, we did.
I have nothing further.
Attorney Gavin Cross.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Tettelbach. Thanks
Hi.
for being here. So you've been with Kid Education for years.
Years.
Yeah, and are you the owner of the company?
It's a nonprofit. No one owns it.
No one owns it. Okay. Who's the manager?
My husband, Ron Tuttlebach.
Okay. And he works with you, obviously.
Right.
Okay. So you collect items from donation bins, and then you sort through them and package them up, and depending on what it is, what happens with them?
We sell some of them to pay the workers, and then we give away some. So it would be put into like a Gaylord box, which is like 4x4x4, and then we sell that by a truckload.
You sell a truckload of donated material.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And then you use that for the operating expenses of
Yes.
donation? Okay.
Some is given away.
Okay, gotcha. And these donation boxes are all over the state?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, and your warehouse is in Hamden?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So I want to just talk to you about the specific items that you just saw in the bins that you testified you had taken off Mira Watkins' truck.
Okay.
Okay. Were you there the day before on the 4th when Mira Watkins returned to Kid Education's warehouse?
Nope.
You weren't there?
Nope.
Okay, gotcha. So is the practice that the trucks go out in the morning and they have a run sheet, is that correct?
Yes.
And it identifies for the driver and the helper every place that they're supposed to stop and collect material?
Yes.
Okay. And who directs the drivers to go out? Is there a
Me.
dispatcher?
I do dispatch, yeah.
Sounds like you do a lot of different jobs. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the day before, Mira Watkins went ahead with a helper by the name of Wilfredo Fuentes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they went out on typical go on their run. And this was all in the Derby and Ansonia and Shelton areas. is that
Yes.
correct? All right, gotcha. And when Mira Watkins returned with the truck, you're telling us you were not present?
Yes.
Okay. And is it the practice that the truck would be unloaded on the day that it returns?
Nope.
No, it's not till the following day at about 7 in the morning.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And do you happen to know whether or not Mira Watkins' truck, after she returned, had again left the yard to go to the gas station?
The trucks are locked every night. So when they come back, they lock them. And then, yes, it is gone to the gas station in the morning.
Okay. So the truck actually, before it is unloaded, it leaves the facility and it goes out and gets gassed up for the next day's route.
Yes.
And that happened in this case.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And tell us, who is, if you know, tell me, who is Charles Haddad?
He was the warehouse manager.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Haddad was the one that drove the truck over to the Citgo gas station?
There's only two people. It would either be Ron or Charles.
Ron is your husband?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tettelbach?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it would have left the secured facility, would have went over to the gas station, got gassed up, and then returned to be unloaded?
Yes.
Is that how it works?
Yep.
Okay, and tell me, how about Molly McGuigan? Who's Molly McGuigan?
She was an employee who worked in the warehouse.
Okay, so she wasn't a driver like
No,
Watkins.
nope.
And she was an employee that worked in the warehouse that would have unloaded the trucks?
Yes, helped. There's quite a few that do it.
There's quite a few
Yeah.
people that go ahead and do that?
Me.
You as
Mhm.
well?
Yep.
You dispatching and you're unloading
Yep.
trucks? Okay, chief cook and bottle washer, doing everything. All right, and how about Juan Rios? Do you know an individual named Juan Rios?
He was a driver.
He was the driver for what?
One of the trucks, like Mira does.
Oh, he was a driver like Nero Watkins?
Yep.
Okay, all right, and was he there also on the 5th?
I don't recall.
Okay, how about Andrew Gibson? Remember Andrew
He
Gibson?
helps empty trucks,
Okay.
and he is a helper that goes out on trucks.
Okay, so let me go slow so if I understand. So in the morning, when the loaded trucks had come back from the day before, they're brought into the warehouse, they're unloaded to start the process to sort through the items. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and Andrew Gibson is somebody that does that task, unloads the trucks.
Yes.
And then also can go out on the trucks as a helper, much like Wilfredo Fuentes was.
Yes.
Okay, am I confusing you though?
I'm just thinking because there's two process, so I'm not sure if Andy was actually packing the trailer instead of unloading the truck. I was just trying to think.
Totally fine. Tell us what you mean by packing the trail.
We throw bags into the trailer for a load, like our tractor trailer drives the stuff to the buyer.
Okay, just go slow for me here. The trucks come in from the donation bins, they're unloaded, and then items can be placed into a tractor trailer.
It's weighed, yeah, and placed in the tractor trailer.
It's weighed and placed on the tractor trailer.
Yep.
Is it mostly clothing?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so now you have a tractor trailer filled with donated material, and then where's the tractor trailer go?
It goes to New York.
Goes to New York, and it's sold by weight in
Mhm.
New York?
Yep.
So that's why you weigh everything? before
Yes.
you go in? Okay, that's great. So I want to take your attention to the 5th, if you wouldn't mind, okay? So you went to work that day?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, and you recall that you had Googled the name of Christine Holloway, right? That's what
Yes.
you told us. And you contacted the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes.
And then what wound up happening was Ansonia said, we'll come out. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. But we can agree that two detectives, Detective Esposito and Detective Tresser came
Yes.
interviewed you, right?
Yep.
And you were cooperative with them?
Yeah.
Sure, of course. And but before they got there, the Hamden Police, you told us, arrived.
Yes.
Okay, and did you call the Hamden Police?
I don't think so.
No, but regardless of who called them, Hamden came.
Yes.
Right, and they had the crime scene tape that's was shown in
Yes.
photos, right? And you told us that you had rolled the 4 bins out into the center of the warehouse.
Yes.
And that was secured by the crime scene tape.
Yes.
And did you talk to the officers from the Hamden Police Department?
No, I don't remember. If it was like, hi, this is the stuff. It was no conversation.
Okay, because Hamden wasn't doing the investigation, it was Ansonia.
I don't know that process at all. I just try to mind my business.
Okay, all right, but Hamden didn't interview you. It was later when the detectives came.
I think so.
Yeah, it seems like the detectives probably came at around 9 o'clock and 10:30. Is that consistent with your recollection? It was in the morning?
About.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I have no other questions. Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Attorney Stein,
Yes, Your Honor.
read it out.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Titlebaum, all those names that Attorney Gavin asked you of every step of your process, looking past all that for a moment and only focusing on December the 5th of 2019. That is Thursday morning, right? Well, actually, let me back up. When the truck comes in at the end of the run, is it secured?
Yes.
Is the driver's compartment secured?
No, not the driver, but the back of the truck.
Okay. How is it secured?
It's locked, and it's not unlocked until we open the door and take the stuff out.
Okay. So when the truck came back on Thursday morning, when the truck was going to be unloaded, were you there when the lock was removed?
Yes.
Okay. And who removed the lock?
It was either me or Charles Haddad.
Okay.
Or together,
Okay. And is this just described it? Is it a door? Is it like a roll-up door? Or
Yeah.
Does it swing open?
It rolls up.
Okay. And when the door has been rolled up, what are you seeing at that point?
We see the bins
Mhm.
that would have like trash,
Mhm.
and then bags of clothes would be in there.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, the stuff with that Mira had separated out and bagged and put in bins, are those what you're referring to as the trash bins?
Yes.
Okay. So that's where was there were the trash bins being utilized effectively to store these bags?
Yes.
Okay. And now you're there. What's removed from the truck first?
Those bins.
Okay. And who removed those bins?
Me.
Okay. And you placed them where we otherwise had them in the photograph?
Yes.
All right. Did anybody else at that point touch those bins
No.
other than you?
Nope.
So all the other names, everyone who works for Kiducation, all the other drivers, everything, all those other names, no one else touched those bins, only you.
Yep.
I have nothing further.
No question, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're all set. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit. does the state have any additional evidence at this time, or I think you have
My
someone
next
to-
witness is not scheduled. I had anticipated the 3 witnesses taking the morning, and it's taken substantial morning, so the next witness will be available.
At 2 o'clock. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a lengthy lunch break today, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So the time is 12:35. We will stand in lunch recess until 2 p.m. Having said that, the court. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back.
Let's see what she's got to say, and then we got
So
another
we are
fast
prepared
forward
to
spot.
resume the second day of trial in the matter of State of Connecticut versus Jose Morales. I did have an opportunity to speak with counsel in chambers regarding an issue that's been brought to the court's attention. That issue does involve a juror who provided a note to this particular court, the appropriate means through the clerk. The note was signed and dated and has been marked as court exhibit number 2 and will be put in the court's file. Having said that, the court intends to bring the juror in to question the juror regarding the note. The court instructs the media to abide by the court's instruction not to record the juror, so the juror should not appear on any recording. I also would just like to remind the media that they should not be zooming in or capturing any documents or screens on either counsel's table. So it has been brought to my attention that perhaps there has been some capture of perhaps maybe a distant view of a table, and it did not appear to be a problem at this time, but I just want to remind all media members of their responsibility in abiding by the court's orders. So at this time, just for purposes of giving the media a heads up, I am going to have that juror come in. Okay. So I believe that juror's, Madam Clerk, the juror's last name. Oh.
It was muted. We didn't get to hear the jury stuff, so I'm not sure what happened. Juror number 2. Okay, back to
Standing in
mute.
the witness box, Madam Clerk is going to put you to oath. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or competency of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record.
Kevin Duggan, Duggan. My badge number is 224.
Okay, thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. Of course.
Good afternoon, Trooper Duggan.
Afternoon.
Can you first of all tell us again, who are you affiliated with?
I'm with the Connecticut State Police, and I'm assigned to Central District Major Crime.
Can you first of all tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience?
So my background is, at the time of this case, I was a detective assigned to the crime van stationed out of Hartford, and basically in the central part of the state, crime van responds and processes homicide scenes, police officer involved shooting scenes, and any type of major crime type of case that needs a scene processing.
So let's go back to your background, your training, and your experience as a police officer. Take us back from the beginning.
So I started the State Police Academy in 2007, graduated in May of 2008. I worked patrol for a while. Eventually, I was assigned as a detective within Central District Major Crime. Within that time, I have attended several crime scene processing classes, blood pattern analysis classes, and other classes associated with crime scene processing.
When did you become assigned to Major Crime?
December of 2015.
So you had been with, then about the time of this case, you had been with Major Crime for about 4 years?
Correct.
So, and can you tell me again, what exactly is the purpose of Major Crime?
Well, the purpose of Major Crime is basically to investigate more major crimes that occur within the state. So these investigations are more lengthy, more time consumed, more involved than a typical patrol function type of case.
So where the Connecticut State Police, are there parts of the state where the Connecticut State Police have primary jurisdiction?
There are.
But is it fair to say that the Connecticut State Police have jurisdiction anywhere within the state?
We do.
Are there times where other police departments who may not have the resources or the experience of the Connecticut State Police call on the Connecticut State Police for assistance?
They do.
And at that point in time, will the Connecticut State Police send troopers such as yourself to assist local agencies?
They will.
So in a sense, does primary responsibility rest within the local agency, and effectively the Connecticut State Police are the assist agency?
They are.
I want to call your attention to December 2nd into the early morning hours of December 3rd of 2019. And first of all, were you a member of the Connecticut State Police on that date?
I was.
And were you assigned to the Central District Major Crime Unit?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you receive information with regard to rendering an assist to the Ansonia Police Department?
I did.
And were you made aware of the location of where your assistance was requested?
I did.
And what was that location?
6.5 Myrtle Ave in Ansonia, Connecticut.
And had you received some at least basic information as to what the nature of what Ansonia was dealing with?
I had.
And what was that?
Basically that they had a potential homicide scene and they needed us to process the scene of the crime.
And when you received that information, were you on or off duty?
I was off duty.
And what step, when you received that request, did you take?
Basically, my sergeant called me and basically said there's a potential homicide scene in Ansonia. He provided the address. I said, okay, and got dressed and went to the Troop I Bethany Barracks where we were placed on standby because the local police department was working on a search warrant for us to process the residents.
Okay. And so you went to Troop I in Bethany and you said, did you go there by yourself? Is this an undertaking you would take by yourself?
So I went there by myself, but the crime van consists of 5 detectives that work on this crime van. So we were all dispatched to the Bethany Barracks to wait for the search warrant to be completed. Once the search warrant was completed, we left the Bethany Barracks and arrived at 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
So was that all 5 of you together?
Yes.
So it's 4 other individuals plus yourself?
6 total. There's 5 detectives plus a sergeant.
Very good. And when you go to the scene, you indicated is there a van or a truck or something that you take?
Yes, there's a crime scene van, which is a large truck, and for lack of better terms, it's an office on wheels. All our crime scene processing equipment and a mobile office is on this truck, and that responds to any scene throughout the state.
And did you and the other individuals respond at some point in time to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in Ansonia, Connecticut?
We did.
And first of all, do you recall the other members of your team that day?
I do.
And what were their names?
You had Sergeant Ralph Soda, myself, Detective Brian Conley, Detective Lindsay Valcourt, Detective Pete Farr, and Detective Scott Lisner.
And when you get there, just give us sort of an overview of how you determine, what each detective is doing.
So the sergeant is responsible for handing out assignments, and I was told I was going to be the primary for the state police as far as the scene processing.
And what does that mean, the primary for the state police?
So basically, I would be in charge of collecting and documenting any type of evidence that was taken from the apartment.
And when you say documenting, tell us a little bit about the different types of documentation that the state police engage in.
So there's a couple different types. We have one detective would be assigned to video recording the residents. We have 2 that are assigned to a primary and a backup set of photographs that document the residents. And then we have one detective who's in charge of running a Faro scanner, which is a 3D scanner, which makes a map or a crime scene map of the apartment.
And were the detectives all assigned their various tasks?
They were.
And so far as your task was concerned, again, could you tell us what your specific task was?
So I would be writing a report based on the scene, describing the scene and documenting our actions and documenting any evidence that was taken from the scene.
And now, as you begin to do your processing, are your detectives effectively all working together as you are processing a scene?
They are.
So can you just tell us in general, start us off with, if you will, about just in general, what's involved in sort of processing a scene?
So basically, we would get a summary of the events and a summary of the investigations as to those steps that have been conducted prior to our arrival. And then we would go ahead and document the scene as we found it. And then we would search for evidence. We would collect evidence. If there's a victim on scene, we would document and seize any evidence from the victim. And at the end of the investigation, we would turn all our evidence over to the investigating police department.
All right. So now, with regard to, you gave us a little bit of information early on about your background and your training. Have you done this type of crime scene processing before?
Dozens of times.
Okay. And in terms of, do you process a scene much the same way every time?
Yes.
And why do you do it that way?
Training and experience and consistency.
So now, when you arrived at 6.5 Myrtle, I believe your testimony was that you were waiting for word from the local police department that a search warrant to enter the premises had been obtained?
Yes.
And did you receive information at some point that, in fact, there was a warrant to search this house?
We did.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe we arrived on scene around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And do you recall when you actually began to effectively gain entry into the into 6.5 Myrtle?
Scene processing started at approximately 3:45 in the morning.
Okay. So even though you were on scene, you did not begin to undertake any action until shortly before 4 a.m.
Correct.
And when you talk about the first step of your process, you were discussing or describing at least documenting the scene before you begin to do any processing. Can you just tell us about that step again?
So basically, the sergeant and myself, being the primary investigator, would do a general walkthrough of the scene and surrounding area to get an overall list of objectives that we needed to complete to process the scene. After that's completed, the video recorder, trooper or detective, starts to video record the scene to document the scene as we found it. And the same thing with the photographers. A primary set of photographs and a backup set of photographs are taken, documenting everything that we have seen as we arrived.
So does your primary sort of preliminary evaluation, does it start in the interior or the exterior?
Exterior of the apartment.
Showing you, and so am I understanding you correctly that at least you and Sergeant Soto did a walk around effectively 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Yes.
And at some point in time in that process or thereafter, I'm sorry, you know what? So you and the sergeant did a preliminary walk around, right?
We did.
And at some point after the preliminary walk around, did you and the sergeant make some type of an interior walk around?
We did.
And can you describe that?
Basically, we checked the exterior of the residence, and then we proceeded to enter the apartment to assess what would further need to be done.
And was that at that time only you and the sergeant?
Correct.
And are you wearing body camera during this process?
No.
Why do you not wear body camera during this process?
At that time, we weren't issued body cameras.
So with regard then to any pictures or any video recordings that were made, are they being made at the time that you and the sergeant are either walking around the exterior or walking around the interior?
They were done immediately afterwards.
Okay. So then continuing, so you did your interior walk around with the sergeant and noted whatever you felt you needed to note mentally with regard to your scene?
Correct.
Okay. And then after having completed that process, what would be the next step in the process?
The next step, the video recording detective would go through and video record the entire scene.
And again, would that take a similar type of path, starting first with an exterior and then working through the interior?
Correct.
And what is the purpose of doing that?
To document the scene as we found it.
Before anyone or anything has started to touch or take any further action?
Correct.
And then after the video recording is done, what, if anything, would be the next step?
2 sets of photographs. So a primary photographer and a backup photographer.
And are they each operating independently?
They are.
But are they working basically side by side as these photographs are being taken?
They are.
And what is the purpose of doing that?
Well, the primary photographer takes photographs as to document the scene. The backup photographer takes photographs in case we were to have a mechanical issue with the camera and lose the photographs, or during processing of the photographs, in case something's lost, we have 1 set of photographs. It's also a different perspective. 2 different people, 2 different perspectives.
Of the same items?
Of the same items.
Now, with regard to, and again, is that photographic process, does that again occur exterior to interior?
It does.
And after that process, after the photographing first of the exterior and then of the interior, what would be the next step in the process?
We would start searching for evidence.
Okay. Now let's just talk hypothetically. Hypothetically, if you find something that you believe may have some evidentiary value, what steps do you take at that time?
We document the item of evidentiary value, we video record it, we photograph it further in depth, and then we collect it and seize it.
Okay. Talk about the collection of physical evidence. First of all, if you are collecting a piece of evidence, are you protecting yourself and the integrity of the evidence?
Yes.
By what means?
We wear gloves, we wear face masks, and we wear feet protection.
All right. And that, in theory, if I collect a piece of evidence, what happens to the protective garments or things that you have?
Once that piece of evidence is collected, those garments are discarded and new garments are put on.
So with each piece of subsequent evidence that you test, are you're putting on new sets of protective garments?
We are.
And with regard to then, do you continue to move around and process the interior in that type of a manner?
We do.
Hypothetically speaking, if you are collecting, let's say, a liquid, something that you may suspect is blood, how exactly is that collected? How is that processed?
Blood is generally swabbed.
Okay. And can you describe the swabbing process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So a swabbing process is basically, you can imagine two type of Q-tip devices, and basically you take those are in packages, you open the package, you swab the area of blood-like substance that you want to take as evidence, and then you reseal it into special packaging, and then you further package it into an envelope.
Let me ask you, you just used the term a blood-like substance. Is that something that you use as a term of art in the processing of physical evidence?
It is.
So again, hypothetically, if you see something red on the floor at the time that you see it, that you suspect that it may be blood, at that point, how do you reference it?
Blood-like substance.
And prior to collecting it in the swabbing method that you have otherwise just identified, do you do anything or in the process to determine whether in fact that this is blood?
We identify the area, and then we do a presumptive blood test, which is a Kastle-Myers chemical solution. And basically we test that area, and if it tests positive for the presence of blood, then we'll further swab the blood. If it tests negative, we won't necessarily swab that area of blood.
All right. So, and again, you used a term of art, Kastle-Myers. Can you sort of just explain for the for the people who are not sitting watching court TV all the time exactly what is the process of sort of testing this for blood?
So Kastle-Myers is a chemical solution, and basically you obtain a sample from the area that you're wishing to take the blood from, and you test it with chemicals. And depending on the reaction during the test, it'll turn a certain color. And if the Q-tip turns a certain color, it'll either react positively or negatively for the presence of blood.
And is that something that you have received training on?
I have.
And is that something that you have experienced in actual application in processing crime scenes?
I've used it in training, and I've used it in dozens of crime scenes.
Now, with regard to then other types of evidence that may not be something like a blood-like substance, let's say a physical piece of evidence, let's just say a garbage pail, that garbage pail there. If you were going to collect a garbage pail, how would you collect it?
I would basically write down a description of what the item is. I would photograph it, I would video record it, and I would find some type of appropriate packaging to place it in. I would place it in the package, I would seal it up, and I would put an evidence label on the front of the package.
And what type of information goes on the evidence label?
The evidence label is basically, it would have our case number, it would have the date and time that we seized the item of evidence, a brief description of the item of evidence, and the investigator that it was seized by.
Now, again, let's say that you're processing a scene that has multiple items of evidentiary value. As part of your documentation, how do you not confuse the various items for your reports?
Each item of evidence is given an evidence number as 1, 2, 3, 4, etc.
And do you have some equipment that you use to help you track each piece of evidentiary items in an area of value?
We do. We have a database on the computer.
How about something physically that you document in place as to where you found something?
I have a notepad.
How about, are you familiar with a placard?
Yes.
And what is a placard?
A placard is basically a plastic piece of material with a number on it.
And what do you do with the placards at a scene?
You place it next to the item of evidence, and you basically take a picture and document that trash can, for example. You would place a placard next to it, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it may be, and take a picture of it with the placard so it shows in the future what number of evidence that is.
And again, as part of your processing, are you processing the items collected together with the placard number, together with the information that appears on the label of the container where the evidence is containerized?
We are.
Okay. So is that a sort of a control number for that particular item?
It is.
So now, with regard to all those generalized steps, did you apply those generalized steps to the assignment that you were undertaking at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue on December the 3rd of 2019 at approximately just before 4 a.m.?
Yes.
Showing you what has been previously marked states 4. Is that monitor on in front of you?
It is.
No, not that one.
Oh, this monitor, no.
Is that not on? Yeah, please. I just want to be sure. Can you see this monitor?
I can.
So whichever monitor you're more comfortable with. First of all, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's an overall photograph of the front door to 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Attorney Stein, which exhibit are we looking at?
I think it was 4, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And does this appear to be a photograph that was taken by a member of the major crime team that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
And again, is this sort of an exterior view as part of that original steps where you were doing you did a 360 walk around, and now the documentation, do you do a photographic 360?
Yes.
Showing you 5 as a full exhibit? Again, what do you generally recognize that to be?
So that's an overall picture of the front door and front entryway, which is the sole entryway to 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
All right. And again, is this appear to be a picture taken by major crime?
It does.
Showing you state 6 as a full exhibit. Can you tell us what we see here?
This is an overall view from the side of the residence. So basically, this residence had a set of garages below it, and the residence sat on top of the garages.
State 7 as a full exhibit. What do you recognize this to be?
Yes, this is just a different view that shows the front entryway to 6.5 Myrtle Ave, the main entryway.
Is the left side of the building visible in this photo?
It is.
And finally, states 10. Do you recognize this?
I do. So this photograph shows the garage doors below the apartment, and also you can see the back windows on the top portion of the photograph. Those windows they belong to the apartment, and they're currently open.
So during your preliminary walk around with Sergeant Soda, did you note the window open to the resident above the garage door?
We did.
Let's go back. 24, 25, 26, 27, 25 through 28, 23 through 23 through 28. Thank you. Your Honor, I've just shown exhibits 23 through 28 that are marked, and Attorney Gabbard has no objection.
No objection to the introduction, Your Honor.
All right, so again, what were those numbers?
23 through 28, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court will accept into evidence as full exhibit, no objection, states 23 through 28. Thank you.
And one more second. So, Detective, showing you what has now been marked that states 23. Do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's an overall photograph of the front door, main entryway of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Okay. So now prior to entering, after the walkthrough with the sergeant, prior to entering, or is this now you've done a walk around, are you beginning your entry into 6.5?
We are.
For purposes of documenting what you find inside?
We are.
Showing you what is now 24, Your Honor, is a door that's slightly ajar with 6.5 Myrtle, with 6.5 number on the door. Do you recognize what are we seeing here, Trooper Duggan?
So in this photograph, the storm door is propped open, and the door to the apartment is pushed in, and there's damage to the bottom portion of the door and door frame.
Had you received information, excuse me, from the Ansonia Police Department as to how this door was damaged?
Yes, I was told that during Ansonia Police's welfare check initial response that they had to force entry into the apartment because it was locked.
Now, showing you what has been marked as states 25 as a full exhibit, can you tell me whether you recognize what this is?
Yes, so that's a close-up photograph of the locks to the exterior of the main door.
So this is the exterior side of the main door?
Yes.
And why, first of all, what are we seeing here? What did you notice about the locks? What was the purpose of taking this picture?
Purpose of taking this picture is to show that both locks are engaged in the locked position
Right. And how are you able to determine, at least for the top lock, how are you able to determine that?
because the deadbolt is out.
And the deadbolt, is that portion there?
Yes, that portion of the deadbolt would go into the door jamb if it were seated properly.
For the purpose of the record, Your Honor, I was pointing with my finger in the middle of the photo, just to the side of the brass lock. There is what appears to be a metallic cylinder that is extended out from the doorway.
Thank you, Attorney Stein.
So, I'm sorry, can you just sort of explain, well, we'll do it on a different foot. So showing you now 26. What are we seeing here?
So this is a side view of the door locks to the main door. And as you can see, the top deadbolt is engaged.
Did you make any observations with regard to whether there were any keys at all in this lock?
There were no keys in any of the locks.
Showing you what has been marked as states 27. Can you tell me whether you recognize what this is?
I do. That's the door jamb or door frame of the main entryway. You can see that it is damaged, and we were told that it was damaged during the Ansonia officer's initial response to the apartment.
So I'm going to zoom in on this center portion of the door jamb and ask you if you're sort of able, by words, if not, I would ask you to step down, what the significance of this damage is.
That damage was caused when Ansonia police kicked the door open.
More importantly, I guess, is the mechanics of it. Where we had the previous exhibits up that showed a piece of metal that's extending out from the lock set. Where would that engage somewhere here in this photograph?
It would on the top portion of the photograph. There's a slot where that cylinder would engage to.
So if this door were closed and the lock was engaged, would that lock sit in this part of the door jamb?
It would.
And that if the door were forced open, what would that cause? What would happen?
It would cause the damage to the door jamb that you're seeing.
And is this the door jamb on the back side here?
Part of it.
And what about this here? What is this?
That's the bottom portion of the lock.
All right, so Attorney Stein, again, we need to make a record. You're doing a lot of what is this, what is that, and unfortunately, transcript won't pick that up.
I got you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can I just interject 1 second? Obviously, we can't see what's on that screen, and I'm just wondering if Attorney Stein would use his pointer on the Elmo so that we could all see it, the witness could see it, we can see it, because when he points up on the big screen, we have no idea what
All right,
he's
I
pointing at.
appreciate that concern. Attorney Gavin, that's a valid concern. So Attorney Stein, why don't you please recap that, either by using the Elmo or by perhaps using the actual exhibit itself as a real item and showing it to the witness here by approaching the witness, one of two.
So with regard to this top portion of the door jamb here, is this the section where the deadbolt would engage the door frame?
Yes.
And that, Your Honor, is in the middle. It's in the middle part of the photograph, and it is a wooden section that appears to be broken out.
All right, on the top. It is in the middle of the photograph, top wooden section that appears to be broken out. You may proceed.
And again, just below that, Detective Duggan, is there a similar part of the wood door jamb that appears to be broken out?
Yes.
And what would this engage?
That would be the lower lock.
And on the opposite side, the left edge of the photograph, is there a piece of broken wood that seems to match up with the broken part that is still connected to the door frame?
Yes.
And showing you what has been marked stage 28. And what does this depict?
So this photograph was taken from within the entryway of the apartment, looking to the outside, showing the damaged door frame and the door locks that were engaged.
So effectively, have we just gone 360 around the door and the door frame?
We have.
And again, this starting at the top of the photograph and extending 3/4 of the way down on the left side of the picture, this piece of wood, where does that come from?
That's part of the door jamb.
So you have now entered into 6.5, and you have documented the only doorway in and out of this residential unit at that point. Is that fair?
Yes.
And now as you begin to step into the unit, can you tell us, you told us earlier that you photograph things and video in place before you touch anything?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 29. Can you generally tell us what this appears to be?
All right, again, so we're in the main hallway or the entryway of the apartment. We're still in the entryway, and that is an overall photograph showing the living room and kitchen and a recycling bin on the entryway of the apartment.
Can I,
1 second.
yeah, I don't think I've accepted 29 into the record as full.
This is again working around that clockwise. This is 2, 3, 4, those are cabinets, 35, bedroom 6, looking out back 7, this is 38, where we stop. This one.
Your Honor, there's a whole series of photographs. I have no objection to the introduction of photos.
Okay, so
You're 29, Your Honor, through 39.
29 through 39, defense counsel has had an opportunity to take a look at those, has no objection. Court will accept them into record as full.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back on 29. Again, generally, can you tell us what this is?
So we just passed the front doorway. We're in the main entryway or hallway of the apartment, and we're looking in. So we see the living room and the kitchen and a recycling bin on the right-hand side of the photograph.
And what's the approximate distance? How long is this foyer, this entryway into the unit?
It's tiled, and it's about 4 to 5 feet long.
And you mentioned this recycling bin. Would it be important, or did you ultimately document the contents of this recycling bin?
We did.
Showing you what has been marked as states 30. Did you, is this what was inside that recycling bin?
It was.
Again, I think on the bottom portion of the photograph, is that the black pail that these items were contained inside?
It is.
And zooming in on just several of the items, does this appear to be water bottles, beer cans, Coke bottle, juice bottle of some sort? Is that what was contained in there?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked now as states 31. Can you generally identify what this is?
Yes. So as you enter the apartment, you walk on the tiled floorway for about 4 to 5 feet, and then you enter the living portion of the apartment, which is a carpet or rug. And it's a gray colored rug. And in this photograph, the gray colored rug has a large portion of reddish stains on the rug.
And what was the purpose of taking this picture?
To document the stains.
And first of all, just again, to acclimate, with my finger in the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the black recycling bin?
It is.
And where my finger is now on the carpeting area on the center to right side, is this the blood-stained area, or I'm sorry, is this the red-stained area that you observed?
It is.
And from states 32, can you tell me if you generally recognize what this is?
Yes. So this, you enter the apartment, and if you're entering the apartment from the main doorway and you look to the right,
Would that be from here where my finger is? Again, is this the black garbage pail?
that's the black. Yes.
Entering in, and I'm sorry, to continue with what you were describing?
So you enter into the apartment, and this is the right side of the apartment. This is what we saw.
And is this a photograph that was taken documenting the original condition as you found it?
It is.
Continuing, states 33, do you recognize generally what this is?
I do. So again, we're in the main living area of the apartment, and we're looking towards what is the kitchen of the apartment. And as you're looking at this, you can see the kitchen sink, kitchen cabinets with child safety locks. You can see a kitchen island. And of note on this photograph, you can see candles that are burning.
Well, let's come to a couple of things. First of all, there appears in the back of the photograph, along this wall here, on the right side of the photograph, Your Honor, appears purple and gray drapes. Are you aware what is behind those drapes?
Windows.
Okay. Do you know which window?
Those were the windows that we saw from the outside. Those windows were found to be open.
Is that the bay window in the back of the house above the garage?
It is.
So those drapes are directly behind the open bay window.
They are.
And you made mention about candles. Do you see anything in this photograph that indicates what you're referring to?
Yes, you can see the candles to the right of the water bottle.
For the record, Your Honor, it's there's a water bottle in the center of the photograph, and there's what appears to be a burning candle to the right. Did you also happen to take note of on the cabinets? What are these white things?
Those are child safety locks.
And did you notice whether they were engaged or disengaged?
They're all engaged or otherwise in the locked position.
Showing you 34 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me again what's the overall point of view of this photograph?
So this would be an overall photograph of the kitchen. Now we're looking towards the left side of the apartment. And in this photograph, you can see the kitchen sink. You can see the candles that are burning on the island. You can see the stove. You can see the microwave.
And again, back on the candles for a second. Does this, zooming in on this, the bottom portion of the picture, Your Honor, are all three of these candles burning?
They're all burning, and they appear to have been burning for a period of time.
And how are you able to reach that conclusion?
Because you can see the liquid from the candle in a liquid state and not in a wax state.
And approximately now, what time would these pictures have been taken?
After 3:45 in the morning.
Okay, on Tuesday, December the 3rd.
Correct.
States 35, generally recognize what this is.
Yes, that's an overall view of the kitchen. That just shows the kitchen floor, the kitchen sink, and it shows all the door locks or the child safety locks on the kitchen cabinets.
.36 recognize this to be?
So if you enter the apartment from the doorway and you're standing in the middle of the apartment and you look left, this appears to be a bedroom area of the apartment. And in this photograph, you see a bed that has no comforter, no sheets on it, and other bedding and clothing items surrounding the bed.
.37, can you generally identify what this is?
So now we are standing next to the bed, looking towards the main entryway of the apartment. And in this photograph, you see the fan, you see the dresser, and you see the lower portion of the bed, or the foot portion of the bed.
Now, with regard to, there's a set of what appear to be bifold doors over here on this right side of the photograph. Is there any, and appears to be some bleach bottles. Is there anything over in that area?
It's a small closet area.
And what was in the closet?
Clothes and cleaning products.
Was there a washer and a dryer in there?
There was.
And 38, the full exhibit. Do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. So this photograph was taken basically from the center of the apartment. To the right, you'll see the dresser that was in the bedroom portion of the apartment. And this is to the bathroom of the apartment. This is the main entryway to the bathroom.
All right. Now, can you just, again, acclimate us? What is this item, right side of the photograph, brown item? What is that item?
That would be the dresser that's in the bedroom portion of the apartment.
So was there a wall or was this dresser being used functionally as a divider?
As a divider.
And what is immediately to the left of this photograph that is not depicted in the photograph?
The main entryway to the apartment.
And finally, showing you states 39 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally whether you recognize what this is?
So this is a closer view. As you enter the bathroom, this is the view that you see as you enter the bathroom. So you can see the bathroom sink, and there's two candles on the bathroom sink. One is burning, the other is not.
And again, zooming in, is that the candle that is still burning when you documented this at about sometime after 3:45 a.m. on December the 3rd of 2019?
Yes, and it's not represented great in this photograph, but the candle had been burning for a period of time as there is liquid in the candle and it's not in the wax form.
This may be an appropriate breaking point.
All right. So the time is 3:22. Court's going to stand in the afternoon recess. So we will be in recess for 15 minutes. We'll be back for the continuation of evidence after that. Again, I'll just remind the jurors to regard their instructions under the oath. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Okay, fast forward through this break. You ready? Zoom, zoom, people. Zoom, zoom.
Of a bathroom, interior of a shower or tub perhaps, and then a window. That was marked as 44 for ID. Attorney Gavin, you have no objection to that?
No objection to that.
All right, so the court's ruling will not take into consideration that particular photo. So that leaves the court with 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, I'm sorry, 45, not 44, 46 and 47. 44 is not at issue. All right. Is there anything else that you wanted to add, Attorney Gavin?
Just that obviously it's the same photograph from different vantage points. We're not disputing that, and we're not contesting the fact that Christine's body was found in the bathtub. So there's got to be some reason that the state can proffer that there's some forensic reason to go ahead and repeatedly show the jury the same photographs from different perspectives over and over. I think it's highly prejudicial, especially the last set. Thank you.
The little word that Attorney Gavin threw in there, forensic, is not any grounds for whether I can use a photograph as a fair and accurate representation for this jury to see. And if there's individual pieces of evidence that may have some significant value in each one of those photographs, then it is my right to be able to display and to make those determinations to the jury out of the dozens of photos that the police took. This was a mindful paring down of this information, and to exclude it would be highly prejudicial to the state. The probative value is certainly present.
All right, thank you. So the court has had the opportunity to take a look at each of these proposed exhibits that have been marked for identification purposes. In general, the court will state for the record they do propose to depict a deceased woman's body in a bathroom tub. There are various angles and various portions of the body that are basically zoomed in on. I think that Attorney Gavin's objection goes to the fact that there are multiple pictures depicting a body basically in what I'll describe as a gruesome condition. I understand your Objection, Attorney Gavin. However, I just want to point out a few things. There are no duplicates in terms of these photos. They are taken from different perspectives, and they do depict various close-ups of certain areas of the body. These are not 4 or 5 photos of the same exact thing. They are photos that depict with clarity certain areas of the body that can't be seen in certain photos. For instance, exhibit number 40 appears to depict a woman in a bathtub from a distance back. Does include the woman's head down, almost a full body shot, but not entirely. The exhibit number 41 that's being offered does not show the body in full, shows perhaps some skin of the body, maybe a shoulder or back. I can't tell. I didn't take the photo, so I'm not sure, but really the main gist of this photo appears to be a red blood-like substance on the tile wall. 42 is taken from a different angle and shows additional parts of the body, which includes multiple legs and various areas of that leg, as well as additional blood-like substance on the base of the bathtub. Proposed 43 shows a portion of the body. Again, you're not getting the full view of the body. You're getting a different area of the bathroom, which includes a bathroom or a pink garment hanging on a bathroom door. Now, 45 is a close-up photo of the face of a woman, and that face is not shown in any of the other photos. 46 is also a picture concerning the upper portion of that particular female body, and that shows the side of that body's head, again, not depicted in any of the other photos necessarily. And then the photo 47 actually shows appears to be the back of that body, again, not clearly depicted in any of the other photos. So the photos do not appear to be cumulative. Relative to the prejudicial effect of the photos due to their gruesome nature, I just want to point out that the information in this case charges murder. I also want to point out that the information charges murder due to the striking of Christine Holloway multiple times in the head and torso with an instrument that created several round-shaped marks that measured approximately 1 inch in diameter, severely fracturing her skull and causing other blunt force injuries, which resulted in her death. So the state has quite the burden to prove and has to enter into evidence, facts that will support issues, including but not limited to death, intent to cause death, manner of death, and these photos and pictures are relevant with respect to that. I do not find that they are cumulative. I find that they are relative to the facts set forth in the amended information as just read into the record. I believe that each of these photos will establish specific facts and have individual relevancy concerning the nature of the charges and the elements that the state is required to prove. I have balanced these multiple photographs. They serve an evidentiary purpose that is not overly prejudicial to the defendant, given the charge here and given what is depicted in each of those photographs, wherefore the court finds the probative value is outweighed. It does outweigh any prejudicial effect, wherefore the court would be inclined to allow these photos to come in as full exhibits. And I'm glad we did this outside the presence of the jury, and I do appreciate the cooperation of counsel in raising the issue outside the presence of the jury. Counsel, if you'd please retrieve the exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And let me just give you the other one, which was not Attorney Stein. Yeah, thank you.
Can we assume that they're all full exhibits?
If the state wishes to go ahead and mark them as full exhibits right now, I mean, listen, Attorney Gavin, let me just say this. Relevant to your argument, I would be inclined to mark them as full exhibits. However, I've not heard a foundation for them yet. If you're not contesting the foundation, then I'm fine, and we'll go ahead and mark them. Or we can lay the foundation with the witness, and I'll make an ultimate decision.
I prefer to do that. I just don't want to interrupt the process
Right.
here.
Okay, so I have to make a clear record, obviously. So with respect to their prejudicial nature, your objection is overruled. I would be inclined to allow them in as a full exhibit. However, I am not making that determination unless you agree to the foundational aspect and the accuracy. In other words, the authentication of the documents.
And I'm sure that the detective can go ahead and do that. I just don't want to stand up and object on every photo.
Okay.
So if the court would just accept my blanket objection as has been discussed in colloquy,
Okay.
then.
All right, so we'll lay the foundation with
yeah, that would be great.
with the detective if that was your intent, and Attorney Stein, you can do that, and you can also probably do that in general as a group of photos if you want to do that first, and then you can go through each of the photos so that we could deal with that overall objection and we don't have to do it one by one. So
Very good.
I leave that to you, whatever you're most comfortable with. It's your case.
Thank you.
Okay. Was there anything?
May I just inquire, I noticed it's 5 to 4, at what time the court thinks, so I can sort of understand where a logical breaking point will be
Sure.
for me.
So Attorney Stein, approximately how much longer do you have with this particular witness?
He will not be completed today.
Okay, so then what I would like to do is, I know we have something else we need to discuss off the record too. So why don't we make sure that we wrap up by 4:30 today if we have to come back tomorrow anyway?
Very good.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Unless, if you're right close to a certain segment, just, go over a little bit, but if you could just keep an eye on the clock, that'd be great.
Very good.
Okay. All right.
I would just, again, ask the court that this would be an opportunity for anybody who might be upset by these images to exit the courtroom.
All right, so for the record, we do this generally for spectators and or family members. of the victim, et cetera, when we're going to place materials into the record that may be deemed sensitive. So I just want to let viewers know, or anyone sitting in the courtroom, if you have access to viewing the screens here that display the exhibit, that the exhibits that are going to be displayed shortly when the jury comes in will most likely contain some sensitive materials. So if you find that sensitive materials will upset you, or you'll find those disturbing, perhaps this would be a good time to turn away from the display of the exhibits as the trial proceeds forward.
My concern as well, I would just ask the court that if anyone becomes upset, any sort of displays would be interruptive of my presentation to the jury and distracting to the jury.
All right. So yes, obviously we can't control our emotions and we can't control our feelings, but if I do have members of the audience who feel that they would get upset and they decide to stay, or they don't think they would get upset and decide to stay, and at any time feel that they are getting upset by the display or discussion of this particular material, I would ask you please to do your best to preclude the jury from seeing that emotion, and if so necessitated, if it's that much of an emotional response that you feel it's visible to the jury, I would ask you to use your best judgment and exit the courtroom so that the jury does not have to see that without there having to be an interruption by counsel or the marshals. Thank you. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Thank you.
This is going to be contained in the DNA report stuff that we take out of here, okay?
Counsel, if you'd stipulate to the return of our jury.
Stipulate
All 14, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Attorney Stein, you may well call your witness back to the stand. Thank you. Welcome back. Please come on up and have a seat. And I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of your oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Attorney Stein, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
Detective Duggan, showing you what has been marked. States 40 for identification, 41 for identification, 42 for identification, 43 for identification, 45 for identification. 44 is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
You can move for it to be full. I'll hear no objection on
No,
that.
44 was the one.
No, I know, but I just didn't do it yet.
And I have no objection to that introduction.
44 is a full exhibit, please.
All right, so court will accept into evidence states 44 with no objection. Thank you.
45 for identification, 46 for identification, and 47 for identification. Can you tell me, Detective Duggan, first of all, do you recognize what these items are?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
They are overall photographs of the victim as we found her.
Would this be the victim at 6.5?
Objection to the term victim, Your Honor. There's nobody's been established as a victim.
Okay, so
Your Honor, it's a pejorative term. The woman, I believe, is dead. I think her victimization can be.
Okay, so we're going to refer to the woman as the decedent. I am going to sustain the objection. I'm going to strike the term victim, and we're going to move on. Thank you.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the decedent as you found her on December 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
And were you present when these photographs were taken?
I was.
I would offer them, Your Honor.
So do they represent fairly and accurately what they depict in the photograph?
They do.
All right. I'll go ahead and find that the proper foundation was laid. Attorney Gavin, your running objection on those exhibits is noted, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept them into evidence as full exhibits.
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Of course.
I left you off, Detective Duggan, before the break. The last photograph that you saw was stepping up to the bathroom and then a deeper shot into the bathroom where you described a candle that was in place. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And again, as part of the overall documentation, did you step into that bathroom?
I did.
And did you make an observation as to a bathtub?
I did.
And what did you see in the bathtub?
The decedent.
Showing you what has been marked as states 40 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, generally, do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
That's the decedent.
I'm sorry. Did you ultimately, did you determine a name?
Yes.
And what was the decedent's name?
Christine Holloway.
Now, within this photograph, clearly there is a body present in the photograph. I'm going to zoom in to a certain extent on that portion of the photograph, which quality is not very good, but as you're looking at this, Your Honor, is left bottom corner of the photograph, just proximate to the victim's abdomen area. There is an item that is depicted just to the right side of the victim's abdomen. Are you able to see that, Detective Duggan?
I am.
And are you able to identify for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that item is?
That's the decedent's brain.
And showing you stage 41. Can you tell me if you generally recognize what this is? Trying to improve the light here.
I do. That's the back portion of the shower. It's a tiled wall, and that is above the decedent's head. And that's a bunch of blood patterns believed to be from the decedent on the wall.
Objection. This officer is not qualified to go ahead and testify what that substance is. It's a red-like substance. Somebody from the lab can come in and testify what it was. I object to the response.
I object to the speaking objection as to who the appropriate foundation
All right, guys. So the objection is a reasonable objection, Attorney Stein. I understand your speaking objection regarding who can come in and testify. So we're going to keep this trial clean. I am going to sustain the objection. I'm going to strike the portion of the witness's testimony which stated that the area on the tile was a blood pattern of any type. Okay, so this witness has not been qualified as an expert witness, so that is going to be stricken. If you wrote it down in your notebooks, please cross it out.
Detective Duggan, can you tell me, have you received training in blood patterns?
Yes.
And can you tell us about your training?
So the training consists of blood-like substances and blood patterns and what happens when those substances come in contact with materials.
Okay. And when did you go to this training?
During my time as a detective.
All right. And how many crime scenes approximately have you participated in?
Dozens.
And with regard to, let me ask you, this blood-like substance, right, that you observed, was there a body in proximity to it?
Yes.
Did that body appear to be bleeding?
Yes.
Did there appear to be blood-like substances all around the body?
Yes.
Blood, do you either have a basis in training or general knowledge? Is blood viscous at some point in time?
It is.
And is viscosity an element of being in a liquid state?
Yes.
And something that is liquid, if it's on, for instance, if I've got blood on my hand and I take this blood and I come in contact with another surface, will I transfer that viscous material to another surface?
Objection, Your Honor. Close for speculation. This gentleman has no ability to testify to that.
He has received training in just this precise.
I haven't heard enough about the training or the experience at this point in time to qualify this person to give an opinion relative to this Attorney Stein.
Trooper Duggan, did you receive training in analyzing blood-like material or blood-like substances with regard to the patterns that it leaves at crime scenes?
I did.
Did they talk to you about blood transfer?
They did.
And can you explain to the court what a blood transfer is?
Blood transfer is transferred from a source to an object, and when it interacts with that object, it'll form different patterns.
And is it possible for blood to be transferred from one place to another?
It is.
Why do you wear protective clothing when you enter into a crime scene?
To not contaminate the scene.
Okay. And is it possible that if you're moving around blood, that you can get it on your clothing or on your body?
It is.
And so what is the purpose of the protected clothing?
It's to protect the scene and it's to protect myself.
So to the extent that if you move from one part of the scene to another, if you've got blood on you, do you change your protective clothing?
We do.
And what is the purpose of doing that?
To not contaminate the scene and to not transfer materials throughout the scene.
Because if you have something on your material and you walk someplace else, can you put it where it didn't originally exist?
You can.
And in terms of this type of transfer, and then the types of patterns that people can have related to viscous blood-like fluid, can someone look at that and make assumptions or make determinations as to the blood and its movement?
They can.
To the form of the question, close for speculation. It's not qualified.
It doesn't, with all due respect to the court. Viscosity or a drip, for instance, something
Okay,
that.
Attorney Stein, you're not going to testify to this court.
Can I be heard outside the presence of the jury, please? With regard to laying the foundation.
Possibly with regard to laying foundation, perhaps this should be done outside the presence of the jury. Court's going to ask the jury to step out. Please leave your notebooks behind. right, so you may be seated. So Attorney Stein, you're asking this particular witness to provide an opinion.
I understand.
He hasn't been qualified as an expert. If you would like to work through the attempt to qualify him as an expert relative to whatever question you'd like to ask him, you can go ahead and try to lay that foundation now outside the presence of the jury, and I will give Attorney Gavin an opportunity to also oblige the witness.
Approaching, we have state 41 back up on the monitor, which is a full exhibit. You testified to what do you believe this to be?
Objection, Your Honor. I thought this hearing was in regard to his qualifications to testify.
Well, it is. So let me first start with, what is the question that you would like to ask in front of the jury, Attorney Stein?
Well, again, the question is that in terms of his testimony, is from this blood, he would be prepared to testify that the blood was
What is the question that you intend to ask?
What does this pattern indicative of? What does this pattern tell you?
It's blood transfer from her head on the wall.
And what does this pattern, or what does this, what are the significant patterns that you see here with regard to what happened to the blood once it was transferred to the wall?
When she was being placed in the tub, her head came into contact with the wall and was moving in a back and forth motion, or side to side motion.
And how were you able to determine that?
You can tell by looking at the blood pattern and the blood in her hair. And I believe in some portion of those photographs, there's pictures of hair. It came into contact.
Zooming in on stage 41, do you see the hair which you reference?
I do.
And again, these patterns here, what do these patterns on the right side of the photograph where my finger is, what do they say to you with regard to the blood that was transferred to the wall?
That shows me that her head was in contact with the wall and he was moving in a side to side direction.
Would you refer to those as swipe marks?
I would.
And with regard then to 42.
Okay, Attorney Stein, let's get to this witness's qualifications to be able to make those conclusions or render those.
Can you tell us about the training? Tell us about the training that you received. When was it? How long was it? Have you received refreshment in any of those topics through either in service or in other manners? And tell us about your experience with these patterns over the course of your career.
I've seen dozens of these patterns at crime scenes throughout my career, and blood pattern analysis is taught in everywhere from basic crime scene processing, advanced crime scene processing, and it's also talked about in the NESPAC crime scene class, which I was just taken as of December of last year.
So hold on a minute. Sir, you answered that it's seen in different types of trainings. Specific to your training, what training have you had specific to blood pattern splatter?
I've taken two blood pattern classes, and I've taken these other classes that have talked about blood scene in the classes.
You may continue, Attorney Stein.
So with regard to those classes, were you taught, was it otherwise part of the lecture with regard to transfer of blood from one place to another?
Yes,
And if that blood becomes moved or disturbed, does it leave a pattern?
it does.
And if something that's viscous goes to something else, could it create a pattern such as a drip mark?
It could.
And did you look at these patterns pursuant to your training and your experience at 6.5 Myrtle Ave on December 3rd of 2019?
I did.
So did you receive training on how to analyze these patterns?
To interpret them, not to analyze them.
Interpretation is different than a physical analyzation of the components of the property.
Yes.
So with regard to that, Your Honor, I would be offering him as an expert for the purpose of offering his opinion as to the interpretation of those patterns based upon what he saw at the scene.
Attorney Gavin, do you want to wadir the witness?
There's no reliable evidence before the court that this gentleman is qualified to go ahead and opine in regard to blood splatter evidence. The fact that he's taken a class or two at some point, which we don't know when, he just testified that he took a class last year. This is a 2019 incident. He is not an expert in blood splatter. He's the lead case investigator. He was offered by the state to go ahead and indicate what evidence was received, photographic video evidence, not blood splatter evidence, Your Honor. And what we're doing here now is we're putting the officer in a position where he's trying to have him testify to BLS blood-like stains when there's no evidence whatsoever that that's blood. Thank you.
First of all, with regard to his training, he has established that his background is a detective in major crime. He's been doing this for well over a decade. With regard to that, he's testified that in various trainings leading up to this position, and he named the courses that they receive information as part of their training with regard to processing blood transfer and interpreting patterns to understand movements at a crime scene. With regard to his experience, he has indicated he has done this at dozens of crime scenes during his time with the Connecticut State Police, a major crime. And with regard to his recent training, even if that training were not in effect, his ability to look at this evidence in conjunction with the recent training that he's received and offer an opinion. Experts frequently, who have never actually been to a scene in all kinds of cases, can look at photographic evidence and offer an opinion based upon their training and experience. I think that it is reasonable and logical. The jury will be able to gather information from that interpretation, which is probative of the activities of December the 2nd of 2019.
All right, Attorney Gavin.
What the court hasn't heard is he's never been qualified as an expert, as a blood spatter expert. He's never testified.
Here's the thing. So first of all, the qualifications are minimal at best. There's been no prior testimony. He wasn't disclosed as an expert witness. In addition to that, the jury does not need an expert opinion to draw the conclusion by way of inference that that red blood-like substance on that wall was transferred somehow, okay? And then they also have a body with blood on it in the bathtub. I am not going to allow this particular witness, based on his qualifications and his specific role at this crime, which is to document the evidence, to testify as to the means of the transfer of the blood-like substance onto that wall. That testimony and that opinion was not disclosed, number one. And number two, I don't think he's qualified, and I don't believe that the state has met the obligations that they need to meet relative to the expert qualification and the way in which this would assist the jury at this point in time. And the picture basically speaks for itself. There's hair in the blood-like substance. He can testify as to any of the specific findings, but I will not allow him to provide his opinion as to how those materials got onto that back portion of the tub. Anything further?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll bring the jury back in.
Trailing away, from the area where you had previously identified that there was a brain there, trailing away in the direction of the tub.
Yes, it's traveling towards the drain.
Did you also directly, or do you recognize what States 44 is as a full exhibit?
I do. That's a picture towards the front of the shower where the shower controls would be and the shower head would be. Above that, that's a picture of a window that's open,
Is it a window?
a skylight.
And is this the same tub area where the decedent's body is found?
It is.
This may be a logical breaking point, Your Honor, based on our previous timing discussions.
Okay. All right, so we are going to be adjourning for the day. Before we do that, of course, I just want to remind the jurors of their obligations under your oath. I know that seems repetitive, but I am duty-bound to do that every day because it is really that important. So please, again, avoid any publicity about this case and any contact to or from anyone, and all of the other instructions that I gave you regarding your oath and your responsibility as jurors in this case. Have a good evening, and we'll see the jurors back tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
All right, guys, that was the end of day 2. So let's get day 3 started. Let's see here. We're gonna share this tab instead. Oops. Hold up a minute. Okay. And let's hit play. Still silent. All right.
Counsel, if you would please place your appearances on the record for purposes of today's proceedings.
Howard Sign, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney, Your Honor.
Mark Joseph for the state of Connecticut, Your Honor.
Edward Gavin for the defendant, Jose Morales, who's seated to my left, Your Honor.
All right, and he is present in business casual attire for purposes of the record and also unrestrained. Is that correct, Attorney Gavin?
I'm sorry.
Unrestrained, your client.
that's
Yes,
correct.
thank you.
Yes,
Just
thank you, Your Honor.
for purposes of the record. Are we ready to proceed this morning? Is there any,
Defense is, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
anything
Honor.
that the court needs to address before bringing our jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Madam Clerk will bring the jury in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. All right, counsel, would you please stipulate to the presence of all of our jurors here this morning?
Stipulate to the presence of jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, so when we last left the courtroom yesterday, we did have a witness on the stand. We are going to bring that witness back to the stand.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. Have a seat. All right, before we begin, I just would like to remind you that you do remain under the obligation of the oath that you took when you first took the witness stand.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you. I'm just having some exhibits marked.
Certainly.
I'll also inform the court and counsel that in an attempt to pre-mark some of the exhibits, they're going to be coming in now out of numerical order because they've been pre-marked, but the order in which they're going to be introduced is changed.
Okay.
No, well, just picking up where we left off yesterday. Again, I will also inform the court that the material that I'm going to continue with is sensitive material.
All right, so the court will inform anyone viewing or watching the trial that the materials that are about to be presented and displayed may contain sensitive information. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I have that same continuing objection that was previously ruled on.
So just to be clear, it's the objection relative to the photographs that were taken outside of the presence of the jury on the record.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, so noted. Thank you.
Yes, she already approved those, right? Yeah. Good morning, Detective Duggan.
Morning.
You'll recall yesterday, I'm going to start off by putting back up on the screen in front of you, State 41, which is a full exhibit. Do you recall this photograph from yesterday?
I do.
And I think you referenced this yesterday, that this was a red blood-like substance on the tile wall in the bathroom behind the decedent's body. Is that correct?
Correct.
With regard to this red blood-like substance, did you do any testing of this material?
I did a presumptive blood test.
Can you again explain that process to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So it's called a Kastle-Meyer solution, and it's a chemical testing that tests areas for the presence of blood. So basically, you take a Q-tip and you swab the area that you're testing, and then you put a solution on it, and it reacts a certain color. And if it reacts a certain color, it's either positive or negative for the presence of blood.
And when you performed that test in this case with regard to that red blood-like substance, what result did you get?
It tested positive.
You also testified yesterday that in addition to the decedent's body, you observed other items. Can you identify what other items you observed in the tub other than the decedent's body?
So in the tub, there was the decedent's body. There was leaf and other debris down near the drain portion of the tub. And there were fragments of what appeared to be skull-like material in the tub.
Were there any other organs or things that you observed in the tub?
Her brain.
So now with regard to the skylight, which was depicted in States 44, where was the debris, the leaves and such in relationship to the skylight?
Directly below it.
Now, after having made and documented all of these observations, what step would come next in your process?
We would remove the decedent from the bathtub.
And who is doing that?
It took a couple of us. So myself, another detective, and the OCME technician that was on scene.
I'm sorry, OCME, can you just define for us what OCME is?
Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
And you said a technician. What part, explain who is or what is the OCME medical technician officer?
So the medical examiner that comes out is a meteorological death investigator, and they basically do a body survey of the decedent and note any wounds or other injuries to the decedent.
And when do they do that?
We usually call them while we're processing the scene and give them a time frame on when to come out, and they respond accordingly.
And with regard to this scene, did there come a point in time where the OCME technician came out?
They did.
Okay. And was it at that point that the decedent's body was being removed from the bathtub?
It was.
And can you describe that process for us, please?
So we each get in different positions in the bathroom, and we each grab a limb of the decedent and lifted the decedent out of the tub and placed the decedent into a body bag.
And once the decedent is in a body bag, what do you do at that point?
We roll the body and we further document injuries and make observations and notes of the condition of the body.
Again, a caution, Your Honor, with regard to the next sentence.
All right, so the court has put viewers on notice of sensitive materials contained in the exhibits that are about to be displayed, so.
Detective Duggan, showing you what has been marked States 45 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me if you recognize generally what this is?
That's an overall photo of the decedent's face.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of how she appeared when you took her out of the tub on December the 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
Showing you States 46 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
So that photograph is a side profile and rear profile view of the decedent's face and head.
And specifically, I want to point you to the center of the photograph. Here, just above the ear, there is a white area. Are you able to identify what that appears to be?
That's a large open wound to the skull.
Were you able to see into her skull?
I was.
Was there a brain within her skull?
There was not.
Was did the brain sitting in the tub appear to come from that hole in her head?
It did.
It calls for speculation. The medical examiner can testify to this.
Overruled.
Showing you further, states 47 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
So this is an overall photograph of the decedent's back. And in this photograph, you can see certain wounds and injuries to the decedent.
And again, zooming in on just above her buttocks area, did you note these circular type bruising on her back?
I did.
And again, further up her back, did you detect further circular type bruising on her back?
I did.
Now, with regard to the other matter that you identified within the tub, a brain, what did you do with the brain?
The brain and the skull pieces were collected and placed into the body bag with the decedent.
And ultimately, do you know where the decedent was transported to?
The decedent was transported to the office of the chief medical examiner located in Farmington, Connecticut, where an autopsy would be performed.
And did the decedent's body effectively go with the OCME technician who had responded to the scene?
It did.
Now, after the decedent was removed from the bathtub, did you withdraw? You told us yesterday about your process of doing exterior walk around, interior before touching the scene, and then you begin to process the inside of the scene. Do you recall that?
I did.
So did there come a point in time, and the photographs we saw yesterday were an unprocessed view of the interior of the house. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did there come a point in time where you began to process the interior portions of the home?
We did.
And was that after the decedent was removed from the premises?
Yes.
Showing you a series of photos, and again, they are not marked in order, Your Honor, because they were pre-marked.
Your Honor, I've just seen 11 photographs. I don't know the numbers of them, but I have no objection to the introduction of them as full exhibits.
They appear to be 69 through 79 in sequence, Your Honor.
Okay, so hearing no objection, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence State's Exhibits 69 through 79 full.
Detective Duggan, showing you now states 69 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me if you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's an overall photograph of exhibit number 1. And exhibit number 1 would be a cutout of a large piece of rug with reddish brown blood-like staining stains on the entryway of the apartment.
Okay, so first of all, and using my finger, in the upper left-hand portion of the photograph, would that be the entryway into 6.5 Myrtle,
Yes.
together with the black recycling pail that was present there yesterday?
Yes.
And in the upper right-hand corner, would that be the bathroom door?
Yes.
Now, visible in this photograph, obviously, it appears to be some tape measuring devices, as well as a placard number 1. Can you tell us what the purpose of that is?
The tape measure was just to get a measurement of the size of the rug that would be cutting out, and also to show an outline of where we'd be cutting the rug. And the exhibit number 1, to identify it, we put the evidence stanchion in the middle.
So did there come a point, did you cut out that section of rug within the dimensions of the tape measure?
I did.
And before cutting it out, did you do any presumptive testing on any sections of that rug?
I did.
And where did you do a presumptive test?
In the areas that had the red blood-like substance on it.
And again, so as not to necessarily repeat the procedure, but did you use the same testing kits and follow the same testing procedure as you previously explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I did.
And did you get any type of an indication from the presumptive testing as to whether that was blood or not?
It tested positive for the presence of blood.
Showing you state 70 is a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's a different photo of exhibit number 1. Also in the background, you can see a child's crib, and you can see a recliner.
So again, is this that same exhibit 1, but now we are looking towards effectively what would be the right side of the house as if you were standing on the street?
Yes.
And you mentioned the crib in the back. I'm going to specifically start just to zoom in on there appears to be a white sticker, if you will, with some type of a number or an arrow. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know how that sticker or whatever that is, arrow, got there?
I placed it there, and basically I placed it there to help show in the photograph where I found areas of blood-like substance on the crib rails.
And again, Your Honor, that is upper right-hand portion of the overall picture, a child's crib, what appears to be the 3rd or 4th slat from the right side of the crib.
Thank you.
And sliding the picture over, I'll leave it in zoomed in mode. Do you see a similar arrow or marker in this portion of the photograph?
I do. It's on the lower portion of a rocking chair, and it's an arrow that I placed there to show an area of blood-like staining on the chair.
Again, Your Honor, it's upper left-hand corner. It is a green rocking chair with a red tray on the lower right-hand side wooden portion of the chair.
Thank you.
Showing you 71, which appears to be a closer shot of the crib area previously identified. Again, does that appear to be the same mark that you just previously told us about?
It is.
Did you make any observations with regard to any linen or bedding on this crib?
The bed had bedding sheets that were missing from it, and there was just one sheet loosely placed on top of the mattress.
State 72 is a full exhibit. Do you generally recognize what this is?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
So this is a close-up photograph of the crib rails, and basically the number 8 is indicating that there's going to be a swab of the potential blood-like substances on the crib rails.
And zooming in,
just above the arrow, which is depicted in the center crib railing visible in the picture. Can you identify what this is that we're seeing?
The arrow is pointing to a droplet of a blood-like substance on the crib rail.
And did you ultimately do anything with regard to that droplet?
So I performed a presumptive blood test, and that test indicated that it was positive for the presence of blood, and then I swabbed the areas to obtain the blood sample.
Again, showing you now state 73 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me whether you generally recognize what this is?
I do.
And what do you generally recognize it to be?
This is another photograph of exhibit number 1 and the right side of the apartment.
Does it seem to expand further, deeper into the apartment beyond the area of the crib?
It does.
And again, referencing with regard to that arrow, which is depicted on the chair, which you had previously spoken of, was any further action taken with regard to that?
Yes.
What action was taken?
Another presumptive blood test was taken of that area, which tested positive for the presence of blood.
And handing the camera a little bit to the left, there is what appears to be a blue bin of sorts. Do you see that in the photograph?
I do.
And do you see any markings that you placed on this bin?
I do. I see a white sticker that has an arrow on it.
And what was the purpose of placing that there?
Again, it shows there was blood-like staining droplets on the recycling bin and the arrows just to show the area where they were located.
State 74 is a full exhibit. Can you acclimate us to where we are now in this photograph?
So if you're in the center of the apartment, near the main entryway, and you look left, there was a bedroom area set up. This is the back portion of the dresser that was facing the bedroom.
What would be immediately to the left? There seems to be some wood on the left side of the screen.
Immediately to the left is the bathroom entrance.
And visible in this photograph, in the center part of the photograph, appeared to be two additional markings. Can you tell me if you recognize what those are?
I do. Those are white stickers with arrows, directional arrows on them. I placed them on the back of the dresser.
Did you take any steps with regard to what is depicted with those stickers?
So located on the back portion of this dresser were several areas of blood-like staining or small droplets, and we placed those arrows on the dresser, and basically to show the blood-like staining on the dresser, a presumptive blood test was taken of these areas, which tested positive for the presence of blood.
Now, with regard to these, if I zoom back out, is it fair to say that there appear to be many similar type stains on the back of this bureau?
Yes.
Now, you chose two that appear to be in the center of the photograph. I want to pull your attention in the photograph, and I'll use my finger right here, which would be the bottom side of the bureau, Your Honor, on the left bottom side of the dresser. And then another one over here, which appears to be to the left side of the dresser about midway, as well as up here, which would be the upper right-hand portion of the dresser, as well as here, again, moving to the mid portion of the dresser on the right. Further here, just below the last marking, another set of marks on the dresser about mid-level. Do you recall seeing those areas that I pointed out?
I do.
And what observations did you make with regard to those areas?
Those were blood stains that appeared to have been cleaned or attempted to be cleaned up.
And what were you seeing that led you to that conclusion?
There's a discoloration in the wood, and there appeared to be some type of motion against the wood to remove those stains.
And the areas that you ultimately testified where you had placed arrows, did you see similar type patterns connected to those items?
No.
Is that why you took action with regard to those items?
Correct.
Coming back just for a brief moment to state 73, which was a full exhibit, you recall this photograph I had asked you earlier about the blue bins in the upper, or the blue bin, I'm sorry, in the upper left-hand corner of the picture. Do you recall that?
I do.
Showing you what has been marked 75 as a full exhibit. Do you recognize what this item is?
I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a blue storage bin.
And is that the same blue storage bin that was depicted in the last photograph, state 73, in the upper left-hand corner?
It is.
And again, zooming in on the photograph, on the front portion of the bin, did you make any observations with regard to this bin?
Yes, on that bin, several areas of a blood-like substance was noted on the exterior of the bin, and we placed an arrow showing some of the blood droplets. Number 6 indicates an area of where we were to swab those blood droplets to obtain a sample.
And did you in fact perform that?
I did.
And was it pursuant to substantially the same procedure previously indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And what was the result?
It tested positive for the presence of blood.
And again, going further, did there appear to be more than the one areas that, other than the one that you placed the arrow at?
Yes, there were several areas on the bin.
You states 76 as a full exhibit. Is that a tighter picture depicting these blood-like substances or that were on the exterior of this blue bin?
It is.
And again, to the right side, is that the area where you collected the sample from?
It is.
Showing you it's been marked state 77 as a full exhibit, can you tell me generally, do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that's an overall view of the inside, the contents and the inside of the bin. So looking from the top down.
Did you make any observations with regard to what, if anything, was in this bin?
Child's toys, and there was blood-like substance within the bin itself.
So zooming in now on the bottom right side, for instance, depicted, I've zoomed in, Your Honor, on what appears to be a Samsung telephone and a white object immediately to its right. Are you able to identify that?
Yes.
What observations did you make with regard to that?
It's a child's toy with blood-like substance on it.
And if I slide the photograph down further, was there other blood-like substances that were visible on items contained in this blue bin?
Yes.
Showing you has been marked state 78 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me whether you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, that's the underneath the kitchen sink.
And is this a picture obvious to the extent that, what is this in the foreground here where I am pointing, Your Honor, bottom left-hand part of the screen, there's appears to be a wooden door and something, a white object on it.
Yes, those are the child safety locks.
And prior to taking this picture, do you recall whether the child safety lock was engaged or disengaged?
They were engaged.
So in order to take this picture, did you have to disengage the child safety lock?
We did.
And at that point in time, did you take this photograph?
We did.
And had anything been removed or touched within this before taking this photograph?
It did not.
And I see a placard number 2 within this photograph. Can you tell me of what that item is?
So placard number 2 indicates that there's evidence within the bucket, and we're showing an overall photograph of where we located the evidence.
Showing you state 79 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize with this to be?
So that's a top-down view, overall view of the contents of the bucket.
And what was inside the bucket?
Wet rags.
Did you make any observation with regard to these wet rags?
Yes, they had a red blood-like substance on them.
Did you take any steps with regard to these rags?
We did. We removed them and documented them.
Were there other areas within the house where you also documented the presence of blood-like substances?
Yes.
And did you find any blood-like substances in the bedroom area?
No.
With regard to finishing in the interior, excuse me, in the interior of the house, did there come a point in time that you went outside and took any additional daylight exterior shots?
Yes.
No. Your Honor, there's 4 photographs here. No objection to the introduction.
Hi, thank you.
Hey, 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Apologize.
No apology needed. Thank you.
States, these are again pre-marked out of order. So showing you now states 48.
Attorney Stein, can we I just want to document the numbers to which
Yes,
there was no
sure.
objections and let me accept.
48, Your Honor, 49, 50, and 51.
So 48 through 51, no objection by Attorney Gavin. Court will accept into evidence the state's exhibits as full. Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. So showing you Detective Duggan states 48 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
So that's an overall photograph of the windows, the bay windows that were in the kitchen. That's from the outside of the residence. That was taken from the outside of the residence.
And are you able, zooming in on the center, does that accurately reflect the position of the window at the time that the police entered this property?
It does.
And with regard to 49 as a full exhibit, can you tell me whether you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's an exterior view of the apartment.
And I want to bring your attention to the upper portion of this photograph. Do you see something on the roof that you were photographing?
I do.
And what do you see?
The open skylight.
And going to states 50 is a full exhibit. Do you recognize what this is?
It's a close-up view of the open skylight.
And are you able to, first of all, is it a fair and accurate representation of the position of the skylight at the time of your investigation?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier, where is this skylight with relationship to the house? What room is it entered into?
It's in the bathroom, in the area of the shower and tub.
And you indicated that you found some leaf debris in the bathtub. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And zooming in on this photograph, just to the left of the skylight, are you able to see any material just immediately to the left of the skylight?
Leaf and other debris.
And finally, states 51 is a full exhibit. Can you generally identify what this is?
Yes, that's an overall view of the decedent's car parked out on Myrtle Ave.
At some point in time, did you become aware that there was some significance to this car?
I did.
And again, in the upper left-hand portion of the car, is that 6.5 Myrtle Ave, I'm sorry, in the back left corner of the photograph directly behind the car.
It is.
And to the extent, is this 6 Myrtle Ave depicted in this photograph as well, immediately to the right of 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes.
Now, Detective Duggan, did there come a point in time where you withdraw evidence that you identified by placards, any physical evidence that you collected? Once you collected it, what did you do with it?
We collected it, documented it, and at the conclusion of scene processing, turned it over to detectives from the Ansonia Police Department.
All right. So, and let's just take one item. Let's just take item 8, the blood swab. When you take that, how is something packaged to be given to the Ansonia Police Department?
So it's packaged accordingly, and it's sealed up. I initialed the seal, basically showing that I'm the last one or the only one that's entered the evidence into a piece of packaging. An evidence label is placed on it. Again, that has the case number, date and time of seizure, who seized it, which would have been me, and a brief description of the evidence seized.
Is there a corresponding placard number that it may correspond to from within your scene?
Yes, the placard number would match the evidence label number.
And are you aware, once you turn it over to, in this case, Ansonia PD, do they put a corresponding label on it?
They do.
And is that the last contact that you would have in this scenario with a particular piece of evidence?
Yes.
Now, after you completed your activities at 6.5 Myrtle, were you asked, or was Central District Major Crime asked to participate in any other evidentiary collection for the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
Did you become aware that the Ansonia Police Department had obtained a search and seizure warrant for what they call a body warrant for Jose Morales?
I had.
And did they ask you to participate in that process?
They did.
And where did that occur?
At the Ansonia Police Department.
And do you recall approximately when that occurred?
At the conclusion of scene processing.
So you immediately went from 6.5 to the Ansonia Police Department?
I did.
There are 3 photographs I've been.
66, 67, 68, remarked. Your Honor, 3 photographs involved in the body.
And no objection for the introduction.
All right, thank you, Attorney Gavin. All right, so with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence states 66, 67, and 68. Thank you, Attorney Stein.
First of all, showing you what has been marked as state 66 as a full exhibit, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
That's an overall photograph of Mr. Morales.
And did you either take this photograph or present when it was taken?
I was present when it was taken.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of how Mr. Morales appeared on December the 3rd of 2019?
It was.
And showing you what has been marked as states 67 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's a picture of a bruise on his chest.
And zooming in on it, would that be fair to say that that is under his right chest area?
Yes.
And as further, as part of this warrant that had been obtained by the Ansonia Police Department, did it authorize you to obtain a sample of Mr. Morales' genetic material?
It did.
And is there a process that you would go through in order to obtain his genetic material?
There is.
And can you explain that process to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So it's called a buccal swab, and basically you swab the interior portion of a person's mouth.
And once you swab it, what, if anything, do you do with it?
You take the swabbings, you package it accordingly, and seal it all up.
And again, did you perform that task with regard to Mr. Morales?
I did.
Did you in fact place the swab in his mouth and obtain a sample of his genetic material on that swab?
I did.
Did you package it in accordance with what you just explained, having secured that swab?
I did.
Did you ultimately seal and turn that over to the Ansonia Police Department?
I did.
Showing you what has been marked State 68 as a full exhibit, can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
That's an overall view of the buccal swab and the packaging that I placed it in.
So first of all, zooming in on the right side of the image to the right, Your Honor, of the manila envelope, can you tell us what are we seeing here?
That's a picture of the buccal swab.
And again, there's writing that appears to be at least visible on the portion that is outside the envelope. Can you tell us, place that writing there?
That's probably from the lab technicians.
Okay. And with regard then to the sticker, do you see an evidence sticker on this envelope?
So there's two stickers on that envelope. The one above it is the evidence sticker that I placed on it, and the evidence sticker below it is the one that the lab puts on it.
And does it appear to be for the buccal swab that you took from Mr. Morales on December the 3rd of 2019?
It does.
Your Honor, I've just showed to counsel again pre-marked, so out of order of introduction, states 52 through state 62, and my understanding is there's no objection.
No objection to the introduction unless it's full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin. So with no objection, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence states exhibits 52 through 62 photographs.
So we know to this point, Detective Duggan, that you processed 6.5 Myrtle Ave, and subsequent to that, that you went and did a body warrant at Ansonia PD on Mr. Morales.
Correct.
At some point in time, did you provide further assistance to the Ansonia Police Department?
We did.
And you recall when that was?
The following day,
So would that now be December the 4th?
December 4th, correct.
And what was requested from you?
Ansonia Police had seized 2 vehicles in connection to the case, and they asked us, state police, to process the 2 vehicles for them.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where were the vehicles located when you processed them?
The vehicles were towed to Troop I in Bethany.
And is that where you processed them?
Correct.
Showing you has been marked states 52 is a full exhibit. Can you generally tell me, focus it? Can you generally tell me what you recognize that to be?
That's Mr. Morales' vehicle.
Specifically, are we looking at a gold color Mazda Protege?
I believe so.
I'm sorry,
Nissan.
Sentra.
Yes, Nissan Sentra.
And would this be the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you 53 is a full exhibit. Can you tell me if you generally recognize what that is?
That's a same vehicle, and that's a passenger side view.
Showing you, well, before I leave that photograph, did there come a point in time where you examined the interior of this car?
We did.
Did you note whether there was a child safety seat or a child seat anywhere in that vehicle?
There was no child seat present.
Showing you states 54 as a full exhibit. Can you generally recognize what this is?
That's the same vehicle. That's just a view of the rear of the vehicle.
And I'm going to zoom in on the muffler tailpipe area. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the condition of the muffler or the tailpipe at the time that you took this photograph?
It is.
Does it appear to be hanging substantially low below the car?
It does.
Did there come a point in time where you went not only into the interior portion of the car, but into the trunk of the car?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked stage 55 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
That's an overall view of the contents of the trunk of the vehicle.
And specifically, we can see two placards in this video. Placard, let's start only with placard number 24 for the moment. What is denoted by placard number 24?
So 24 is the black contractor's style trash bag within the trunk of the vehicle.
And from the outside, were you able to make any observations with regard to that black contractor bag in the trunk of the car?
Yes, several areas of blood-like substance were noted to be on the exterior portion of the bag.
Now, with regard to placard number 25, what is that depicting?
Number 25 is going to be a swab, which is going to be a collection of the blood-like substance on the exterior of the trash bag.
And is this a general overview as it existed in the trunk?
Yes.
I'm going to show you first closer to placard stake 56, closer to placard number 24, and I'm going to zoom in a bit. Can you tell me what we are looking at here?
Those are some of the areas of blood-like substance on the exterior of the trash bag.
So specifically, going to zoom in on at least that item there. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, there appears to be a red blood-like substance immediately to the right of placard number 24 on the bag.
Thank you.
Were there other similar observations on the exterior of the bag?
Several areas similar to that one were located on the exterior of the bag.
57 is a full exhibit. Can you generally identify what we are looking at here?
More areas on the exterior of the bag with blood-like substance on them.
And again, zooming in on the one on the upper portion of the bag, or the photograph rather, is that what you're referring to?
I am.
Showing you 58 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me whether, do you generally recognize what we are looking at here?
So number 25 is an evidence stanchion, and number 25 was a swab of the collection of the blood-like substance on the exterior of the bag. So 25 just shows an area where we swabbed the bag of.
Showing you, is this the area which you were referring to?
Yes.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Showing you 59 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what we are seeing here?
I do. So that's the interior or inner portion of the contractor's bag, number 24, that was found in the trunk of the vehicle.
And there appears to be areas, multiple areas around the bag of a red blood-like substance. Did you make those observations?
I did.
Again, is this a generally fair and accurate representation of how they appeared?
Yes.
State 60 is a full exhibit. Thank you. Can you generally recognize what we are seeing here?
Yeah, so that's the inside of the trash bag, number 24. And basically, I believe that's number 28. Having trouble reading it.
Yeah. The machine is okay.
But that's a collection, a swab, a collection of the blood-like substance within the interior of the trash bag. The evidence stanchion or evidence sticker just shows the area of where we took the sample from.
And again, you took a sample of some of this blood-like substance from within the bag?
Yes.
And did you do it, well, first of all, did you do any testing on this prior at that time?
Prior to the swabs on the exterior and interior portion being taken, we performed a presumptive blood test, which tested positive for the presence of blood.
And ultimately, the sample that you took from sample 28, do you know what portion of the bag that was?
28 was the interior portion of the bag.
Okay. And when you took the sample, was it in substantially the same manner in which you previously indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you collected blood-like substance samples?
It is.
And ultimately, having obtained that sample, what did you do with it?
We obtained the sample, we collected it, we packaged it accordingly, and eventually transferred it over to the Ansonia Police Department.
States 61. Generally, can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
That's an overall photograph of the trash bag found within the trunk of the vehicle.
Clearly, it's been removed from the trunk of the vehicle. At this point, what was the purpose of having done this?
We were seizing the trash bag.
And again, showing you now states 62 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
So I see 2 evidence labels on there. The top evidence label is from the state police. And again, that shows our case number, date and time that it was seized, a description of the item, where it was seized from, and who it was seized by. The number 24 indicates what number evidence item it is. And then below that is the Ansonia Police Department label, which is similar to ours.
And does this label seem to correspond to the contractor style trash bag, black in color with blood-like staining that was seized from the trunk of that Nissan Sentra?
It does.
States 63, 64, 65.
Your Honor, I just had an opportunity to see Exhibit 63, 64, 65. I have no objection to them being introduced as a full exhibit.
All right, thank you, Attorney Gavin. With no objection, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states 63, 64, and 65.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to states, in addition to the Nissan Sentra that you processed, did you process any other vehicles at that time for the Ansonia Police Department?
We did.
And what other vehicle did you process?
The decedent's vehicle.
And can you generally describe that vehicle?
It was a black in color Ford Focus.
Showing you what has been marked as states 63 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's an overall view of the exterior of the driver's side of the vehicle.
States 64.
Same vehicle, overall view of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Again, 65. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
Same vehicle. That's an interior portion of the rear passenger seat area of the vehicle.
Now, I asked you previously whether you had detected a child's safety seat or a child seat in the back of the Nissan Sentra. Did you locate a child safety seat at all in the back of the black Ford Focus?
We did not.
I want to call your attention Your Honor, may Attorney Gavin and I just be heard sidebar briefly?
Certainly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into our morning recess. Court will be in recess for the next 15 minutes. Thank you. Court's in recess.
As always, here we go, zoom, zoom. All right, bring in the jury.
Welcome back. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, all 14, thank you.
All right, Attorney Stein,
Thank you. May I continue?
you may.
Detective Duggan, just before the break, we were discussing the processing of 2 automobiles. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe that you indicated that that was December the 4th of 2019, the time that you processed those vehicles.
It was.
Did there come a point in time following the processing of those vehicles that you once again became involved in this case at the request of the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
Did you recall when that was?
December 5th.
Would that have been the next day, now Thursday, December the 5th?
Yes.
And where
Attorney Stein, before, I'm sorry, I just see you moving towards the Alamo. Before we do that, why don't we take care of moving those photos into evidence as full exhibits in the presence of the jury?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
So over the break, I pre-marked exhibits 80 through 106. It's a series of photographs that the defense has had an opportunity to review, and my understanding, they have no objection to the photographs.
Attorney Gavin.
That's correct. No objection.
Thank you. So the court will go ahead with no objection, and I will accept into evidence states exhibits 80 through 106 consecutively and inclusively. Thank you.
So I'm sorry. So we're now on Thursday, December the 5th of 2019. Where was your assistance requested at?
At the Kid Education Center in Hamden, Connecticut.
And did you respond to that location with other members of Central District Major Crime?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, were you made aware of plastic bags of items that they requested you to process?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time where, did you photograph the location of the plastic bags when you arrived?
Yes.
And do you recall where they were?
Yes.
No, where were they?
They were in storage bins within the facility.
And at some point in time, did you remove those plastic bags from the bins?
We did.
And what did you do with contents?
We sorted them out on the ground.
And did you just put them right on the surface of the ground of the warehouse?
No, we laid out butcher block paper and placed the items onto the butcher block paper.
And as you placed items on butcher block paper, did you give any corresponding markings to them?
We did.
And could you just describe that process?
Basically, we looked through the items, and any items with a blood-like substance on them, we tagged and identified as evidence.
Justin, I realize you don't have your report from you. I mean, are we talking 1, 5, 10? Just give us a rough number.
Several.
Okay. I'm just going to show you a series of photos. I don't want to spend a lot of time on some of them, but is it fair to say that each one of these would be an item that you identify containing a red blood-like substance?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as States 80 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
Kids' toys.
And did you, is there some placard numbers that are visible in this area?
Yes, in the left-hand side of the photograph.
And am I seeing placard 47?
You are.
And again, does it appear, zooming in, for instance, on a blue block at the bottom, does that appear to be a red blood-like substance?
It does.
And there is a white object to its right. Does that appear to have a red blood-like substance on it?
It does.
I want to call your attention. Did you make an observation with regard to, does this appear to be a child's medication?
It does.
Cough syrup for mucus. Is that what this appears to be?
Yes.
Together, I'm looking, Your Honor, at a zoomed in on a plastic bag with a bottle of Zarbee's cough syrup and a spoon that appeared to be in a cellophane bag. Immediately to its left, do you see what appear to be components of a child's bottle?
I do.
Together with an item with the initials DM on it.
Yes.
And again, a wicker basket that is present also in the photograph containing books and a child what looks like to be a ring toss component. Does this also appear to have a red blood-like substance on it?
Yes.
States 81, can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be? I'll rotate it for you.
It's a child's book and a collection of mail.
And is this placard 48?
It is.
And again, is this mail, did this come out of those education bags?
It did.
And does it appear to be addressed to Christine Marie Holloway at the bottom right?
It does.
Other mail addressed to Christine Holloway?
It does.
And again, not a lot of time. I'm going to go through these quick. States 82 appear to be some type of a stuffed animal. You've identified it as placard 57.
Yes.
Does it appear to have a red blood-like substance on it?
Yes.
States 83. You've identified it as placard number 59. Can you tell me again, did you denote red blood-like substance on the face of this bag?
Yes.
States 84. Appears to be placard number 66. And again, what does this appear to be to you?
Some type of kid's device.
Does it say Pampers on it? If I focus it for you?
I believe it looks like a wipes container.
States 85. Again, your placard number 67. What does this appear to be to you?
Two kids' toys with a blood-like substance on them.
States 86. What do you recognize this to be?
An article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
Correspond to your placard number 75.
Yes.
States 87. Again, what do you recognize this to be?
An article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
Zooming in on what would be the right shoulder of the garment. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
States 88. And what you generally recognize this to be?
An article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
Again, zooming in on the right side of the garment at the bottom. Is that the blood-like substance that you are referencing?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked states 89 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally, do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a days off request slip from the decedent.
All right, so now stopping here for a second, I want to show you this. Is this an item that you recovered out of the education bin?
It is.
And I want to show you an item that has been previously marked and placed before the jury by another witness, Rosie Clark, as states 2. Does this appear to be the same item?
It does.
And so is it fair to say that the states 2, which was identified by Ms. Clark, is a photograph taken by Connecticut State Police Major Crime of a document that came out of the education bags?
Yes.
Showing you states 90 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. It's an article of clothing with a blood-like substance on it.
And again, zooming in on what would be the right shoulder and right sleeve area of this garment, are those the suspected blood-like substances?
Yes.
That you were referring to. State 63 as a full exhibit. Can you indicate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are looking at here?
63 is a plastic bag.
I'm sorry,
to
my
interrupt.
mistake, Your Honor. I'm sorry. 91, it's exhibit 91, referencing placard 63.
Thank you.
What do you recognize this to be?
It's a plastic bag, clear plastic bag containing several items.
And did you open this plastic bag?
We did.
Showing you states 92 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this appears to be?
That's a white towel with several areas of blood-like staining on it, and that was found within a clear plastic bag.
I'm just going to rotate this around a little bit and zoom in. Is this one of the areas of the red blood-like substance that you identified?
It is.
I want to show you what has been previously introduced by another witness as states 19. And tell me, does this appear to be that same item in a closer picture?
It does.
And would this have been a picture taken by Major Crime?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as states 93 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me if you recognize what this is?
Yes, that's a diaper genie device, and there's several areas of blood-like staining on the exterior of the device.
Well, would be a fair assessment to say it looks like virtually covered in blood-like substance.
Yes,
And was this within the plastic bags within the education bins?
it was.
States 94 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
It's an article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
And can you just, did you denote any more specificity about this T-shirt, its size?
It's a large shirt.
Would you report, would you have denoted on your evidence sheet? Detective Duggan, at the time that you are performing these tasks, are you writing reports commensurate with the activities that you're engaged in?
Yes.
And it is now almost certainly 5.5 years since this incident. With regard to what size this item is, do you have an independent recollection of what size that garment was?
I do not recall.
And is that information that you believe that you would have put in your report?
Yes,
And if you had an opportunity to review your report from 2019, do you believe that that would refresh your recollection?
it would.
Your Honor, may I first witness, please? I'm going to zoom in. What placard number did you assign this shirt?
73.
Now, again, not to read from this report, but only to refresh your recollection with regard to item number 73. Do you acknowledge if it refreshes your recollection as to the size? Well, that's a yes or no.
Yes.
Refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
I've removed the report from the witness, Your Honor. Having refreshed your recollection, Detective Duggan, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what size garment that was?
3 extra large.
And ultimately, With regard to this particular item, once you photographed it, what would you do with it?
Once we photographed it and documented it, we would package it accordingly and turn it over to the Ansonia Police Department.
Showing you states 95. Can you tell me whether you recognize what that is?
That's the packaging that the shirt was placed in by myself.
Does it correspond to placard number 73
It does.
and the black Hanes XXX with BLS, blood-like substance?
Yes.
And showing you states 96. Is this the corresponding Ansonia label for the same item?
It is.
States 97. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
It's children's books.
And specifically, how about underneath the layer of books? Do you recognize the thing underneath the books?
Yes, there's a puzzle.
And did you collectively look originally at these as placard number 65?
Yes.
And what is depicted, what is of interest in this photograph?
Located on the books and the puzzle is a significant amount of blood-like substance.
And then did you subsequently, with regard to the puzzle that was depicted in 65, and now showing you states 98, did you separate out the puzzle from the books that were covering it?
I did.
And is this placard 52?
It is.
And again, does this seem to depict a child's puzzle with a blood-like substance on it?
It is.
And with regard to the books that were depicted in the previous photographs and the puzzle showing you states 99, do you recognize what this is a photograph of?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's an overall photograph of the puzzle and books and evidence packaging that those books and puzzle were placed in.
So again, is this the same puzzle that had previously been depicted?
Yes.
And with regard to the books, again, at least the two books, Bath Time and Bible Readers, 3 stories in one, did these items have blood-like substances on them?
A significant amount of blood-like substance on them.
And were they packaged into, in the upper left-hand corner of the photograph, this evidence packaging?
Yes.
And does it have the corresponding labels for the Connecticut State Police as well as the Ansonia Police Department on it?
It does.
Showing you what has been marked as states 100. Do you generally recognize what these are?
Yes, it's a pair of shoes.
And do you recall there being a pair of sneakers within the education bins?
Yes.
And is this the corresponding label for placard number 70, which is size 8 Nike sneakers with a blood-like substance?
Yes.
Showing you states 101. Can you tell me what you generally recognize this to be?
A green T-shirt with blood-like substance on it.
Again, did this come out of the education bags?
It did.
And did you package this up as evidence under placard number 71?
I did.
And is this the corresponding label for this item?
It is.
And what did you identify this item to be?
Attorney Stein, could you just identify that
I'm sorry.
exhibit?
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. 102.
Thank you.
It's a green Hanes T-shirt, size 3XL.
And did it contain anything that you noted on the garment?
Blood-like substance.
And again, back on 103, is that the blood-like substance that you are referencing on the front part of this garment?
It is.
Showing you what has been marked states 103. Does this again appear to be the packaging of this garment showing the Ansonia Police Department evidence sticker that corresponds to the same item?
Hold on, I think Attorney Gavin wants to be heard just for a moment.
I think I have an upper block. I think it was, can you just check the evidence there?
103?
Right, and the one before, right?
102.
I believe, yeah, I believe what happened, Attorney
I went
Gavin,
back to a
is he
photograph.
went back to the prior photograph of the green T-shirt, zoomed in, and then now we're on 103. Thank you. You're welcome.
Again, 103. Does this appear to be the corresponding label for the Ansonia Police Department with regard to, again, the green Hanes T-shirt XXL with a blood-like substance?
Yes.
States 104, placard 51. Do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. It's a pink-colored croc with a blood-like substance on it. It's a shoe. Zooming in on does this appear to be a shoe for a left foot?
It does. Or a child.
Zooming in on this, does there appear to be a blood-like substance around the toe on the right side of the shoe and on the toe area of the shoe?
It does.
Does this appear to be states 105, the corresponding label for placard number 51? Does this appear to be the label?
It does.
And again, does this correspond to pink Croc shoe size 2-3 with a blood-like substance on it?
Yes.
And showing you stage 106, does this appear to be the corresponding Ansonia Police Department label for, again, that same item, the pink Croc size 2-3 with a blood-like substance on it?
It does.
And were all of these items that we have gone through subsequently turned over to the Ansonia Police Department?
They were.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin.
Hi, Detective Duggan.
Morning.
Morning. How you doing? Almost afternoon. Sir, I just want to go through a few things with you. Did you do anything else in the course of the investigation other than what you told us in your testimony yesterday afternoon and this morning?
No.
Okay, so the last involvement that you had was up at Education up in Hamden?
Yes.
Okay, and when you testified just now that you turned everything over to the Ansonia Police Department, was that all of the evidence that had been compiled by Major Crime?
By state police, yes.
Yeah, State Police Major Crime.
State police major crime, yes.
Okay. And who'd you turn that all over to?
Just various detectives.
Okay, of the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
Right, so none of the evidence that Major Crime State Police collected was brought up to the lab for analysis, is that correct?
Not on behalf of state police.
That's right, yeah. So you didn't take anything up to the crime lab up in Meriden for analysis?
I did not.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to start where we left off and just work our way backwards, okay?
Sure.
All right. So you went to Kid Education, and that was on Thursday, which would have been December 5th. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got there, were other brother officers there?
There were.
Okay, were the Hamden Police there, for example?
They were.
Okay, and what had the Hamden Police done upon your arrival?
Secured the scene.
Okay, and how did they do that, sir?
They roped off the area. They roped off the area and they ceased operations at the plant.
Okay, and there was crime scene tape perhaps in the middle of the warehouse?
There was.
Okay, and there were bins, rolling bins, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to go slow here so I understand. In these bins, were there bags that were in there?
There were.
Okay, and you and members of the state police went ahead and went through these bags, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a variety of evidence. I think we saw probably 50 or 60 pieces of evidence that you went through, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for a blood-like substance on these items for evidentiary purposes.
Correct.
Okay, great. Now, just take me slow. How many bins were there?
3.
3 bins, okay, and they all had multiple bags within them?
Correct.
Okay. The items that we just saw, and I don't care if it's the blocks or the puzzles or the T-shirts or the shoes, were they all contained within a one bag in each bin, or were they mixed in together? Just describe for me how it was that you found it.
Everything was mixed in together.
Okay. Tell me what cross-contamination means.
Cross-contamination means if you have one item within a package, it could contain blood-like substance, it could transfer to other packages or items.
Sure. And that's forensic science 101, correct?
Correct.
Right? Okay. So all these items are mixed in these bags, and they can touch one another, correct?
Correct.
And they can transfer the blood-like substance between them.
Correct.
Okay. And was that a concern of yours in regard to how you were marking the evidence and what the significance of the evidence was?
It was.
Okay. All right. And did you notate that in any of your reports?
I believe so.
Okay. Great. Did you advise the Ansonia Police Department that you were concerned about cross-contamination?
Yes.
Okay. And that was do you remember a fellow named Detective Richard Esposito? Does that ring a bell?
I do.
Okay. Do you know him?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you turn over evidence to Detective Esposito at some point?
I believe for Kid Education we did.
Okay. Thank you. So the items that were in the bins were all mixed in together, and there's no question that you just testified that a variety of these items had BLS, blood-like substance.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you do that presumptive test on the blood-like stains that were found on the variety of items?
No.
Okay. At Kid Education, you did not?
I did not.
Okay. All right. So I'll ask you about back at 6.5 Myrtle in a second. How long were you over there at Kid Education?
A couple hours.
Okay. And were there other officers there with you?
There were.
Okay. And was Sergeant Ralph Soda there with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to just tell me, and I think you did yesterday, but refresh my recollection. You were assigned as the lead investigator, right?
For the state police.
But for the state police, yeah. All my questions are only about the state police.
Yes.
Not about Ansonia or Hamden or any other law enforcement agency.
No, I just want to make it clear that I didn't have any decision-making or investigative steps with the other departments, just the state police.
I agree with you 100%. Okay, so no problem. When major crime comes in, it's not unusual for other law enforcement agencies to step aside and let you do your work.
For the processing portion, yes.
Sure. Okay, and just tell us what you mean by the processing.
So basically the state police would come in and we would document the scene or the evidence areas as we found it.
and then we would collect the evidence, and then we would turn it over to the corresponding police department for further review and analysis.
Sir, all of the photos, I'm just talking about Kid Mutation now, okay? All the photos at Kid Mutation, you didn't take those photos.
I did not.
Right, somebody else did.
Some part of my team did.
Okay, great. And really, if you look at all the evidence that was introduced between 6.5 Myrtle, the analysis of the 2 motor vehicles, and also Kid Mutation, you didn't take any of those photos.
I did not.
Okay, gotcha. So you were there for a couple hours of a Kid Mutation. You were concerned with cross-contamination of the BLS, the blood-like stains on the items that you recovered.
Yes.
Okay. And once you turned them over to the Ansonia Police Department, you really had no involvement with this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. So let's just go back now to Wednesday on December 4th, if you would. We had testimony that you had an opportunity to go ahead and examine with your team, not just you, with your team, the Nissan Sentra and the Ford Focus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do in regard to that detail?
Documented the vehicles as I found them. We searched the vehicle, and any evidence that came out of the vehicle, I would have seized and subsequently turned over to the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay. And just so we're clear, because we have those placards that are intertwined between the examination, you would have a state police evidence number, correct?
Correct.
Right? That's what's on the placard. And that wouldn't necessarily correspond with what the Ansonia Police Department's evidence number is. Is that
Correct. They might be different.
So it could be separate and distinct, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So you went, I think you told me you went to True Buy and Bethany. Is that correct?
Yes.
For the vehicles? Okay. And where were they located when you went there?
They were located in the garage.
Okay. And just describe for us, is there a big garage up there?
It's a big garage behind the barracks where we store evidence and vehicles
Okay, good. Terrific. And did you go up there with the team as well, or were you just by yourself?
with the team.
With the team. Okay. And that's Farr and Conley and Leisner and Rapsoda.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And how long were you there?
All day.
All day. Okay. So it took a long time to go through the vehicles?
It did.
Okay, gotcha. And was it still snowing out there on Wednesday, December 4th?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall when you got there whether or not the vehicles had snow on them?
They did not. They were inside.
They were inside. Okay. But you can agree with me. The day before, when you were processing the scene at 6.5 Myrtle, it had been snowing that night into the following,
It had been.
right? And there was photographs of the vehicle with a lot of snow on the outside.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So you went through the vehicles, and I think what you told us in regard to the vehicles was that you had first gone through the Nissan Sentra. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what evidence did you take from the Nissan Sentra?
I'd have to look at my evidence report, but several items of evidence.
Okay. Let me see if I can help you out. I don't mean to confuse you and spend 5 years. But you had a black contractor's bag in the trunk of the car?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you recall, as you sit here right now, was there anything in the interior of the vehicle, the passenger seat, the driver's seat, or the rear seats of evidentiary value that you recall seizing?
Not that I recall seizing, but I do remember there was evidence from within the vehicle.
Okay. I'm sorry.
From within the vehicle, inside.
Okay. And I'm just talking about the Nissan Sentra now.
Yes,
Okay. All right. Great. Now tell me, also the Ford Focus was there as well, correct?
it was.
Okay. And were you able to identify what that vehicle was?
Yes,
Okay. What vehicle was that?
that was the decedent's vehicle.
Right. Christine Holloway's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was it registered to Christine Holloway?
I believe so.
Okay, but if you're not sure, just type.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. You're doing the evidence review there. You didn't run the DMV registration check and all that stuff.
No,
Okay. Great. So did you find anything of evidentiary value in the Ford Focus, the Christine Holloway vehicle?
no.
Okay. And you said you were there for a couple hours.
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back one more day. Okay. Back to 6.5 Myrtle, and that would have been Tuesday, December 3rd. So if I understand correctly, early in the morning of December 3rd, Major Crime was contacted by the Ansonia PD to come to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Yes,
And I think you would have staged yourself at one of the local barracks before you went over there, correct?
correct.
Okay. And was that because you were waiting for a search and seizure warrant, court permission to go ahead and search through the premises?
Correct.
Okay. And what time did you get to the wherever your staging area was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Early in the morning?
Early in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And other brother and sisters officers came with you there, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, your job was to go ahead and look for evidence at 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
correct.
Right. And the exterior of the house, the interior of the house, anything of evidentiary value you were interested in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the reality is, when you receive permission, lawful authority via the execution of the search warrant to go in, Ansonia Police had already been in there,
Yes,
right? You know that when you went there, the front door was kicked in,
yes.
right? And you know that Lieutenant Barrera and, or maybe you don't know the names, withdraw, excuse me, sorry, that was inartful. Are you aware that officers from Ansonia PD had already gone into the residence prior to your arrival?
I had.
Okay. Do you know who Lieutenant Barrera is?
I do not.
Okay. And how about Officer Nelson?
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know either one of them. When you arrived, did you see the front door was kicked in?
I did.
Okay. And were you advised what the observations were from the Ansonia police officers before you went in to go ahead and do your forensic testing
Yes,
and evidence collection as well, correct?
yes,
You were aware that they went through the front door,
yes.
right? You were aware that they went into the foyer area?
I was.
You were aware that they went into the kitchen area?
Yes,
You were aware that they went into the living room, correct?
yes,
And you were aware that they went into the bathroom?
yes,
both officers had been inside the house before you had an opportunity to go ahead and secure whatever evidence you thought was appropriate.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I have no other questions. Appreciate your time.
Anything from the state?
Yes, sir. Detective Duggan, with regard to attorney, I'm sorry, can I just retrieve the photo, please?
Sorry.
Do you recall on cross moments ago, Detective Duggan, that Attorney Gavin was taking you through items that are commingled in some of the bags that were recovered from education?
Yes.
And he took you through a series of questions regarding of the possibility of transfer from one item that has blood onto another item that has blood in the same bag.
Yes.
Which he referred to as cross-contamination, and which you had apparently denoted in a report to Detective Esposito. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Cross-contamination and transfer, are those synonymous words?
I believe they're different.
Okay. So cross-contamination, what is your understanding of what cross-contamination would be?
Cross-contamination would mean that, well, in my opinion, that an item was manipulated and transferred evidence to another item inadvertently or advertently.
Okay. And transfer, with regard to yesterday, I was showing you States 41, a body with blood in its hair that comes into contact with a wall such as this. And we had a series of objections yesterday, but with regard to did you describe this as a transfer?
That's a transfer.
Where something that has blood in it is transferred from one place to another?
Correct.
Attorney Gavin also asked you about your role as the lead investigator for the state police. I believe your testimony yesterday was the members of your team, consisting of, I believe it was a sergeant and 5 detectives there, worked together as a team. Was that your testimony yesterday?
Yes.
And you have described for us your role in that as processing items of evidentiary value that the team identifies?
Yes.
And Attorney Gavin asked you about, but you didn't take any of these photographs.
I did not.
Were those taken by other members of your team that you were working with?
They were, and I was present when those photographs were taken.
So did you have the opportunity to see all of these items that have been depicted in the various photographs with your own eyes in the places that the photos were depicted?
Yes.
Does your memory of any of these items in any way substantially different than any picture that we have seen?
Objection, Your Honor. What his memory is and what the evidence is are two different things. So the evidence speaks for itself. I object to the form of the question.
All right. The form of the question, I understand the question to be, does his memory as he sits here today depict what
Or is
as
different
the
than what is
item as
depicted in
what's
the
depicted
photograph? Yes, sir.
All right, I'll allow it overall.
No.
Now, on direct, I asked you about the contractor bag that was in the trunk of the Nissan Sentra. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Attorney Gavin asked you about other things that occurred in the interior of the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall whether you swabbed certain interior portions of the car?
Yes, we did.
Did you swab, for instance, the gear shifter knob and the brake and gas pedals?
Yes.
And based on your experience, would it be unusual, withdrawn, were you aware that the Nissan Sentra was registered to Jose Morales?
Yes.
Would it be unusual if a swab of a gear shifter or a brake pedal or a gas pedal, would it be unusual not to find DNA associated with the registered owner of the car on those items?
Objection to the form of the question. It calls for speculation. It's not relevant to this proceeding.
If he has the knowledge.
If you have the knowledge, a car that is registered to somebody, would it be your expectation to find their DNA in the interior of the car?
Yes.
To the form of the question. The interior of the car is very, very broad. He's asking about a gear shift lever, a brake pad, a gas pedal. It could be panels, it could be windows.
These were all invited by direct.
Okay.
Or cross rather.
First of all, the objection is overruled. Thank you. Speaking objection, be careful with that, Attorney Gavin and Attorney Stein. You may
Thank you.
proceed.
Once again, since there was an objection to the question, would it be unusual to find the registered owner's DNA on things such as a brake pedal, gas pedal, or gear shift knob?
I would expect to find it there.
And likewise, if a registered owner had a family, would it be unusual to find their DNA in the interior of a car, family members of a registered owner?
I would expect to find it there.
So simply because the Connecticut State Police take swabs of things, does every swab you take necessarily have evidentiary value in a case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Attorney Gavin.
If you didn't find DNA in the registered owner's vehicle, would that cause you concern that the test was done correctly?
No.
Why is that?
It just might not pick it up.
Okay, so if, we'll pick on me for a second. If you went out and swabbed my car that's registered to me that I used, and you swabbed the car and didn't find any DNA, that would not be unusual for you?
That would be unusual.
Thank you. No other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Stein.
Nothing.
All right. You're all set. Thank you. You may
Thank you,
proceed
Your
as well. Attorney Stein, is the state ready to proceed with its?
Attorney Durso is going to call the next witness, Your Honor. Thank you. on this
Attorney
one.
Durso.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Jennifer Nelson to the stand.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, but please step into the stand and remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to present. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God or not guilty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record.
Sure. Jennifer Nelson, Nelson, 278 Colony Street, Meriden, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Your Honor, should we approach for a second?
Yes. Give me one moment. There is no sound. That is not me. There is no sound. Let me see if I can fast forward if it picks up sound.
Why is it important?
It's important because it can be used as an investigative tool to law enforcement with a chance of helping them determine the possible circumstances surrounding the commission of a crime.
Can you tell us what serological testing is?
Serological testing, as it applies to forensic biology, is just a way for us to test for the presence or possible presence of a body fluid on a particular item, and that would include blood, semen, or saliva.
And when you're testing for these items, are there controls that are used?
Yes, controls are used in all of the tests that we run.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. A control is a known sample that is used to determine if the test is working properly. And this is important because if the test is not working properly, then we cannot use it with casework samples.
And how do you read the results when you run these tests?
Usually it's just a visual observation that we're making. Oftentimes it's a color change reaction that we're observing.
And what types of results do you get when you run these tests?
We can call something positive, negative, inconclusive, or failed.
Now, will the lab perform testing for the state or the defense? Anybody that asked you to run these tests?
Yes.
And Can you please speak to how evidence is submitted to the lab?
Sure. A submitting agency will bring evidence to the laboratory's evidence receiving unit. At that time, the evidence is taken in and entered into the lab's internal computer system. At that time, it's going to be assigned a unique case number, and each item is going to be given what the lab refers to as a submission number. A barcode is then generated and printed and put on each of the items of evidence so that they can be scanned as it moves throughout the laboratory from person to person or from location to location.
So when somebody accesses that particular piece of evidence when it comes into the lab, they have to sign it out, so to speak?
Essentially, yes.
And the purpose of that is for what?
It's for the chain of custody so they can remain accurate.
Now, did you perform testing in relation to evidence seized by the Connecticut State Police as well as the Ansonia Police Departments in this relate to this case?
Yes,
And did you generate some reports with regards to your findings?
I did, yes.
Now, what examination did you perform in this particular case?
So in general, all the items that were examined were, the typical course of action is to do a visual examination on every item and start a documentation, which could include handwritten notes and photography. And then depending on the item itself, the circumstances of the case, or any particular request made forward by the submitting agency, then tests can either be done to determine if there's a potential body fluid, other samples could be collected from this item if there are other areas of interest on it, and then DNA samples are prepared and forwarded on for further testing.
And with regards to the protocols you mentioned earlier, did you follow those protocols in this particular case?
All examinations that were done were following laboratory protocols, yes.
Now, when you get an item into evidence, an item to examine, that has blood-like substance on it, what examinations do you do with regards to that?
So if there's something that we observe that looks like blood on it, there's a test that we can run to determine if blood might be present on that item.
Is there anything else that you normally do in your examination after you test for blood-like substances?
We could collect other types of samples from an item that might, what we refer to item or areas of interest on an item that might be something other than a body fluid. And then any samples that we get that yield a positive result or other samples we collect, we can forward for DNA testing.
Would that be, were you referencing like touch DNA? Is that what you're referencing?
At the time that this case was examined, we did refer to it as touch DNA, yes.
Now, would items normally be examined for latent prints?
It depends on the request of the submitting agency.
And if you were to examine an item for latent prints, would that be done before or after your swabbing for blood-like substance?
The blood-like substance we will typically get first, as long as we can consult with any latent print examiners to see if a collection of a blood-like stain might interfere with their examination. If it does not, we prefer to collect any blood-like substance first before it goes gets forwarded to them for their examination.
You have a moment, Council, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness states exhibits 107, 108, 109, and 110, which I believe there's no objection from counsel is becoming full exhibit.
No objection.
All right, give me one moment, Attorney Dursa.
Yes.
So court is going to note for the record, no objection, will accept into evidence states 107, 108, 109, and 110 as well.
Thank you, Your
You may
Honor.
proceed, thank you.
Showing you what's been marked as states exhibit 107, which is marked as a full exhibit. Can you see states 107 there?
Yes.
Do you recognize 107?
I was not actually the person who examined this particular item, but I can recognize that it has a laboratory generated barcode on the packaging.
Okay, now, is this the laboratory barcode that you referred to in the chain of custody that you were explaining to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
With regards to this particular item, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state exhibit 108. Regards to 108, is this the contractor bag that would have been included within states 107, which is a contractor bag that was examined by the lab?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to exhibit 109, I want to direct your attention to submission 4-1. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what, if any, examination was done on submission 4-1, which is depicted in states 109?
So the submission was actually 4. The contractor bag itself is considered to be submission 4. Number 4-1 was actually a reddish brown stain that was collected and tested by the examiner who conducted this exam.
And were you able to determine what, if any, result was yielded as a result of that examination?
Yes, the examiner performed a presumptive test for blood, which basically indicates to us the possible presence of blood, and she did receive a positive result with this test.
In submission 4-2, which is on the upper, I guess, middle of the exhibit 109, circled to the left side where it says BLS 4-2. Can you please tell us what test, if any, was run on that particular portion of this particular piece of evidence?
Yep, the same test, our presumptive test for blood, which for this particular sample, which is 4-2, yielded a positive result also.
And once those tests are performed, are those results kind of shipped off the DNA?
Typically, yes, or in this particular case, yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 110. Now, first of all, 110 looks like very different from states 108. Can you explain why it's different?
Yes, the picture that is up there now would be after the item has gone through latent print examination, and they apply their techniques which do add layers of different types of residues to the item.
So the item was examined after the blood-like substance, or presumptive presence for blood was tested for, it was sent over to latent prints. Latent prints performs their examination of the item for any prints, and that's sent back for re-examination for touch DNA?
That's correct, yes.
And directing your attention to submission 4-5, can you see that up there?
Yes.
So what would be the upper portion of states 110, excuse me, looks like what would be the handles of the trash bag there?
Yes.
Do you, can you tell us what if any, examination was performed on those areas of states 110?
So the examiner who performed the examination on this item would have decided that that was an area of interest on an item and would have swabbed those areas that are circled and forwarded that sample on for DNA testing.
So for touch DNA?
Correct, yes.
The next items that I will be referring to, there's no objection from councils. Items 111 or 111 through 117, there's no objections.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for making the record. All right, so court will accept an evidence states 111 through 117 as full.
Ms. Nelson, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. It's marked as a full exhibit. You recognize 111?
Yes.
And 111 again has a barcode from the lab in relation to this case,
Yes.
and it's referred to as submission number 16.
Yes.
These are Nike sneakers size 8. And who performed the examination with regards to submission number 16?
It was me.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to states 112. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury with regards to submission number 16-1, what examination was performed on this particular piece of evidence and why?
So any blood-like substance was looked for on this particular item. And due to the nature of the item, some touch type samples were collected as well. Item 16-1-1 is a touch type area that was collected from the back or heel area of the shoe. And then in this particular picture, there was a blood-like stain that was tested and collected as item number 16-1-3.
And again, stage 113, is this showing the area of 16-1-1 that you examined on this particular piece of evidence?
Yes.
And what examination did you actually perform on 16-1-1?
So 16-1-1 is just a sample that was collected from the back heel area of the shoe.
And with regards to 16-1-2, which is State's Exhibit 114, what examination did you perform with regards to the inside of that shoe?
Again, it was just another a swabbing or a sample that was collected from the interior areas of the shoe to, with the potential of identifying in DNA at least who may have worn that shoe.
So maybe you're looking for touch DNA in addition to maybe blood-like substances?
Not really blood-like substance for this. Blood-like substance would be avoided for these types of collections, but this is a sample we would refer to as wearer, to an attempt to identify who may have been wearing the shoe.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. So 16-1-3, which is referred to here as the top portion of the State's Exhibit 112, circled and labeled 16-1-3. And I'm going to show you State's 115. That's a up-close version of that same area?
It is, yes.
And what was examined in relation to this area of the shoe?
So there was just an area that appeared to be blood-like. So I performed the presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result, and therefore I did collect that area of the shoe and designated it as 16-1-3.
So when we're referring to the this particular shoe, this is the right sneaker, the left sneaker, excuse me. So when we're referring to the left sneaker, it's 16-1. If we refer to the right sneaker, it's 16-2.
Correct.
And again, when you got those results with regards to your presumptive tests, you sent those over to DNA?
Those, yes, the ones from that particular shoe, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116. And can you tell us what was examined? This is submission 16-2. This would be the right sneaker?
Yep, it is the right sneaker. The same type of examination was conducted on this particular item. It was visually examined to determine whether or not there was any blood-like substances present, and as well as to collect those other areas of interest or touch, as you can see in the photo there as well.
And with regards to 16-2-1, this back area here of the shoe depicted in State's Exhibit 116, circled. It's, the top picture is big circle on the rear part of the shoe, and bottom part of the picture is the circle on the rear part of the shoe. What, if anything, did you swab there?
I did swab the back heel area, yes.
For touch DNA?
Correct.
I'm going to show you stage 117, which depicts the sole portion of that same shoe, correct?
Yes.
And it says 16-2-2. What examination did you perform with relation to that area of that shoe?
I visualized that it was blood-like substance, so I again performed the same blood test that I have been mentioning throughout, yielded a positive result, and then collected that sample.
I'm going to draw your attention to submission 17, which green Hanes t-shirt. Again, the markings that we're talking about before.
Attorney Doris said before you hone in
Oh, I'm
on that,
sorry.
if you could just give us the state's exhibit number.
118, 119, 120, and 120. 118.
So we're referring to 118 right now.
It's 118, 119, 120, 120, 122.
Okay. Just as you publish it, if you could just let us know which one's okay.
So this is 118.
So Attorney Gavin, I just want to get you, I got the fact that you had no objection to 117 through 117. Have you seen 118, 119?
If I could,
Okay, thank you.
I have no objection to any of those exhibits from 118 to 122. Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you. With no objection, court will accept into evidence as full 118 through 122. You now may publish, Attorney Dorso. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Now, 118, again, the same barcode would be affixed to the evidence prior to examining it.
Yes.
And this is submission 17, which is the green Hanes t-shirt. Did you examine this?
I did, yes.
And in relation to the green Hanes t-shirt, the areas of interest that I want to talk about, 17 dash, well, let me ask you this. State's Exhibit 119. So there's submission areas on this particular piece of evidence, 17-2, 17-6, 17-1. Can you tell us what those areas were examined for?
Sure. Just the same like with the other items I was mentioning. Overall, I'm going to be looking for any blood-like substance. 17-1 was a clump of hair-like fibers that were adherent to the shirt. 17-2 was what I described as a bone-type fragment. And 17-6 was a blood-like stain that I tested, which yielded a positive result with a presumptive test for blood.
Showing you State's Exhibit 120. With regards to 120, did you examine submission number 17-4? And if so, what examination was performed and what were the results?
Sure. 17-4 was actually a sample I collected from the interior back left sleeve of the shirt. It was what we would refer to as a wearer type DNA sample. Normally, we would collect a sample like this from around the interior collar, but because of the blood-like staining around that area, it was not possible. So that was the intention of the collection of that particular sample.
And just so we're all talking about, you're referring to the top right area of this particular exhibit where it says 17-4 in the circle.
Yes.
In 17-5, can you tell us what was examined here? It's a little circle at the bottom of the t-shirt.
Yep, it was another stain that had a blood-like appearance in which I performed a presumptive blood test for, which yielded a positive result.
This would be an up-close picture of what you're talking about.
Yes.
And finally, 17-6, this is exhibit 122. What was 17-6 again?
It was also a stain with a blood-like appearance that tested positive with our presumptive blood test, and it was collected as well.
Your Honor, I've had a chance to look at exhibits 123 through 131, and I have no objection to those being introduced.
Okay, court. Thank you, Attorney Gavin. The court will go ahead and accept into evidence as full exhibits. States 123 through 131. No objection. Thank you.
Ms. Nelson, I want to direct your attention to submission number 18. Can you see submission 18?
Yes.
So again, barcode, corresponding submission number affixed to the outside of the packaging prior to your examination?
Yes.
And this particular piece of evidence, do you recall what it was?
Yes, it was a puzzle and several books.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 124. you tell us what we're looking at in exhibits 124 here?
So this is the entire contents of submission 18 as I received it. The top photo is what I would refer to as the top surface of all the items, and then the bottom photo is the opposite or bottom surface.
So in particular, when you took these items out of the bag and you started to examine them, the whole bag is submission 18, but how did you go about separating all of this into different, I guess, submission items?
So the submission itself is 18. Anything that was in it, I designated its own item number. So the items were numbered 18-1 through 18-5.
I'm going to show you Stacy Exhibit 125. Can you see 125?
Yes.
Now, this is submission 18-1-1. Well, for all intents and purposes, we're referring to the wood puzzle.
This is the wood puzzle, yes.
Okay. And in regards to this particular item, I want to direct your attention to 18-1-1, 18-1-2. Did you perform any tests on those two areas of this particular exhibit?
I did. I did perform the presumptive blood test on both of those stains, and both yielded positive results.
When you say both those stains, you refer to the stains that are circled here, and there's a line that goes connecting into 18-1-1 and 18-1-2?
Yes, that's correct.
And what were the results of those examinations?
They were presumptively positive for the presence of blood.
Now, I want to direct your attention to Stacy Exhibit 126. 18-1-3. Did you perform any type of testing on 18-1-3?
18-1-3 there was no testing to be performed. It was just what we would refer to as a touch collection sample.
And I noticed that in this particular picture, it looks like there's gray swiping on this particular piece of evidence. Can you tell us what that is?
This item had undergone latent print examination prior to my collection of sample 18-1-3. So the dark residue on there was likely from their examination.
And you, again, you would not have performed a touch DNA analysis prior to latent prints?
No.
And why is that?
If I were to swab or collect a sample like this, it could destroy any potential latent prints that might be present on that item.
States Exhibit 127. (18-2-1). Did you perform any examination on this particular piece of evidence there?
Yep, and 18-2-1 was visualized as a possible blood stain. Our presumptive blood test was performed on this stain, which yielded a positive result.
And do you know if this particular piece of evidence was sent to latent prints prior to any other further testing?
It was.
Okay. Showing you states 128. Directing your attention to 18-2-2. Well, first, let me ask you this. The book looks a little different now, right?
Yes.
Because it came back from latent prints?
That's correct.
18-2-2. Is this the area that you examined after latent prints?
Yes, 18-2 was the sample that I collected after latent print examination was conducted.
Showing you states 129. This is 18-3, which would be referred to as the bath time book.
Yes.
And did you perform any analysis or examination, on this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, I did observe blood-like staining on this particular item. Item 18 or sample 18-3-1 was collected from a portion of this blood-like staining. Was tested with our presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result.
And you say 18-3-1, you're referring to this area here. My finger's on the top picture of states 129, the area on the left side of the book, towards the bottom of the page, just above the ruler, where it's blue, looks like a blue circle, the blood-like substance. Is that 18-3-1 there?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to 18-3-2, the outer portions of the book on top here, the right side of the page, and on the bottom of the book here, or bottom picture of the book on the side of the book here, what examination was performed with regards to 18-3-2?
So similar to the other two items that were received in the submission, a touch type sample was collected from any unstained areas of that particular item.
And again, all those areas that were examined were sent over to DNA.
Yes.
Showing you which we marked as Stacy Exhibit 130. Did you perform any examination on this particular submission 18-4?
Yes.
Can you tell us what examination you performed?
Sure. So the book was also examined for the presence of potential blood-like stains. I did identify one area which I did test, which yielded a positive result with our presumptive test for blood. And then a touch type sample was collected from all the unstained areas as 18-4-2.
And the area that you referred to as presumptive positive for blood, that would have been 18-4-1?
That's correct, yes.
And 18-4-2 is the area for touch DNA?
Yes.
131, submission number 18-5, which is the rainbow book. Again, did you perform any presumptive blood tests on this submission?
I did, yes.
And what area did you perform that blood test?
I did in two locations, actually. One of them I refer to as a faint reddish brown stain, which did yield a positive result, and I collected that sample as 18-5-1. And there was a second area that I described as being reddish, which actually yielded a negative result for our presumptive test for blood, and I did not collect that area.
Directing your attention to 18-5-2, was that examined for blood or touch DNA?
That would be a touch type sample.
Your Honor, the state just showed me exhibits 132 through 135, and I have no objection to those being introduced as a full exhibit.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin. All right, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states 132 through 135 as full.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention to submission number 19.
Is that exhibit 132?
I'm sorry, this is 132.
Thank you.
Submission number 19, which is identified as submission number 19. Again, the barcode associated with this particular piece of evidence.
Yes, I recognize that. Yes,
And did you perform any examinations in regards to this particular piece of evidence?
I did. Yes.
And what kind of examinations did you perform in relation to this?
Similar to the other items mentioned in the case, any blood-like substances were, not all blood-like substances that were visualized were tested, but the item was visualized for this particular type of substance and tested in certain areas, as well as touch, or actually a wearer type sample was actually also collected from it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 133. Can you see that?
Yes,
It says 19-1. So this is submission 19-1 is the area of the collar of the shirt.
that's a sample that I collected from that particular area on the item.
What sample did you collect? What was it?
It was what we would refer to as a wearer type sample.
Exhibit 134. This would be submission 19-2. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if any, examination you performed on this area of the exhibit?
So 19-2 was visualized as a potential blood stain that might have potentially been blood. I did conduct a presumptive test for blood on it, which yielded a positive result. But also within that stain, there was what we refer to as tissue-like material that was collected with the sample as well.
Exhibit 135. Directing your attention to 19-3. What examination was performed in this area of this piece of evidence?
I found a stain that could potentially have been blood. I did the laboratory's presumptive test for blood on this particular stain, yielded a positive result, and then did collect that stain.
How many do you have there? That's fine. Why don't we do that? We can do that. It's fine. All right, so it is 5 minutes to 1. Court is going to stand in lunch recess, and I will remind the jurors, please, to pay attention.
Okay, zoom, people. We're on to the second half of day 3, I think. Yeah, day 3, part 2. All right. And let's see. Okay, no sound. Still no sound. Good Lord. Okay, she's back on the witness stand. We're back to doing pictures. Make this big screen again. All right, here we go.
This is a lab sticker on 136, referring to submission number 20.
Yes.
And this is for infant Croc, size 2-3.
Yes,
Did you perform any examination on this particular piece of evidence?
I did.
I'm going to show you what the mark the State's Exhibit 137. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what I see submission 20-1, 20-2, and 20-4. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what examination was performed in those areas?
Sure. On this particular item, as with the previous items, I examined the item for the potential visual examination to see if there was any stains that could potentially be blood, which I did test. In addition to collecting other samples from other areas of interest, which included what we at the time referred to as touch DNA, as well as wearer DNA. So sample 20-1 was what we refer to as a touch DNA sample, which was collected on all the unstained areas of the exterior of the shoe. 20-2 was a sample collected from the interior of the shoe, avoiding any unstained areas as well, which I did refer to as the wearer type sample. And 20-4 was a stain that had the appearance of blood, which I tested with presumptive test for blood, which yielded positive results.
And just for clarification on this exhibit, that would be on the top picture of the shoe, on the, what would be the left toe area of the shoe.
Yes.
And with regards to State's Exhibit 138, did you perform an examination on submission 20-30?
Yep.
Or 20-3, excuse me.
Yep. 20-3 was a sample of a stain that had blood-like appearance to it that I also tested with the presumptive test for blood, which yielded positive result.
And again, once you perform these examinations, you sent your swabbings off to DNA?
I did. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. This would be submission number 26. Again, barcode associated with the lab.
Yes.
And with regards to this piece of evidence, showing you Exhibit 140, this piece of evidence referred to by the lab. Exhibit, this is submission number 26. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what examinations, if any, were performed in relation to this exhibit?
So this particular submission contained a pair of shoes or sneakers. I was not the original examiner of this particular item, but after reviewing the case information and the notes that were taken by this examiner and looking through her photographs, I was able to surmise that there was a pair of shoes here, which she did collect some samples from, some of which were tested, some of which included testing of stains that had a blood-like appearance with our presumptive test for blood.
Now, I want to direct your attention to (26-1), which refers to tissue-like material.
Yes.
What examination was performed on that tissue-like material?
So that tissue-like material was eventually subitemized as 26-1-1 as it was collected, and it was tested with the presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result.
And again, when we're referring to a pair of sneakers here, it's 26-1, 26-2 would be the left sneaker or the right sneaker?
Correct.
And with regards to what looks like the 26-1 dash, I think this is just 26-1. Do you know what examination was performed on that particular area of the sneaker?
In that particular area, the presumptive test for blood was conducted, and the examiner yielded a positive result.
There was also 26-1-2. Is that the blood sample taken from the tissue-like material?
The tissue-like material is 26-1-1.
And what, can you tell us about 26-1-2?
That was collected from I believe, the top toe area, or the front of the shoe. It might be shown on a different photograph. I'm not sure.
Let me show you States 141. Okay, I apologize. 141. Pointing to the. Yeah, 26-2-1. Is that the area we're referring to?
Is not. That's actually from the second sneaker. But on the right sneaker, which is what is displayed here, there was a stain that had a blood-like appearance that the examiner tested with presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result.
So with regards to this particular piece of this evidence, 141, 26-2-1, this is the left sneaker, right sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to this particular submission, what examination was performed and what results were yielded, if any?
On 26-2-1?
Yes.
It was positive for the presumptive test for blood.
Show you what's marked as Exhibit 142. This would be referred to as submission number 35. Did you perform an examination on submission number 35?
I did, yes.
And submission number 35 is what?
It contained a white diaper pail.
And with regards to States 143, is this the white diaper pail that you're referring to?
Yes, that does look like it, but that's not my photograph that I took.
But do you see the lab number affixed to the packaging?
I do, yes.
So in regards to this particular piece of evidence, We got another picture of 146, 144. Can you tell us about this picture, 144? Why was this picture taken?
This picture was taken to show the overall appearance of the item as I received it out of the package.
And page 145. Did you perform any testing for blood-like substance on this submission? Submission 35-1. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Submission 35, which itself is the diaper pail, did contain or have blood-like staining on it. I did perform the presumptive test for blood on the particular stain that's displayed in the photo, and it was designated later as 35-1, which is the sample that I collected for DNA testing.
Now, were there any other substances taken off of this submission?
There were other samples that were collected, yes.
Do you know whether or not, in addition to your blood testing on this submission, was it tested for any latent prints?
It was.
I'll show you what's marked in State Exhibit 147. Would this be a picture of the same piece of evidence taken after it was submitted for latent prints?
Yes.
And in relation to submission 35-3, can you tell us, did you perform an examination on 35-3 prior to it going to latent prints?
Prior, no. I did an overall examination on the item to determine whether or not potential blood stains could be collected. However, we try to limit how much we collect from an item before it goes through latent prints, just because we don't want to interfere with the exam that they may be conducting on the item.
So in fact, in this particular piece of evidence, you collected some evidentiary items with regards to blood-like substance after the fact?
That's correct.
Okay. And 35-3, did you perform a blood-like substance test on a presumptive test on 35-3?
I did,
And,
yes.
did it yield? What did it yield?
Yielded a positive result for the potential presence of blood. It was an area, the reason why I honed in on this particular area was because it was an area that was specifically identified by the latent print unit as potentially having some friction-ridge detail, which I can't talk in lengths about. But it was an item, an area that they pointed out to me specifically as having significance to them, so I ended up collecting it myself.
And I want to direct your attention to State Exhibit 146. Submission 35-4, which is on the top picture, 35-4 on the right side, the bottom of the diaper pail, and 35-5 would be overall a side view of that diaper pail. Can you tell us, did you perform any examinations as it relates to those two areas of that piece of evidence?
Yes, those both 35-4 and 35-5 were areas that I collected that could potentially be used as a touch sample. 35-4 from the bottom and 35-5 from the main body of the item in an attempt to avoid any areas that appeared to be stained.
And when you were done with this particular piece of evidence, what did you do with all of your swabbings and examination items after you were done?
So any of the samples I collected were put into sterile labeled tubes that were then transferred to a secure freezer storage location so that the person who was doing the DNA testing can retrieve it from there. The items themselves were placed back into the original packaging in which they were received. They were securely sealed and they were brought to the laboratory's evidence receiving unit with the intention of those items eventually getting returned to the agency who submitted them.
When the lab receives evidence from an outside agency, the barcode is placed on each package by the lab?
Yes.
And will the lab receive any type of evidence from an outside agency if the evidence is not properly sealed?
Typically not. Typically, our evidence receiving unit will not allow evidence in if there is a question of the integrity of the packaging.
That's all I have. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Durso, thank you. Attorney Gavin, any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Ms. Nelson.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for being here with us.
Of course.
I'm just going to run through some stuff with you.
Sure.
Okay, we met earlier today.
We did.
Correct? All right, great. So you're a forensic science examiner too, correct?
Yes.
All right, terrific. And I just want to run through the protocol, what happens with the evidence. It comes into the lab from various agencies, correct?
Correct.
And that could be things like local law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
The state police?
Correct.
Or other agencies?
Absolutely, yes.
So the first thing I want to establish with you is where the evidence is collected, how it's collected, the manner in which it's collected. That has nothing to do with the Division of Scientific Services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So stuff comes in for testing purposes, but you're not involved in the integrity of how it was collected.
That's correct.
Terrific. Okay. And then, so evidence is received by one department in the lab. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for example, if something came in and the seal was broke or the evidence submission envelope was somehow tampered with, that would potentially be rejected by the lab, correct?
It could potentially be, yes.
Yeah, and it would be returned to the agency.
Yes, ideally, yes.
Okay. And then just so I understand, so evidence comes in from example, this case from the Ansonia Police Department. It was submitted and received, and evidence can go to different departments within the Division of Scientific Services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And your division, your department within the division is the biology department.
That's correct.
Right. And you also testified about other departments like the DNA department, correct?
Yes.
And latent fingerprints.
Yes.
And there are other departments as well.
There are, yes.
Okay, terrific. So the biology department, you conduct, I think you said serological testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And serological testing is a determination of the items that are submitted if they have the potential to contain bodily fluids or other biological material. Is that correct?
We really only test for the presence of body fluids, and we can collect samples which we may assume might have other biological materials such as skin cells, which we can't test for, but we can collect samples from for DNA testing.
Terrific. And all the departments work together, correct? DNA would work with biology, which would work with latent prints, for example.
We're pretty intertwined. Yeah.
I know that there's separate departments and separate examinations are done within those departments, but you have no problem contacting a colleague in one of the other departments if you had a question.
Absolutely.
Sure. Okay. Terrific. And now let's talk about biology and see if I understand this correctly. When an item is submitted, is there a visual examination that occurs?
Yes.
Okay. And just tell us, how do you do a visual examination?
So visual examination will, what we're basically looking for will depend on the circumstances of the case. So because in this particular instance, I knew that there was a person who may have been bleeding at the scene, I'll make sure that upon my visual examination, I'm looking for any stains that might be blood-like, which will then help direct me with the rest of my exam. The nature of that item might also help me determine what I'm going to do with that item. Some of the items you saw, samples were collected from other areas that were not deemed as blood-like, and knowing what the item is and where it may have been collected from and what it may have originated from may help me determine what type of samples to collect as I'm going forward.
And when you do a visual examination, you can do that under ambient light, for example. The normal lighting in the room is one way to go ahead and analyze things,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
And then do you also use alternative light sources to go ahead and do an analysis?
We can, yes.
Tell us in your own words how that works.
So if there's evidence that we're looking for body fluids such as semen or saliva, which is not always visible with the naked eye, we do have the ability to put those items of evidence under an alternate light source to help visualize what we can't otherwise see without the aid of that light source.
So if you have enhanced lighting, it may assist you in your ability to analyze the submission.
Yes.
Terrific. Now, you told us that you do a variety of tests, including blood tests. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you also test for things like spermatozoa?
We do.
Okay. And saliva?
We do.
And seminal fluid?
Yes.
Right? And urine?
Not anymore.
Why not?
It was a test that we weren't doing very often. So it was an executive decision in management that we were no longer going to provide those services.
Okay. All right. So the tests that are done, I take it that after the tests that are done, there are results that are generated.
Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. And so the analyst goes ahead, observes, does a examination, and there are different results that can come as a consequence of the examination. Correct.
Yes.
Sure. And what's a positive result?
Positive result would be an interpretation that a particular body fluid might be present there. And it usually is the result of a visual observation that I'm making with that test, which most often is like a color change reaction that I can deem something positive with.
Terrific. And what would a negative result be?
Oftentimes, to piggyback what I just said, if it's a color change reaction type of test, if no color change is observed, I can call it a negative.
And how about an inconclusive result?
Inconclusive is somewhere in between. Oftentimes we will call it inconclusive if we feel like the substrate in which the stain is tested on is interfering with the test and is not allowing us to give a fair and accurate result. We will call it inconclusive so that we're not one way or the other saying whether that particular body fluid is present or not.
And how about a failed test?
A failed test is actually a failure of the test itself. It doesn't really have much to do with the evidence. When we run controls prior to doing our testing, that will usually eliminate the chance that will happen. It can happen occasionally, but all the tests that we do are quality control tested before we use them to greatly decrease the chances of a failed test happening.
Do you ever have a submission that's not suitable for testing?
It has happened, yes.
And could you give us an example of that?
So for example, if we have a heavily stained item that is heavily stained with what we perceive might be blood, but we want to test it for semen, sometimes because of that heavy staining of that blood there, it might mask any results that we might be trying to get with the semen testing that we're doing. So we might call it unsuitable and then go to a different test that may not have that blood-like staining be an issue for. That makes sense.
After the analyst goes ahead and does their analysis, can reports be generated in regard to their findings?
Yes.
Okay. Now talk about just this case here, and I know you're very experienced. I understand that you've written a lot of reports, but just in this case, you recall authoring a report on December 5th, 2019.
I think it was the 6th.
Could I refer-
Yeah, if you don't mind. Just want
Yeah,
to make
I
sure.
don't have any objection if you refer to that, or I can show it to you if you like.
Let's see.
I have my copy. here.
Goodness, yeah. So much
I'll
paperwork.
give you my copy.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sorry.
The date is not too important.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I had it straight.
You want to be accurate.
December 10th is actually the date of the report. Yeah.
Oh, great. And there were two reports that you issued.
I did, yes.
And I'm going to show you the second report.
Okay. That was January 6th of 2020.
Terrific. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the blood tests that were done in this case,
Mhm.
on the items that were submitted. And we just saw about 100 pictures that we went through, and I'm not going to go through all of those pictures with you. But I thought I heard you testify that the tests that were done on the BLS, blood-like stains, okay, was a presumptive test.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and that's that Castle-Meyer test, correct?
It is.
Okay, so let's just see if we can go through slowly here. The Castle-Meyer presumptive test has some severe limitations to it too.
It does have a couple, yes.
Yeah, okay, so the first thing that the Kastle-Meyer test does, it can't tell the difference between human blood or animal blood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, and sometimes what happens with the Kastle-Meyer test is that there can be false positives from oxidizing agents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you explain that? I can't. Could you explain to the jury what a false positive is?
So basically, it would be that the test would give a positive result for something other than blood. And there are substances, as was mentioned, that can oxidize or cause the same reaction in the test as blood would if it were present.
So all of the testing that you did in this case, all of those items that were introduced here, you can't tell us where the origin of any of those items were. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't know where any of these blood stains came from what person it came from?
Correct.
Right? You can't identify on a shoe or a book or a piece of cloth or a piece of clothing whether it came from any unique individual.
I cannot.
Right? It's just the presumptive test that the reagent action occurs, and you say there's a presumption, a positive result to that presumptive test.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the submissions were the puzzles and the books, okay? And I can get the photo if you want, but it seemed like they were all packaged together. And what I want to ask you is, when you received the submissions, so would every one of those books that we saw, would they have been packaged individually or would it have been in a collective evidence submission?
In this particular case, they were all commingling within the package that was received.
Okay, so let's just talk about that for a second. Can there be situations where there are cross-contamination and transfer when items are commingled?
Yeah, I mean, contamination is a strong word. However, I can't say anything about contamination as that's more of a DNA, something that they could explain because I can't detect contamination, but there could be cross, I guess, transfer or rubbing off of one item to another with blood or blood-like substance, yes.
So if the items are bundled together, and I'm going to remove contamination because you don't seem comfortable with that word, but I'm going to use the word transfer. Is that clear?
That's fine, yes.
Okay, so if I have a book over here and a puzzle over here, and the puzzle has blood on it, and we put it together with the book, it could be transferred from the puzzle onto the book, and by the time the analyst gets it, you don't know where it came from.
That's true.
Right? So the only thing you could do is observe and analyze what's in front of you, not knowing the source or how it was transferred to the lab for analysis.
That's true, yes.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Attorney Jerson?
No further questions for this witness.
Okay, all right, thank you. You may
Thank
sit
you.
down. Please watch your step. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our afternoon recess now. And so it's about 2:35. So I do anticipate that this break for the jury will be a little bit longer than our usual 15 minutes. The clerk will keep you informed. So I will go ahead and take that recess, and I'd ask counsel to confer with the court after the 15 minutes. Thank you.
I'm not sure what happened, but we just zoomed a lot because after they went to lunch, they came back and then left again. So there was no, okay, jury's coming in now. Okay. I'm not sure what that was all about. Yep. No recess. We shall continue.
All right,
You
counsel,
go,
please
Maria.
stipulate to the return of our jury.
All right.
Working, Your Honor, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are going to be adjourning early today. So before I adjourn for the day, I am going to remind you of your rules of juror conduct that I described to you at the beginning of the trial and the instruction that I continue to give you. So please continue to abide by those instructions, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much. Court stands adjourned.
All rise.
Okay. On to day 4. That was quick. Let's see. Let's do this. See how far in we gotta go to.
And how many?
I do apologize for starting a few minutes late this morning. There was a tractor rollover on the highway, so I know that some people have been delayed, but we do have everyone and we are ready to proceed. Madam Clerk?
Jeez. Oh, mute. Shh, sorry.
Good Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back this morning. We are ready to call the next witness on behalf of the state. So I do see that you have your notebooks and you look prepared to begin. Counsel, if you just stipulate to the return of our jurors here this morning.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor.
Stipulate the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you. Then if the state would call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Mike Morganti to the stand.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you don't mind entering the witness box and then just remain standing, Madam Clerk is going to put you on. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, upon penalty of perjury? Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
Michael Morganti, Morganti, and business address is 278 Colony Street in Meriden, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Give a moment, Counsel.
Certainly, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Certainly.
Good morning, Mr. Morganti. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection under the Division of Scientific Services at the Forensic Lab.
And how long have you been employed there?
In 2 weeks will be 15 years.
And what is your current title?
I'm a Forensic Science Examiner 2 in the DNA section.
And what are your current responsibilities?
I will extract DNA from physical evidence that may be containing biological material. I perform analysis on those samples. I'll write reports with my conclusions and my findings and testify in court when necessary.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about your educational background?
I have my Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from Boston College, and I have my Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And do you engage in any continuing education courses?
Yes, each year we're required a certain number of hours of continuing ed, which could be fulfilled by attending conferences that are offered throughout the year. We could watch webinars just to keep abreast of the current technologies and advances in the field.
And do you undergo any proficiency testing in your field?
Yes, I do. Twice a year I undergo external proficiency testing.
Now, were you employed prior to your employment in Connecticut?
Yes, but not in the forensic field.
Now, how many DNA reports would you say you've issued in your career?
Thousands, I would say.
And how many analysis have you performed in the area of DNA in your career, would you say?
I would say tens of thousands.
And have you testified before as an expert in the area of forensic DNA? Excuse me.
This is my 41st testimony.
And in what courts have you testified
for? Various courts throughout Connecticut, as well as federal in Connecticut.
Now, can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what DNA is?
DNA, it stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the hereditary material that is found in all of our cells that determine who we are as organisms as well as individuals. We all receive our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mothers and half from our fathers, and our DNA profiles are unique with the exception of identical twins.
And what's the purpose of DNA testing?
In the forensic field, it's basically a forensic tool of comparison where we would include or exclude an individual to an evidentiary sample.
Okay. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you obtain a DNA profile?
There are pretty much 4 main steps. We can break it down to. The first step is called extraction. During that process, we separate the DNA from the rest of the cellular material so that we're left with a purified product. From that extract, we can estimate the amount of DNA that we have in our sample, which is called the quantitation step. And from that quantitation result, we perform what is called amplification. You can think of this as molecular Xeroxing, if you recall a Xerox machine. During this step, millions of copies of specific areas that we look at on the DNA chromosome are multiplied in order for the final step of detection to be able to be obtained, a possible DNA profile.
And have you generated DNA profiles in your career before?
Many.
How many times?
Again, tens of thousands.
Now, when the lab receives evidence to be analyzed by the lab, is there a process by which it comes in, it's tagged? What's the chain of custody?
So the first stop would be the police agency would drop it off into our evidence receiving unit. The police would have an agency number tied to their case. That agency number would then be given a laboratory case number that is unique for our lab. So any evidence that comes in afterwards under that police agency number will get filed under our laboratory case number. Each item is given its own sub-item. And then once the evidence comes in, evidence receiving will store it in a secure location until it goes to the various units that whatever unit each piece of evidence is required to go to.
Now, did you perform a DNA, generate a DNA profile in relation to this case that you're testifying for today?
Yes, I did for 2 samples.
No objection.
No objection from counsel. States 148.
Okay, court will accept an evidence with no objection. States 148 full.
Mr. Morganti, I'm going to show you the mark that states 148 as a full exhibit. Do you recognize states 148?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is states 148?
This would be the blood known sample that was submitted under our laboratory case DSS 19-006892 for an unidentified female that was later identified as Christine Holloway.
And did you perform the DNA profile, or did you generate a DNA profile as explained in your prior testimony on this particular blood stain?
Yes, I was able to obtain a single source female profile from the sample.
And just briefly, what did you do with regards to the blood stain? How did you go about doing that?
So a Basically, it comes in, the blood stain comes in on a card. I take a portion of that sample and I go through the steps of DNA that I just spoke about, where I extracted the DNA from that cutting that I took from the card. I made the millions of copies of the areas that we were testing and looking at, and then it went on to be detected. And I made sure that at all of the locations that we test, that a result was obtained, and that in fact it was a single source profile, which was obtained.
Was it a male or female profile?
It was a female profile.
And when you do the DNA profiling on any particular case, more particular this one, do you have your work checked by anybody?
Yes, all of my work and analysis was reviewed by a competent second analyst.
And once you generated a DNA profile with regards to this particular piece of evidence, what did you do next?
So all of my paperwork, including that single source profile, was handed to the analyst Christine Holloway, who was assigned the case, so that she would be able to use that known to make comparisons to any evidentiary profiles that were produced.
I want to show you what's marked as State Exhibit 68. It's marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize State 68, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is State 68?
So this was a known sample under that same case, 19-006892. This was a buccal swab of Jose Morales that was sent.
And in relation to this particular buccal swab, did you perform any DNA profiling in relation to this piece of evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain what you did?
So again, there was a card that had a stain of the individual on the card, and I went through the same process as I did with the blood card, where I extracted the DNA from a portion of that card. I made my copies, and I was able to obtain a single source male DNA profile.
And was your work in relation to this particular DNA profile, was that checked by anybody in your lab?
Yes, that was also reviewed by a competent analyst to agree with my worksheets and my analysis.
And once you generated this particular DNA profile, what did you do next in relation to this case?
So after I gave all of my paperwork, as well as the single source male profile, to Christine Holloway for her comparisons, my involvement was complete with this case.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Attorney Gavin?
Hi, Mr. Morganti.
Good morning.
How you doing?
All right.
I understand you're not feeling great.
No.
Thanks for being here. I'm not going to go through much more with you, sir. So can we see if we can just agree on this? So you got the blood card from Christine Holloway, which was Exhibit 148. That was tendered to you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you also had the buccal swab from my client, Jose Morales, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that that was a single source. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what that means is it's not a blood sample that could have DNA from 3 different people or 4 different people or 5 different people. It was unique to one individual. Is that correct?
Yes, it would. If we saw if there was an indication of more than one individual, it would be considered a mixture. So this would be a single source sample that would be considered their reference profile.
Right. So if a reference profile is more than one source, it wouldn't really be available for accurate comparison purposes.
Correct. We would either want to retest or request a new submission.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when it was that you received the blood card from Christine Holloway and the buccal sample?
December 6th, 2019.
Okay, so about 5 years ago.
Correct.
Okay, great. So Attorney Durso just went through all the protocols, so we're going to save you some time. I know you're not feeling great. You went ahead, you took the known blood card from Christine Holloway and you did your test on it, correct?
That is correct.
Right, and you checked the DNA, the hereditary material that you spoke about?
Yes, I made sure that we retained a result at all of the locations that we test.
Sure. And you amplified it, correct?
Correct.
That's the copying process you told us about?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say you did the same thing for Christine Holloway's sample as well as Jose Morales' sample?
Yes, they were done simultaneously.
Right. Okay. So once you had received the profiles, I thought I heard you say that you went ahead and you would have tendered that over to Kristen Medal. Is that correct?
Once my work was reviewed, yes.
And you have, thank you for telling me that. You have a technical reviewer that goes ahead and reviews your work to make sure everything's accurate.
That's correct.
And you go through a checklist and you check and make sure that you followed all the appropriate steps.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And your work in this case was reviewed by a technical reviewer, correct?
That's correct.
No issues with any of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And then, so if I understand correctly, so now you have a known, we call it a known sample, correct?
That is correct.
Of Christine Holloway, and we have a known sample of Jose Morales, correct?
Correct.
And then it's forwarded to another analyst to start to do comparisons between the submissions from the law enforcement agency that go ahead and send those submissions into the lab.
Yes.
And you didn't have to do any of that work.
I did not.
Right? Okay, that was all Kristen Medal.
Yes, she performed the analysis on all of the evidence, and she wrote the reports, made any conclusions, and performed any statistical analysis.
Okay. Great, thank you. Was there anything else that you did in regard to this specific case? And I know you have many, many cases going on up at the lab at the same time. Was there any other work that you did as it applied just to this case, sir?
I know many reports were made. I might have been a reviewer on one of the reports, but I can't recall.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, if somebody else did scientific analysis on their own and they came to a conclusion, whatever that is, there is a chance that you would have been a reviewer to make sure that they did their work correct.
That's a possibility.
Right. Yeah. And the colleagues in the DNA lab, you check each other's work on a regular basis.
Yes, it's a requirement.
Okay. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your
Any redirect?
Mr. Morganti, if you were given the buccal swab or the bloodstain card and it had a mixture on those particular pieces of evidence, what would you have done at that point?
Well, first I would see if I would be able to, if it was a possible of contamination. For example, if it was the other profile I was seeing was mine, if I perhaps contaminated it. If that was not the case, we would want to retest first. And if we still had produced the similar result, we would reach out to the agency and request that a new known submission be collected and submitted to the laboratory.
That didn't happen in this case, right?
It did not.
And can you just tell us what's the purpose of having somebody review your work whenever you generate a profile or do an analysis for DNA?
Well, one, we want to make sure that I didn't make any errors. We also want to make sure that procedures have been followed, and it is also a requirement for our auditing agency that we do these reviews.
Thank you.
Attorney Gavin.
No other questions. Thank
All right, thank you. Mr. Murphy, you're all set. Thank you for being with us here today, sir. Please watch your step as you exit. All right, at this point in time, the court is going to take a very brief recess. So, Madam Clerk, if you would direct the jury, court stands in recess.
Another recess. Hold up. Let's fast forward it. Oh, but it's only in 10 minutes.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Would counsel please stipulate to the return of the
Presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. And the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call, Christine Holloway.
Thank you. Good morning. If you please take the stand, remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you down.
Please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
Kristen Madel, Madel, 278 Colony Street, Meriden, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Division of Scientific Services, this Connecticut Forensic Lab,
And how long have you been with them?
21 years.
And what's your title with them?
I am a Forensic Science Examiner 2 in the DNA unit.
And what are your responsibilities?
On a daily basis, I extract DNA from items of evidence that may contain biological stains or material. I perform analyses. I develop a DNA profile when possible, write reports, and testify in court when necessary. I am also a supervisor for the unit, so I supervise 3 other people in the DNA unit. I am the quality control coordinator for the unit, which means when we get a new chemical or reagent in that we use in our testing process, I make sure that they work properly before we implement them on casework samples. And I am also the contact person for missing persons cases that may need DNA testing.
And is the lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited by ANAB. And this means that accreditation demonstrates that crime laboratories that offer forensic services that perform the activities in conformance with internationally recognized standards.
And does the lab hold any certificates?
Yes, we have a certificate from ANAB that we passed our last accreditation, which happened last year, 2024.
Can you please briefly explain your educational background?
I have a biology degree, a degree from the State University of New York in biology and criminal justice, and a master's in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
How about your background and training in the area of DNA?
Yes, I went through an extensive training program at the State of Connecticut Forensic Lab. I processed casework-like samples. I wrote reports on those samples. I participated in courts. I passed oral and written examinations. I passed competency exams before I was put on casework, and I read many scientific journal articles.
How about proficiency training? Do you go through that?
Yes, we have proficiency tests yearly, which are tests that are given to us from outside agencies where they know the answer and we do not. And we treat them like regular casework. I perform all of my analyses, write a report. They then send the results to the company that gave us those tests, and they make sure that we get the right answer. And I do that 2 times a year.
What about employment before Connecticut? Did you have any employment before the lab?
Yes, I worked at the Armed Forces DNA Identification Lab for approximately 3 years, and I did DNA testing on human remains that were found in past conflicts and wars to try and identify those people.
Now, do you read any journals or scientific publications in your job?
Yes, on a yearly basis, we're required to read at least 4 to 6 scientific articles for our continuing education.
Now, in your career, how many DNA analyses have you performed?
Thousands.
And how many reports have you issued?
Thousands.
And in your career at the lab, would the lab do testing for both the state and the defense if requested?
Yes.
Have you testified before in court as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
40 times.
And in what courts?
In most courts in Connecticut, New Britain, Stamford, Bridgeport, Hartford, Norwalk, New London. I've also testified in the state of Georgia and Massachusetts.
Briefly explain what DNA is.
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the hereditary material found in cells that make you who you are as an individual and an organism. DNA is passed from parent to child, where you get half your DNA from your mom and half your DNA from your dad, and DNA is unique to an individual except for identical twins.
And what's the purpose of DNA testing?
DNA testing is a forensic tool of comparison. We want to try and include or exclude an individual as being the source of that evidentiary profile. So we develop a DNA profile from the question sample and the DNA profile from the known sample, and we compare those to see if they match.
How do you obtain a DNA profile?
We use standard protocols and procedures that are accepted throughout the nation and the world. First, we want to extract that DNA from the cell. Then we want to see how much DNA we have, so we quantify that DNA. Then we want to make many more copies of that specific DNA, so we amplify it. And then we perform analyses on that DNA to generate a profile that's represented by a series of numbers.
What is trace DNA?
Trace DNA is small amounts of DNA that may be left behind by skin cells when a person comes in contact with something or touches something.
How about primary transfer?
Primary transfer of DNA occurs when a person transfers DNA directly from themselves to another person or may touch something and leave the DNA on that.
What about secondary transfer?
That is when DNA can be transferred from a person to an object and then back to a person again, or a person to an object and then that object to another object.
Can you explain what a mixture is?
The mixture is when you have two or more individuals in a DNA profile. So earlier I said you get half your DNA from your mom and half your DNA from your dad. So at any particular site of testing that we do, you would expect to see one or two results the most, because you could get one type from your mom and the same type from your dad, or one type from your mom and one type from your dad. So anytime we see more than two types at any particular test, we know that it's from multiple people.
Now, when you're analyzing or doing an analysis between knowns and questionable DNA source, are there different results that can come from that? In other words, different findings that you can make?
Yes, when we do the comparison of the questions to the known samples, we have different conclusions that we can make between those comparisons.
Okay. And what is consistent with the source mean?
When someone is said to be consistent with the source, that means that their DNA profile is found, the known DNA types are found in the evidence profile, and the likelihood ratio generated is above our inclusionary value.
And what is the likelihood ratio? What does that mean?
Likelihood ratio is the statistic that we give to show weight for that evidence.
What does included mean?
When someone is said to be included in a sample, that means their DNA types from the known are present in all of the results that were generated in the question sample.
What does consistent with the contributor mean?
That is similar, and that is that some of their types are found in the question sample, which is a mixture.
How about what does eliminated mean?
Eliminated means when the known types are not found in some or all of the results of the evidence.
What about cannot be eliminated?
Cannot be eliminated is a conclusion that you have a partial match between the known types and the evidence types. So we know through validation that you need an optimal amount of DNA in order to generate a full DNA profile. So if we don't have that optimal amount, sometimes we generate a partial profile. So when we make that comparison, there's a partial match.
What is a known contributor or assumed contributor?
An assumed contributor is when someone is assumed to be the person that left that DNA because there's a scientific expectation that their DNA should be there. So for example, a swab being taken from your own body, a shirt that is worn on you, we swab it, we expect your DNA to be there because it's a intimate sample.
Can you explain what an inconclusive result is?
Sure. An inconclusive result was when we had a sample that generated a likelihood ratio that was above our elimination zone. However, it was not in support of an inclusionary positive association. So we would say that that comparison was inconclusive and we could not give any conclusion to that comparison. However, since I wrote these reports, we have changed our protocols and we are now reporting out any likelihood ratio that is above 1 as support for inclusion.
And is that associated with this Turing rule that you've explained to me prior to your testimony today?
Yes. So with these low likelihood ratios, we want to see, with any likelihood ratio, we want to see the probability, expected probability that a true non-donor, someone who did not actually contribute to that profile, could give a likelihood ratio at that same likelihood ratio. So the equation we use for that, the Turing's rule, is 1 over x, or what that likelihood ratio is. So I can give you some examples to try and understand a little bit. So we have a likelihood ratio of, let's say, 10 times. The equation for Turing's is 1 over the likelihood ratio, so 10. So 1 over 10 is 0.1. 0.1 is 10%. So if I were to have a room of 100 people that were truly non-donors, the expected probability that I would have that a person in that 100 people could actually give a likelihood ratio of 10 or more would be 10 people, because 10% of 100 is 10. To give you an example of what happens when you increase that likelihood ratio, we could do the same thing with 100. So if I have a likelihood ratio of 100, and I have that same 100 people of true non-donors in a room, 1 over 100 is 0.01, which is 1%. So out of that 100 people, I would not expect probability would be 1 person to have a likelihood ratio of 100 or greater. So you can see as the likelihood ratio increases, you have less chance of a true non-contributor actually generating that likelihood ratio. So a likelihood ratio can range anywhere from greater than 1 to infinity. So as you get higher and higher in that likelihood ratio, you're going to have more support for inclusion.
Tell us what StarMix is.
StarMix is a software tool that DNA analysts use to interpret the DNA profiles.
Now, is it possible, in your training experience in your field, is it possible to touch something or come into contact with something and your DNA not be detected during testing?
Yes, that's possible. A lot of factors contribute to if DNA skin cells can get left behind, how long you touch something, how hard, what the substrate is that you're touching, if it's exposed to environmental conditions, that can totally affect how much DNA is left behind or how long it stays there.
And when you're doing an analysis, are controls used?
Yes. So controls are used in process in tandem with the evidence. We have positive controls and negative controls. The negative controls are essentially blank to make sure that nothing is introduced to the process as we're testing. And the positive controls are known DNA profiles, so we can see that the process worked properly and we get that DNA profile at the end.
What if the controls don't work? What happens then?
We then go back and evaluate and try and figure out what might have happened during the process, if it affected the process, and then if we have to repeat something, we can do that.
Now, can DNA get old or die?
We would say that DNA gets degraded or breaks down.
How about contamination? What is contamination?
Contamination is unintended introduction of external DNA into the process.
And do the controls take into account for contamination?
Controls can monitor for the contamination. Like I said, the negative control should always be blank and the positive control should always be at that single source profile that we're expecting. But we also have many ways to mitigate contamination. We wear personal protective equipment, which is lab coats, masks, hairnets, gloves. We clean our surfaces before and after we're done doing our lab processes. We clean our utensils to make sure that they're all clean.
So when the lab receives evidence to be examined from outside agencies, can you just talk to us a little bit about the chain of custody? What happens when it receives this evidence?
Sure. So when a submitting agency wants to bring evidence to the lab for testing, they bring that to our evidence receiving unit. Evidence receiving takes that evidence in and creates a unique lab number and item number for each piece of evidence. They put a barcode on that piece of evidence so it can be transferred throughout the laboratory. They are logged in through a computer system, person to person with a PIN, so you know that it's secure. They're then put into a locked storage spot until the unit is going to do the testing on that piece of evidence. And then when someone goes to retrieve that evidence, they have to, transfer it electronically into their possession for the remainder of the DNA or whatever section does the testing on.
Now, did you perform comparisons in relation to the case you're here to testify about?
Yes, I did.
And when you did that, did you generate multiple reports in relation to your findings?
Yes, I did.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, just write down these names. Can we just have 1 second, please, Your Honor?
Yes, you can.
Write down these dates. 220. 220 is 149. Okay, the next AP is 12/13/2019 is exhibit 150. Next report 115/2020 is 151. AP 115/2020 report 152. And 3/5/2025 is report 153. Your Honor, I've seen all these reports before, so I have no objection to the introduction of them. So I appreciate that.
All right, if I could just have the numbers. Thank you. All right, so the court will accept into evidence with no objection states 149 through 153. You're all set, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may, thank you.
Dell, showing you Mr. Martin States exhibits 149 through 153. Do you recognize states 149 through 153?
Yes, I do. They're DNA reports that I wrote.
And is it safe to say, in relation to this case, you tested or examined and made comparisons to a lot of evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
And is it safe to say that these are not all of your reports in connection to this particular case?
Correct. They're not all of them.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I want to direct your attention, Ms. Medell, to supplemental DNA report. If you could just tell me what exhibit number it is there?
150.
150. Okay, so states 150. I'm going to show you what's been already marked as a full exhibit as states exhibit 109. Can you see that, Ms. Medell?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you performed a comparison in relation to submissions from the submissions 4-1, 4-2, and 4-5 in relation to this particular piece of evidence, contractor bag?
Yes, I did. However, it's on my DNA report, which was exhibit 149.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you make comparisons in relation to two known samples that were analyzed, or two known samples that were generated by Mr. Morganti in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were the results of your comparisons in relation to those two known samples and submission number 4?
So the first sample that I had was submission or item 4-1, which was named the swabbing red RB stain near bottom seam of trash bag. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 4-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 4-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual. Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from item 4-1.
Did you show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 110 comparison in relation to submission 4-5 on this contractor bag?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your conclusions were with relation to that comparison?
4-5 was item called swabbing exterior opening flap areas of trash bag. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 4-5 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 4-5 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from 4-5 is at least 550 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. 114 is submission 16-1-2. That was a swabbing of the interior heel and tongue area of a left sneaker. Did you make a comparison in relation to any swabbings found from this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, 16-1-2 was called swabbing interior heel and tongue areas of left sneaker. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 16-1-2 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least 2 of them being male. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 16-1-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. With the comparison, 16-1-2, assuming 3 contributors, is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
I'm going to show you briefly State's Exhibit 113. Did you make a direct your attention to submission 16-1-1? Did you make a determination or comparison with relation to any type of swabbings done from this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, 16-11 is a swabbing exterior heel area of left sneaker. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 16-11 originating from a single female individual. Assuming 1 individual, the DNA profile from 16-1-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual. Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from 16-11.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115. Can you see that, Ms. Fidel?
Yes.
Okay. 16-1-3, was there a comparison done in relation to 16-1-3?
Yes, that was a reddish brown stain, exterior inner sole of the left sneaker, and the results are consistent with the same results as 16-1-1, which was a single female individual. So assuming 1 individual, the DNA profile from 16-1-3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of that, 16-1-3.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 120. Can you see that, Ms. Fidel?
Yes.
Okay. This is submission number 17, which was identified as a Green Hanes t-shirt. Did you make a comparison with regards to this Green Hanes t-shirt, specifically 17-4, submission 17-4? And if so, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found?
Yes, 17-4 was a swabbing interior back left sleeve of shirt. The results are consistent with the Fusion 6C DNA profile from item 17-4 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least 1 of them being male. Assuming 3 contributors, the Fusion 6C DNA profile from 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from item 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Now, 17-5, did you make a comparison, the lower portion of the Green Hanes t-shirt? Did you make a comparison there?
Yes, I did.
And what was that comparison, result of that comparison?
That is a reddish brown stain, interior lower back of the shirt. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 17-5 originating from a single female individual. Assuming 1 individual, the DNA profile from item 17-5 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the profile from 17-5.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 122. Can you see that, Ms. Fidel?
Yes.
Did you make a comparison to 17-6 as referenced in this particular exhibit?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your findings were with relation to this particular submission?
That is a reddish brown stain, exterior chest area of shirt, and the conclusions are the same as 17-5, where they are 17-6 is consistent with originating from a single female individual. Assuming 1 individual, item 17-6 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 17-6.
I'll show you states 125, which is submission number 18 in relation to this case, particularly submission 18-1, 18-2. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison to the known profiles of Christine Holloway and Jose Morales in relation to 18-1-1?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings in relation to that particular blood-like substance?
18-111 was a reddish-brown stain from the top surface of the wooden puzzle base. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 18-11 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 18-11 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of item 18-11.
Did you make a comparison to this submission under 18-1-2?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results with regards to that comparison?
Portion of the reddish-brown staining from top surface of the wooden puzzle base, and the results were this identical to 18-11.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 126, and then drawing your attention to submission 18-1-3, which would be the bottom portion of the wood puzzle there. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison in relation to 18-1-3, and if so, what were your results?
Yes, 18-13 is a swabbing unstained areas of the top surface of the puzzle base. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18-13 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from 18-13 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. Assuming two contributors, the profile from 18-13 is at least 270 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 128. This would be submission 18-2, which is known as the Sydney Shark book. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison in relation to submission 18-2-1?
Yes.
And what was that comparison? The results, anyway.
That is called the portion of the reddish-brown stain from the exterior front cover of the Sydney Shark book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18-2-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the profile from 18-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 18-1.
And with regards to 18-2-2, do you know whether or not you were able to make a comparison in relation to that submission? And if so, what were your results?
Yes, that's a swabbing unstained areas of exterior of the Sydney Shark book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 18-2 being a mixture of two contributors with at least one of them being male. Assuming two contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Christine Holloway could be a contributor to the DNA profile from 18-2. I did subsequently write an additional report because I don't know if you remember previously I said we don't, currently our protocol is to report out likelihood ratios and not have an inconclusive zone. So I could go read that conclusion.
Please.
The DNA profile from 18-2 being a mixture of two contributors with at least one of them being male, assuming those two contributors, 18-2 is at least 4,100 times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. And then Jose Morales is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from 18-2.
Showing you states 129, which is submission number 18-3. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you've made any findings in relation to 18-3, in particular 18-3-1 and 18-3-3-2?
Yes, 18-3-1 is a portion of reddish-brown stain, exterior front cover of Bathtub book. And that is, results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18-3-2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 18-3- I'm sorry, are we on 1 or 2?
18-3-1.
3-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 18-3-1.
How about 18-3-2?
Yes.
Right side portion of this.
That is a swabbing unstained areas of exterior of the Bathtub book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18-3-2 being a mixture of three contributors. Assuming three contributors, the DNA profile from 18-3-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and two unknown individuals than if it originated from three unknown individuals. Assuming the three contributors, 18-3-2 is at least 7.2 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and two unknown individuals than if it originated from three unknown individuals.
Showing you States Exhibit 130, which is submission 18-4, which is Bible reader's book. Can you tell us whether or not in particular, submission 18-4-1, were you able to make a comparison with regards to that particular submission?
Yes, 1841 was a reddish brown stain exterior front cover of Bible reader's book. That is the same as some previously tested items where it was consistent with single source female and the assuming one individual, the profile from 1841 is at least 100 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 18-41.
Did you make a comparison with regards to 18-4-2 in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the results of your comparison?
Swabbing of the unstained areas of exterior of the Bible reader's book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 18-4-2 being a mixture of 3 contributors. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 18-4-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming the 3 contributors, item 18-4-2 is at least 9.5 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Now, can you remind us, when you say 900 million times more likely, what does that mean?
So that's going back to what a likelihood ratio is. When we have a positive association between a sample and a known profile, we want to give a statistical weight to that evidence. So what a likelihood ratio is the evaluation of 2 alternating hypotheses to show which hypothesis is more probable.
I want to show you what's been marked as states 131, which is submission number 18-5, which is known as what makes a rainbow book. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison in relation to 18-5-1? And if so, what were your results?
Yes, that is a reddish brown stain exterior front cover of what makes a rainbow book. 1851 was consistent with originating from a single female individual, assuming the one individual from 18-5-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of item 18-5-1.
How about submission 18-5-2? Did you make a comparison in relation to that submission area?
Yes,
And what were your results?
that is a swabbing of the unstained areas of exterior of what makes a rainbow book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 1852 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from 185-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. The results do not support the hypothesis that Jose Morales is a contributor to this profile. Assuming 2 contributors, Jose Morales is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from 1852.
I want to show you states 133, which is referred to as submission number 19. I believe 133, submission number 19, directing your attention to what looks like the collar area of the Black Kings t-shirt, submission 19-1. Did you make a comparison to the known samples in this case from the swabbings of that area of the t-shirt?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
19-1 was a swabbing interior collar of a shirt. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 19-1 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile of 19-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 19-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Showing you states exhibit 134. Again, this is submission number 19, but I want to draw your attention to 19-2, which appears to be a red blood-like substance or reddish brown stain. Can you tell us, were you able to make comparisons to 19-2?
Yes, 19-2 is a reddish brown stain exterior front left side of shirt.
And what were your results of your comparison?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 19-2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 19-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from 19-2.
Showing you 135, stage 135. This is still submission number 19, but I want to draw your attention to the area of submission 19-3, where you're able to make a comparison in relation to submission 19-3.
Yes, that is the reddish brown stain exterior front right side of the shirt, and the results of the comparisons are identical to 19-2 that I just stated.
Showing you what's been marked as state exhibit 137. This is submission number 20. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you make a comparison on submission 20-1?
Yes, that is the swabbing unstained areas of exterior of Crocs shoe. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 20-1 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 20-1 is 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming the 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 20-1 is at least 100 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And I want to direct your attention to 20-2 here. Looks like there's a circle area of the pink crack here. Did you make a comparison in that area of submission number 20?
Yes, 20-2 is a swabbing unstained areas of interior of Crocs shoe. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 20-2 being a mixture of 3 contributors. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from item 20-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. The DNA profile from item 20-2 is at least 46 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
I want to direct your attention to 20-4, which looks like a red blood-like substance on the front corner of this submission. 20-4. Were you able to make a comparison on 20-4?
Yes.
And what were the results of your comparison?
20-4 is a reddish brown stain, exterior top area of Crocs shoe. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 20-4 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 20-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the profile from 20-4.
Showing you States Exhibit 138, which is still submission number 20, but I want to direct your attention to 20-3, which is a reddish brown stain on the outer edge of that Croc shoe. Were you able to make a comparison with 20-3?
Yes, that is a reddish brown stain, exterior outside sole of the Crocs shoe, and that has the same results and conclusions as the comparisons as 20-4, single female.
Showing you States 140, which is a black Nike sneaker, submission 26. Directing your attention to submission 26-1, 26-1-1. Were you able to make a comparison with regards to this submission?
Yes, 26-1-1 was called a tissue-like material, back heel of the left sneaker. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 26-1-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 26-1-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of 26-1-1.
Now, did you make a finding with regards to 26-1-2?
Yes, reddish brown staining, front top of left sneaker.
And what were your results with regards to that comparison?
The identical to 26-1-1, single female individual.
Showing you what's been marked as States 141. Still submission 26, but this is 26-2, so this would be the right sneaker. With regards to 26-2-1, were you able to make a comparison in relation to this submission?
Yes, that is the reddish brown stain, back of right sneaker heel, and the results were also consistent with 26-1-1 and 26-1-2, a single female.
We have a moment with counsel here.
Of course.
Your Honor, I don't know the numbers, but we have some evidence for this witness. I have no objection to the introduction. I've seen it before, and it's going to be tied in through another officer that's later going to testify. So I have no objection as a full.
All right, thank you for putting that on the record. Attorney Dorso, what are the references?
Yes, for the court's benefit, Your Honor, the submissions are, or the evidence stickers are 154 through 158.
All right, court will accept into evidence, no objection, 154, 158. Thank you.
Ms. Mandel, I'm going to show you what's been marked as submission 34. Can you see that?
Again, yes.
Now, is this a piece of evidence that you examined in the lab in relation to this case?
Yes, this piece of evidence came directly to me to examine versus going to forensic biology unit first.
And why would it go directly towards you as opposed to going to forensic biology?
Because there's only a couple of us in the lab that are trained on examining and processing bones in the lab. So with thinking that this could possibly be bone fragments, it came directly to me.
Counsel, what is the state's exhibit number on that one?
On the one that's,
Yes.
That would be exhibit 154.
154, thank you.
So showing you 155. Can you see that 155?
Yes.
Did you make an examination with regards to the state's 155, which would be submission 35-1, I believe?
34?
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. 30, yes, 34, excuse me.
Yes. So this is the pictures that I took with the ruler in the field to show size, the envelope that they came in, and then The top picture above the envelope is what I poured out onto a Kim wipe to take a picture. And then to the right is a picture of the same items after I washed them with a turgazine rinse, which is like a detergent just to clean them off.
And in relation to this particular item, were there other items that you also examined?
Yes, submission 36.
Okay. And just for the jury's benefit, exhibit 156, did you receive submission 36 in this packaging here?
Yes.
And with regards to 136, showing you states 157, is that what you recall it looking like when you poured it out?
Yes, that's a picture that I took.
And with regards to 158, are these some more examples of what submission 36 was?
Yes, that looks like a picture taken by somebody else. That's not my picture.
Okay, but we're still talking about the same submission here, though?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, now with regards to submission 34 and 36, were you able to do any comparisons to the known samples that you had in relation to this case?
Yes, since there was a small amount of these white fragments, I put them all together. So 34 and 36 were combined for DNA extraction. And what happens with a bone is you pulverize that into a powder in order to extract DNA from it. So I combined the two of them together to obtain a DNA profile. And the results were consistent with the DNA profile from item 34-36 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 34-36 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual. And Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of item 34-36.
Showing you states 145, which is submission number 35. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison with regards to submission 35-1?
Yes, that is a reddish brown stain, exterior upper back of the diaper pail. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 35-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 35-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual. And Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 35-1.
Showing you states 147. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you make a comparison with regards to submission 35-3?
Yes, that is the area of ridge-like detail on exterior middle front of the diaper pail. And the results are identical to 35-1, which is a single female individual.
And what further findings were you able to make with regards to that?
So again, since it was a single female individual, the DNA profile from 35-3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of item 35-3.
And finally, showing you states 146, directing your attention to submission 35-4, which looks like the bottom part of the diaper pail. Can you tell us, were you able to make a comparison with regards to the swabbings taken from this area of this diaper pail?
Yes, that was a swabbing unstained areas of exterior bottom edge of diaper pail. And again, the same results as 35-1, 35-3, 35-4. They're all single female individual. Christine Holloway, 100 billion times more likely to occur if it was from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual. And Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 35-5.
Now, I'm sorry, submission 35-5?
I'm sorry, 4. We're on 4.
Yeah. So finally, 35-5, which looks like the unstained area, the swabbing was done in that area?
Yes, swabbing unstained areas, exterior body of diaper pail.
And were you able to make a comparison of the swabbings in that area to the known samples that you had?
Yes, again, single female individual, assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 35-5 is 100 billion times more likely to originate from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 35-5.
When you're done with your analysis or your comparisons, obviously you place them in your report. What else is contained in your report with relation to the submission items that we just went over?
So after the report, basically to go over what a DNA report has, the first page we have the case number, the submitting agency number, the name of the submitting agency that requested the testing, the date of request that they requested it, the date of my report that I'm writing this. Then we go in and we list all the evidence that was tested. Then they're all individually listed with their conclusions that I just read. And then at the end of the report, in the remarks section, we call disposition all the evidence. So we say, like, if some samples were retained and we could do further testing, some samples were consumed, so we can't, and then what evidence was then sent back to the submitting agencies.
And when you submit this report, is your report reviewed by anybody prior to, I guess it's being authenticated?
Yes, we have what was called a technical reviewer and an administrative reviewer. A technical reviewer goes through and checks the report and makes sure they agree with all of my findings. And then we have the administrative reviewer that goes and does more of like a typo / initials on the page, lighter review of the report.
And what would happen if somebody didn't agree with your work?
Then we would discuss it and come to an agreement. And if that didn't happen, then we would go to our technical leader in the unit.
You have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have further questions. I don't know if this would be a good time to take a break.
Certainly, we can do that. All right, court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, court to recess.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, they come back,
Again,
but something
I'm going to
happens.
ask you to start with your cross-examination, but I did want to raise, before we did take a break and discuss some things outside of the presence of the jury, you had indicated that you had marked reports defendants V, W, X, Y, and Z. Does that remain the same, or do you wish to amend that, strike that, and start over?
Your Honor, thank you for that. W is marked for identification purposes. Z and X are also marked for identification purposes.
So you have V and Y is full at this time?
V and Y are full.
All right, very good. So the court, thank you. So the court's going to note for the record that V and Y by way of agreement, counsel, is that right? If the state could just be heard?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Thank you. V and Y will come into the record as full exhibits on behalf of the defense, and W, X, and Z are identification only?
Yes, please.
Okay.
50. So this was entered, I think so too. Okay, but let's just talk, jury, what tissue-like material is.
It is just from the body. It'll be a chunk of skin.
Okay, all right. So that's compared. And you have the known for Mr. Morales, and he was eliminated, correct?
Correct.
All right, great. And the last one, in regard to the hands, the leading edge nail clippings of the right hand of Miss Holloway, was he eliminated?
Yes.
Okay, let's move away from the clippings from the hand now. And then I see a stain near the bottom of the seam of the trash bag, correct?
If you could just tell me what number.
I'm sorry, 004-001.
Okay, yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna go right down
Okay, that's
the
fine.
list with you, okay? And was Mr. Morales also eliminated from that?
Yes, he was.
Swabbing from the exterior flap of the trash bag. The finding is he cannot be eliminated.
Correct. He cannot be eliminated.
Okay, just tell the jury what cannot be eliminated means.
Cannot be eliminated was that partial match between the known profile and the evidentiary profile. So even though all of his types weren't seen in the evidentiary profile, some of them were, and it's still a positive association.
Okay, so it's a situation where maybe part of the DNA matches up, but not all of it.
I detected only part of the types of him. Like, it's a mixture profile. Some of his types were not detected at all the tests that we performed.
Terrific. Okay. Now, the next one was the swabs, gas, and brake pedal. Do you see that one?
Yes.
Okay. And the finding was inconclusive.
Yes, that was inconclusive back then, but I have issued an amended or supplemental report to actually report out that likelihood ratio, since our protocol now is to report out anything above 1.
Right. And I'm going to go through that report with you as well.
Okay.
Okay. But as of the date that you did this, that was inconclusive.
Correct.
The gear shifter, what was the result of that, please, in regard to Mr. Morales only?
He could not be eliminated.
Okay. And just tell us what that means.
That was the same thing that I just talked about, the partial match.
Okay. The next was a swab from the BLS, blood-like stain from the front passenger interior door handle, correct?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Morales there?
He was eliminated.
Great. Now, we're going to talk about some hammers that were submitted. And I take it that these were just submitted by the Ansonia Police Department, and you don't know where they came from or how they were obtained.
I don't recall. Some of the evidence submission paperwork might document where they came from, but as of right now, I don't recall where they came from.
Probably better to ask the Ansonia officers about where they were found.
That might be better, yes.
I would think so too. Okay, but let's just talk about your analysis while you're here, okay? The first thing says swabbing handle of hammer. You see that one?
Yes.
And what's the result of that?
In comparison to Jose,
Yes.
he cannot be eliminated as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay, so that's the partial that you told us about.
Correct.
Okay, let's go to the next one, the face of head of hammer.
Same conclusion, cannot be eliminated.
Okay, and then the next submission was bristles of hairbrush, and we're not going to go into that because there's no results, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go down now to, just to call your attention, is 12-001, swabbing handle of hammer.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what about Mr. Morales on the handle of a hammer?
He was included as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay. Do you happen to know, are all of these exhibits, because they're, for example, it looks like Exhibit 9 is a hammer, Exhibit 12 is a hammer, Exhibit 13 a hammer. Are they different hammers?
I would believe so, because each exhibit has a different number.
Okay, great. 12002, swabbing the face, the head of the hammer. What's the result there?
Jose cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay, and the swabbing of the handle of the hammer?
Also cannot be eliminated as a contributor to that.
Okay, and then we have swabbing of the face of head of hammer.
He's eliminated as that.
Okay, and swabbing of the handle of the hammer, which is now Exhibit 14, Submission 14.
He's eliminated as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next report, if it's okay with you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Mestry, what's the next exhibit number there?
150.
And what's the date of that report?
12/13/2019.
Okay. Can you call up the data report 12/13/2019?
Yeah, supplemental DNA report.
Right, okay. And during the course of investigation, it's not unusual that you have an original report and then there can be multiple supplemental reports as other evidence is submitted or other tests are done on items. Is that correct?
Correct. That's
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes, I tested a little evidence at a time, and a report is issued every time I do a batch of testing.
Great. And that's just to be consistent with the integrity of the testing and the results.
And yes, we can't test 200 pieces of evidence at once. It's a little
Okay.
too much.
All right. Mr. Mestry, could you put up, I'm sorry, what exhibit number did you say the next one was?
150.
150. So this was entered by the state previously, and that date of that report is 12/13/2019. Okay,
Yes.
you're familiar with this report?
Yes,
Just so I don't have to ask you, you authored all these reports.
I did, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And then, Mr. Mestri, if you wouldn't mind turning to page 3 of the report. Okay, so now we're going to go through this report. The first submission says human hair, okay?
Yes.
And Christine Holloway assumed. Could you just tell the jury what that means?
Again, that's when you would expect someone's DNA profile to be on a sample because it was collected from their body. So this was a hair collected from her body. So when I look at the profile and see that her types are there, then I just assume her to it because you would expect scientifically to have her own DNA and something collected from her own body.
If you pulled a hair from what's remaining on my head, you would expect to find DNA, my own DNA on that bowl.
Correct, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, and how about Mr. Morales on the human hair, the first one that was analyzed?
He cannot be eliminated as a contributor to that
Okay,
mixture.
we're going to go right down the list, okay?
Yep.
The second human hair, how was Mr. Morales, what was the results regarding the analysis involving Jose Morales?
He's eliminated as the source.
And the third one?
Eliminated as a source.
Okay, now we're away from the human hairs, and now we go to exterior heel of the left sneaker, okay?
Yes.
Right? And it says under Christine Holloway, consistent with source.
Yes, this is I obtained a single source female profile and comparing her to that sneaker profile, she was consistent with being the source of that profile.
Yeah, those were her sneakers, correct?
I don't
If you know.
I don't know because that's why I didn't assume her to those. If I knew those were her sneakers, I may have assumed her, but I made the comparison because I didn't know at the time.
Okay, that's totally fine, because where the sneakers come from the submitting agency, you're not involved in that.
Sometimes it's documented on my paperwork, but at the time I might not have known. So instead of assuming her, I gave the statistic and the probability for that.
Okay, how about the analysis with Mr. Morales?
He's eliminated.
Okay, let's go down. Interior heel and tongue area of the left sneaker. How about Mr. Morales?
He cannot be eliminated. Partial
Okay.
match.
Now, reddish brown stain, exterior sole of the left sneaker.
He's eliminated.
Okay, now we're going to go to some other evidence. And you've seen the pictures you testified this morning of things like puzzles and books that were analyzed. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
As well? Okay, so let's just go through this. The first submission, which is 18-001-01, it says reddish brown stain from the surface of the wooden puzzle base. What was the result of the analysis with as it affected Mr. Morales?
He's eliminated as the source.
Okay, and the next one down, the wooden puddle, another stain on the wooden puzzle base.
Also eliminated as the source.
Okay, the Sydney the Shark book.
Eliminated as the source.
All right, the interior collar of a shirt.
He is included in that mixture.
Okay, and just tell us what included means.
That means that all the types in his profile are present in that mixture profile from the evidence.
Right. Okay, and how about now we go to a reddish brown stain front left of a shirt.
He is eliminated as the source.
Okay, reddish brown stain front right of the shirt.
Eliminated as the source.
Back heel of left sneaker.
Eliminated as the source.
Reddish brown staining front top of left sneaker.
Eliminated as the source.
Reddish brown stain back of right sneaker.
Eliminated as the source.
Okay, thank you. We're done with that report. Mr. Mestri, could you just tell me what the next report is?
151.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
1520.
1/15/20. Do you have, Ms. Patel, do you have that report there for your review?
Supplemental DNA report 2, yes.
Okay, so just tell us, I know you said that an original report is generated and then we have supplements. And when you have supplements, do you mark them supplement 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
Correct, chronological order.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Mestri, could you just show us the front of that exhibit, please? Okay, and were these the items that you continue doing DNA analysis on?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Mr. Mestri, if you wouldn't mind, would you turn to the conclusion, excuse me. Could you, Mr. Mestri, could you go to page 2 for me? 2 of 15. So there was a lot of items that were considered, not all tested, but there were a lot of items notated in this report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, Mr. Mestri, could you go to page 4 or 5 for me, please? And these are all full exhibits for the jury. Okay. In the same manner, I'm just going to run through the column with you, okay?
Yes.
All right. The first item is a sample from a genital swab. And what was the result as it affected Jose Morales?
He's eliminated as a source.
Okay. And then second, interior back left sleeve of shirt.
He cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay. Reddish brown stain on the interior lower back of the shirt.
Eliminated as a source.
Reddish brown stain chest area of the shirt.
Eliminated as a source.
Swabbing unstained areas of top surface of the puzzle base.
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay. And then we have the Sydney Shark book,
Eliminated as a contributor.
right? Bath time book.
Eliminated as a contributor.
And then we have an unstained area of the bath time book,
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
right? The Bible readers book.
Eliminated as a source.
Swabbing unstained area of the Bible readers book.
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay. What makes a rainbow book?
Eliminated as a source.
Unstained area of what makes a rainbow book.
Eliminated as a contributor.
Then we go into the Crocs. You saw the pictures of the pink Croc, right?
Yes.
Did you test 1 or 2 Crocs? Do you recall?
I believe it was just 1.
I think so too. Okay, thank you. The unstained area of the Croc, what was the result as in regard to Mr. Morales, please?
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay, and then the unstained area of the interior of the crock,
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
the exterior outside sole of the crock,
Eliminated as a source.
the reddish brown stain on the crock.
Eliminated as a source.
Okay. Now swabbing RB debris from two HLFs, I think is hair-like fibers. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, and what was the results there?
That was an inconclusive result.
Okay. Next one, reddish brown staining side A of a bath towel.
He is consistent with the source.
Okay, and the side A of the bath towel.
He's included as a contributor.
Okay, just tell us what's the difference between consistent with the source and included.
Consistent with the source is when you have a single source profile. Included is when you have a mixture profile that you're comparing to.
Okay, so the reddish brown stain side A is a mixture, meaning that there's more than one person's DNA that's there.
That's correct.
Great. Okay, the last one on that page, please, the upper portion of the toothbrush.
Eliminated as a contributor.
Okay, we're just going to go over to the next page. The mouth portion of a straw.
Eliminated as the source.
Okay, now let's go to the diaper pail. Reddish brown stain exterior upper back of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as a source.
Okay, the ridge of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as a source.
The swabbing of the unstained areas of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as the source.
And finally, the unstained areas of the exterior body of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as the source.
If you recall, and I know it's been 5 years, when the puzzles and the books all came, were they packaged together in one evidence bag at the time that you obtained the swabs?
That would have been a question for the forensic biology person because I didn't examine the actual books and puzzles. The forensic biology examines those pieces of evidence, makes swabbings, makes cuttings, puts them in little tubes for me, and that's what I actually get is the tubes of the swabbings or cuttings to do my testing.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mestry, what's the next exhibit number, please?
152, they report 115.
Okay. Can we go to that report as well, please?
Supplemental DNA report 3.
Okay. Now, and Mr. Mestry, if you could just put the front page up there for us. Okay. Your Honor, this is what I represent is going to be tied in with later testimony, but we're going to utilize with the court's permission, of course, Ms. Medell at this point. Okay, so there's only a few items that were there, and you testified this morning in regard to your analysis of these items. And I think you said that there were white fragments, and I thought I heard you say that maybe they were combined and put in a blender in order to get a DNA profile.
They were combined. Submission 34 and 36 were combined and put into what we use a freezer mill, it's called, to pulverize the bone fragments.
I'm sorry, what was the name
It's
of
called
that?
a freezer mill.
Freezer mill.
Yes, where we
Okay.
put them in a cylinder, we put them in this machine, I add liquid nitrogen, so it's freezing cold, and you pulverize it into a powder.
Great. Okay. Mr. Mestry, could you just turn to page 2, please?
Okay.
This is a short one. So the pieces of the white fragment that had been combined, number 34 and 36, what was the result of your DNA analysis as it was compared to Mr. Jose Morales' known submission?
He was eliminated as a source.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mestry?
Exhibit 149
And the date?
to 2020.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to have to go over here for that one, okay? Okay. And could you just take a look at the front page of that?
Yes.
Right. That was the submission that was sent to you for testing, just like everything else.
So this is actually, it's called an amended DNA report. So what happens is if we issue a report, it gets signed, it gets dispersed to the agencies, and we realize that there was a typographic error. I want to correct that, so I issue an amended report. So all this report is this original findings that I reported in the original DNA report. However, for submission 8-1, you'll see swabs BLS front pass interior door panel, because in the original report, I reported it as a handle. It was a typographical error. So that's the only thing that makes this report different than the original DNA report.
Are you telling me even the lab makes a mistake now and then?
You know, sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens. Okay, Mr. Mestry, I'm good with that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Sure.
Okay, next one, Mr. Mestry.
152, 153, they report 3529.
Okay,
This DNA report 8.
okay. You call your attention to the front of it. You have a copy in front of you?
Yes.
And so this is supplemental DNA report VII, which is 8, right? In Roman numerals.
3 eyes, yes.
Okay, great. And so there was some more testing that was done there, correct?
So no additional testing was done. This is what I talked about before, where I said my original reports, our protocol was to report out an inconclusive result, and we had that likelihood ratio that fell below what we deem inclusionary statement. So since we changed our protocol since then, and I was coming to court to abide by our new protocols, I issued a report with just the items that I previously reported out as inconclusive, and I generated a report with those likelihood ratios reported. So we followed the protocols we're doing today.
Thank you. So this, the original report was back in 2019, and this is 2025. I take it there's been advancements in the technology in the last 5 years.
Yeah, this is actually not technology, but just moving towards something that the forensic field is moving towards by not issuing that inconclusive range and reporting out those low likelihood ratio numbers, because they do support inclusion.
Great. So, Mr. Mestry, if you wouldn't mind, could you go to page 2 of 3 there for me? Okay. I know there wasn't any new testing done, but the criteria for the findings had changed, and you amended the report so that we knew that in accordance with the new criteria, this would be in conformance with the new criteria. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. So let's just go through. There's only 2 issues here. One was a swab. It says gas and brake pedal.
Correct.
right? Okay, and then you said in regard to Jose Morales, consistent with contributor?
Correct.
Okay, and just tell us, because we're almost done here, what's consistent with contributor mean again?
So consistent with a contributor is the same as what I described as being consistent with being a contributor. So his types were present in the DNA profile for the evidence.
Okay, and when it says swab, gas, and brake pedal, are you able to tell us what car it's from?
I am not, no.
Right, okay, and then it seems like at the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, there was a swabbing debris from 2 hair-like fibers, is that correct?
Correct.
And then type, it says undetermined?
So that means that it wasn't a full profile and I couldn't determine if it was a female or male profile.
Gotcha. And then how about the finding in regard to Mr. Morales?
He is consistent with a contributor to that profile.
I appreciate that. I have no more questions for you, and I thank you for your time being here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mestre.
Okay. I think you're going to go to another break. Hey, Cross, come on.
You're going to be going into the lunch hour is what you're saying. All right, so why don't we do that? We'll keep it.
Yep. Lunch hour.
after lunch.
All right,
Before I
fast
go into
forward.
Move into the lunch recess. Before I do, I just want to remind the jurors once again.
Zoom, zoom, people. Zoom, zoom.
All right, are we all set to bring the jurors down?
All right. Zoom, zoom.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of our jury council. Please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
All right, thank you so much. All right, does the state have any redirected this witness? All right, Attorney Durso, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mandel.
Afternoon.
I want to ask you a little bit about the numbers of the pieces of evidence that you test. I know there was a question on cross-examination about the number of items that were tested. Is the number of items tested, is that up to the lab? How does that work?
Yes, depending on the type of crime committed, we do limit some of the items that are tested depending on the crime. So like for instance, a burglary, typically we only test 2 pieces of evidence for a burglary. For homicide, we do not limit the number of testing overall. However, we do try and prioritize evidence so that we're only doing a certain amount at a certain time.
So in other words, a submitting agency wouldn't submit 300 pieces of evidence at once if it was a murder investigation.
No, not typically.
So typically it would be how many pieces of items at any given time?
There's no like steadfast number, but if they want to, they kind of talk with case management or the sections on trying to prioritize which evidence would be the most probative to test first.
So I want to ask you a little bit about States 149. Counsel went through the report with you. That's the amended DNA report, which I believe was your testimony is a mirror of the original DNA report, subject to that one little change in the beginning.
Yes, the one typo of the name of the evidence.
So whenever there's a typo, you would issue a different report.
You would issue, yeah, we would call it amended with the same number of the report.
What happens if you found there was a statistical error in your reports? What would you do then?
Also issue an amended report with the correct statistic.
Showing you States 149. Page 2 of 149. Specifically directing your attention to submission 4-1. On 149, it indicates that that was positive for the presence of blood, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to the corresponding next page, page 3 of 149, 4-1, that would have been a swabbing, pointing here, 4-1, swabbing, reddish brown stain near bottom seam of trash bag?
Yes.
Okay. And counsel had indicated to you that Mr. Morales was eliminated there,
Yes, he is.
but under the column that says Christine Holloway, what does that mean, consistent with the source?
So basically, the profile that I developed was a single source female profile. And when I compared Christine to that female profile in the evidence, she was consistent with being the source of that evidence.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 150. It's the supplemental DNA report. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Now, with regards to submission 16-1-3, is it fair to say that that swabbing was positive for blood?
Presumptive test for blood, yes.
With regards to submission 19-2, 19-3, 26-1, were those also presumptive positive for blood?
Yes.
26-1-1, 26-1-2, were those also positive for blood?
Presumptive, yes, blood.
And 26.2 and 26.2.1, those also positive for blood.
Yes.
I'll direct your attention to page 3 of the report. Those are the same submissions that council went through with you with regards to this this piece of evidence. Mr. Morales was eliminated from all of those, correct?
He cannot be eliminated from 2 of them.
Okay. With regards to 16-1-3, can you tell us what type of profile was generated there?
That was a single source female profile.
And that was consistent with Christine Holloway?
Correct, yes.
And 19-2, again, the type of profile generated there?
A single female profile was consistent with the Christine Holloway.
And 19-3, again, a reddish brown stain, exterior right front side of shirt. What type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
26-1-1, tissue-like material, back heel left of left sneaker. What type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
And again, consistent with Christine Holloway?
Consistent with the source, yes.
26-1-1-2, what type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
And 26-2-1, what type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
And again, consistent with Christine Holloway?
Cannot be eliminated from 26.1.2 and 26.2.1 consistent with the source.
Now, what's the difference between cannot be eliminated and consistent with the source?
Cannot be eliminated is, again, we have a partial match between the evidence and the known samples. So we didn't detect all of her types where we had results.
States 151. Now, states 151, I want to direct your attention to 17-5. Again, 17-5 and 17-6, those were positive for blood, presumptive presence of blood.
Correct, yes.
And 20-3 and 20-4, positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
Yes.
And 35-1 and 35-3, again, positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
Yes.
Page 4 of that same exhibit. With regards to 17-5 and 17-6, what type of profile was generated there?
Those were single source female profiles.
And was that consistent or inconsistent with being, when compared to Christine Holloway?
Consistent with the source.
20-3 and 20-4, reddish brown stains on the Crocs. What type of profile was generated there?
Both single source female.
And again, is that consistent or inconsistent with when comparison to Christine Holloway's known profiles?
Consistent with the source.
And finally, 35-1, on page 5, which I believe you testified to, were 35-1, 35-1, which is a reddish brown stain. What type of profile was generated there?
Female, single source female profile.
And it was in comparison to Christine Holloway's DNA. What was the finding?
Consistent with the source.
And 35-3, same question. What type of profile was generated there?
Single source female. Consistent with the source.
Okay, so the reddish brown stains that were presumptively tested positive for blood, based on your findings, were consistent with the source or Christine Holloway. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you just testified
For
to?
most of them that we just read, yes.
Okay. Now, when you have 2 known profiles and you're comparing those profiles to evidence submitted by the PD or swabs that were done by forensic biology and sent to you to compare, or cuttings that were sent to you for analysis, can you just explain the statistic comparisons? In other words, we heard these likely ratios where it's a high number or it's a lower number. What does that mean?
So a likelihood ratio is measuring how likely that evidence is to occur given those 2 opposing scenarios. So an inclusion versus an exclusion. So when you have you can have a likelihood ratio of anything from greater to 1 to infinity. So the higher number you get, that likelihood ratio supports more towards inclusion than an exclusion.
So I want to go through just one more thing in order with you, so I apologize for going back. I want to direct your attention to States Exhibit 149, page 5. Now, when on cross-examination, counsel asked you about a lot of the analysis that you did in relation to the knowns of Christine Holloway, the knowns of his client, Jose Morales. I want to direct your attention to 4-5. There was a swabbing of the exterior opening flap areas of the trash bag, that contractor bag. Now, the profiles that were generated was a mixture?
Yes, it was
Okay.
2 contributors.
And Christine was included?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say that Jose Morales cannot be eliminated, directing your attention to page 5 of that report, what does that mean in relation to cannot be eliminated?
So again, he was a partial match to that profile, but when we did the likelihood ratio to see, given that evidence, how likely he was to be part of that mixture, it was 550 million times more likely to occur from him and one unknown person than if it originated from two unknown people.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to states 150. So submission 1-6-1-2-1, with regards to that submission, council went through that with you and indicated there was a mixture, right?
Correct.
Christine Holloway was assumed,
She was, because that was a human hair found on her, yes.
but the defendant cannot be eliminated, right? According to your report?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So my question to you is this, going to page 5 of this report, can you explain what cannot be eliminated means in relation to the findings of your report on page 4, excuse me. Submission 1-6-1-2-1. Can you explain what that means in relation to Jose Morales?
So yeah, so we already stated that I assumed her. So then my conclusion for my comparison against Jose Morales would be assuming two contributors where Christine Holloway is one of those contributors. The DNA profile from item 16121 is at least 3.3 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and Christine Holloway than if it originated from Christine Holloway and an unknown person.
Now, in relation to, do you know, with regards to that particular submission, you said it was a human hair?
Yes.
Now, what does that mean in relation to the hair as opposed to, was there anything, could there have been something on the hair? What does that mean?
All I can say is that it was, we know it was a human hair, and we developed a mixture of two people, and a human hair from one person would generate a single source profile. So there was something on that hair to make it become two people. I can't tell you what that was, but where the DNA came from, but there was two people detected in that hair sample.
Do you know what it could have been?
I wouldn't speculate to that, no.
Now, 16-1-2, submission 16-1-2. That was a swabbing of the interior heel tongue area of, did we go over that? Oh, swabbing of the interior heel area of exterior inner sole, I'm sorry, interior heel tongue area of the left sneaker. That would be what was referenced on page 3 of that report. And can you tell us if, with regards to that, what profile was generated there?
You said 1612?
Yes.
That was a mixture of 3 contributors with at least 2 of them being male.
And was Christine Holloway included there?
Yes, she was included in that mixture.
And with regards to the defendant, he cannot be eliminated. What does that mean in relation to your findings in your report on page 5?
That was a partial match, and assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 16-1-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to states 151.
Would that be exhibit
151, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, submission, supplemental report, DNA report number 2, page 5, submission 17-4. According to the report, the council went over with you, it was a swabbing of the interior back left sleeve of the shirt.
Yes.
And what type of profile was generated there?
That was a DNA profile that was consistent with being a mixture of at least 3 contributors with one of them being male.
And with regards to Christine Holloway, what were your findings?
She, assuming 3 contributors, the profile from 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And with regards to the defendant, it says cannot be eliminated in relation to your likelihood ratio. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so it was a partial match. When I did the likelihood ratio, being a 3-person sample, the DNA profile from 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And it's billions with a B?
Yes, 100 billion.
All right, now 18-1-3 in that same report, swabbing of the unstained area top surface of the puzzle base. What type of profile was generated there?
That was a DNA profile, 2 contributors.
And was Christine Holloway included in that?
Yes.
And how about the defendant?
He was cannot be eliminated, and
And based on your likelihood ratio, what does that mean?
assuming 2 contributors, it's 270 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals.
Now, I want to direct your attention to 18-3-2, which is reported as a swabbing of an unstained area of the exterior bath time book. Excuse me.
Yes.
Now, in relation to this particular submission, what type of profile was generated?
A mixture of 3 contributors.
Was Christine Holloway included?
Yes.
And the result for the defendant cannot be eliminated. What does that mean in terms of your likelihood ratio?
Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 832 is at least 7.2 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
We're almost done. I want to direct your attention to submission 20-1. Now, with regards to 20-1, can you tell us what type of profile was generated there?
That was a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male.
And with regards to the defendant, he could not be eliminated there. What does that mean in relation to your likelihood ratio?
Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 20-1 is at least 100 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And lastly, submission 20-2, which is a swabbing of an unstained area of interior of the Crocs shoe. Profile generated there. What was that?
A mixture of 3 contributors.
And with regards to the defendant, he cannot be eliminated. What does that mean in regards to your likelihood ratio?
Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from item 20-2 is at least 46 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And that's billion with a B?
Correct, yes.
Finish up, Your Honor. I want to direct your attention to, do you have DNA report, the initial DNA report, or I guess the amended DNA report up there?
Yes.
Okay. States 149. 149. Thank you. Counsel asked you about fingernail clippings and testing done on the fingernail clippings. And in relation to those particular submissions, I believe those were submissions 1-5-2-2, 1-5-2-3. With regards to the analyzation that you did on those submissions where Christine Holloway was assumed and Jose Morales was eliminated, can you speak to whether or not the DNA can be present there that you won't necessarily detect? Is that something that happens? Why was those areas examined? I guess is my question.
So the fingernail were tested because they were submitted by the OCME, and I don't know who requested, it was the PD or if the forensic biology thought they would be should be tested. So they sent them to DNA, and then I tested them and developed single source female profile. That's all I could detect there. That doesn't mean that there isn't other DNA there, but all I could detect was the single source female profile.
If there was a large amount of blood, red blood-like substance on the fingernails, could that interfere with potentially detecting other DNA on fingernails?
That is possible because blood has so much DNA that if you have a blood stain with just a little bit of touch or trace DNA, that can outcompete that smaller amount of DNA, and just all you'll detect is the larger amount of DNA there.
May I have 1 minute? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Hi, Ms. Mandel. How
Hello.
are you?
Good.
Just have a couple of questions for you. It looks to me like on the testing summary of some of the reports, the testing summary shows screening, and then there's a column that says positive, or I guess it could be negative too.
Correct, yes.
And that's a screening from the biology section of the lab for the presumptive test to determine the presence of blood. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's a different section of the lab than your section of the lab over DNA analysis, correct?
Yes, we kind of intertwine a little bit. I am competent in doing KM testing. We just to make the process more efficient, when they're collecting the sample, they do the KM testing there. But that's why I have them on my reports, because I am proficiency tested twice a year and do perform KM testing when needed.
Tell us, do you know somebody named Jennifer Nelson?
I do, yes.
Who's Jennifer Nelson?
She was the forensic biologist on some of the evidence in this case.
Right, and she was in the biology section, and she tested for the presumption of blood on a variety of different pieces of evidence that were submitted by the agency. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so when your report has the column and it says presence of blood plus plus, was that generated from the findings of Ms. Nelson?
Yes, that is correct.
Right, and she was here and testified yesterday here. So would you agree that you didn't do any of the presumptive blood testing?
I did not do any of the testing.
And that was all done under the KM, the Kastle-Meyer test that you discussed?
Yes.
Right,
yes.
okay. And you're aware, as she has testified to, all the limitations, with the Castlemeyer test regarding the inability to determine the difference between human blood and animal blood for one fact, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right, and then there's also the risk of false positives with that test when the oxidizing agents like copper and nickel can cause false positives. Is that correct?
That can happen, yes.
And then you just basically took the submission and you indicated based on what Ms. Nelson's findings were incorporated in your report. Is that right?
Yes, I get the worksheets from Jennifer Nelson for my case file to show what tests she did, and then I reported those out.
So many of the findings in the reports that was, and I'm not going to go through all of them, indicate that there's a mixture of 3 contributors. Do you recall seeing that in your reports?
Yes, I do have some 3 contributors.
But for you, you only had the known standard, the known sample from Christine Holloway, and you had the known from Jose Morales, correct?
Correct.
So you were unable to identify who the 3rd contributor was, though it's notated in all your reports.
Yes, no other knowns were submitted for me to make comparison to.
Right. It would be guesswork on your part, and you don't guess.
Correct, I do not guess.
Thanks so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Just one brief question. With the DNA profiles that were generated compared to the submissions that were given to you that were positive for him, is it possible that that blood was animal blood in relation to the DNA that was animal?
Objection, Your Honor. She didn't test it, so it was for speculation on her part. She couldn't answer that.
Only if she has a foundation, counsel. So sustained at this point, unless you want to lay a foundation.
If animal blood was part of the DNA that was on some of these submissions, would it have been consistent with or inconsistent with any of the known profiles that you compared them to?
Well, I can't testify that the blood was only human. I don't know if there was animal blood there because we didn't test for it. We didn't test for human blood either, so I just.
But you can't testify to the fact that the DNA that was compared to, the DNA that was submitted to you compared to the knowns was consistent with Christine Holloway's blood Christine Holloway's DNA on a number of those submissions.
I did develop human DNA profiles that I compared to knowns from humans.
Thank you.
So, well, that means is you knew it was Christine Holloway's blood or Jose Morales' knowns, and you compared it to the samples and to see what comparison was.
Yes, Christine Holloway's known was from blood, and Jose Morales' known was from a buccal swab, a cheek swab.
Right, and taken by the police and submitted to the lab and used that. And Mike Morganti used it to go ahead and develop a profile for Christine and a profile for Jose Morales, which was then utilized by you to compare the submissions from the agents.
Correct, yes.
Thank you very much.
Anything further?
And you compared the knowns to the swabs submitted to you by forensic biology.
I did, yes.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Yes, thank you. Please watch your step. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
All right,
thank you.
Yeah, you're going to put the case before this.
That's it. Come on up, please take a stand. Remain standing, Madam Clerk, over 2 minutes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or possible of perjury?
I do so swear.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
David Carney, C-A-R-N-E-Y, business address 600 State Street, William, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
Don't put it on.
Yes, sir.
Should we approach it today? Can you do that real quick? I can put on the record. Hi, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Agent Carney has developed a CAST report, which is a cellular phone call analysis, and I've been provided a copy of the report. I have no objection. There's also contained a DVD that the state is going to introduce called detail,
Thank you.
which I have no objection to because it may just be easier to show it through the computer than page by page.
All right, thank you.
So I don't know what's the CAST.
For the court's benefit, you would be proposing states 160, which is call detail records, and 161, which is a hard copy of Mr. Carney's report, and then 162 is for ID only, but I mentioned to counsel, it's an electronic version of his report that I'd like to show the published to the jury, if that's okay, it's an identical copy.
I'll turn it down.
I have no objection, and I've been given call detail records as well, so everything's been provided to the defense. Your Honor. I have no objection.
Okay, all right. So then if you're going to put that in, are you putting that in as full then the
I was going to put these
The
two in
electronic
full.
version, the other-
Electronic versions.
But the electronic version is the one we're publishing,
Okay,
so
so that's
technically
fine.
that should be in as well.
That's fine.
Okay, great, thank you. So with no objection, the court will take into evidence states is it 160, 161, 162?
160, 161, and
162?
159 is what you.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
it was
sorry.
159.
159?
159 is which one? I'm sorry.
159 is the electronic version of the CAS report.
Okay.
160 is the call detail records.
Thank you.
And then 161 is the hard copy version of the CAS.
161. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so court will
Thank you,
accept, you're welcome, thank you. Court will accept into the record as full on behalf of the state, no objection by defense, 159, 160, and 161, and we can move forward, Attorney Dorset.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell us who you work for?
Sure. Work for the FBI here in Connecticut
And how long have you been working for the FBI?
since December of 2010.
And what are your current responsibilities?
Currently, I'm assigned to the New Haven Violent Crime Task Force. Specifically, I do my duties as a CAST agent.
Now, what is a CAST agent?
CAST stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
And what does that mean? What does the CAST team do?
So CAST is a group of approximately 90 special agents and task force officers who are specifically trained in analysis of historical cell site information, call detail records, and other geolocation files. We provide there's three real things we do. One, we work in emergency and exigent situations when we're trying to find or locate a phone associated with a missing person, a kidnapped person, a violent fugitive, things of that nature. Two, like we're going to talk about here today, we analyze historical records associated with crimes, hypothetically a murder. And three, we provide training to our state and local and federal partners is what we do, and provide testimony like I'm doing today.
And give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of a background about US FBI agent. What did you have to go through training experience, things like that?
So I was selected out of my division to go through the CAST training pipeline. And the CAST training pipeline is approximately 300 hours total. And it takes about 2.5 years to complete. And it's a multi-phase training pipeline. At each stage, you're getting selected and tested to go on to the next phase. Quickly, the first round of training is a CAST Basic, which is just a 3-day introduction course to what all cell site analysis is, what kind of records are out there that we can get from search warrants and other legal process, and how can we exploit that data. If you're still interested, we go on to a CAST Advanced course, which is a little more intense. It's 4 days. It's more in depth about everything we just talked about with a culminating exercise and test that you're graded on. If you make a passing grade, you're selected to go to CIRA, which is CIRA. It's a critical incident readiness assessment. And that's an intensive 3-day command post style exercise where every morning you have a scenario and every evening you have a scenario. And you're graded on how you analyze the records, produce products, and brief those products. Finally, if you're selected to go on, you go to our 4-week certification course, which is broken into 2 parts, Cert 1, Cert 2. Cert 1, the first week is a real thrilling intro into radio frequency technology for a week. And that's provided by the Florida Institute of Technology and professors that work there. The second week, we go into, we actually have the service providers, representatives from them, the Verizon's, AT&T's, and T-Mobile's. They'll come in with their engineers and their legal compliance team, and they'll teach us about how their networks operate, how they function, as well as what all records are available to obtain and what legal process is required to obtain those records. Finally, the third week is a hands-on week on our GAR, which is a Gladiator autonomous receiver. Long story short there, this doesn't come into play in this case, but a GAR is the ability, it's equipment that we have. It gives us the ability to drive around with that equipment with sensors and antennas where we can record the signal strength from certain towers, our GPS locations. We're able to take that data, throw it in software, and actually map the actual cell coverage of a cell tower. And finally, the last week is a moot court case where we take a case from its infancy, we analyze records, develop a report, and testify to it in a moot court setting. And finally, there's a final exam. If you pass that, you're then certified as a CAST member.
And before you joined the FBI, tell us a little bit about your employment prior to the FBI.
Sure. I worked very briefly at the Middlesex Sheriff's Office up in Middlesex County, Massachusetts, for about 1.5 years. I was also a intelligence officer in the United States Marine Corps for 4 years out in San Diego.
And how many people are part of CAST right now? Do you know?
Approximately 90 right now.
And that's across the country?
That's across the country. So each field division for the FBI, we have 56 across the country. Each division, I believe, has at least one, with the exception of, I think, 6 offices that don't have any.
Now, can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about what historical cell site analysis is?
Sure. So we talk about call detail records. And if you can think of your old school phone bill, where certain information on there was the date and time of a call or text, the third party involved, the duration of that call or text. Well, call detail records also have a little more information that's important to us. It includes the cell tower and sector used to do that, to make that call or text. So we take that those call detail records, and we marry those up with cell tower lists that we can obtain from the service providers. And those cell tower lists tell us the physical place on Earth where that tower is located and how those sectors are oriented on the map. And we're able to take those 2 pieces of information and map that out and conduct our analysis.
And what's the purpose of historical cell site analysis?
The purpose is to determine if a device was in a geographic area at a certain time of interest, at a certain location of interest.
And how many times have you performed a historical cell site analysis?
Oh, hundreds and hundreds of times.
And what types of cases have you used this in?
I've used it in missing persons, kidnappings, fugitives, homicides, serious assaults, carjackings, all things of that nature.
Now, you explained a little bit about call detail records. Are they different today than they were years ago?
They can be.
Okay, in what way?
It's just the way the service providers document and maintain the records. They change over time. Nothing's always the same. Everything changes. So as things progress and technology progresses, those records differ throughout time.
Is there a lot of demand for CAST services?
There is.
And about how many times do you think there's requests put in for CAST in a typical year?
Well, for me individually, since the beginning of this fiscal year in October, I've looked at over 50 state cases, approximately 20 federal cases,
and that's just me.
And when you say state and federal cases, what types of agencies do you deal with usually?
Well, predominantly we deal with our state partners, but we also do FBI cases. We help the DEA and ATF, basically all state, federal, and local law enforcement.
Now, based on your training and experience, is cellular telephone analysis, is it reliable?
Yes.
Why?
Because the records that we use to conduct our analysis, they're not law enforcement records, right? They're required by law to be maintained by the service providers, and the service providers also use these records to confirm that their networks are operating appropriately. And if you remember that these people, these businesses, the Verizon's, AT&T's, and T-Mobile's, they're conducting a business. This is a business operation. And they want to ensure that their business is operating at full function. So these records help them do that.
Does the cell phone providers provide training to the FBI task agents?
Yeah, so yearly we have a recertification, which is about a week long. And every year, the folks from Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, US Cellular, and others come out and brief us on any developments, anything new coming to their, what they're doing on their end with their businesses.
Now, have you ever testified before as an expert in the area of cell site analysis?
Yes.
About how many times?
5 other times.
And in what course?
Connecticut State Courts.
And I'm going to direct your attention to this case. Were you asked to conduct a cellular telephone analysis in this case?
I was.
And in performing your review, were you given call detail records in relation to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 160. May I approach the witness?
You may think.
Showing you States 160. Do you recognize States 160?
I do.
And what is 160?
This is a CD containing the CDRs for Verizon and T-Mobile associated with Mr. Morales and Ms. Holloway.
And how do you know that this is the same CD that contained those CDRs?
It has my initial on there.
So you reviewed this prior to your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Now, in relation to these call detail records, what did you do with these call detail records in relation to this case?
So we kind of touched on it before. I looked at the call detail records. I married those up with the cell towers from that specific time in 2019, and I was able to plot calls and cell tower interactions on a map.
Were there any other interactions with the cell towers that you were able to utilize concerning these two devices?
Yes, there was timing advance files.
And what are timing advance files?
So I guess we could get into it a little bit. So when we make a call or text, we use a tower and sector. And it might be easier to see it on a screen, but
Could the witness just speak up? I'm sorry, we get the fan on back here. We have just having trouble hearing.
sure thing.
Let me ask you this. Can I withdraw that question, ask a different question, Your Honor? Can you just explain briefly how a call works when you make a phone call on your cell phone?
Sure. So your phone is basically a handheld computer, and it communicates with the outside world through radio frequency. And while your phone's in your pocket or on the desk, it's consistently scanning the environment to find the best possible signal so that when you need to make a phone call, text, or send an email, you can. And when you do this, this creates a transaction record, and this gets imported into the call detail record.
Okay. Now, is the when you're making a phone call, is the nearest tower usually the best signal? Can you talk about
So it can be the nearest tower, but it doesn't have to be. Your phone's going to use the best possible signal to make that call. It could be, frequently it is the closest tower, but it doesn't have to be.
And does topography have anything to do with potentially where a phone connects to?
Sure. So if you have structures in the way, say if there are windows in this building and there's a tower right outside that window, maybe a mile away, but there's a tower on the other side of this brick wall, 10 feet away, my phone would likely use the one through the window. There's less interference and it can see line of sight better.
Can you speak to how a cellular telephone doesn't drop a call as it travels from maybe point A to 10 miles down the road to point B?
Sure. So as you initiate your phone call, your phone selects that first tower. But once you're on the network then decides what towers you're going to move to as you travel.
Now, in relation to this particular case, in addition to the call detail records for Mr. Morales and Ms. Holloway, were you provided any background information with regard to this particular investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what time period did you analyze?
I believe it was November 29th of 2019 to December 2nd of 2019.
And did you prepare a presentation to speak to that analysis that you did?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Showing you Mr. Marcus States Exhibit 161, Mr. Marcus phone exhibit. Do you recognize 161?
I do.
And what is 161?
This is my report.
And did you make this report in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to publish 159 to the jury at this point in time.
You may, Attorney Dursa.
Can you see that, Agent Carney?
Yes, I can.
Now, I'm on slide 2. Can you just briefly explain what slide 2 tells the jury?
So slide 2 is just everything we just talked about, our methodology and how we come up with and how we map these cell interactions.
And specifically, the cell phones analyzed here again, 203-231-0269, telephone associated with Christine Holloway.
Correct.
And 203-809-2849, phone associated with Mr. Morales.
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 3, what is this telling us?
This is just a visual. These are just visual examples of the various cell towers you might see out in the environment. Commonly on the top left, you'll see the monopole tower. Frequently, you'll see that along the highway. But there's other towers you can see on the lower side of the page where they try to blend in with the surrounding environment.
Now, can you speak to slide 4, discussing the sector illustration?
Sure. So the picture on the right side is a top-down view of a 3-sector tower. And in this example, this sector is pointed due north or 0 degrees. And you can see the right and left lateral limits annotated by the right and left red arms. Generally speaking, on a 3-sector tower, each sector is about 120 degrees. And when we look at the cell tower list tell us what orientation each sector is.
Now, in relation to this particular slide, you talked about radio frequency. Does radio frequency shoot out in a straight line?
It does until it might bounce off something, yes.
You mentioned before something about a drive test analysis. Now, was that possible in this case?
Was not.
Why not?
I wasn't brought in on the case until earlier this year, actually. So it doesn't change a lot, but the networks can change. So if we do a drive test, you want to do that closer into the incident to get a true map of the actual cell coverage.
Slide. Slide 5, timing advance explanation. What is this in layman's terms?
Right. So we were going to touch on this. So in addition to what call detail records give us, which is the cell, site, and sector, on the left side of the screen, you can see the cell, site, and sector. This time, again, oriented at 0 degrees due north. Timing advance gives us a little bit more information. It gives us an estimated distance away from the tower that the device is. So on the maps coming up, you'll see this red arc or green arc. That is a timing advance arc.
Now, with regards to the timing advance arc, when you're doing your analysis, assuming you have timing advance information on any given call detail records, would you expect to find the handheld device somewhere in that arc?
Yes, it usually is inside that arc, but it could be located outside the arc.
Now, what is this call out box explanation on slide 6?
So when the map's coming up, you'll see these call out boxes. There'll be red ones and green ones. They contain important information, such as item 1, which is going to be your cell tower ID. Item 2 is going to be the date of the activity. Item 3 is the time of the activity. Item 4 is going to be what type of activity it was, if it was an incoming voice, outgoing voice, the duration of that activity, and the associated phone number, the third party involved in that interaction.
Now, slide 7, what is this showing us?
So this is an overall geographic area of the area of interest, actually. On the far left side, you'll see the crime scene located at 6.5 Myrtle Ave in Ansonia, Connecticut. On the middle, towards the middle of the screen, towards the right, there's a yellow icon which indicates Mr. Morales' residence at 105 First Ave, New Haven, Connecticut. And you'll see various red and green dots. The green dots are T-Mobile cell sites. The red dots are Verizon cell sites.
Now, page 8, can you tell us what this says? This tells us about the analysis you conducted into these 2 call detail records.
Yeah, so this is a summary of cell tower interactions for phone number 0269, Ms. Holloway's, and Mr. Morales' 2849 from 12 a.m. to 10:46 a.m. on Friday, 11/29/2019. The activity you're seeing is consistent with the devices being in the area of Mr. Morales' residence at 105 First Ave, New Haven.
Let me ask you, with regards to the red number, the phone associated with Ms. Holloway, I see that there's timing advance measurement bars there.
Yes.
And the home is just outside those bars. What can you tell us about that?
Like I kind of touched on it earlier, these left and right red arms that you see in this wedge, those are guides. And that's not saying that that's a hard stop on that sector. It's just giving you a guide. So frequently we'll see sector coverage overlap that guide. And I should touch on this as well. The highlighted areas in those wedges, whether it's green or red, those are just a depiction of what direction that sector is facing. It doesn't mean that the device is inside that interior shaded wedge.
Now, with regards to the 2 different colors, red and green, is the green number, the green color that's associated with 2849, is that tower being utilized by tower 2 there?
Yes.
Same scenario for tower 1 in the red phone?
Correct. Correct.
Now, page 9, excuse me, what does this tell us with regards to those 2 cellular devices?
So this is another summary slide of cell tower interactions for Ms. Holloway's 0269 and Mr. Morales' 2849 device from 10:47 a.m. to 11:36 a.m. on Friday, 11/29/2019. And what this is showing are the devices were in the area of 105 First Ave in New Haven. They may travel northbound to the area of Wallingford, specifically in the area of Barbarino Nissan on 505 North Colony Road in Wallingford, Connecticut.
Now, in relation to page 10, what can you tell us about page 10?
This is another summary slide for both devices from 11:36 to 2 p.m. on that Friday, again showing that devices are in the area of Barbarino Nissan.
Page 11, what can you tell us about page 11?
Again, a summary slide from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. on Friday the 29th. Both devices, this is consistent with both devices traveling southbound back to New Haven and back to the area of 105 First Ave.
Now, slide 12, what's the significance of slide 12?
So again, this is just another summary slide from 5 to 7:30 p.m. for both devices. Again, we have activity in the area of 105 First Ave. This is just showing activity consistent with both devices being in the area of Mr. Morales' residence.
Now, I noticed that it looks like there's a timing advanced measurement call out box 2, which is associated with this large arc, I would imagine.
Yes.
With regards to, how does that mirror up with call out box 1, where there's shorter and closer to 105 First Ave? Can you explain that?
Sure. So timing advance won't necessarily use the closest best tower for the device, as timing advance signals don't need to carry all that information during a call or a text. So a tower that can reach out to that device within a certain proximity is able to measure timing advance. So that's not unusual to have multiple towers measuring timing advance for a single device.
Now, directing your attention to slide 13, can you give us a little information about what is happening in slide 13?
Yes, another summary slide from 7:30 p.m. to 8:45 p.m. on Friday the 29th. We have activity for Ms. Holloway's device, which is consistent with her remaining in the area of 105 First Ave. And then at approximately 8:36 p.m., Mr. Morales' device moves to the south a bit, just off 95. You can see box 4 and tower 4.
Now, slide 14, what's the significance of slide 14 in relation to the last slide?
So what this slide is showing, this is activity from 8:45 to 10 p.m. For Ms. Holloway's device. This is consistent with Ms. Holloway's device leaving the area of New Haven around 8:48 p.m. on Friday the 29th and arriving sometime around 9:14 p.m. On Friday the 29th.
Now, slide 15, what does this summary tell us?
These are summary interactions for Ms. Holloway's device from 10 p.m. Friday, November 29th to 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on the 30th. These are all timing advance sessions, which are consistent with the device being in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave in Ansonia, Connecticut.
So it's safe to say, based on this particular slide, if you were looking for the device, you would expect it to be in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave between those time periods you just mentioned.
Correct.
Now, with regards to slide 16, excuse me, what can you tell us about this slide?
So this is summary cell tower interactions for Mr. Morales' device 2849 from 10 p.m. on the 29th to 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on November 30th. This is consistent with the device being in the vicinity of Bridgeport, Connecticut, and then to New Haven, Connecticut.
Now, in regards to call out box 3, 4, and 5, and 6, I see that there's phone number 203-221-0269 mentioned in those boxes. What can you tell us about that?
Those are incoming voice calls from Ms. Holloway's phone.
Okay. So what you're saying is phone number ending in 2849 received phone calls from Ms. Holloway's phone at those particular times?
Correct.
What can you tell us about slide 17?
So this is a slide of summary cell tower interactions for Ms. Holloway's device 0269 from 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on 11/30/2019 to Monday morning at 4:25 a.m. on December 2nd, 2019.
So between the time period of 12 a.m. on Saturday morning, that would have been November 30th, to Monday morning, December 2nd at 4:25, you would expect that the cell phone did not move until that day, right?
Correct. Based on the data we have, yes, that's my assessment.
Okay. Now, what can you tell us about slide 18 as it relates to Mr. Morales' handheld device?
So this is a summary slide for his interactions from 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on the 30th to Monday morning at 4:25 a.m. on the 2nd. It's consistent with the device in the vicinity of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
So what you're saying, based on the call detail records that you analyzed on November 30th, 2019, just before 1 a.m., all the way until, or at least this slide shows until 6:44 a.m., that handheld device, you expect that handheld device to be the area 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Correct.
And again, call out box 1 at 12:18 a.m. Looks like there's a phone call from Ms. Holloway, or a phone call to Ms. Holloway's device.
There's a phone call to Ms. Holloway's device, which lasted 201 seconds. That occurred at 12:18 a.m. on the 30th. And you can see that's using the sector pointed to the southwest, sector 1, which is indicative of the phone possibly being to the southwest of that location at that point in time.
And with regards to the phone, an incoming voice phone call at 6:44 a.m. on 12/1 from Ms. Holloway's phone, I see there's a 0 there. What if anything does that mean?
So that's a phone call that likely didn't connect. In fact, that record is not on Ms. Holloway's call detail records, which is indicative that phone call did not connect.
Now, I notice there's a few phone calls here on 12/4/2019, 154:33, 155:21, 156:44, from 203-735, 1885. Were you able to determine what phone, what's the significance of that phone number?
I'm sorry, which phone number, sir?
203-735, 1885. Or 2 a.m.
I can tell you those calls went to voicemail. As far as the number itself, I'm not sure who's, unless it's on a different slide.
Now, slide 19 shows what?
So slide 19 are tower interactions for both devices from 4:25 a.m. to 4:45 a.m. on Monday morning the 2nd. This is consistent with travel away from 6.5 Myrtle and ultimately into the area of Orange, Connecticut.
And that's noted by call box 3 here.
Yes, you can see call box 3 or tower 3, I should say, on the lower right, timing advance interaction, 4:43 and 28 seconds on the 2nd.
So what you're saying is on Monday 12/2, 4:25, between 4:25 a.m. and 4:45 a.m., direct your attention to Ms. Holloway's phone. Ms. Holloway's phone was moving in the area south down, I guess, Route 34, and then toward into Orange.
Correct.
Now, what can you tell us about page 20?
So we're looking at downtown New Haven on the morning of Monday, 12/2/2019. And these are cell tower interactions for both devices from 4:45 to 6:30 a.m. This is consistent with both devices being in the area of downtown New Haven at this time.
So both Ms. Holloway and the defendant's phone in downtown New Haven.
Correct.
Now, slide 21. What can you tell us about this slide?
So for this time period, we have no data available from Ms. Holloway's phone, but for Mr. Morales, from 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday morning on 12/2/2019, the device begins at 6:39 and 25 seconds a.m. up in the area of 6.5 Myrtle. You can see the zoomed in box on the right-hand side of the screen, and then travels south and then ultimately west towards New Haven, ending with item 4 in Tower 4, which are those calls and timing events in the middle of the screen.
So on the previous slide, we had Mr. Morales' phone in downtown New Haven, and now he's all of a sudden back at Myrtle Ave at 6:30 a.m. How do you explain that?
There was just a gap in available data from the device.
There's no evidence before the jury that he was at 6.5 Myrtle. What this analysis shows, he was in the area where the cell phone towers were picked up. So I'll get to the form of the question.
All right, with respect to the actual form of the question, sustained, you can re-ask the question.
With respect to the handheld device associated with Mr. Morales, which was in downtown New Haven prior to, there's a gap in time until 6:30 a.m. where that apparent handheld device is located at or near 6.5 Myrtle Ave. Can you explain why is there a gap?
So there's a gap because we just had a lack of information to map. The phone didn't interact with the network, therefore there were no records that were able to map.
Is it possible the phone could have been off?
That's a possibility.
Speculation.
Sustained, I'll strike that answer. I'll also strike the answer just for the purpose of the jury because there was an answer provided before Attorney Gavin actually objected to the prior question. So 2 questions ago, where the court struck the question, sustained the objection, you'll have to strike that answer as well. Okay, thank you. Attorney Durso.
With regards to page 22, can you tell us a little bit about page 22?
Yes, these are again cell tower interactions for Mr. Morales' device ending 2849 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Monday, the 2nd of December in 2019. Again, we don't have any data at this point during this time period for Ms. Holloway's device. But the data we see on the map is consistent with the device starting in the area south of 6.5 Myrtle Ave. You can see in tower labeled 1 at the middle of your screen in box 1. That's a timing advance interaction at 9:06 a.m. And then box 2 is back in the area of 6.5 Myrtle at approximately 9:37 and 24 seconds.
Now, this call detail box, call out box 2 at 9:37 a.m. It appears that the phone associated with the defendant makes an outgoing voice call to Ms. Holloway's phone.
Correct.
In the last 3 seconds.
That's correct.
Could you tell from the call detail records whether or not it went to voicemail or it was answered?
I could not. I could tell you that that call is not on Ms. Holloway's call detail records.
What can you tell us about slide 23?
So for Mr. Morales' device from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd, we have activity here starting at Tower 1 in box 1 at 12:37 p.m., followed by 1:06 p.m. and then 1:08 p.m. And then box 2 to the south of that location in the center of your screen, you have a timing advance interaction at 2:08 p.m. This is consistent with the device traveling away from the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave south.
So with regards to call box 1, if you were looking for the device associated with the defendant at around between 12:37 and 1:08 p.m. on 12/2, you would expect to find it in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
That's correct.
And subsequent to that, at 2:08 p.m., we have a timing advance measurement south of that, which led you to believe the device was moving.
Correct.
Slide 24, what can you tell us about slide 24?
So this is a summary of cell tower interactions from Ms. Holloway's device ending 0269 from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019. This area is north of, north of Ansonia and generally in the area of the Naugatuck State Forest.
So prior to this slide, there was no other information from Ms. Holloway's phone?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the information that you received now with regards to this phone at this period of time period?
This is consistent with the device being in the area of that highlighted portion, which is on a Google Maps zoomed in photo there, image on the top right of the screen. It's consistent with the device being in the area of Naugatuck, specifically the Naugatuck State Forest.
And we've been communicating with cell towers in that area.
Correct.
And finally, 25, what can you tell us about 25?
These are cell tower interactions from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Monday the 2nd for Mr. Morales' device ending 2849. Again, he's hitting the tower in the area of his known residence at 105 First Ave in New Haven, Connecticut.
And again, looks like at 5:49 p.m., again at 6:59 p.m., there are outgoing phone calls, to Ms. Holloway's telephone.
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Gavin, cross-examination.
I'm going to ask to impose on the state because the disc has the report on it rather than us going through page by page what Special Agent Carney just referred to.
Attorney Durso, do you have any objection to asking your staff to assist with the defense on the CD there with respect to displaying it as an exhibit for the jury? Of course. Thank you. Yes.
Right. And then they approach and they go on a break.
No, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. All right.
Okay, we're back.
Are we all set to bring in the jury? I just want to remind the witness that you remain under the obligation of your.
Got about probably about 20-ish minutes left.
Yeah, I can read it up too.
You may be seated. Thank you. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of the jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Attorney Gavin, are you ready to proceed with cross-examination? Whenever you're ready. Just let me know when you're ready.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm just going to go one page at a time. Just-
Tell me when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate, we're going to use the computer to play this, and I appreciate the state's courtesy in that regard.
All right, great.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you very much. Agent Carney, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good, thanks for being here with us. Sir, do you have a copy of your cast report?
I have it on my screen.
Okay, we're going to go through it just like Attorney Durso did. I just have a couple of questions for you as well. If you could please, Ms. Meehan, if you could just go to the next page for me. There we go. Okay, so you're a special agent, you're well-trained, and you are certified and to go ahead and prepare these cast reports regarding cell tower analysis, cell usage analysis. Is that fair?
It's fair to say yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And I want to know, when did you get involved in this case?
I got involved with this case early this year.
In 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I thought you had said that you couldn't do the drive test analysis because maybe the tower locations have changed over the last 5 years or the technology has changed over the last 5 years.
That's
Is that
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So how did you get involved? Did the Ansonia Police Department contact you? Did the State's Attorney's Office contact you?
The state's attorney's office contacted me.
Okay, and was that Attorney Durso or Attorney Stein?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and you would agree with me that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, if they can help out in investigations by local prosecutors or local law enforcement, that they'll assist if they can.
Sure.
Sure. You get a call and say, we need your help, and the FBI is here to help.
Yes.
Okay, great. And that happened in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to make sure I have this all framed correctly. So you get contacted here in 2025 about this incident from 2019, so it's about 5 years ago, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, and I know that you went ahead and you were given some cell phone records to go ahead and interpret. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did somebody give you a broad basis in regard to what happened before you commenced your investigation in regard to what the claim was here?
Well, the case is widely known, so I did have a small background, knowledge of it.
Okay. So when you say it was widely known, it was publicized.
Well, the FBI had a role in it too at some point early on. I knew that.
Did
But
you
I knew
participate in that role?
I did search for a device in the woods with a large party of people back around the time frame of the incident.
Okay.
Yes.
In the 2019, 2020 timeframe?
Yes, that was a limited role there. Yes.
Okay. Other than that, searching in the woods in 2019, 2020, did you have anything else to do with the case?
No.
Okay. And do you know who Dave Dillon is?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Sure. Who's Dave Dillon?
He's a retired agent.
Yeah. Okay. He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He was.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Now, so you do a little bit of work a few years ago. You get contacted by the State's Attorney's Office, and they say, we would like you to go ahead and do the cast report so that we can present it here in front of the jury today.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And you say, sure, I'll go ahead and do what I have to do in that regard.
Yes.
Okay. And when were you prepped a little bit about what the state's theory of the case was?
Minimally. I mean, I knew that the victim was located in a residence.
In a residence.
Yes.
Okay. And I'll go through this with you. There are specific notations in the report, and I'll show it to you. Things like 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in Ansonia, 105 First Street in New Haven, Barbarino, the car dealership that are notated in the reports. And I take it you didn't get those just off of the cell phone records, but rather somebody had to advise you the significance of those addresses.
No, yeah, those locations were given to me as points of interest. Yes.
I'm so that microphone doesn't amplify.
Okay.
It just records. So if you could just keep your voice up.
Sure. Those locations were given me as points of interest.
point of interest. So just tell us what that means. Was that when you met with the state's attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay, it's fine. There's no tricks here. I'm just trying to figure out that if you had a cell phone report in regard to activity on the cell phone, it wouldn't necessarily say that you were near Barbarino car dealership or you were at 105 First Avenue in New Haven, correct?
Well, depending on the tower interactions, it could be. But knowing those locations are there, yes.
You incorporated in the report. We'll go through it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say that you didn't, for example, take Barbarino out of the blue and put it in your report.
No.
No, you had information that was significant, correct?
Correct.
Great. Okay. We're doing fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, so you get contacted earlier this year, and you know that there are two cell phones that were at issue, Christine Holloway's and Jose Morales. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you obtained the records from the carriers. One was Verizon, the other was T-Mobile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you get those records?
They were provided to me by the state's attorney's office.
Great. Okay. And you used that and incorporated that in your analysis.
That's correct.
Right. You didn't have to go to Verizon or T-Mobile and execute search warrants to get them. They were already compiled for your consideration.
Correct.
Great. Okay. This means, yep, now we have the cell tower. So all this is pictures of different types of cell towers, right?
Yes.
And sometimes they try to hide it like a cactus or the tree or something along those lines, but it really is utilized as a cell tower.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can we go to the next page? And the sector illustration just shows that the towers are always triangular, are they not?
No. They have omnidirectional towers, which are 360 coverage. Is that what you're
Okay.
asking? And you have 3-sector towers, such as this one that you see on the screen.
Okay. The 3-sector towers are very popular, correct? I mean, we see them all over the places we drive around.
I would say they're more common.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So just on that sector illustration, we're going to move on for a second. You see that the triangular portion in the center of the illustration?
Yes.
And that would be the tower, correct?
Yeah, that's a top-down view of a cell tower.
Right. If you were looking down from above at the cell tower, and then there is the sector illustration, and that indicates between the red lines, there's an arrow pointing north.
Correct.
Right. That's where you would expect to see activity, correct?
That arrow pointing north is just the direction that sector's, the middle of that sector where it's facing.
Right. I'm not saying that north is significant here, but the red arrows are the range within the tower that you would expect to find activity, correct?
Correct. Those left and right arms, those red arms are guidelines for where that cell sector coverage is.
Right. And I think you just testified for us that the cell phone could utilize a tower, and it could be outside of this illustration. It could be close by, but not necessarily within the sector.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can we go to the next page? Okay. And this shows that shaded area along the top, Agent?
Correct.
Okay. And it says a cell tower device would generally be located within the shaded arc, but may be located outside the shaded arc.
Correct.
Right. So that means that's the reasonable range that you would expect, but it could be some deviation from that.
Fair enough. Yes.
Good. Okay. Thank you. The call out box, that's self-explanatory. So we're going to go ahead and go to the next slide. The geographic overview. These were the cell towers that you had gone ahead and reviewed back for 2019, correct?
Yes. These are cell towers in the area here in 2019 for T-Mobile and Verizon.
Right. And we have the 6.5 Myrtle address, correct?
Correct.
And we have the Morales residence.
Yes.
Right. So that's Ansonia, Connecticut to New Haven, Connecticut. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And there are T-Mobile cell sites and Verizon cell sites all through this illustration.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to go into your analysis. So the first question I have for you is, it looks to me like this analysis started on Friday, 11/29. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the day before was Thanksgiving. Are you aware of that?
No.
You didn't know that the day before was, okay. So let me ask you this. How do you know where to start your analysis?
I was given a time frame of interest to look at.
By who?
By the state's attorney's office.
Oh, okay. So they said, don't consider the day before Thanksgiving, just start the analysis on Friday?
Correct.
Okay. And you followed that instruction?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see if we can go ahead and look, and the illustration has the red 231-0269 number and the 203-809-2849. And that was from 12 a.m. to 10:46 a.m. on Friday, 11/29. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And based on your review, what does that show?
That shows that these devices are consistent with being in the area of the residence.
The area of?
105 First Ave, New Haven, Connecticut.
In New Haven, Connecticut.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And now let's go through Friday. Okay. We're going to go slow here. Now I see that you have the summary cell tower interaction for both phones, and it goes from 10:47 a.m. to 11:36 a.m. Is that correct?
Can we change the slide? There we go. Sorry.
I think we're on 9. Chelsea, if you.
Yep, that's it.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, your time frame is correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And the notation is consistent with travel north to Wallingford area.
Yes.
All right. And that's where Barbarino Nissan is, correct?
Correct.
Were you advised that Christine Holloway and Jose Morales were at the Barbarino Nissan dealership on Friday afternoon?
I was advised to incorporate on the map Barbarino Nissan.
Okay. Okay.
I wasn't aware of all the activity that was happening there.
Oh, I know you weren't there, and I'm just asking you, was that significant in your preparation of the cast report that you wanted to notate where Barbarino was and where the cell phones were in proximity of Barbarino?
I suppose, yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Did you ever see any video of Mr. Morales and Christine Holloway
objections to what he saw. He was just asking for analysis.
Well, if you relied on it, I suppose you could ask.
I did not see any video.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right, so tell us, if you would, page 9, it basically appears to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that the direction to travel is from New Haven, from 105 First area, all the way up towards Wallingford. Is that fair?
It's fair to say.
Okay. And all of these illustrations, you can't say, for example, with specificity, certainty, and reliability, that the cell phone was located at 105 First Avenue, but rather in the area of 105 First Avenue.
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can we go, Ms. Meehan, to page 10? Thank you. Okay, still on Friday? Still on Friday, right? Okay. And then this is from 11:36 to 2 p.m.
Correct.
Correct. All right. And it appears that you've indicated in the blue icon there, that's Barbarino Nissan located at 505 North Colony Road in Wallingford.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And it was consistent that both the Morales and the Holloway cell phone was at that area.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. Can we go next page? Okay. Now, continuing along on Friday the 29th, there is a direction to travel arrow, and it says consistent with travel south to the New Haven area. Is that consistent from the Wallingford, Barbarino Nissan area back to New Haven?
Correct.
Okay. And that's both phones, correct?
Both devices, yes.
Terrific. Thank you. Can we go to page 12? Okay. Now Friday afternoon, we have an analysis in the latter part of the evening from 5 to 7:30. Tell me, if you can, what your analysis was in regard to Christine Holloway's phone during that time frame.
So her device during this time frame from 5 to 7:30 p.m. is in the area of 105 First Ave.
Correct. Okay. And how about Mr. Morales' phone?
His activity is consistent with the same in the area of 105 First.
Okay. So it appears that there was relocation from in the afternoon on Friday from Barbarino Nissan down to the area 105 First Avenue, New Haven.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Doing great. Thank you. Can we please go to page 13? Okay. Great. Now, let's go from this operative time frame of about 7:30 to 8:45 on Friday. Okay. Can you tell me what your analysis indicated during that time frame, sir?
So during this time frame, Ms. Holloway's phone remains in the area of 105 First Ave, and Mr. Morales' phone tends to move away from that area at around 8:36 p.m. And then you can see in box 4 in tower, annotated 4, at around 8:40 p.m. It's in the area of the annex in New Haven, Connecticut.
If you could just tell me, when you say the annex in New Haven, Connecticut, what does that mean?
I'm sorry, it's labeled on the map. The annex is the east side of New Haven.
Okay. So your analysis indicates that the Holloway phone stayed in the general area, 105 First Avenue, but the Morales phone started to move. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the significance of the annex area as notated in your report?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you put that designation there, the annex?
No, that's from Google Maps, automatically populated.
Okay. This is all from Google Maps?
Well, the base layer of the map is from Google Maps.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's interesting to know the FBI uses Google Maps, so that's fine.
It doesn't
Thank
use
you. Can we go to the next page, page 14? Now I'm going to ask you, sir, the time frame on Friday afternoon, 8:45 to 10 o'clock in that time frame. Can we do it one by one? We'll do the Holloway phone first.
Sure. So for Ms. Holloway's device, it starts on your right-hand side of the screen, box 1, and the tower labeled 1 at 8:48 p.m. And then it arrives over in the area of 6.5 Myrtle on the left side of your screen, tower 2, at 9:14 p.m. For this time frame, there is no data available for Mr. Morales' phone.
Okay. So let's talk about the data first that we see here. Would it be fair to say, based on your analysis, that the Holloway phone left the New Haven area and traveled up towards Ansonia?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you indicated that there's no data available for the Morales phone. Could you tell me why?
The phone could have been off or
Okay.
out of service.
Okay. All right. Was there any cell tower outage or anything along those times that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, and unlikely.
Okay. And would that mean that there was no cell phone activity by the Morales phone during that time frame?
It just means that there's a gap in time where there is no cell tower interaction for that device, which happens when there's no service. And being in an urban area like this, I would imagine there would be service, or the phone is off.
Okay. All right. So sometimes when we're driving along, right, we're talking to somebody and then we hit a ditch or an area in the roadway there's a dip and the cell tower service stops at that point.
It's terrain dependent. I mean,
sure.
In an area like New Haven, cell service is pretty robust.
Sure. A lot of buildings and a lot of cell towers in here.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so where we left off was in the area 8:45 to 10 p.m. on Friday. We have the Holloway phone in the area of Ansonia, Connecticut, but we're just not sure about the Morales phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, 15, please? Okay. Can you tell us now we have a time frame from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., which is early Saturday morning, okay? And what does your analysis indicate there?
So this is just the analysis on Ms. Holloway's device. Again, from 10 p.m. Friday to 12 a.m. early Saturday morning. What we're looking at is activity consistent with the device in the area of 6.5 Myrtle.
Okay. And we would agree based on your analysis, if she had left the area of 6.5 Myrtle, the generalized area, and went to New Haven or Bridgeport or Hartford, that we would expect we would have seen movement from the cell tower data.
Yeah, if there's interaction with the towers.
Sure. Okay. So as far as this analysis goes, from Friday at about 10 to 12 o'clock, it appears Ms. Holloway's device is located in the area of Ansonia, Connecticut.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Can we go to slide 16, please? Okay. Now this slide 16, correct me if I'm wrong, this is analysis regarding Mr. Morales' cell phone, right?
Correct.
Right. We don't have the joint cell phones of Holloway and Morales. This is just Morales.
Yeah, and that's done because it would have been too much information on one slide. So
okay. And then tell us in your own words, if you would. I'm talking about now Friday from about 10 o'clock till midnight. Where did your analysis indicate the Morales cell phone traveled from and to?
So on this slide, Tower 1 towards the bottom middle, at 10:10 p.m. there's an incoming voice call. From there, Tower 2 is just to the west of there at 10:12 p.m.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Tower 1, could you just tell us where that's located?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's just outside Bridgeport, within Bridgeport Stratford line.
Okay. So last we had left off, the Morales cell phone was in the New Haven area. And now, as we see on slide 16, on Friday, late in the afternoon, evening hours, it had traveled to the Bridgeport area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So you said you saw at 10:10, you had an incoming call, and that was reflected in Tower 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you could just indicate the activity there, 2, 3, and 4 for me, please.
Sure. So just west of Tower 1 is Tower 2, also in Bridgeport at 10:12, there's an interaction. And then from there, 3, 4, and 5 are indicative of travel east back towards New Haven, with Tower 5 starting at 10:45 p.m.
Okay.
And then box 6 and Tower 6, which is in New Haven, just northwest of Tower 5, at 11:37 p.m. There's a timing advance event and an incoming voice call.
Thank you. So would it be fair to say, based on your analysis, that it looks like the phone was down in the Bridgeport area and perhaps, and I know it's not located with specificity, went up I-95 north to the New Haven area?
Correct.
All right. Okay. And then the last call was, I'm sorry, what time was that? 11:37 on Friday evening in the New Haven area?
Correct.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Could we go to the next page, please? Thank you. Page 17. Now, this is the Holloway cell phone again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about this because this is a big range of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the Holloway cell phone, which is the 203-231-0269, was analyzed from 12 a.m. early Saturday morning, right, until Monday morning, which was 12/2 at about 4:25 in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. And just in your own words, just tell us what your analysis showed regarding the Holloway cell phone.
So the data we have that's available is consistent with the device being in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave during this time period.
Okay. So early Saturday morning until Monday, how do we wind up at 4:25 a.m.?
I think if you go forward in the presentation, the following slides, there's activity after 4:25.
Okay.
So it's just a window of consistency where the device is in the area of 6.5 Myrtle.
In the area of 6.5 Myrtle and Ansonia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I would suspect, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if the cell phone had traveled during that time frame outside of the area of Ansonia, Connecticut, and utilized, it would have been picked up by the cell towers.
Yes, if it utilized the network, it would have been picked up.
Yeah, and it would have been incorporated in your report.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay. If we just, thank you. Can we just turn the page? All right. And now we're on slide 18. Okay. And this is the Morales cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, we have a time frame from 12 a.m. Saturday on 11:30 to Monday morning at 4:25 a.m. on 12/2/2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where was that phone located?
For the data we have, the cell tower interactions are consistent with the device during those interactions at 6.5 Myrtle Ave, or in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Okay. Sir, are you aware that the Morales phone call was used to make a 911 call on the early morning hours of Sunday, on Sunday, which would have been the Sunday the 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that and about calling 911.
So no matter your service provider, say for instance Verizon, you're on a Verizon phone, and you call 911, no matter the service provider, if you have a better signal from a tower or a better network, it'll jump to that network and make that call. Or it could use Wi-Fi too.
Okay. So how was it that you determined that there was a phone call to 911 on the early morning hours of Sunday 12/1?
Where's the 911 call?
No, I'm asking, you're aware that there was a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that?
Through the state's attorney's office.
Through the state's attorney's office. Okay. All right. Well, let me see if I can help you here. The green box on the right-hand side, can I call your attention there? Okay. You notated on 12/1 at 1:54:33. Can I ask you just to zoom in on that box? Because I don't know how to do it on the right-hand side. No. Yeah, right over there. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, thank you. appreciate your assistance. Okay, so what you prepared your cast report here. Do you see the entry 12/1/2019?
Yes.
Okay, sir. And you see the entry 1:54:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Incoming voicemail?
It's-
Incoming voice, excuse me. I didn't mean to say mail. Incoming voice. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what number that is?
It's 203-735-1885.
Are you aware that that's the Ansonia Police Department?
What is it?
I don't think he testified to that.
Why don't you ask him if he knows the phone number and the identity of the phone number? I'll sustain the objection.
Thanks. We're just going to go back to that box and that entry on the cast report, sir. Okay. Do you know what number 203-735-1885 is?
No.
Okay. How was it that you decided to put that specific number under the green box located on the right-hand side of page 18?
Came from the call detail records.
Okay. Does this include all the call detail records?
They're not all encompassing. I believe for this box, yes, that's what we have for this time frame.
Okay. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure if I understood your response. Is this the entire record? Is that your testimony of the calls that were made or received by the Morales cell phone on 12/1 in the early morning hours?
These are the calls that during this time frame. These are the calls that utilize this cell tower.
Okay. But you told us that you're aware that there was a call to 911 from your discussions with the state's attorney's office, correct?
That's correct.
And where's that located on your analysis?
It's not.
Gotcha.
It wasn't on the call detail records.
Okay. Okay. Page 19, please. Okay. All right, sir. Regarding the Holloway and Morales phone calls on page 19, which would have been the time frame 4:25 a.m. to 4:45 a.m. on Monday morning 12/2.
I can't see that just yet, sir. The screen's got it. There we go.
Page 19. I'm so sorry. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the heading here and see if you agree. We're talking about the Holloway phone and the Morales phone, and the time frame is from 4:25 a.m. to 4:45 a.m. on Monday, 12/2/2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us what your analysis was in regard to the location of the Holloway and Morales cell phones during that time period?
So at 4:29 a.m. and 4:33 a.m., both devices are in the area in 6.5 Myrtle up in Ansonia.
Yep.
And then following that, in box 3 and annotated by Tower 3 to the southeast, at 4:43, Ms. Holloway's phone utilizes that tower sector.
And that was close to Derby Avenue, was it not, sir?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, okay. And how about, was there any indication regarding the Morales phone?
Just that one tower interaction noted in box 2, Tower 2.
So the information that we have is that the Morales phone was in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, but then the Holloway phone moved down here to Derby Avenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And that's, again, 4:25 to 4:45 a.m., but now this is Monday, right? 12/2?
Correct.
Okay, we're almost done. Can we go to slide 20, pretty please? I'm just going to continue the time frame because slide 20 indicates 4:45 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. on Monday, 12/2.
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us, we'll do it one by one, can you tell us what this analysis shows from the Holloway phone first?
Sure. From Ms. Holloway's phone, on the right side of the screen, numbered 1, 2, and 3, you have sessions at around 5:05 a.m., which are consistent with her device being in the area of downtown New Haven.
Okay, thank you. And how about the Morales phone call, the green one?
For Mr. Morales, we have 2 interactions with the network. One noted by box 4 and Tower 4 at 5:33 a.m., and then box 5, Tower 5 at 5:39 a.m.
So if I look at this, it seems like the interaction with the cell towers are different cell towers for the Holloway phone and the Morales phone.
Different cell towers, yes, different networks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can we just go to slide 21? Okay, now, slide 21, this is the time frame, again, Monday, correct?
Correct.
All right, and we're going to look from this time frame from 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Okay, and it looks like there's data from the Morales phone. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay, just tell us what the Morales phone was doing.
So on the left side of your screen, there's a highlighted portion of the Ansonia area, which is zoomed in on the right side. You have Tower 1, box 1 there at 6:39 a.m. in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, followed by Tower 2, just below that, just south of that, at 7:39 a.m. From there, we have Tower 3 and box 3 in the center of your screen, lower center of your screen, possibly along 95 or in about that area. That's at 8:04 a.m. And then Tower 4 at 8:27 a.m. there's an interaction.
So correct me if I'm wrong. We start off in Ansonia, Tower 1, then to the Derby area, Tower 2, then to the Orange, Connecticut area, Tower 3, and then to West Haven, Tower 4.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how about the Holloway phone?
There's no data available to map at this point in this time frame.
In this time frame, on Monday morning from 6:30 to 9 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay. Almost done. Can we go to slide 22, please? Thank you.
Got it.
Okay. Now, same day, Monday, 12/2, and now the time frame is 9 a.m. to 12. Okay. Let's start with the Morales phone at 203-809-2849. What's the analysis indicate?
So we have Mr. Morales' phone hitting a tower just in the downtown area of Derby in the center of your screen, and Tower 1 at 9:06 a.m. The next one we have is Tower 2 located in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, and that's at 9:37 through 11:37 on this date.
Okay. So if I can just call your attention to Tower 2, it indicates there 9:37, 10:37, and 11:37, and it says no measurement. Could you tell us what that means, sir?
Yeah, so the timing advance for Mr. Morales' phone, because it was 3G at the time, does not include the timing advance measurement, the bands that you saw with Mr. Morales' phone. So it's a tower sector without the distance shown.
Okay. And how about the Holloway phone?
We don't have any data available during this time frame map.
Okay. Can you tell us in this time frame from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Monday 12/2, was there any call from the Morales phone to the Holloway phone?
Yes.
And when was that, sir?
That was at 9:37 and 27 seconds.
Thank you. Okay. Now, if we can go to page 23. Okay. Now I'm going to call your attention to the time frame of 12 noon to 3 p.m., please, on Monday 12/2/2019. Can you tell us what the analysis of the Morales phone indicated?
Mr. Morales' device began interactions around 12:37 p.m. in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, and then ended up again in the orange area noted at box 2 and Tower 2 at 2:08:47 p.m.
Okay.
Consistent with the device moving south away from 6.5 Myrtle.
From the Ansonia area, south down, that would be the orange area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can just go to, let me stop you. Was there any indication in your analysis on the afternoon of Monday 12/2 of the Morales phone being in the area going north up to Naugatuck?
No, sir.
Okay. And then if we could just go to page 24, please. Now I want to talk to you about page 24, which is the Holloway phone, correct?
That's correct.
And it seems like there are a lot of red lines there. Can you interpret for the benefit of the jury where the Holloway phone was from the time frame of 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Monday 12/2/2019, please?
So we have overlapping timing advance bands during this time frame. And when we have overlapping bands, that's indicative of the device being in that area. So you see that highlighted portion in the middle of your screen, which is then blown up on the right side of the screen with Google Earth. That's an area of Naugatuck and the Naugatuck State Forest. So during this time frame, the device activity is consistent with the device being in this area.
The device being in the area of Naugatuck.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And that's up to about 3 o'clock.
We're looking at 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. So yes.
12. Okay. All right. Did you do any other analysis after 3 p.m. on Monday 12/2 regarding the Holloway phone?
I did not.
Okay. And was there a reason why we didn't continue into Tuesday or Wednesday?
I believe the phone died. I can't recall specifically.
You're not sure?
I can't recall.
Okay. But your memory is that there was no other analysis done. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we just go to page 25, please. This is the last page. Okay. Now, this is the cell tower interaction for the Morales phone from 3 to 7 p.m. on Monday.
Correct.
Correct. And what does that indicate?
We've got 4 outgoing voice calls during this time frame utilizing a tower in the area of 105 First Ave at 4:33 p.m., 5:49 p.m., 5:50 p.m., and 6:59 p.m.
Okay. On the box on the right-hand side, there's an outgoing voice to the number 203-231-0269. Do you know what number that is?
Yes.
What number is that?
Miss Holloway's.
Right. That's to her cell phone. And how about 6:59 p.m. as well?
Again, Miss Holloway's.
Okay. And so this takes us now to 7 o'clock on Monday 12/2.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And there was no other cast report or other analysis, sir, that you performed other than what we've already shown the jury here.
No, sir.
Okay. I thank you for your time. Thank you, Your Honor.
So I started talking a little bit about on cross-examination about the difference between Christine Holloway's device and the defendant's device. Can you tell us what the difference was based on your analysis of the call detail records?
Based on the call detail records, Mr. Morales' device was a 3G phone, and Miss Holloway's phone was using newer technology, being a 4G phone.
And that's why you saw the timing advance bands on her analysis as opposed to his analysis?
That's correct.
On cross-examination, you were asked a little bit about a gap in time. I think it was in relation to page 12 or slide 12, where there's no data for Jose Morales' phone. Can you just explain what the gap in time could be related to?
Yeah, we touched on it a bit. It could be related to no service for that device or the device being powered off.
So when we're talking about the gap in time as it relates to 12/2 between the time period of 4:45 a.m. and actually, let me have a moment, Your Honor. So on page 19, where you have this travel on Ms. Holloway's phone to towards the Derby Avenue area, but there's no information with regards to Mr. Morales' phone except for a timing advance measurement. What can you tell us about that with regards to the call detail records?
Really, that either the phone was not seen by the network, meaning it didn't have service, the phone was off, or it wasn't actively being used.
Because the whole idea is when a phone interacts with the network, it's creating a record with the call, providers, correct?
Correct.
Now, with relation to slide 20, actually, I want to ask you a little about slide 18. Slide 18, a cross-examination, you were asked about a 911 call, and I believe your testimony was that when someone makes a 911 call, it may reach out to a different network provider.
Correct.
So when you looked at the call detail records for Mr. Morales' phone, and if you were given information that a 911 call was made and there was no record of a 911 call on the call detail records, what would that tell you if a phone call was made?
I would assume that that device used a different, jumped a network, used a different network, or used possibly a Wi-Fi to make the call.
And would that explain why that would not be in the call detail records?
Yes.
Now, between page 20, which we see cellular interaction between Mr. Morales' phone and the network, let me ask you, withdrawn. Let me ask you this. So the green call-out boxes associated with call-out records 5 and 6, are those associated with the T-Mobile cell sites that phone would have utilized in this area of downtown New Haven?
Yes.
Okay. So the call-out box 1 and 2, where Mr. Holloway's phone is hitting, I guess, the timing advance measurements 1, 2, and 3, those timing advance measurements were measured by those towers connected to Verizon. Is that inaccurate?
Yes, those are Verizon towers, a Verizon device.
So you wouldn't expect to see a Verizon call hitting off a T-Mobile tower, would you?
No.
And vice versa?
Correct.
The only way that would happen is if a 911 call was made and that was the strongest signal?
Correct.
Now, with regards to this slide where you see the two cellular devices are down in the downtown New Haven area between 4:45 and 6:30, and then slide 21 where we have information at 6:30 a.m., there's a timing advance measurement in the area of Myrtle Ave. There's a gap in time again, right? Between the time of downtown New Haven and the time that the cellular device connects with the network and generates some data for the network to provide on the call detail records.
That's correct.
So how do you explain that?
Now, I would explain that as devices likely are powered off. Again, being in this area, in an urban environment, there's pretty good cell coverage. The coverage is robust. I would assume if we're getting timing advance measurements, we would see those if the phone was on, or the phone would interact with the network, receiving calls or texts. I would assume that the phone devices could be off.
Maybe one more.
I have no questions. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, my understanding that the state's next witness is prepared for tomorrow.
I believe so, yes.
Nothing further for the jury this afternoon?
Nothing else.
Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to adjourn for the day. Once again.
All right. That's awesome. That's the end of today. I'm sorry, y'all. I got a little teared up thinking about Easter and Katya and having this new family with her and all that. That's just beautiful. And I've enjoyed my day here. Why am I tearing up? I'm happy, I guess. Maybe I'm overtired. Anyways. So we'll see tomorrow morning. Me personally, I'm going to talk to TCA and see if she wants to stream day 4 in the morning. I'm not sure if that's what she wants to do or not. If she's still with family, I would love to do it, even here on her channel. So let me get with her. And I am sure she will make a post about what time she'll be streaming tomorrow. Well, if we stream, it'll be me streaming or Hio streaming over here. She has chosen to take off till Monday to spend time with her new family. Bless her for that. We all need family. So anyways, peace, rubber out. Look for a text from TCA about the next stream. Thanks, guys.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.